The Fortune Boon Registration Office. Within a chamber steeped in ancient charm and fragrance, Shen Yu slowly opened his eyes upon a carved wooden bed. He pushed himself up, sitting on the mattress as his gaze swept across the surroundings, a faint haze of confusion flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. After a long moment, Shen Yu, guided by these memories, finally understood his current situation. He had transmigrated. He had crossed into a world of fantasy and cultivation. Moreover, his present circumstances seemed anything but favorable. The youth he had replaced was also named Shen Yu, merely 14 years of age. The Shen family had once been one of the top powers in Yunmu County. Yet more than 10 days ago, the tomb of a mighty cultivator was discovered in the mountains over 30 li from the county. It was later confirmed that this tomb belonged to Xiao Xuankong, a Yuan Dan realm expert who had lived 300 years ago. In this world, cultivation realms were divided into body tempering qi condensation, meridian unblocking qi, si yuan, dan yuan shun, and so on. Each major realm was further segmented into 9 minor stages. Within Yunmu County, those in the meridian unblocking realm were already considered top experts. From this, one could imagine how immense the value of a Yuan Dan expert's tomb must be. The allure was irresistible. Shen Yu's predecessor's father Shen Feng, in order to seize the inheritance and treasures within the tomb, had nearly summoned all of the clan's elite to march there. In addition, the various powers within the county city also gathered their elites and experts to join the struggle. No one had expected that Xiao Xuankong's grand tomb would be riddled with terrifying traps. In the end, every person who entered the tomb perished miserably within its depths. Yunmu County lost 99% of its experts in a single calamity. With Shen Feng and the Shen family's elite all buried in the tomb, the only qi condensation guard left behind, Li Si, and the steward Zhang Gao, began to harbor thoughts they should never have entertained. They wished to seize the entire Shen family for themselves. Yet apprehension held them back. They feared Shen Hui, who had gone to enlist at the Jinyao Pass. Shen Hui was Shen Yu's elder brother. He was a prodigy in martial cultivation, reaching the first level of the meridian unblocking realm at the age of 18. The Shen family's Liang art could only be cultivated up to the first level of meridian unblocking. Without subsequent techniques, one's realm could no longer advance. To further one's cultivation, there were only 2 paths. First, enlist in the army, where military merit could be exchanged for higher-level arts. Second, join a sect. The nearest sect to Yunmu County was the Qian sect. Qian sect opened its mountain gate to recruit disciples only once every 20 years, and each time it accepted only youths under 16. Shen Hui had happened to be born in the very year Qian sect opened its gate, sealing his fate to have no chance of joining. Thus, he could only seek merit and cultivation techniques within the army. Now Shen Hui had been away for over a year and had successfully joined the Jinyao army, sending letters home. It was precisely because of this that Li Si and Zhang Gao did not dare to brazenly claim the Shen estate. They dreaded the possibility that Shen Hui might suddenly return from Jinyao Pass one day, in which case the two of them would certainly meet a grim end. Yet Jinyao Pass was locked in ceaseless combat against demonic beasts and was perilous beyond measure. A death stalked one at any moment. In Yunmu County, a meridian unblocking realm expert was a top master, but at Jinyao Pass, such a cultivator was little more than a squad leader. Thus Li Si and Zhang Gao chose to wait. The day news of Shen Hui's death arrived would be the day they completely usurped the Shen family. As for Shen Yu's former self, his talent for cultivation was far inferior to that of his elder brother. At 14, Shen Hui had already stepped into the qi condensation realm. Yet he himself was only at the 3rd level of body tempering. He was even weaker than Zhang Gao's son Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, 15 years old, had already reached the 7th level of body tempering. The reason Shen Yu's predecessor died was a conflict with Zhang Yuan. He was beaten into grievous injury, and with his rage and frustration attacking his heart, he simply expired on the spot. His body was then taken over by Shen Yu, who had transmigrated from Blue Star. My situation is extremely dire right now. Once elder brother Shen Hui dies at Jinyao Pass, Li Si and Zhang Gao, those 2 beasts will likely immediately dispose of me and the original body's mother. How am I supposed to resolve this crisis? Shen Yu muttered with a frown. Suddenly a thought stirred in his heart. He was a transmigrator. Shouldn't he have a system, a golden cheat? System, are you there? Ding, slaughter system initiating binding. Ding, binding complete. Ding, beginning distribution of newbie gift pack. There really is a system. Listening to the succession of ding chimes, Shen Yu could not help but reveal an expression of wild joy. He had never imagined that a system truly existed. System, open the newbie gift pack. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 root bone pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 storage ring. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Yuan Dan level cultivation art, Yu Shui Dan Gong, water command alchemy art. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the spiritual weapon 9, swords of true water. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 cultivation advancement card. Ding, all rewards have been stored in the system space. As Shen Yu focused his mind, he sensed the existence of the system space, and alongside it a stream of comprehension flowed into his consciousness. He learned that the system space could only store items granted by the system, and once removed they could no longer be placed back in. He first withdrew the storage ring from the system space. After dripping his blood upon it to establish ownership, he sensed that the ring contained an internal space of fully 1,000 cubic units. According to the predecessor's memories, Shen Feng also possessed a storage item, but it was merely a storage pouch with only a single cubic unit inside. This storage ring with 1,000 cubic units was undoubtedly an exceedingly rare treasure. Next, Shen Yu claimed the Yu Shui Dan Gong. Once he received it, his understanding of this cultivation art immediately reached the entry level. Cultivation arts were divided into entry, proficiency, minor accomplishment, great accomplishment, and perfection. The deeper one's comprehension of a cultivation art, the faster and more efficient one's cultivation would be. Take for instance the Liang art that his predecessor had practiced for many years. Even after so long, he had barely managed to grasp it to the level of proficiency, unlike his elder brother, who had already reached perfection. Thus, Shen Hui was able to reach the meridian unblocking realm at 18. Shen Yu then claimed the root bone pill. When taken, it could improve one's innate aptitude and root bones. Without hesitation, Shen Yu placed the root bone pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Immediately, a wave of heat surged through his body and spread to every limb and bone. After a while, Shen Yu was drenched in hot sweat, yet felt incomparably clear and unburdened. Then he took out the cultivation advancement card. Using this card would raise his current realm to its peak. Should I save it for use at the Qi condensation realm, or even meridian unblocking? But Shen Yu quickly dismissed this notion. The crisis at home had yet to be resolved. Who could say whether Li Si and Zhang Gao, those two beasts, might suddenly decide to kill him and his mother on a whim? He simply did not have the luxury of time for slow cultivation. He crushed the advancement card. A beam of golden light shot into his body. At once, Shen Yu sensed his cultivation beginning to surge step by step. Body tempering 4th level. Body tempering 6th level. Body tempering 9th level. In less than 10 breaths, he had risen from a mere 3rd level body tempering cultivator to one who had reached the 9th level. Afterward, he withdrew the 9 swords of true water. This weapon was formed from 9 small swords combined into one, and its grade had attained the level of a spiritual weapon. Weapons were categorized as ordinary weapons, mortal weapons, spiritual weapons, and treasured weapons. Shen Feng, his predecessor's father, was a meridian unblocking expert, yet even he wielded only a top-tier mortal weapon. From this, one could see how precious a single spiritual weapon truly was. Unfortunately, Shen Yu was only at the body tempering realm for now, and could not unleash the weapon's true power. At best, he could treat it as an exceptionally sharp top-tier mortal weapon. After storing the 9 swords of true water back into his storage ring, Shen Yu began to study the slaughter system itself. The system's functions were simple. By killing, he would earn slaughter points. These slaughter points could be used to enhance cultivation arts, raise his strength, and even draw prizes. After understanding the system's capabilities, Shen Yu narrowed his eyes, a glint of killing intent flickering within them. Just then a maid entered carrying a tray. She slammed the tray heavily onto the table and said impatiently, "Since you're awake, come eat. Do you expect me to feed you, young master?" This maid Li Xia was originally one of Shen Yu's attendants. The Shen family, a prominent household in Yunmu County, has seen its eldest young master Shen Hui depart to pursue a future in the military. Whether he achieves glory or falls on the battlefield, he will no longer inherit the family estate. Thus, the second young master Shen Yu is destined to become the inheritor of the Shen family. Accordingly, his parents have arranged for 2 personal maids and 4 general attendant maids to serve him. Ordinarily, as the daughter of a Lingqi guardian, Li Xia would have had no need to serve as a general attendant maid. Yet imbued with ambition, she seeks to seize every advantage and ultimately become the young mistress of the Shen family. Thus, while serving Shen Yu, she repeatedly attempted to seduce the former master. Alas, Li Xia's looks could only be described as modestly refined. Although the former master possessed mediocre cultivation talent, he remained absorbed in his practice, naturally ignoring Li Xia's seductive advances, and on 2 occasions when her actions grew too forward, he even reprimanded her. This left Li Xia harboring deep resentment. Previously, when Shen Feng was unharmed, she dared not show her true feelings. But after Shen Feng's downfall, and with his father and steward Zhang Gao jointly seizing control of the Shen family, her real nature emerged. Not only did she expel Shen Yu's 2 personal maids and another 3 general maids, but she also mocked and belittled the former master. Incensed, he was determined to punish her. In the end, although Li Xia was merely a maid, she had cultivated her body to the 4th level of tempered physique, and she put the former master in his place. Ignoring her sarcastic demeanor, Shen Yu simply rose and moved to the table. However, upon seeing the meager fare on the plate, his expression darkened. The dishes were nothing more than leftovers, remnants of someone else's meal. There were 2 steamed buns on the plate, one bore bite marks, and the other had fallen to the ground caked with dirt. Observing Shen Yu's expression, Li Xia couldn't help but break into a smug smile as she taunted, "What are you dissatisfied? My second young master, do not forget your current predicament. Having something to eat is already a blessing." "Fine, take it away, then I won't eat it," Shen Yu said coldly, waving his hand. "Won't eat?" Li Xia's expression also turned icy as she retorted, "Shen Yu, I tell you, these dishes were personally served to you by me. You must eat them, or do not blame me if I take it upon myself to discipline you." As soon as she finished speaking, Li Xia's gaze turned unmistakably hostile, as if ready to strike at any moment. "Li Xia, are you really going to take things this far? Remember, I have not been unkind to you in the past," Shen Yu remarked. Staring at her, Shen Yu added, "Though the former master was a young master, he treated those around him quite well, bestowing silver during festivals and often returning with pastries and snacks." Triggered by his mention of the past, memories of her failed seduction and subsequent reprimand flashed through Li Xia's mind. Bitterly she spat, "Shen Yu, stop dredging up the past. That I chose you is a blessing bestowed upon a waste like you from 8 lifetimes of cultivation. You may have rejected me, but how dare you lecture me? What are you anyway?" A perverse smile then spread across Li Xia's face as she declared, "As the wheel of fate turns, your status as the second young master is now merely nominal, a worthless pawn to be manipulated. Now I command you to kneel and lick my shoes, or else you will undoubtedly face further punishment." Shen Yu sighed softly. "A sigh won't help, kneel immediately," Li Xia commanded sharply. "Isn't it enough to live well? Why must you seek death?" With a troubled gaze fixed on Li Xia, Shen Yu asked, "What are you trying to kill me with that?" Then in a flash he struck, seizing Li Xia by the neck. With a sharp crack, Shen Yu decisively snapped Li Xia's neck. After withdrawing his hand, he frowned as he gazed upon the corpse lying on the ground. Wasn't it said that killing should trigger an adrenaline response? Yet having just slain Li Xia, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Then a voice chimed, "Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving the first kill, awarding 10-fold slaughter points. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 slaughter points." With a mere thought, Shen Yu summoned the system interface, the slaughter system. Host Shen Yu. Age 14. Cultivation tempered physique 9th level. Techniques Liang Gong and Yushui Dan Gong. Weapon Jinshui 9 swords. Slaughter points 100. Lottery consumes 100 slaughter points for 1 draw. Note: a small appears after his 9th level tempered physique in both techniques. This indicated that slaughter points could be expended to enhance his cultivation techniques or for a lottery. What should I choose then? Shen Yu pondered briefly before deciding to invest in his cultivation. The bodyguard Li Si and the steward Zhang Gao both possessed 1st level qi condensation. Once they detected his cultivation reaching 9th level tempered physique, even if they spared his life, they would render him useless. Thus he could not afford to take risks. Moreover, having killed Li Xia, his deed would not remain concealed for long. Li Xia was Li Si's only daughter, and in a fit of impulsive grief, he might even kill him in vengeance. Therefore, rather than enhancing his techniques, it was far more urgent for him to bolster his cultivation strength. As for the lottery, it held too many uncertainties. Having made his decision, Shen Yu gently tapped the sign next to his 9th level tempered physique. Instantly, a surge of heat flowed into his body, coursing through every part before converging in his dantian. Similarly, Shen Yu clearly sensed an additional current of qi forming within his dantian. With a mere thought, the qi under his control flowed to any part of his body. Gazing at the system panel, he indeed saw his cultivation displayed as 1st level qi condensation. Suddenly, Shen Yu noticed that the sign next to the qi condensation level still remained. Surveying his slaughter points, he found that 50 points remained. That is, reaching 1st level qi condensation had only consumed 50 slaughter points. He continued to invest his points. The remaining 50 slaughter points were expended, and his cultivation smoothly advanced to 2nd level qi condensation. Upon reaching this level, the qi flow within his dantian doubled in strength. With his cultivation now at 2nd level qi condensation, Shen Yu's sense of security surged. Immediately, a murderous intent ignited in his eyes. It's time to deal with those ungrateful scoundrels Li Si and Zhang Gao. Glancing at Li Xia's corpse, Shen Yu strode out of the room and headed for the courtyard. "Second young master, the steward has ordered you to remain within the courtyard and not wander off." At the courtyard gate, 2 guards, upon seeing Shen Yu attempting to leave, immediately stretched out their hands to block him, their tone laced with scorn. "You all are courting death," Shen Yu remarked in a dispassionate tone. According to his past memories, the former head Shen Feng was generous and treated the family's guards, servants, and maids well, better than those in other families or forces. Unexpectedly, after his demise, these guards immediately defected to join Li Si and Zhang Gao. Hearing Shen Yu's words, the 2 guards burst into laughter. Although they were ordinary guards, their cultivation had reached beyond 5th level tempered physique. Now, hearing a 3rd level tempered waste claim that they were courting death, how could they not laugh? With a swift swish, A flash of sword light cut through the air. A head soared skyward accompanied by splattering blood. Another guard, startled by the sight, promptly drew his blade. Alas, the difference in strength was too great. Before the other could even draw his blade, his head was severed. Immediately thereafter, a system notification rang out awarding 20 slaughter points for the elimination of the two guards. Shen Yu shuddered, his sword flicking off the blood, and proceeded straight toward the central courtyard. Now the central courtyard had already been seized by the steward Zhang Gao. Both he and Li Si possessed first-level qi condensation, but comparatively Zhang Gao was somewhat weaker, a more appealing target for Shen Yu. The Shen family estate sprawled over a vast expanse of land. The main compound was divided into the forward service court, the front courtyard, the central courtyard, the rear courtyard, and two flanking side courtyards. The forward service court was where the servants and guards lived and carried out their duties. The front courtyard served as the drill ground and housed the stewards and the captains of the guard. The central courtyard was where the family head Shen Feng received guests. Besides the reception hall, it also contained Shen Feng's study, training chamber, and other rooms. At this moment, however, the central courtyard had already been seized by Zhang Gao. The rear courtyard was reserved as the living quarters for the women of the household. Of the two side courtyards, the one on the left belonged to Shen Hui, while the one on the right was where Shen Yu resided. To reach the central courtyard, one had to pass through the rear courtyard. At present, Shen Yu's mother Shen Linshi, along with two concubines and his three younger sisters, were all under soft confinement in the rear courtyard. The moment Shen Yu stepped into the rear courtyard, he was met by a chorus of startled cries and lewd laughter. Lifting his gaze, he saw Zhang Yuan in the corridor, slowly, almost leisurely chasing after a pretty young maid, his face filled with depraved delight. Zhang Yuan, after all, was at the 7th level of the body-tempering realm. There was no reason he would be unable to catch a maid with no cultivation whatsoever. Clearly, he was savoring the Catan mouse cruelty of the chase. The maid's name was Xiaodia, a personal attendant serving Shen Yu's mother Shen Linshi. She was still very young, barely over 16. Zhang Yuan. Shen Yu's sudden shout rang out. Zhang Yuan's face instantly darkened. Who dared disturb his amusement? He halted mid-stride and turned his head to look. When he saw it was Shen Yu, a mocking sneer spread across his face. I was wondering who it was. Turns out to be you, you useless little wretch. What, your wounds have barely healed, and you've already forgotten the pain. You dare disrupt my pleasure. Crawl over here, kneel, and kowtow to beg for mercy, and maybe I'll be gentle when I break you. Shen Yu remained silent in response. Instead, he channeled his internal force down into his feet. With a single stomp of his right foot, his figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning. With a sharp swish, Zhang Yuan saw only a blur before Shen Yu was upon him. Startled, he instinctively threw a punch at Shen Yu. In that instant, a streak of sword light flashed. Zhang Yuan's head flew from his shoulders, soaring into the air. As it rose, the eyes in the severed head bulged wide, as though unable to believe that Shen Yu dared to kill him and was capable of doing so. Witnessing this, Xiaodai instinctively wanted to scream, but she immediately clamped a hand over her own mouth, staring at Shen Yu with wide, terror-filled eyes. Then she hurried over in small, anxious steps. Second young master, you killed Zhang Yuan. Steward Zhang will never let you off. You must escape. There's no need. Go back and stay with my mother. I will soon deal with Zhang Gao and Li Si, those two ungrateful curs. Shen Yu replied coolly, once more flicking the blood from his sword before continuing toward the central courtyard. Watching his departing figure, Xiaodai cast a fearful glance at Zhang Yuan's corpse, then turned and ran toward the small yard where the principal madam lived. Before long, Shen Yu arrived at the arched gate that connected the rear courtyard to the central courtyard. Two guards were leaning against the gateway, chatting idly. The rear courtyard housed only women and maidservants without cultivation, so the guards paid little mind to their duty, whiling away the time in idle conversation. Suddenly, they heard the sound of approaching footsteps. They looked over instinctively, only to see Shen Yu lunging toward them with sword in hand. Shock flickered across both their faces. Two sword flashes streaked past. Crimson lines appeared across their necks. In the next moment, the wounds gaped open, and the two bodies toppled backward, crashing to the ground. Shen Yu felt that lopping off heads was a bit too gruesome, so this time, he merely slit the two men's throats. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 slaughter points. With a thought, the system panel surfaced before his mind's eye. Shen Yu was delighted to see that a plus sign had appeared once more beside his cultivation level. At point, a surge of heat coursed through his body as the qi in his dantian expanded again, pushing his cultivation to the 3rd level of the qi condensation realm. The freshly earned 50 slaughter points were instantly consumed. Dispelling the system panel, Shen Yu passed through the archway and continued on toward the central courtyard. Soon Shen Yu reached the central courtyard, arriving just in time to see two rough-duty maids carrying trays of wine and dishes. Second young master. The two maids called out. Who are those food and wine being delivered to? Shen Yu asked. Steward Zhang, one of the maids replied. There's no need to deliver it. He will have no chance to eat it. Shen Yu spoke in an icy tone. His figure flickered, vanishing from where he stood. When he appeared again, he was already at the doorway of the dining hall. Inside, Zhang Gao was seated at the dining table, savoring his meal with evident pleasure, while two pretty maids stood behind him, kneading his shoulders. "You dog, you certainly know how to enjoy yourself," Shen Yu said with a mocking smile. "Oh, it's the second young master. How did you manage to get out?" Zhang Gao asked playfully. "To kill you, huh?" Zhang Gao almost doubted his own ears, then burst into loud laughter. "Second young master, are you joking with this old man? Die." Shen Yu gave a low shout, his body flashing forward to land atop the dining table from where he swung his sword down at Zhang Gao. Though Zhang Gao was at the first level of the Qi condensation realm, he had almost no experience in actual combat. Nor had he expected Shen Yu to be so fast. Caught completely off guard, his head was cleaved open by Shen Yu's sword, blood spraying across the faces of the two maids standing behind him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 slaughter points. Only 20 points for someone at the first level of Qi condensation. Shen Yu felt somewhat dissatisfied. Only then did the two blood-splattered maids regain their senses. One fainted on the spot. The other opened her mouth about to scream, but then felt an icy blade resting against her throat. "Do not scream, or you die. Second young master, please don't kill me, I will not scream." Shen Yu withdrew his sword, sprang down from the dining table, and headed straight for the front courtyard. Only Li Si remained. Once Li Si was dead, the Shen family would once more fall back into his hands. When Shen Yu reached the main hall of the front courtyard, he found Li Si feasting and drinking with 4 guards. Previously, Shen Feng had taken almost all the elite guards of the household with him, leaving fewer than 10 behind. As such, these 4 were essentially the Shen family's last remaining guards. Li Si's face, which had been full of mirth, darkened the moment he saw Shen Yu appear. He slapped the table and snarled, "What are Lu Er and Zhang Lu good for to let this brat run out? You two go and take this little whelp back. He's an eyesore. Li Si, I've come for your life." Shen Yu's cold shout rang out as he advanced toward Li Si, sword in hand. "This brat must have lost his mind, daring to bare his fangs at brotherly," one guard said with a mocking smirk. "Teach him a lesson. But don't kill him," Li Si said lazily to the guards at his table, clearly not taking Shen Yu seriously in the slightest. "Got it, brotherly." Eager to prove himself, one guard rose from his chair and strode toward Shen Yu. With a sudden swish, sword light flashed. His head flew from his shoulders. Shen Yu swore he had only intended to cut the man's throat, not sever his head. Either the guard was simply too weak, or the true Water 9 swords were far too sharp. Seeing this, Li Si and the remaining 3 guards were all struck dumb with shock. The guard who had just lost his head was Chun Shan at the 7th level of the body tempering realm. How could someone at the 7th level of body tempering have his head hewn off by a mere brat at the 3rd level? Suddenly, Li Si's gaze fixed on the long sword in Shen Yu's hand, and a glint of greed shone in his eyes. "I didn't expect you little beast to possess such a fine weapon. It must be a top-grade mortal sword. All together now. Take that top-grade mortal weapon for brotherly." Another guard shouted as he lunged at Shen Yu. The remaining 2, not wanting to be left out, hurriedly charged after him. It was not that they were unafraid of death. They simply believed that Shen Yu relied solely on the sharpness of his sword and Chen Shan's carelessness to take his head. "Die." As the 3 guards rushed in, a dense killing intent flashed through Shen Yu's eyes. His internal force surged, pouring into the long sword. He moved like lightning, his sword sweeping out. The sword light flashed 3 times in succession, severing all 3 guards' throats. "Impossible. You actually reached the Qi condensation realm." Watching Shen Yu dispatch the 3 guards with such speed, panic and astonishment twisted Li Si's features. "It's your turn," Shen Yu said, advancing on Li Si step by step with sword in hand. Thud. Suddenly, Li Si did something entirely unexpected. He knelt down before Shen Yu. "Second young master, don't kill me. It was all that old fool Zhang Gao who led me astray. I never truly meant to betray the Shen family. Please grant old Li one more chance." Li Si knelt to beg for mercy because he sensed that Shen Yu was not merely at the first level of Qi condensation. Combined with the top-grade mortal sword in his hand, Li Si knew that should they truly fight, he had no confidence of winning. "You should have thought of that earlier." Shen Yu sneered, swinging his sword down. But Li Si had been prepared. He rolled to the side at once, then sprang to his feet and roared, his face contorted. "Second young master, are you forcing me into a fight to the death?" "You fight to the death." Shen Yu scoffed and launched another attack. After a short exchange, Shen Yu flicked the blood from his sword and stored it away into his storage ring. With a thought, the system panel surfaced once more. His slaughter points had accumulated to 80, but no plus sign appeared beside his cultivation. It seemed that advancing to the 4th level of Qi condensation would require 100 slaughter points. Putting away the system panel, Shen Yu stepped out of the front courtyard hall. Not far away, he noticed a young servant boy hiding timidly in the corner. "You come over here," Shen Yu called out to him. The boy shuffled forward, shrinking into himself as he approached, then bowed respectfully. "Greetings, second young master. What is your name?" Shen Yu asked. In reply to second young master, "This humble one is called Heir," who the boy answered. Shen Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. "Heir who, go and summon all the servants of the household." In half an hour the first madam will be delivering a speech to everyone. Yes, second young master, I will go and notify the others at once, the boy responded. Wait, Shen Yu suddenly called out. Arrange for people to clear away all the corpses in the front, middle, and rear courtyards, as well as those outside my residence. Yes, second young master. After giving his instructions, Shen Yu strode toward the rear courtyard. Along the way he encountered various household slaves and maidservants. Upon seeing him, they all lowered their heads and bowed, not daring to meet his gaze. News of Shen Yu unleashing divine might to slaughter Zhang Gao, Li Si, and the group of guards had already spread throughout the residence. In their previous impression, the second young master had always been gentle and kind toward others, yet today he had erupted in sudden slaughter. Inevitably this filled their hearts with both terror and reverence. Soon Shen Yu arrived outside the courtyard where his mother lived and pushed the gate open, entering directly. Second young master, you are here. Seeing that the person who entered was Shen Yu, Xiao Dai breathed a long sigh of relief, her voice brimming with delighted surprise. Where is mother? Shen Yu asked. The first madam is in her room reading, Xiao Dai replied. Before marrying into the Shen family, Lin Shi had been the eldest daughter of a scholarly household. Go and inform her, tell her that I have come. Please wait a moment, second young master. After a short while Xiao Dai returned. Second young master, the first madam invites you to enter. Shen Yu strode into the main hall. At the table in the center of the hall sat a beautiful middle-aged woman. As soon as he entered, her gaze fell upon him, filled with deep concern. Your child greets mother, Shen Yu said, bending to bow. Yuer, I heard that you were injured by Zhang Yuan. How is your body now? Lin Shi stood up quickly, helping Shen Yu back to his feet. Grasping his hand, she spoke with a face full of concern. Because she had been confined, even though she knew her son was injured, she had been unable to visit him. Shen Yu smiled. Mother, do not worry. I am already fine. Not only that I personally slaughtered that little beast Zhang Yuan and Zhang Gao, and Li Si, those two old beasts, as well as all the guards who betrayed us. I killed them all, leaving none alive. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's expression turned to extreme shock and astonishment. Yuer, how did you manage to accomplish this? She asked. Shen Yu had long prepared his excuse. Mother, after Zhang Yuan injured me, my fury surged to the heavens. Yet from misfortune came blessing. I awakened a certain special constitution, causing my cultivation to soar, and I reached the third level of the Qi condensation realm. That is wonderful. Truly the ancestors' protection. Hearing that her son had awakened a special constitution, Lin Shi was both delighted and relieved, nearly moved to tears of joy. This was a world of fantasy, and the awakening of special constitutions was not a rare occurrence. Many tales of such awakenings were widely told among the people. Precisely because of this, Shen Yu could use the awakening of a special constitution as a lie without fear of it being easily exposed. Mother, rest assured. Though father is no longer here, I will uphold the Shen family, he said comfortingly. At present, all experts at the meridian connecting realm within Yunmu County had been slain, and there were scarcely any cultivators even at the Qi condensation realm. With his cultivation at the third level of Qi condensation, it would not be difficult for Shen Yu to protect the Shen family. Moreover, he possessed the slaughter system. So long as he killed living beings, he could obtain slaughter points, allowing his cultivation to rise at a speed far surpassing others. Yuer, mother believes in you, Lin Shi said. By the way, we should also send word to Aunt Lu and Aunt Zhou so they will no longer live in constant fear, Shen Yu suggested. Shen Yu's proposal made Lin Shi nod in approval. Yuer, you truly think things through thoroughly. She then instructed, Xiao Dai, go and invite Aunt Lu and Aunt Zhou over. Yes, first madam. Before long, Xiao Dai returned leading the two concubines. Accompanying them were Shen Yu's three younger sisters. The eldest and the third sisters were born of Aunt Lu, while the second sister was born of Aunt Zhou. The eldest sister, 12 years old, was named Shen Yinran, the second sister, 11, was Shen Yalan, the third sister, only 6, was Shen Xiaoyu. The Shen family was a martial clan, and their rise had not been long, so they had no formal genealogical record. Even the naming of children was relatively casual. After everyone exchanged formal greetings, Lin Shi invited the two concubines to take their seats. She then spoke. Li Si and Zhang Gao, those two vile traitors, have already been killed by Yuer. The Shen family is once more in our hands. When she mentioned Zhang Gao and Li Si, a palpable venom crept into Lin Shi's tone. The Shen family had always treated guards and servants with great kindness, and the wages they provided were even more generous than those of other families and powers. Yet to their astonishment, the moment the Shen family suffered a great upheaval, Zhang Gao and Li Si colluded to seize control of the estate. If not for their fear that Shen Hui might one day return to settle accounts, Lin Shi and the others would likely have met with disaster long ago rather than merely being confined. Thus, even knowing that Li Si and Zhang Gao had been killed by her own son, Lin Shi still found it hard to dispel the hatred festering in her heart. Upon hearing that it was Shen Yu who slew Zhang Gao and Li Si, the two concubines were both greatly shocked and surprised, then praised in unison. Yujir has such remarkable ability. At the same time, they rejoiced inwardly. Those two men being dead meant the Shen family's crisis had finally been resolved. Both concubines came from humble, ordinary families with limited horizons, and they had borne only daughters. Thus before Lin Shi they were exceedingly respectful and would not harbor the slightest doubt about her words. By the way, mother, I have ordered the household servants to gather. You should address them and give a speech to steady their hearts, Shen Yu suddenly suggested. Lin Shi pondered briefly before replying. You are now that your elder brother is far away at Jinyao Pass, and your father is no longer here, the Shen family should be under your command. Therefore you should be the one to address them. Mother, Shen Yu said, although our Shen family's immediate crisis has been resolved, who can say whether outside forces will covet our estate in the future? Your child must raise his strength as swiftly as possible to safeguard the Shen family from all worries. Therefore matters of household management will still require you to expend much effort. Lin Shi considered his words and realized their truth, so she did not insist further. A quarter of an hour later, Shen Yu accompanied Lin Shi to the front courtyard. All the household slaves, servants, and maidservants had already gathered. Among the crowd, Shen Yu caught sight of his former personal maids Chunya and Donger. Ever since Zhang Gao and Li Si joined forces to seize the Shen family, his two personal maids had been demoted to ordinary maids and driven to work in the front estate. Both girls were budding beauties, though still very young. Chunya was 13 and Donger even younger at only 12. Fortunately, their youth had spared them, otherwise they would long ago have been defiled by Zhang Yuan. Shen Feng and his wife had arranged for two young maids to attend Shen Yu precisely because they did not wish him to lose his purity too early and have his cultivation affected. The instant they saw Shen Yu, Chunya and Donger were both visibly overjoyed. Chunya, Donger, come forward and stand behind me, Shen Yu said with a gentle smile. Hearing this, the two little girls were both startled and delighted. Answering, yes, second young master, they trotted forward on quick little steps and took their places behind Shen Yu. Next, Lin Shi delivered her address to the assembled servants, providing preliminary reassurance to the hearts of the Shen household staff. Afterwards, she announced that Aunt Lu and Aunt Zhou would assist her in managing household affairs. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu and Aunt Zhou were both overjoyed. When matters concluded, Shen Yu accompanied Lin Shi for a meal, then returned to the side courtyard with Chunya and Donger in tow. Opening the system panel, Shen Yu glanced at his slaughter points, then began to contemplate how he might obtain more. Although it is said that one can gain slaughter points by killing living beings, Shen Yu is not a murderer. If he were to kill recklessly for the sake of slaughter points, he would likely become a killing machine in the future. Suddenly a thought struck Shen Yu. If he cannot kill people, can he kill animals instead? Immediately, he prepared to head to the kitchen in the front yard to give it a try. Before long, Shen Yu arrived at the kitchen. Upon learning that the second young master was in the kitchen, Cui Mushin, the kitchen steward, became anxious and uneasy. He thought Shen Yu had come to settle scores with him. Thus he nervously approached, saying, I am Cui Mushin, greetings to the second young master. Where are the livestock that need to be slaughtered in the estate? Shen Yu asked. Although Cui Mushin was puzzled as to why Shen Yu was asking this, he still answered honestly, second young master, the livestock bought for the kitchen are kept in that small garden. Take me there, Shen Yu ordered. This way, second young master. Soon Shen Yu arrived at the small garden where the livestock was stored, immediately catching a whiff of the mixed odor of various animal droppings. Give me a knife and catch a chicken, Shen Yu instructed Cui Mushin. Yes, second young master. Cui Mushin first went to the tool room to fetch a sharp knife, then caught a chicken from the coop and handed it over to Shen Yu. Shen Yu held the chicken in his left hand and the knife in his right. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he swung the knife across the chicken's neck, directly severing its head. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 0.1 slaughter points. Hearing the system's notification, Shen Yu felt disappointed. Killing a chicken only yielded such a meager amount of slaughter points. He then set his sights on a goat. Approaching with the knife, he swiftly chopped off the goat's head. Cui Mushin shuddered at the sight, now looking at Shen Yu with even more respect. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 0.1 slaughter points. Shen Yu frowned immediately. It seemed that killing livestock without spiritual awareness, regardless of size, would only yield 0.1 slaughter points. To accumulate 20 slaughter points, does that mean I need to kill 200 livestock? Thus Shen Yu asked, second young master, I am here. Tell me how many livestock are usually slaughtered in the estate. Cui Mushin replied cautiously, second young master, under normal circumstances the estate slaughters dozens of chickens and ducks every day, 2 to 3 sheep, and occasionally a cow. However, now that the population in the estate has significantly decreased, we are likely down to slaughtering about 10 chickens and ducks a day, and 1 sheep should last 3 to 5 days. Originally, there were about 50 to 60 guards in the Shen residence. But now none remain, so the demand for meat would naturally decrease significantly. Alright, I understand. Shen Yu nodded, that will be all, I am leaving. Second young master, allow me to escort you. At this moment, more than 50 miles away from Yumu County on a mountain, there is a place called Eagle Beak Cliff, and on Eagle Beak Cliff there is a large mountain stronghold. This stronghold is called Longying Stronghold, where 500 to 600 mountain bandits have gathered. The stronghold has 3 bandit leaders, the chief leader Lu Guang, known as Black Eagle, the second leader Chen Feng, nicknamed Overmountain, and the third leader Ma Yuan, known as the Head Chopper. Among them, Lu Guang is a master at the first level of meridian opening. Chen Feng and Ma Yuan are masters at the 9th level of qi condensation. The county has organized forces multiple times to besiege Longying's stronghold, but all have ended in failure. Inside the gathering hall, Lu Guang was drinking and eating with Chen Feng and Ma Yuan. Suddenly someone came to report chief leader, second leader, third leader Lu Er, and the others have returned from Yunmu County. Although Yunmu County has made great efforts to seal off the news that 99 of the masters in the county perished in the tomb of Shaoshuankong, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. Moreover, this incident was too significant to hide. Thus the news reached Longying's stronghold. Immediately Lu Guang's mind began to race. Previously there were at least 7 or 8 masters from Yunmu County, and he naturally did not dare to covet Yunmu County. But now, with almost all the masters from Yunmu County dead, he entertained the thought of seizing the opportunity. However, being cautious by nature, he sent a few spies to Yunmu County to gather information and see if the rumors were true that all the masters in the county had died in the ancient tomb. Quick, bring Lu Er in. Soon a keen-eyed young man dressed in coarse linen entered the hall. He was about to pay his respects, but Lu Guang waved his hand. Lu Er, quickly tell me, what is the situation in the county? Lu Er quickly reported, returning to the chief leader, after my inquiries, the masters in the county have indeed all died in that ancient tomb, and even the qi condensation masters are nearly all gone. Upon hearing this, Lu Guang couldn't help but laugh heartily. Second brother, third brother, this old man is paving the way for us to get rich. Immediately gather our people, and let's head to Yunmu County to seize it. As for occupying Yunmu County, Lu Guang had no such intention. Although the masters in Yunmu County had perished in the ancient tomb, this was not a time of chaos. Big brother, there's no rush. Let's first discuss who to rob. Chen Feng spoke up. Lu Guang nodded and asked Lu Er, which wealthy families are there in Yunmu County? Lu Er replied, returning to the chief leader, there are 5 wealthy families in Yunmu County: the Zhong family, the Yu family, the Li family, the Wang family, and the Shen family. Among them, the Zhong family is the wealthiest, known as the largest landlord in Yunmu County with tens of thousands of acres of farmland and hundreds of shops. Their estate covers more than 100 acres. Originally, the Zhong family had 3 masters of meridian opening, but they all set out to seize the treasures and inheritance within the great tomb, only to end up perishing inside. Good riddance. Lu Guang exclaimed, how much wealth does the Zhong family possess? Lu Er replied, it's hard to say, but at least there are several 100,000 taels of silver. I've heard that the Zhong family's granaries alone have over 100. Robbing the Zhong family would be enough for our bandits to eat well for several years. All right then, I will take the Zhong family, and the other 4 will be handled by the second and third brothers respectively. Does that work for you? Chen Feng and Ma Yuan immediately expressed no problem. Then it's settled. Gather all the brothers now and set off for the county. Lu Guang waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. In the side courtyard inside a room, Shen Yu was not sleeping, but was meditating on the bed, practicing the water control pill art. After having dinner, he began his training. This technique is of the Yuan Dan level, far surpassing the Lanyang skill of the Shen family. It takes half an hour to complete 1 cycle. Thus by now Shen Yu had already completed 4 cycles and was about to finish the 5th. Huff! Shen Yu exhaled a breath of turbid air. Having completed the 5th cycle, he did not intend to continue training any further. Because haste makes waste, continuous training for 5 cycles had left his meridians slightly sore, and continuing would risk injuring them. Furthermore, after 5 cycles of training, the internal energy had only increased by 1%. At the current rate, if he trained 5 cycles a day, it would take 100 days to advance to the 4th level of qi condensation, and that was considering he had taken a bone-strengthening pill. Otherwise, it would have taken him at least 1 to 2 years, if not longer, to break through. Too slow. Shen Yu shook his head. Having grown accustomed to using slaughter points to enhance his cultivation, relying on his own training felt as slow as a snail. Just as he was about to sleep, Shen Yu suddenly heard a series of intense gong sounds. Instantly Shen Yu's expression changed. It seemed that something was amiss in the county. Thinking of this, Shen Yu immediately jumped off the bed, preparing to go out and see what had happened. Second young master, Shen Yu and Dong Er, who had already fallen asleep, were startled awake. They were Shen Yu's personal maids sleeping on a small bed beside him. You 2 stay inside the room, I'll go take a look. Remember to keep the door shut after I leave. Don't open it for anyone except me. After giving a few instructions, Shen Yu opened the door and stepped outside. He then flew up onto the wall, rushing towards the outside of the estate. Although the Shen family was also one of the top powers in Yunmu County, their foundation was still inferior to that of several other prominent families. When Shen Feng established the Shen family, all the prime locations in the city had already been occupied by other powers and families. They could only purchase some houses near the east city gate, demolish them, and rebuild them into the Shen family estate. Soon Shen Yu arrived at the top of the Shen family's wall. There were also 6 or 7 servants on guard at the wall. These servants had only a shallow understanding of martial arts, much inferior to the guards with cultivation levels only at the first or second stage of body refinement. Seeing Shen Yu suddenly appear, the servants were initially taken aback, but upon recognizing him, they immediately saluted. No need for such formality. Shen Yu waved his hand. Just as he was about to ask the servants if they knew what was happening, a city guard appeared on the street banging a gong and shouting, "Attention everyone, mountain bandits are attacking the city." Hearing this shout, Shen Yu's heart suddenly leaped with joy. Can one not kill people casually and still not kill mountain bandits? He then asked, "Do you know where those mountain bandits are from?" One of the servants, mustering his courage, replied, "Second young master, I don't know where the bandits came from, but I suspect that the only ones powerful enough to attack the county seat are the mountain bandits from Eagle Beak Cliff, who call themselves Dragon Eagle Stronghold. What is their strength and how many are there?" Shen Yu asked again. The servant continued, "Second young master, I've heard that the mountain bandits number around 1,000, and they have 3 leaders. It is said that the main leader is a powerful figure at the channeling stage, while the other 2 leaders have both reached the 9th level of chi condensation." "Alright, I understand. Inform the estate to strengthen defenses. I will go see what's going on." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yu flew down from the 6 or 7 meter high wall and headed straight for the city gate. Although the Shen family's wall was quite high, it could only block ordinary body refinement warriors. Once someone reached the 7th level of body refinement, climbing over walls of 7 or 8 meters high was not difficult at all. The reason Shen Yu didn't stay in the estate was that he knew the mountain bandits entering the city must be targeting the wealthy families. The Shen family happened to be one of those wealthy families. They were definitely one of the mountain bandits' robbery targets. If he stayed in the estate with his cultivation at the 3rd level of chi condensation, he definitely couldn't protect the people in the estate. Therefore, he needed to seize the opportunity to accumulate killing points and enhance his cultivation before the mountain bandits broke through the city gate. The Shen estate was not far from the east city gate. With Shen Yu's speed, he quickly reached the city gate. Looking up, he saw a fierce battle taking place on the city wall. Yimu County was a wealthy county. There were more than 600 city guards. The one who previously served as the city guard captain was named Wu Shan, possessing strength at the 3rd level of channeling. However, to search for techniques and treasures in Xiao Xuankong's tomb, Wu Shan took away over 100 elite members of the city guard. Thus, only about 80 city guards remained stationed at the east city gate. As for why there weren't over 100, the city guards needed to take turns and rest. The walls of Yunmu County were still quite high, measuring around 16 to 17 meters, and the width was also about 7 to 8 meters. Channeling strong experts could easily jump up, while chi condensation experts could also use tools to ascend. However, body refinement warriors would require considerable effort to climb up. Therefore, there weren't many mountain bandits on the wall right now. Only 34. The city guards were still managing to hold them off. But if more mountain bandits managed to climb up, the city would inevitably fall. Seeing this scene, Shen Yu did not hesitate. He quickly climbed onto the city wall. He glanced at the battle situation on the wall. A city guard officer at the 9th level of chi condensation was leading 4 other city guards to besiege a burly man clad in leather armor. As expected, this burly man should be the main leader of Dragon Eagle Stronghold, a presence at the channeling stage. If it weren't for the armor worn by the city guards, he would definitely not be their match. Even so, they couldn't hold out for long. Additionally, the other 2 leaders of Dragon Eagle Stronghold were also being besieged by the city guards. The city guards attacking them were barely holding on. It wouldn't be long before they would be defeated. As for the remaining 60 or so city guards, they were entangled in a fierce battle with over 30 elite mountain bandits. "Kill!" Shen Yu shouted softly. His figure shot out, and the true water 9 swords in his hand transformed into a bright sword light. With a sound, he severed the head of a mountain bandit. The 2 city guards who were under siege looked gratefully at Shen Yu before swinging their swords to join other battles. A delightful notification sound rang in his ears. "Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 killing points." "Kill!" Shen Yu swung his sword again. His main purpose was to harvest killing points. Thus, he specifically targeted the body refinement mountain bandits. In just under a minute, he astonishingly killed 12 mountain bandits. This greatly alleviated the situation on the city wall. However, after killing 12 mountain bandits in succession, he also drew the attention of Lu Guang and the other 3. Feeling the murderous intent from the 3 of them, Shen Yu's heart trembled involuntarily. He instinctively chose to enhance his cultivation. Chi condensation level 4. Chi condensation level 5. With the enhancement successful, the energy in his dantian expanded several times. Kill! With his increased strength, Shen Yu's movements became even faster. In just over 10 seconds, 9 more mountain bandits fell under his blade. This brought the number of mountain bandits on the city wall down to nearly half. "All of you get the hell away." At this moment, Lu Guang could no longer stand it. He swung his large knife, directly forcing back several city guards who were attacking him. Then he attempted to charge at Shen Yu. But Shen Yu was already on guard and quickly retreated. Following that, the few city guards who had been forced back swung their weapons and attacked Lu Guang from behind. In desperation, Lu Guang had no choice but to turn back and fight. Seeing this, Shen Yu once again plunged into the crowd, slashing down 3 mountain bandits. His killing points once again reached 120. Meanwhile, there were only 13 elite mountain bandits left on the city wall. Each of these elite mountain bandits was being besieged by 4 to 5 city guards. Enhance. Shen Yu once again chose to enhance, raising his cultivation to the 6th level of qi condensation. Then he decisively ambushed the elite mountain bandits who were being attacked. These bandits were already struggling, and with Shen Yu's ambush and swift sword strikes combined with the sharpness of the true Water 9 swords surpassing that of top-tier mundane weapons, even with their leather armor, he could easily break through their defenses. Therefore, within a short time, all 13 remaining mountain bandits fell under his sword. Haha, well done. Seeing this, the city guard officer leading the assault against Lu Guang couldn't help but laugh and praise him. As for Lu Guang and the others, their faces turned frighteningly dark. If it weren't for this suddenly appearing brat, they would have already taken down the city guards and opened the city gate to let their men in. Now it seemed that their attack would likely end in failure. It must be said that Lu Guang was quite decisive, realizing when to retreat. He exerted himself to force back those attacking him, shouting, "Second and third retreat for now." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng and Ma Yuan immediately forced back their opponents and then jumped down from the city wall with Lu Guang. Seeing the mountain bandits being driven back, Shen Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the city guard officer who had been leading the attack on Lu Guang approached him and asked, "Little brother, which family are you from?" "I am Shen Yu. You are the second young master of the Shen family," the city guard officer asked with some surprise. The Shen family was a top martial arts family in Yimu County. Although not highly publicized in the past, they knew quite a bit about this second young master Shen. Wasn't it said that this second young master Shen was a waste only at the 3rd level of body refinement at age 14? Now it seemed he was far from being a waste. At just 14 years old, reaching the 6th level of qi condensation, he might be another Shen Hui. The city guard officer is named Gao Yu with a cultivation level of the 9th stage of qi condensation. He is currently the strongest in the city guard. Shen Yu bid farewell and left the city wall. "Young master, you have returned." The house servants on the courtyard wall looked relieved upon seeing Shen Yu's return. "The mountain bandits have been repelled. You need not worry any longer." As he spoke, Shen Yu leaped onto the courtyard wall and disappeared in a few flashes. Back in his own courtyard, after knocking and announcing himself, Chunya and Dong Er welcomed Shen Yu inside. "It's all fine now. By the way, have the kitchen send over 2 barrels of water. I want to take a bath," Shen Yu said to the 2 maidservants. After a fierce battle, he was stained with the blood of the bandits and naturally needed a bath. After taking a bath, Shen Yu went to bed and called up the system panel. The number in the line for kill points was 150, but there was no plus sign next to his cultivation level. It seems that to break through to the 7th stage of qi condensation, 200 kill points are required. Since I cannot add points to my cultivation, I will choose to draw a lottery and see if I can get something good. System, I want to draw a lottery. Ding, lottery activated. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the martial skill Flowing Clouds. Would you like to claim it? Claim it. In the next moment, a cyan light orb appeared in the system space. After taking it out, the orb directly merged into Shen Yu's forehead. He then comprehended a martial skill called Flowing Clouds and reached the entry-level proficiency. Both cultivation methods and martial skills are divided into 5 realms: intra-level, proficient, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. The cultivation methods and martial skills from the system can reach entry-level upon fusion. However, this martial skill had a plus sign behind it. This indicates that it can be upgraded to proficiency using kill points. System upgrade Flowing Clouds. Suddenly, a part of the understanding regarding Flowing Clouds appeared in Shen Yu's mind, while 2 streams of heat also flowed into his legs. When the heat dissipated, he felt his legs lighten by a few pounds. Looking at the kill points, only 0. 2 remained. That's somewhat insufficient. Shen Yu thought to himself, then put away the system panel and started to sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Guang and the others retreated from the city wall, taking the remaining bandits with them. The bandits who stormed the city were the elite of their group, the weakest among them at the 5th stage of body refining. Now they had all been lost in Yunmu County, which made Lu Guang quite angry. After exiting Yunmu County by more than 10 miles, Lu Guang found a place to camp and asked for Lu Er to be brought over. "Greetings, great chief." Lu Er respectfully saluted. "Lu Er, tonight a brat ruined our Dragon Eagle village's good fortune. You must find a way to infiltrate Yunmu City and gather information on that brat who spoiled our plans." As he spoke, a fierce light flashed in Lu Guang's eyes. "Can't we break through Yunmu County? Can't we kill that?" He secretly vowed that once Lu Er found out the background of that brat, he would send someone to sneak into Yunmu County, eliminate that brat, and then wipe out his entire family. After all, in his view, that brat only had a cultivation level of around the 5th or 6th stage of qi condensation. regardless of whether his second or third brother brought people to act they could easily handle him. Understood, Great Chief. I will infiltrate Yunmu County to investigate tomorrow. Lu Er quickly replied. Go. Lu Guang waved his hand to dismiss Lu Er and took a swig from his wine gourd. However, he found that the wine, which was quite refreshing in the past, tasted exceptionally bitter. The next morning, Shen Yu completed his dressing and grooming under the service of his two maidservants. He then went to the courtyard to test the martial skill Flowing Clouds. After testing, Shen Yu was quite satisfied. This martial skill could be used both as a technique for movement and as a footwork technique. For him at the moment, it was very helpful as it increased his speed by at least 2 times. In combat, when combined with footwork, his combat power would also increase significantly, truly worthy of being a 4th-tier martial skill. After having breakfast in his own courtyard, a maid named Xiao Dai from the Shen family came to deliver a message asking Shen Yu to pay a visit. Soon Shen Yu arrived at Shen Lin's place. Yuer, I heard that there were mountain bandits attacking the city last night. Shen Lin looked at Shen Yu and asked. Yes, mother, but the bandits have already been repelled and they lost quite a few elites. I estimate there won't be any more attacks for some time. Shen Yu replied truthfully. Did you also participate in the battle? Shen Lin asked again. Yes. Shen Yu did not deny it. The bandits must have aimed for the wealthy within the city. I suspect our family is also one of their targets, so it's best to keep the bandits outside the city walls. Otherwise, if they truly break into the city, our family will be in danger. Shen Lin sighed, knowing her son's words were reasonable. Where you have worked hard. If it weren't for your father. As she spoke, a look of sadness appeared on Shen Lin's face. Mother, I am not working hard. This is what I should do. Shen Yu quickly said. The mother and son talked for a while longer, and then Shen Lin had another maid bring over something. Shen Lin introduced the 2 items she handed over. Yuet, this is a bottle of qi condensation pills, which will benefit your cultivation. And this is a purple jade ginseng. After consuming it can help stabilize your foundation and nurture your essence. Take it and cultivate well. Mother, then I will not stand on ceremony. Shen Yu reached out to take it. A quarter of an hour later, Shen Yu returned to his courtyard, took out a qi condensation pill from the jade bottle, and activated the water control pill art to refine the medicinal power. After 2 full cycles, he finally refined the medicinal power of 1 pill. The energy in his dantian increased by about 1%. Overall, the effect was still quite good. However, pills like this have pill toxicity and cannot be taken consecutively. After consuming one, it takes 3 days to expel the pill toxins. Therefore, a bottle of qi condensation pills can support Shen Yu's cultivation for 30 days. Shen Yu, who was hiding at home to cultivate, was unaware that news of him killing dozens of elite mountain bandits on the city wall last night had already spread throughout the county. Moreover, his cultivation level had also been exposed. The number 1 wealthy family in Yunmu County, the Zhong family. The current head of the Zhong family is named Zhong Yuanqing. To seize the inheritance and treasures within the Great Tomb, the Zhong family also suffered heavy losses. 3 of their conduit warriors fell along with nearly 20 qi condensation martial artists. Thus, the entire Zhong family was left with only 3 qi condensation martial artists. Zhong Yuanqing is the second son of the deceased head of the Zhong family. Originally, he was not supposed to take over the Zhong family, but his older brother also died in the Great Tomb, leaving him with a free opportunity. However, this opportunity was not easy to seize. The foundation of the Zhong family is too large to be held by merely 3 qi condensation martial artists. After learning of Shen Yu's news, Zhong Yuanshan summoned the family elders. You all have heard about Shen Yu, right? Zhong Yuanshan asked. Everyone nodded. Zhong Yuanshan continued. Shen Yu is only 14 years old, but has already reached the 6th stage of qi condensation. It is likely that he will break through to the conduit realm before he turns 18, so I plan to form a marriage alliance with the Shen family. What do the elders think? At this moment, an elder eagerly spoke up. Head, I have a granddaughter named Zhong Runin, who is also 14 years old. Though her cultivation talent is a bit lacking, she is exceptionally beautiful and of the same age as the second young master of the Shen family. I am willing to let my granddaughter marry into the Shen family. Upon hearing this, the other elders changed their expressions. Another elder coldly snorted. Humph, the second young master of the Shen family is a rare talent in cultivation. Sending an untalented girl for marriage would be an insult. What if it angers them and they refuse to ally with us? I have a granddaughter who is talented and beautiful, and it would be just right for her to marry the second young master of the Shen family. Hearing the first elder's initial comments was fine, but upon hearing the latter part, everyone displayed disdain. Subsequently, all the elders with granddaughters or daughters began to recommend them for a marriage alliance with Shen Yu. In Yunmu County to the north of the city, there is a saying that the east is rich and the west is noble in Yunmu County. The eastern city is home to affluent families while the western city houses the government offices and the residences of officials. The southern city is more complex. It not only gathers a large number of merchants, but also mixes in gang influences and martial arts schools, making it a chaotic blend. In comparison to the other three cities, the northern city can be described in one word: poor. Apart from a few insignificant gangs that set their sights on the northern city, other forces looked down upon it. At this moment, in a dilapidated courtyard in the northern city, Lu'er was drinking and eating meat in the yard, while waiting for his little brothers who were sent to gather information to return. About half an hour had passed. The four little brothers who went out to gather information returned one after another. These four little brothers were all born into poor families in the northern city. He spent a bit of money to take them under his wing, having them specifically help him gather information. "Second brother, I've found out the details," one little brother said with a cheerful expression, and then he shared the information he had gathered one by one. After he finished speaking, the other three little brothers also revealed what they had learned. "You all did well. Each of you gets one tael of silver." As he spoke, Lu'er pulled out 4 silver ingots and placed them on the table. Seeing the silver on the table, the eyes of the 4 little brothers sparkled. "Take the silver and go." "Thank you, second brother," the 4 said in unison. After the 4 left, Lu'er squinted as he had completed the task given to him by the bandit leader. What he didn't expect was that the one who disrupted their plans was actually the wasteful second young master of the Shen family. "This kid from the Shen family is hiding quite deep," Lu'er snorted coldly to himself. However a mere 6th-level chi condensation dares to oppose their bandit group, he is simply asking for death. After failing to attack the county city last night, the 3 bandit leaders must be feeling quite resentful. Now that they have found the culprit, it won't be long before the Shen family is left with nothing. At the Shen family, after completing 5 cycles of cultivation, Shen Yu discovered that there was no pain in his meridians. It seems that when the system infused him with cultivation, it also enhanced the strength of his meridians. However, he did not continue to cultivate, because it was already noon. After eating the food sent from the kitchen, Shen Yu lay on a chair in the yard pondering where to acquire slaughter points. After thinking for a while, he concluded that the slaughter points had to be earned from the bandits. As the saying goes, time. After developing this idea, Shen Yu informed Chunya and the other 2 maidens that he was going out, then immediately disguised himself before leaving the residence, heading straight for the city gate. Successfully exiting the city, Shen Yu made his way to the mountains below Eagle Beak Cliff. The reason why the bandits of Longying Village had not been wiped out by the official army for so many years was mainly due to the terrain. Thus, upon reaching the foot of Eagle Beak Cliff, Shen Yu found a tree to conceal himself. He did not possess the ability to attack Eagle Beak Cliff. Therefore, his target was the lone bandits. He refused to believe that after suffering such a great loss last night, Lu Guang would not send someone to investigate the cause. Time passed. Before he knew it, evening had arrived. As Shen Yu hid in the tree, he furrowed his brows, slightly doubting whether he had guessed wrong. Just as he prepared to return to the city, he suddenly noticed 3 figures approaching from hundreds of meters away. Soon these 3 figures reached his vicinity and headed towards Eagle Beak Cliff. Whoosh! The figures flashed by. Shen Yu leaped down from the large tree, covering the distance of over 10 meters in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 consecutive palm strikes, he sent the 3 individuals flying. "My lord, why did you ambush us?" Lu'er managed to stand up with difficulty and questioned Shen Yu. "You are spies from Longying Village, aren't you?" Shen Yu stared at them. Upon hearing his identification, Lu'er's eyes slightly narrowed, and he turned to run up the mountain. Shen Yu swiftly pursued him. However, at that moment, Lu'er suddenly turned around and threw a handful of lime powder at Shen Yu. Whoosh! Although the 2 were very close, Shen Yu twisted his body to evade the lime powder. Following that, a flash of sword light appeared, and Lu'er's head flew high into the air. After killing Lu'er, Shen Yu secretly broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for having acquired the martial art Flowing Cloud through a lottery, he would definitely have been unable to avoid the lime powder today. Therefore, he still couldn't underestimate anyone in the world, even if this Lu'er was only at the 6th level of body refinement. Suddenly, Shen Yu turned around and noticed the other 2 bandits were also getting up and fleeing. Shen Yu stepped onto the Flowing Cloud steps and caught up with the 2, killing them. These 2 were slightly weaker, only at the 5th level of body refinement. After killing the 3, he obtained 30 slaughter points. Subsequently, Shen Yu searched the corpses of the 3, finding only a few dozen taels of silver and a few daggers. After disposing of the 3 bodies in the forest, he began to hurry back. He returned to the city just before the gates were closed. Upon returning to his courtyard, Chunya and Dong-er came forward. "Second young master, why are you coming back now? The lady has sent someone to look for you several times." "Is that so? First prepare me a bath, after I bathe I will go see her." Half an hour later, Shen Yu arrived at the residence of the Shen family. After exchanging greetings, Shen Lin inquired kindly, Have you had dinner yet?" "Not yet, mother." "Then you should accompany your mother for dinner." Shen Yu nodded. Then Shen Lin arranged for the maid to serve the meal. Shen Lin came from a noble family and emphasized that one should not speak while eating or sleeping. Thus, there was no conversation during the meal. However, she frequently added food to Shen Yu's bowl. After the meal, the remnants were cleared away and tea and snacks were brought in. This afternoon the Zhong family sent someone to convey a message indicating their intention to form an alliance with our Shen family. Mother wishes to ask for your opinion, Shen Lin said with a gentle expression. Upon hearing the Zhong family, Shen Yu furrowed his brows. The previous Zhong family was the leader among the 5 top families in Yimu County. They had 3 masters of the Meridian opening level, especially the last family head Zhong Yu, who was a 5th level master of Meridian opening. In the Dian Kingdom, martial arts are the foundation of inheritance, and the control is very strict. The techniques circulating in the market are mostly at the body refinement level. Even the techniques at the qi condensation level are rare and precious, let alone techniques at the Meridian opening level. This is also the reason why the emergence of the Yuan Dan level martial arts from Xiao Zuangkong's tomb caused the major top forces in Yimu County to spare no effort in seeking it out. Because martial arts determine the potential for the development of a force. To get back to the point, Zhong Yu is quite renowned in Yimu County. Because the Zhong family, like the Shen family and a few others, has techniques that can only be cultivated up to the 1st level of Meridian opening. However, Zhong Yu managed to forcibly elevate the technique to the 5th level of Meridian opening without any subsequent techniques. Countless people who speak of him cannot help but admire him. Seeing Shen Yu silent, Shen Lin continued, I have communicated with the people of the Shen family. They seem to intend to marry Zhong Yuanqing to you. Zhong Yuanqing is the youngest daughter of the previous family head Zhong Yu. She is also the younger sister of the current family head Zhong Yuanshan. Mother inquired and found out that Miss Zhong not only possesses extraordinary beauty, but also has exceptional cultivation talent, having already reached the 9th level of body refinement. In the future, breaking through to the qi condensation level will not be difficult, and there is potential for breaking into the Meridian opening level. Now that both our Shen and Zhong families have lost masters of Meridian opening, it would be best to join forces to overcome the difficulties. Of course, if you are unwilling, I will not force you. Mother, I will follow your arrangement. Shen Yu thought for a moment and replied. Upon hearing this, Shen Lin could not help but reveal a smile. That's good. I will arrange for someone to convey the message to the Zhong family, and then let you meet Miss Zhong. Shen Yu nodded. Then I will trouble Mother to take care of it. In Longying village, Lu Guang drank 2 jars of wine alone. He summoned a guard outside, saying, Go check if Lu Heir has returned yet. He grew increasingly angry as he thought about the defeat from last night, especially the loss of dozens of elite bandits, which made him feel a deep pang of regret. Therefore he wished to dismember that brat who had ruined his plans. After a while the guard returned to reporting to the village chief, I have inquired, and Lu Heir has not yet returned to the village. Have someone keep watch. As soon as Lu Heir returns, report to me immediately. Frowning, Lu Guang spoke, and then got up to walk towards the backyard. In the backyard, there were several beautiful women he had captured. Now that he was in a bad mood, he could vent his frustrations on them. The next morning, Lu Guang woke up and glanced at the 3 women curled up in the corner, bruised from his previous actions. A hint of disgust flashed in his eyes as he exclaimed, Get the hell out of here. The 3 women trembled all over and immediately got up, limping out of the room. After having breakfast served by 2 of his subordinates, Lu Guang inquired, Has that dog Lu Heir still not returned? Yes, village chief. Immediately dissatisfaction appeared in Lu Guang's eyes as he said, What is Lu Heir doing? How can he not have figured out such a simple matter after a whole day? Arrange for some clever ones to investigate who that young man was that ruined our plans that night. Understood. One of the subordinates immediately went out to relay Lu Guang's orders. Meanwhile, Shen Yu arrived once again at the base of Eagle Beak Cliff, waiting for his opportunity. He intercepted Lu Heir and the 2 others who were returning to relay messages. Longying village would surely continue to send people to the county to gather information. As for why it was not at night, it was because the county's gates were closed at night and the city guards were stationed on the walls. Even if they went, they could not enter the city. Compared to the torturous wait yesterday, today Shen Yu's luck was much better. He waited only a quarter of an hour before seeing 4 bandits disguised as villagers coming down from the mountain. He seemed to see 40 kill points beckoning to him. As the 4 approached, Shen Yu leaped down from the tree. The true water 9 swords transformed into a brilliant sword light, effortlessly severing the heads of the 4. A delightful notification sound rang out. The 40 kill points were credited to him. Subsequently, Shen Yu began to search the corpses. Apart from a little over 10 taels of silver, he found nothing else. Then, just like yesterday, he disposed of the 4 bandits' corpses into the surrounding forest and started to head back. He returned to Yimu County. Shen Yu did not return to the mansion immediately. Instead, he strolled around the city first, then found a tea house. He ordered a pot of tea and some dried fruit snacks, listening to the gossip inside. To his surprise, he actually heard a piece of news. It had been nearly 10 days since the incident in Yimu County. The Yinshui prefecture had already received the news. Therefore, shortly after he left the city today, someone arrived from the prefectural city. It was unclear who specifically had come. However, judging from the demeanor of that group, they should not be ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Shen Yu lost interest in the tea. He hurriedly settled the bill, returned to the mansion, and then arranged for a steward to inquire about who had arrived from the prefectural city. At this moment, in the official office of Yunmu County Magistrate Qin Zhao was personally receiving this group of visitors from the prefectural city. Among them were people from the Demon Suppression Guard. In this world, there are not only humans, but also demons. Humans and demons are mortal enemies. Moreover, demons are naturally capable of controlling wild beasts and demon beasts. Therefore, whenever demons appear, it often leads to significant casualties. To eradicate demons, the Dian Kingdom established a special organization called the Demon Suppression Guard, specifically tasked with hunting and suppressing demons. During the execution of their tasks, the Demon Suppression Guard has the authority to mobilize local constables and city guards to cooperate with their actions. Originally, the Demon Suppression Guard was solely focused on demons and did not intervene in other matters. However, later on, the authority of the Demon Suppression Guard gradually expanded, not only targeting demons, but also responsible for handling certain special incidents and some unruly cultivators. Yu Baihu, here is the file you requested. Qin Zhao respectfully presented the document regarding the tomb of Previously, in the competition for the inheritance and treasures within the tomb of Xiao Xuankong, not only the city guard's lieutenant brought elite city guards, but even the county lieutenant took a group of constables to contend. Fortunately, Qin Zhao had just been transferred to Yunmu County not long ago. Without a foundation and lacking strong connections, he himself was merely a scholar possessing only a trifling cultivation of the third level of body refinement. Thus, he was not qualified to compete for opportunities. It was akin to escaping with his life. If he had truly possessed the strength to contend, he would likely have perished within the tomb. Yu Shuang opened the file and began to read it attentively. Soon her expression turned serious. Upon noticing this, everyone around immediately fell silent, not daring to breathe, fearing to disturb Yu Baihu. The ordinary ranks of the Demon Suppression Guard are at the 9th rank, mostly composed of Qi condensation cultivators. Above them is the Demon Suppression Lieutenant, ranked at the 8th rank, requiring at least the cultivation of Meridian Opening. Above the Demon Suppression Lieutenant is the Demon Suppression Banner, which requires at least the late stage of Meridian Opening, meaning a cultivation above the 7th level of Meridian Opening, and is ranked at the 7th rank, equivalent to the rank of an ordinary county magistrate. Next is the Chief of the Demon Suppression Guard, who must reach the Qi Si realm to qualify for the position, starting from the 6th rank. Above the chief is the Deputy Baihu, who must at least be held by someone at the late stage of Qi Si and is ranked at. Lastly, the Baihu must possess strength above the Golden Core realm to qualify, and the rank of the Baihu has already reached the 5th rank. As for the county magistrates, their ranks also differ. The magistrate of a small county is at the 7th rank. The magistrate of a medium county is at the 7th rank. The magistrate of a large county is at the 6th rank. Yunmu County is a medium county, and its magistrate is at the 7th rank. A moment later, Yu Shuang broke the silent atmosphere by asking, "County Magistrate Qin, can you confirm that is the tomb of a Golden Core expert?" Qin Zhao pondered and replied, "Reporting to Baihu, I can basically confirm that it is indeed the tomb of Xiao Xuankong, a Golden Core expert from 300 years ago, as the tombstone and inscription serve as evidence. Additionally, our county records also document that 300 years ago there was indeed a Golden Core expert named Xiao Xuankong in Yunmu County. You all take a look." After hearing Qin Zhao's response, Yu Shuang tossed the file to her subordinate to pass around. As her subordinate passed the file around, Yu Shuang said to Qin Zhao, "County Magistrate Qin, you may go about your business. Yes, I take my leave. If Baihu requires anything from me, please feel free to ask." Qin Zhao said respect. After that, Qin Zhao withdrew, feeling relieved. To be honest, staying alongside this Baihu of the Demon Suppression Guard was quite stressful. Among the people who came from the prefectural city this time, aside from the Demon Suppression Guard, there were also Lu Dongxing, who took over the position of the city guard's lieutenant, and Chen Hanshan, who assumed the role of county lieutenant. Yu Shuang is a decisive woman. Upon confirming that Xiao Xiankong might undergo a corpse transformation, she set off with her subordinates from the Demon Suppression Guard to suppress him. As a member of the Demon Suppression Guard, she is acutely aware of the severe consequences that would arise from a corpse transformation of a Golden Core realm powerhouse. If not dealt with promptly, it could spell disaster for all living beings within 100 miles. At the Shun residence in the right courtyard, Shen Yu was sitting in the yard sipping tea and reading a book. His two personal maids, Chunya and Dong Er, were attending to him. He was not reading a classic text, but rather a travelogue. In his past life, he was only 14 years old and was engrossed in martial arts. He had little understanding of the situation in the county town, let alone the entire Dian Kingdom and the world beyond. Shen Yu suspected that the author of this travelogue was a capable cultivator, as it covered not only the Dian Kingdom, but also its neighboring countries, the Dayu Kingdom and the Dazhou Kingdom. Additionally, it included introductions to various cultivation sects, mentioning the Qian sect. After finishing this travelogue, Shen Yu gained a general understanding of the Dian Kingdom. The Dian Kingdom is vast, divided into 9 states and 72 divisions. Each division governs 3 to 5 prefectures, and each prefecture oversees 5 to 10 counties. Yunmu County is one of the 8 county towns under the jurisdiction of the Yunshui Prefecture in the Ning-South Division. Shen Yu privately estimated that the territory of the Dian Kingdom is comparable to the area of the Blue Planet where he originated. Not to mention outside the Dian Kingdom, there are numerous other nations. Therefore, he could hardly fathom the true size of this world. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the courtyard door. It was a servant he had sent to gather information returning. Shen Yu called him in, and the servant immediately began to relay the news he had uncovered. To be precise, the team that arrived today consists of 3 factions: the Demon Suppression Guard from Yunshui Prefecture and the newly appointed commander of the City Guard. There was also a military official taking over the county magistrate position. After listening to the report, Shen Yu had Chun Yu give the servant a silver coin to send him on his way, then appeared deep in thought. Among these 3 factions, the Demon Suppression Guard is undoubtedly the strongest. However, in his view, they are likely here for the grand tomb of Xiao Xuankong, so he doesn't need to pay them much mind. What he really needs to be wary of are the new City Guard commander and the county magistrate. Currently, there are no experts in the Foundation establishment realm left in Yunmu County. Without high-level martial power to suppress them, various forces, including the Shen family, would likely become easy prey in the eyes of the City Guard commander and county magistrate. If these 2 men are not too greedy, perhaps the various forces could scrape by for a while longer without incurring disaster. However, if they are excessively greedy, it is likely that the various forces will be completely drained, and they might not even be able to save their own lives. Just as Shen Yu was pondering countermeasures, a maid from the Shen family, Xiao Dai, arrived again. "Second young master, the madam requests your presence." Shortly after, Shen Yu arrived at Shen Lin's side and asked, "Mother, what is it that you need me for?" "Just now someone from the Zhong family sent word arranging for you to meet with Miss Zhong tomorrow morning at the Qingxin Tea House." "So soon?" Shen Yu was somewhat surprised, but quickly realized that the Zhong family must have sensed the threat posed by the newly appointed City Guard commander and county magistrate and wanted to expedite the marriage between the 2 families. Although the Shen family has the shallowest foundation among the gentry in the county town, as long as Shen Hui, who is stationed at the Demon Suppression Pass, is not dead, they still possess a certain degree of deterrence. Moreover, Shen Yu himself has displayed exceptional talent in cultivation, already reaching the 6th level of qi condensation at just 14 years old, which also affords him a level of deterrence. Shen Lin lowered her voice and said, "No one knows what the attitudes of the new City Guard commander and county magistrate are. The Zhong family's urgent desire to marry is also for self-preservation, and we of the Shen family are the same." "I understand, mother." Shen Yu nodded. Returning to his own courtyard, he asked Chunya and Dong Er, "Do you wish to cultivate?" "Second young master, can we?" Hearing this, both women were quite tempted. "As long as you wish to, you can," Shen Yu said earnestly. "Second young master, we are willing." Then Shen Yu began to instruct the 2 women, directly teaching them the Yushui Dangong. However, he reminded them to keep it a secret and not to reveal the cultivation method to anyone. As the saying goes, possessing a gem can be a crime. If a golden core level cultivation method were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly attract countless coveters. After all, didn't the experts of Yunmu County all come out to acquire a golden core level cultivation method? At this moment, inside the City Guard commander's residence, the newly appointed City Guard commander Lu Dongxing was reviewing the intelligence dossier compiled by his trusted subordinates regarding the major forces in Yunmu County. To take on the position of City Guard commander in Yunmu County, he did not only pay a considerable price himself, but even his family had spent a substantial sum to establish connections. After all the experts in the Foundation establishment realm among the major forces in Yunmu County have perished. These forces appear to him as a huge piece of meat who wouldn't want to bite. Fortunately, he successfully obtained this position in the end. Yunmu County boasts 5 major martial arts families, 2 martial arts schools, and 3 gangs. These 10 forces are exceedingly wealthy. Therefore, after reviewing the intelligence dossier, Lu Dongsheng was contemplating which family to target first. However, before making a move, he needed to communicate with Chen Han. After all, the force behind Chen Han is not weaker than the Lu family. It is impossible for him to monopolize everything. Moreover, in terms of position, Chen Han, as the county magistrate, holds the advantage. As for the county magistrate Qin Zhao, although he ranks half a level above both of them, neither Chen Han nor Lu Dongsheng regards him highly, not even giving him the qualification to sip broth. At the Zhong family residence, inside a brocade building, Zhong Yuanqing's maid hurried in. Seeing Zhong Yuanqing practicing swordplay, she did not dare to disturb her, and instead stood quietly to the side. After a quarter of an hour, Zhong Yuanqing stopped her sword dance, sheathed her sword, and looked at the maid beside her, asking, "Xinga, what is it?" "Miss, the family head asked me to inform you to meet with the second young master of the Shen family, Shen Yu, at the Qingxin Tea House tomorrow at the hour of the snake." Xinger hurriedly replied. "Why so soon?" Zhong Yuanqing frowned slightly. As a legitimate daughter of a noble family, she has received excellent training since childhood, so she understands the crisis the Zhong family currently faces. The only way to survive is to marry another family. Among the major forces in the county town, marrying into the Shen family is undoubtedly the best choice. After all, the Shen family has a golden core realm elder stationed outside. Additionally, the second young master of the Shen family has demonstrated remarkable talent in cultivation. In contrast, the other forces have all lost their foundation establishment experts, and none of the younger generation have reached the qi condensation realm. Thus, Shen Yu is undoubtedly the best marriage partner. You go tell my elder brother I understand. Zhong Yuanxing instructed her maid Xinger. All right, miss, I will inform the family head right away. Xinger hurriedly left. Once Xinger was gone, a hint of doubt flashed in Zhong Yuanqing's eyes. She recalled that in her previous life, until the destruction of the Shen family, Shen Yu had never revealed exceptional talent in cultivation, even dying during the extermination of his clan. Yet in this life, he has displayed outstanding cultivation talent, transforming from a mere waste into a genius. Is it due to my rebirth, or is this so-called rebirth merely a dream? However, she quickly dismissed the idea of it being a dream because the cultivation methods and martial skills in her mind could be practiced. In his past life, because Shen Yu did not display the cultivation of the 6th level of qi condensation, the marriage alliance between the Zhong family and the Shen family naturally fell through. Could it be that Shen Yu has also been reborn? However, she felt that this possibility was slim. Because in his past life, the Shen family was destroyed merely 3 months from now, and Shen Yu also perished in that family tragedy. Even if he were a reborn being, his cultivation talent could not have improved so drastically compared to his past life. Moreover, she had secretly sent someone to inquire. Shen Yu had forcefully suppressed butler Zhang Gao and qi condensation guard Li Si 7 days after Shen Feng's death. During these 7 days, Zhang Gao and Li Si had jointly taken control of the Shen family. If Shen Yu possessed the cultivation of the 6th level of qi condensation, how could he tolerate 2 wicked slaves of the 1st level of qi condensation bullying him? Furthermore, during this period, he was also injured by Zhang Gao's son Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was merely at the body refinement level. Therefore, she concluded that something must have happened on the 7th day, allowing Shen Yu to suddenly obtain some opportunity and rapidly advance to the 6th level of qi condensation. And she just happened to return on that day. Could it be that my rebirth has rewritten Shen Yu's destiny? Zhong Yuanxing thought to herself. In her past life, the situation of the Zhong family was not much better than that of the Shen family. Although they were not completely exterminated, they were nearly wiped out. At first, her elder brother constantly bribed Lu Dongsheng to protect the Zhong family. However, Lu Dongsheng's appetite was far too large. His goal was to devour the entire Zhong family. Therefore, he had been slowly eating away at the assets of the Zhong family. Eventually, her elder brother Zhong Yuanshan came to his senses and suspected Lu Dongsheng's schemes. To preserve the Zhong family's lineage, he secretly sent her and a group of young clansmen out of Yunmu County. However, there was a traitor within the family who reported to Lu Dongsheng. He first fabricated charges and imprisoned Zhong Yuanshan, then sent people to hunt them down. In the battle against the pursuers, she broke through to the 1st level of qi condensation and barely escaped. But everyone who left with her from the younger generation perished under the blades of the pursuers. During her more than 10 years of fleeing, she experienced numerous fortuitous encounters. In the end, she broke through to become a golden core realm powerhouse. Thus, she quietly returned to Yunmu County to seek revenge on Lu Dongsheng. More than 10 years had passed. The Zhong family was no longer the same Zhong family. For the current Zhong family had become Lu Dongsheng's lapdogs, and the ones controlling the Zhong family were not from the main lineage, but from a collateral line. The main lineage had long since perished in these years. As for Lu Dongsheng, after devouring the Zhong family, he used their wealth to exchange for a large amount of cultivation resources, breaking through to the Qi realm. He was promoted to a higher position in Yunshui Prefecture. Thus, she followed him to Yunshui Prefecture and learned that Lu Dongsheng had become one of the county's captains, commanding 3,000 soldiers, and had reached the 9th level of the Qi realm. After lying low for half a month, she found an opportunity to successfully kill Lu Dongsheng. However, the family behind Lu Dongsheng was the top noble family of Yunshui Prefecture, the Lu family. Upon learning that Lu Dongsheng had been assassinated, the Lu family was furious. They dispatched 3 Golden Core realm experts to pursue her. She fought back fiercely and killed 2 of the Lu family's Golden Core powerhouses, but was severely injured by the last one. Fortunately, the deaths of those 2 Golden Core powerhouses intimidated the last one, preventing him from continuing the chase. She spent 2 years recovering from her injuries. Then she spent another 10 years raising her cultivation to the nascent soul realm. Finally, she returned to Yunshui Prefecture to settle scores with the Lu family. Although she successfully destroyed the Lu family, she ended up on the Imperial Wanted list and faced endless pursuit from the Demon Suppression Guard. Months later, she was killed by Yu Shuiying of the Demon Suppression Guard in a snowy region. Just a few days ago, she was reborn back to her youthful years. After being reborn, she felt quite regretful. If she had returned a week earlier, she could have stopped her father from seizing Xiao Zuankong's inheritance. Unfortunately, she was reborn at the moment of her father's death. Therefore, even though she possessed the cultivation method to reach the nascent soul realm, she had no confidence in rewriting the fate of the Zhong family. After all, the time left for her was already limited. Even with all her efforts in cultivation, it was impossible to reach the meridian opening realm in just a few months. If Shen Yu can reach the meridian opening realm, perhaps it could change the outcome for both our families. Suddenly a thought arose in Zhong Yuanqing's mind. Thinking of this, she decided to meet Shen Yu tomorrow and evaluate him. If he was worthy of support, she would suggest the Zhong family do everything possible to help him break through to the meridian opening. If he proved unworthy, she would recommend the Zhong family to relocate in advance. Although it would be a heavy loss, at least it would preserve the Zhong family. Shen Yu was still instructing two close maidservants in their cultivation. Before long, Xiao Dai returned. Thus, Shen Yu hurried to the courtyard of Shenlin. After greeting her, Shenlin displayed a worried expression. Just now, the newly appointed County Lieutenant Chen Hanshan sent a formal invitation asking our Shen family to send someone to Shengyun Tower for a banquet tomorrow night. I fear it will not be a pleasant banquet. Shen Yu frowned. It seems that Yuer has also discerned the other party's intentions. Shenlin forced a smile and said, Our Shen family currently lacks a strong presence in the meridian opening realm, as our vast assets are bound to attract covetous eyes. I just wonder how big the appetite of this new county lieutenant is. Then I shall attend the banquet tomorrow. Shen Yu said. Currently, he is the only one of worth in the Shen family. Oh, I cannot let Shenlin, a woman of the household, attend the banquet alone. Yuer, if the other party makes any excessive demands, you should agree first. I have already written to your elder brother to see if he can take leave to return. Shenlin urged, If your elder brother can return, it will likely intimidate those who have designs on our Shen family. Mother, I understand. Shen Yu nodded, but did not place his hopes on his elder brother, as distant water cannot quench near thirst. Besides, his elder brother Shen Hui was part of the demon suppression army. His position was merely that of a squad leader. How could he easily take leave? Furthermore, that county lieutenant came from Yunshui Prefecture, likely with considerable background. Even if his elder brother Shen Hui were a powerhouse in the meridian opening realm, he might not be able to intimidate the other party. Therefore, he had to rely on himself. After comforting Shenlin for a moment, Shen Yu left, and his expression grew increasingly grave. Relying solely on hunting bandits to earn kill points was far too slow. After all, even if there were bandits coming down from the mountains tomorrow, he could only earn a few dozen kill points at most. Thus, he had to find another way. Returning to his own courtyard, he instructed the two close maidservants briefly. Shen Yu then exited the manor, passing through the West City Gate and headed towards the Western Mountains. The Western Mountains were only about 15 or 16 li from the county town. In this mountainous region, wild beasts were plentiful. Many hunters would come here to hunt. Moreover, there were also demon beasts in the depths of the mountains. Shen Yu's target was to hunt the demon beasts in the Western Mountains. After leaving the city, Shen Yu quickened his pace. Relying on the martial skill Flowing Clouds, he arrived in less than a quarter of an hour. Then he began to enter the mountains along the mountain path. Along the way, he picked up quite a few stones to keep with him. About 7 minutes after entering the mountains, Shen Yu spotted a gray wild rabbit in the nearby grass. The stone in his hand flew out. With a thud, it pierced through the rabbit's skull. He then earned 0.1 kill points. Shen Yu shook his head silently and quickened his pace into the mountains. Along the way, he killed any wild beasts he encountered with stones, but the kill points he gained were heartbreakingly few. In Yumu County on the western mountain, Shen Yu swiftly moved through the forest clad in snug attire. As he advanced, he occasionally flicked a pebble, striking down the surrounding animals. After more than half an hour, Shen Yu halted, circulating his techniques to replenish the consumed qi within his body. At the same time, he accessed the system interface to check his status. His kill points had reached 72.1. This meant that the animals he had slain along the way had only yielded him 1.9 kill points. Too few. He put away the panel, gently shaking his head. After a moment of rest, the qi he had consumed was fully restored. Just as he prepared to delve deeper, he suddenly heard a commotion from the left front. With a glance, Shen Yu leapt up and landed on the crown of the tallest tree nearby, looking towards the source of the sound. He then spotted 5 hunters fleeing in panic through the forest. Close behind them, a towering black bear, over 3 meters tall, was in hot pursuit. However, trailing the black bear were hundreds, if not thousands, of fist-sized golden bees, relentlessly chasing it. This way. Seeing this scene, Shen Yu's mind began to race. This black bear was larger than an ordinary one. From it, Shen Yu faintly sensed the aura of a demon beast, indicating that it was either evolving into a demon beast or had already transformed into a first-tier demon beast. The swarm of golden bees pursuing the black bear also emanated a faint aura of demon beasts. The fleeing hunters heard the noise and turned to see Shen Yu standing on the treetop, instantly realizing that he was a formidable cultivator. Without a moment's hesitation, they made a beeline for Shen Yu. The black bear behind them immediately changed direction and continued its pursuit. After several dozen breaths, the 5 hunters reached him. You all go ahead. They'll stop the black bear. The 5 hunters did not hesitate, simply expressing their thanks before continuing their escape. Soon the black bear closed in to within 10 meters of the tree where Shen Yu stood. At that moment Shen Yu leapt down from the treetop. The true water 9, swords in his hand, slashed towards the black bear's neck. Although the bear tried to block, the gap between them was too vast. Just as its massive paw reached out, its head was sent flying into the air. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 kill points. Hearing the system's announcement, a smile involuntarily appeared on Shen Yu's handsome face. Buzz, buzz, buzzed. At that moment the swarm of golden bees caught up. Upon seeing the black bear's demise, they immediately targeted Shen Yu for attack. Swish, swish, swish. The sword light flickered as Shen Yu wielded the true water 9 swords with impeccable precision. In just a few breaths, a pile of golden bee corpses began to accumulate beneath his feet. Moreover, during this time the system's announcement continuously rang out. Congratulations, host, you have gained 3 kill points. Shen Yu initially thought that one bee would grant him a single kill point, but to his surprise each was worth 3 kill points. Thus he wielded his sword with even more vigor. After slaying nearly half the bees, they seemed to feel fear and began to turn tail and flee. But how could Shen Yu let these living kill points escape? He activated the flowing clouds technique to its fullest, chasing after them with a flurry of slashes. 2 minutes later Shen Yu sheathed his sword and checked his kill points. He had annihilated the majority of the swarm. The number of kill points had skyrocketed to 2,638. 1. Struck it rich. A silly grin spread across Shen Yu's face. Thinking of this, he immediately spent 600 kill points to elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of chi condensation. He had 2038. 1 kill points remaining. The plus sign behind his cultivation level still glowed, indicating that he could continue to improve. However, he sensed that the chi within him was faintly out of control. He understood that this was due to his low cultivation level, making it impossible to perfectly control the chi within. Therefore, to raise his cultivation to the meridian opening stage, he would need to enhance his techniques first. With that thought, he waved his hand and stored the black bear into his storage ring. A black bear reaching demon beast level was worth at least several hundred taels of silver. There was no reason to leave it in the wilderness. He had already achieved his purpose for coming to the Western Mountain, so he did not linger. Thus, Shen Yu activated the flowing clouds technique and returned to the county. After advancing 3 small realms in cultivation, his speed increased further. Therefore, in less than half an hour, he arrived at the Western City Gate. Before long, he returned to the Shen household. Young master, you're back. Upon seeing Shen Yu, 2 personal maidservants rushed over. I need to enter closed-door cultivation. Do not let anyone disturb me until I come out. After giving this instruction, Shen Yu entered his room. He then sat cross-legged on the ground, accessed the system panel, and pressed the plus sign behind the water control pill art. Instantly, insights concerning this technique began to flood into his mind. After absorbing these insights, his water control pill art also reached the mastery level. His kill points decreased by 200. Once the technique reached mastery, the previously faintly uncontrollable chi became as easy to manipulate as an arm or leg. I can break through to the meridian opening stage now. Shen Yu pressed the plus sign behind his cultivation level. Instantly, he felt a gentle energy emerging within one of his meridians. This gentle energy was rapidly opening up one of his meridians. 15 minutes later, the meridian was completely opened, and the chi in his dantian circulated through this meridian. When it returned to the dantian, it transformed into deep blue true chi. The human body has 9 meridians, and opening all 9 is the 9th level of meridian opening. Shen Yu sensed that after breaking through to the meridian opening stage, his physical body had been reinforced by roughly 2-fold. The chi transformed into true chi, reducing in quantity to 1/3. However, its strength increased by more than 3 times. More critically, after transforming into true chi, it now possessed attributes. Although water attribute, true chi may not be the strongest in terms of offense, it possesses the ability to heal injuries and recover quickly. He glanced at his kill points. He had 1538. 1 remaining. It seemed that breaking through to the meridian opening stage had consumed 300 kill points. The plus sign behind his cultivation level still illuminated. This meant that he could continue to enhance his cultivation. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Yu consumed 600 points to elevate his cultivation to the 3rd level of meridian opening. He had 938. 1 kill points left. After some thought, he spent 500 kill points to advance the water control pill art to minor success. After absorbing the insights from the technique, Shen Yu discovered that he had nearly reached a perfect level of control over his own strength. He had over 400 kill points remaining. Shen Yu planned to use them for a lottery. After all, he was still quite weak in martial skills. System spend 400 kill points for 4 lottery draws. Ding. Lottery initiated. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Divine Insight Eye. Would you like to receive it? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the 4th tier martial skill Divine Pulse 13 Swords. Would you like to receive it? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a bottle of cleansing marrow pills. Would you like to receive it? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the secret technique divine forging method. Would you like to receive it? Receive all. In the next moment, all 4 prizes appeared in the system space. Shen Yu first integrated the divine insight eye. This divine ability grants the power to perceive all things, but it has a limitation. It cannot perceive entities beyond 2 major realms of oneself. With that thought, he looked towards the 2 personal maidservants standing outside the door. Name Chunya. Age 13 years and 8 months. Cultivation none. Bone quality mid-grade. Loyalty 94. Identity personal maidservant of Shen Yu, the second young master of the Shen family in Yimu County. Name Dong Heir. Age 12 years and 11 months. Cultivation none. Bone quality mid-grade. Loyalty 95. Identity personal maidservant of Shen Yu, the second young master of the Shen family in Yimu County. Seeing that both women had achieved medium-grade root bone, Shen Yu was somewhat surprised. After all, his previous incarnation's root bone was only low-grade. However, after crossing over, he consumed a root bone pill, which should have improved his aptitude to medium-grade. Even so, it was still inferior to Shen Yu's high-grade root bone. Thinking of this, Shen Yu got up and took a mirror, then used his inside eye on himself. Indeed, his current root bone was medium-grade. He then put down the bronze mirror and fused with the 13 swords of divine veins. After completing the fusion, he reached the entry level. This sword technique specifically targets the meridian nodes within the human body, and the sword energy it condenses possesses strong penetrative power, easily infiltrating the meridians and damaging the meridian nodes. Once the meridian nodes are damaged, the entire meridian will be affected. Not bad, this is a very good sword technique. Shen Yu nodded in satisfaction. Next, he obtained the cleansing marrow pill. This pill has the effect of washing the marrow and cleansing the body. After use, it not only expels impurities and toxins from within, but also strengthens the meridians and can enhance one's root bone. Shen Yu did not use it immediately. Instead, he received the secret technique refining the divine method. After completing the fusion, this technique reached the first layer. Shen Yu felt his perception instantly increase several times. This secret technique has a total of 9 layers, and cultivating to the 3rd layer allows one to condense their divine sense. With divine sense, one can use it as a 3rd eye and directly attack others' souls. Unfortunately, he only had 38 slaughter points left. Otherwise, he would have wanted to directly elevate it to the 3rd layer and condense his divine sense. The sword technique, secret technique, and divine powers had already been fully integrated. It was time to take the cleansing marrow pill. However, before that, it was best to prepare a bath. So he shouted outside, Chunya Dong, Heir, have someone prepare bathwater, I want to bathe. Half an hour later, Shen Yu arrived at the bathing area next door and stepped into the steaming bathtub. He took out a cleansing marrow pill and put it in his mouth. As the effects of the cleansing marrow pill began to take effect, Shen Yu felt his pores open and something was crawling out from within. The originally clear hot water in the tub also began to turn black. At the same time, his bones felt tingly as if bugs were crawling out from within. After a while, Shen Yu could not help but cough, and when he opened his mouth, a mass of congealed black blood fell to the ground. Shen Yu felt significantly lighter all over. When he stepped out of the bathing area, Chunya and Dong Heir looked at him with a hint of daze before quickly lowering their heads, blushing. Returning to his room, Shen Yu took out the bronze mirror to look at himself and couldn't help but exclaim, what a handsome young man with red lips and white teeth. Originally, his incarnation was already very handsome, and after taking the cleansing marrow pill and expelling the impurities and toxins from his body, his skin had improved markedly, making him look even more extraordinary. The next morning, Shen Yu once again arrived at the foot of Eagle Beak Cliff. No matter how small a mosquito, is it still meat? He planned to wait here and reap another wave of mountain bandits. However, after waiting for more than half an hour, he still did not see any mountain bandits coming down. Shen Yu couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. But upon reflection, although Lu Guang was just a bandit leader, he could lead hundreds of bandits. He must possess some degree of intelligence. If he had not realized the problem after being ambushed twice, that would be too foolish. Therefore, it was unlikely that they would send anyone down today. Thinking about the blind date with Zhong Yuanqing at the hour of the snake today, Shen Yu leaped down from the tree and quickly returned to the county town. He had just arrived back at the Shen residence. He saw Xiao Dai standing in his courtyard. Second young master, you have finally returned. The madam is still... Xiao Dai was almost in tears. This was already her 3rd trip, and she had no idea where the second young master had run off to so early in the morning. After 2 unsuccessful trips, she simply waited in the courtyard for Shen Yu's return. Xiao Dai, don't worry. Oh, I'm back now, Shen Yu said with a smile. Young master, the madam has urged several times, please come with me quickly. Let's go now. A little while later, Shen Yu followed Xiao Dai to the side of Shen Linshi. Seeing Shen Yu arrive, Shen Linshi let out a sigh of relief and urged Yuer quickly change into this outfit. Xiao Dai Xiao Zhugo helped the second young master change clothes. Shen Yu did not resist and followed the 2 maids into the inner room, changing into the clothes Shen Linshi prepared. After changing and going out, he received praise from Shen Yu, and then they hurried out the door towards the Qingxin tea house. A quarter of an hour later, 2 carriages bearing the Shen family crest arrived at the Qingxin tea house. Shen Yu stepped down from the carriage first, and then came to the other carriage to assist Shen Yu down. Then they headed towards the Qingxin tea house together, as the second young master of the Shen family and the young lady of the Zhong family were to have their blind date there. The entire tea house had been booked by the Zhong family. At the entrance of the tea house, the Zhong family's steward was there to greet them. Under the steward's guidance, they went to the second floor. Outside the private room stood a beautiful lady and a serene yet stunning young girl. After a brief exchange of greetings, they entered the private room. The young and beautiful woman was the current head of the Zhong family's wife, while the girl was naturally Shen Yu's blind date today. Upon entering the private room, Shen Yu instinctively used his inside eye on the girl. Name Zhong Yuanqing. Age 14 years and 5 months. Cultivation body, refining 9th layer. Root bone medium grade. Affinity 10. Identity younger sister of Zhong Yuanshan, head of the Zhong family in Yunmu County. Note a reborn expert of the nascent soul realm. Seeing this note, Shen Yu maintained an indifferent expression, but inside, he was somewhat shocked and astonished. This Zhong Yuanqing was actually a reborn individual, and furthermore, a reborn nascent soul expert. Could she be the legendary destined woman? However, Shen Yu quickly let it go. While she was a reborn person, he was not inferior, he was a transmigrator. Next, Shen Yu and Zhong Wangshi began to chat in the private room. Shen Yu and Zhong Yuanqing sat obediently beside each other, occasionally glancing at one another, but they did not speak. After a while, Zhong Wangshi took the initiative and said, "My little sister usually stays at home. Young Master Shen, would you be able to take her on a tour around the city?" Shen Yu nodded and then looked at Zhong Yuanqing. She nodded in response to his gaze. "Then I'll trouble second brother. You're welcome." Then the two of them exited the tea house, but behind them followed servants from both families, keeping a distance of 3 meters to avoid disrupting their conversation. After walking for a while, seeing that Shen Yu had no intention of speaking, Zhong Yuanqing couldn't help but say second brother Shen's cultivation should be beyond the 6th layer of qi condensation, right? Although she was currently at the 9th layer of body refining, she had been a nascent soul expert before her rebirth. Earlier in the tea house, she had observed Shen Yu and determined that his cultivation was beyond the 6th layer of qi condensation, as she vaguely felt that he had already stepped into the meridian opening realm. Sister Zhong has a good eye? Shen Yu nodded noncommittally. May I ask if second brother Shen could disclose his specific realm to my little sister? Don't you think that question is a bit abrupt? Shen Yu looked at her with a smile that was not quite a smile. Indeed it is. Zhong Yuanqing did not seem embarrassed. I want to understand second brother Shen's cultivation to determine if you have the strength to protect both the Shen and Zhong families. So are our 2 families in danger? Shen Yu feigned confusion and asked. Zhong Yuanqing replied lightly, if our 2 families lose a meridian opening expert, it would be like a child carrying gold through a crowded market, surely attracting the covetous eyes of certain greedy individuals. I believe second brother Shen understands that our 2 families chose to marry for self-preservation. Indeed, I am at the 3rd layer of meridian opening. Shen Yu revealed his cultivation realm. Hearing that Shen Yu had already reached the 3rd layer of meridian opening, Zhong Yuanqing couldn't help but feel delighted. Then she looked at Shen Yu and said, second brother Shen, I would like to make a deal with you. What kind of deal do you want to make? Shen Yu asked. As long as you can protect the Zhong family for the next year, I can offer the second brother of the Shen family a Qi C level cultivation method and a 4th-tier martial skill. Zhong Yuanqing spoke in a lowered voice. She was a reborn nascent soul expert with ample cultivation experience. Given enough time, she was confident that she could cultivate back to the nascent soul realm within 10 years. As for the meridian opening realm, she was confident she could reach it within 6 months. Shen Yu did not agree immediately, but instead asked, do you know the strength of the newly appointed city guard lieutenant and county lieutenant? Zhong Yuanqing continued in a lowered voice. According to the information we gathered from the Zhong family, the new city guard lieutenant is named Lu Dongxing, a 3rd-stage meridian opening cultivator. However, he has the backing of the Yunshui Lu family, which has a golden core expert. The newly appointed county lieutenant is named Chun Hanshan, a 2nd-stage meridian opening cultivator. Although his background is not as strong as Lu Dongxing's, his father is one of the county guards in Yunshui Prefecture, a latest-stage Qi C expert. Both of these individuals are after the wealth of the major factions in our county. If neither of our families has a meridian opening expert, we will only end up with a broken family. Currently, the second brother of the Shen family is a 3rd-stage meridian opening cultivator, and your elder brother is also a meridian opening expert, which has a certain deterrent effect on these 2, preventing them from turning hostile directly. As long as we part with some financial assets, we can still protect our family. At this point, Zhong Yuanqing paused slightly. As for our engagement, we can tentatively establish it and cancel it after our families get through this crisis. At that time, I will also provide some compensation to the second brother of the Shen family. What does the second brother think? As a reborn individual, she not only possessed abundant cultivation resources, but also understood many opportunities. However, her current strength was still weak, and she was not qualified to claim these resources. Once she reaches the Meridian Opening realm, she can take these resources. At that time, she can offer some compensation to Shen Yu. Alright, I agree. Shen Yu nodded. Hearing Shen Yu's agreement, Zhong Yuanqing could not help but reveal a smile. Thank you, second brother Shen. This is a 4th-tier cultivation method, and as for the other 4th-tier martial skill, I will present it to you in a year. Shen Yu took the cultivation method and glanced at the cover which had no inscriptions, then tucked it into his bosom, as it was inconvenient to read in public. After discussing the deal, both of them lost the desire to continue wandering. Just as they were about to return, they heard the sound of hoofbeats. The two looked up and saw a group dressed in dark uniforms, exuding a menacing aura coming from the east. At the forefront was a strikingly beautiful young woman with an aloof demeanor. Yu Shuiying. Upon seeing this woman, Zhong Yuanqing could not help but narrow her eyes, a trace of hatred and killing intent flashing deep within. It should be noted that this was the woman who had surrounded and killed her in the snow domain before her rebirth. Yu Shuiying, riding a horse, seemed to sense something. Her gaze shifted to Shen Yu and Zhong Yuanqing, as she had just sensed a look filled with hatred and killing intent. However, after scanning over the young boy and girl, she found no abnormalities. Suddenly, her gaze lingered on Shen Yu, observing him carefully, realizing that the boy should have reached the Meridian Opening realm. The boy appeared to be only 14 or 15 years old, still holding some childishness on his face. Reaching the Meridian Opening realm at such an age made him a genius, even in Yinshui Prefecture. Xiaowu, Yu Shuiying called out softly. Yes. Did you see that pair of young boy and girl by the street? Investigate their backgrounds quickly. Understood. Soon the team from the Demon Suppression Guard passed through the street and disappeared from their sight. Does the younger sister of the Shen family seem to know this team? Shen Yu suddenly asked. They are from the Demon Suppression Guard. Zhong Yuanqing replied softly. The woman at the forefront is named Yu Shuiying, very powerful. Her cultivation is likely at the Golden Core realm. She must be here to handle matters regarding the tomb of Xiao Xiankong. So it's the Demon Suppression Guard. Shen Yu nodded. He had heard of the Demon Suppression Guard before, but he did not know much, only that their selection process was very strict, and they were the most formidable violent organization in the Dying Kingdom. Noticing Zhong Yuanqing's emotions were somewhat low, Shen Yu remained silent on the way back. However, he noticed that Zhong Yuanqing's mood had only dropped upon seeing the Demon Suppression Guard. He could not help but wonder if she had a grudge against them before her rebirth. Not long after returning to the Qingxin tea house, both families left the tea house and returned home. Shen Yu was called to the carriage of Shen Lin. She looked at Shen Yu with anticipation in her eyes, asking, "Where? How did your conversation with the young lady of the Zhong family go?" "It was fine. We are not averse to each other." "Since you are not averse to each other, then I will discuss with the Zhong family as soon as possible to arrange your engagement. I will follow mother's wishes." Returning to the Shen family, Shen Yu went back to his own courtyard. He took out the cultivation method that Zhong Yuanqing had given him from his storage ring and began to read it. This is a good 4th-tier cultivation method. Cultivating it to perfection can reach the 6th stage of the Qi Si. With the financial strength of the Shen family, even if they exhausted their assets, they would likely not be able to acquire such a cultivation method. Yet Zhong Yuanqing had given it to him so casually. However, thinking of her being a reborn nascent soul expert, he felt relieved. For a nascent soul expert, a 4th-tier cultivation method really meant nothing. Time unknowingly passed to the evening. Shen Yu took a carriage out of the Shen family again. However, before departing, he went to see Shen Lin again and obtained 3,000 taels of gold notes from her. In this world, the exchange rate of gold to silver is 101. This means that 1 tael of gold is worth 10 taels of silver. The 3,000 taels of gold notes were meant to bribe County Lieutenant Chen Han. Shen Yu had asked Shen Lin how much money the Shen family truly had. Shen Lin told him that all the assets of the Shen family together should be worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. After returning from the matchmaking, Shen Yu specifically learned more about Yinshui Prefecture. Yunmu County is at least 1,000 miles away from Yinshui Prefecture. Although this is a fantasy world, 1,000 miles is still not a short distance. This means that although Chen Han has a background in Yinshui Prefecture, the timeliness of this background is not strong. To relay messages, it would take at least 2 to 3 days for a round trip. As long as he reveals his Meridian Opening cultivation, Chen Han would not dare to act excessively. Otherwise, if he really forced him into a desperate situation, it wouldn't matter if his father was a county lieutenant in Yinshui Prefecture. Can long-distance water quench immediate thirst? As for pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, he had thought about it, but considering the current situation of the Shen family, if he pretended to be a pig, he might just be treated like one and slaughtered. Soon the carriage arrived at Shengyun Tower. After getting off the carriage, Shen Yu saw a group of people standing in front of Shengyun Tower. These people were the heads of the major factions in Yunmu County. Brother Shen has arrived. I am Yuanqing's elder brother. Come stand beside me. Zhong Yuanshan greeted warmly. Shen Yu pays respects to brother Zhong. Shen Yu cupped his hands in salute. Haha, we will soon become one family, no need to be polite. Zhong Yuanshan laughed heartily. Hearing this, the people around revealed various expressions. Subsequently, Zhong Yuanshan pulled Shen Yu and introduced him to the group present. These people were the heads, leaders, and masters of the other 3 major families, 3 major gangs, and 2 major martial arts schools in Yunmu County. Unfortunately, these factions no longer had their former glory, especially the head of the Wang family, whose strength had only reached the 3rd stage of qi condensation. Because Chen Hanzhan had yet to arrive, everyone was waiting at the entrance of the tavern. However, as time passed and the agreed time had long since elapsed, Chen Hanzhan still did not show up, causing a sense of anxiety and slight dissatisfaction among those present. On the other hand, Shen Yu appeared quite calm. He understood that this was Chen Hanzhan's way of asserting dominance over the group. Only by making them uneasy could he extort more wealth from them. At this moment, within a tea house less than a kilometer from Shengyun Tower, the newly appointed county lieutenant Chen Hanzhan was leisurely savoring fragrant tea while listening to a melody. Just then a middle-aged man entered and bent over to report, "Sir, representatives from the 5 great clans, 3 major associations, and 2 martial arts schools are all waiting at the entrance of Shengyun Tower for your arrival. When shall we depart?" "No rush," Chen Hanzhan replied with a playful smile. "Let them wait a little longer, it's just the right way to gauge their mindset. Won't that provoke their dissatisfaction?" The middle-aged man hesitated. "Dissatisfaction?" Chen Hanzhan chuckled, filled with disdain. "What right do they have to be dissatisfied? A bunch of powerless factions without any support dare to express dissatisfaction with me. Ooh, I can wipe them out whenever I want." Meanwhile, on the other side, half an hour had passed since the agreed time, yet Chen Hanzhan still had not appeared. This caused the expression on Zhong Yuanshan's face to become increasingly stiff. "Brother Shen, what do you think about this?" Zhong Yuanshan asked Shen Yu in a low voice. "Just wait." Shen Yu replied calmly. With such a large family behind him, he could not afford to take risks. However, he possessed a system, and it wouldn't be long before he became stronger. At that time, he could settle the score slowly. Sigh. Zhong Yuanshan sighed in frustration, realizing that under the eaves one must bow one's head. Even though he knew Chen Hanzhan was deliberately late, he could only endure. If his father had not died, how could a mere county lieutenant at the 2nd level of qi dare to humiliate the Zhong family like this? Finally, after a quarter of an hour had passed, Chen Hanzhan finally arrived. Those who had originally harbored grievances and dissatisfaction quickly put on smiles and respectfully greeted him as Sir. Chen Hanzhan scanned the crowd with a mocking glance and waved, "Let's head inside first." He then strode toward the tavern with everyone following closely behind. Soon they surrounded Chen Hanzhan and ascended to a large private room on the 2nd floor. Chen Hanzhan took a seat first, and his attendant immediately poured him some tea. Chen Hanzhan seemed oblivious to the others focusing on his tea. Meanwhile, everyone else had no choice but to stand. After a while, Chen Hanzhan suddenly looked up and asked, "What are you all standing for? Sit down, or do you really need me to invite you?" Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sense of frustration, but could only force smiles and take their seats. At this time, Chen Hanzhan's voice rang out again. "I have spent quite a bit of silver to secure the position of county lieutenant. All of you here are prominent families of Yunmu County. Shouldn't you support me?" "What the hell?" Upon hearing this, Shen Yu couldn't help but think that Chen Hanzhan was too direct. But then he realized that the other party didn't regard those present at all, viewing them merely as fat sheep, and there was no need to be polite. "It is only right." The head of the Wang family quickly chimed in. "Sir Chen, our Wang family is willing to support you with 50,000 taels of silver." As he spoke, the head of the Wang family took out a stack of silver notes and presented them, stating, "Please take care of our Wang family in the future, sir." Chen Hanzhan glanced at the stack of silver notes and said flatly, "Not enough." The head of the Wang family felt dissatisfied, thinking that Chen Hanzhan's appetite was too big, as he even looked down on 50,000 taels of silver notes. Thus he gritted his teeth and took out another 30,000 taels, saying, "Sir, how about adding another 30,000 taels? Let's make it a round number, 100,000 taels sounds better." Chen Hanzhan fixed his gaze on the head of the Wang. Having already offered 80,000 taels, it was no big deal to add another 20,000. The head of the Wang family replied, "Sir, I will send the additional 20,000 taels to your residence tomorrow." "Ha, you're not bad." Chen Hanzhan laughed heartily, patting the head of the Wang family on the shoulder. "Thank you for the compliment, sir." The head of the Wang family returned to his place. At this moment, the head of the Yu family stepped forward and said, "Sir, my Yu family is also willing to offer 100,000 taels of silver." As he spoke, he took out a large stack of silver notes. Chen Hanzhan nodded, signaling his subordinates to collect the silver notes. Subsequently, the Li family, the 3 major associations, and the 2 martial arts schools all offered 100,000 taels of silver notes. Finally, it was the turn of the Shen family and the Zhong family. At this moment, Shen Yu stepped forward and took out a gold note of 1,000 taels, saying, "Sir Chen, this is a gold note of 1,000 taels. I hope you will accept it." "How much?" Shen Han seemed somewhat incredulous. 1,000 taels of gold note. Shen Yu repeated. Which family are you from, young lad? Are you playing tricks on me? Shen Han's eyes widened, and he looked at Shen Yu with a murderous intent. The others present were taken aback, and many of them showed expressions of glee. Brother Shen, it seems you're short on funds, or I can lend you some. At this moment, Zhong Yuanshan quickly spoke up, secretly lamenting that Shen Yu was still too young and impatient. Why not have Sir Chen play a joke on me with a gold note of 1,000 taels? I wouldn't mind. Shen Yu calmly retracted the gold note, speaking provocatively. He initially intended to hold back, but seeing Shen Han's attitude of having them in the palm of his hand, he realized that restraint was futile. Seeking death. Shen Han was furious. His subordinate suddenly stepped forward and threw a punch at Shen Yu. Bang! Shen Yu raised his hand to meet it. The two fists collided in midair. Then Shen Han's subordinate was sent flying backward, crashing hard into the wall, while Shen Yu's restrained aura suddenly erupted. 3 levels of qi. Shen Han was slightly taken aback. Sir Chen, do you still think I'm playing a trick on you? Shen Yu asked, staring at him. Haha, little brother, what's your name? I was just joking with you. A glint of shadow passed through Shen Han's eyes, but he quickly put on a smile. This man is not only greedy but also a smiling tiger. Shen Yu evaluated in his heart. However, he said, I was also joking with Sir Chen. I hope you won't take offense. How could I take offense? Little brother, what's your name? Please have a seat. I am Shen Yu. Seeing this scene, everyone present was extremely shocked. Except for Zhong Yuanshan, the others regretted that knowing Shen Yu had already reached the 3rd level of qi, they should have followed the Zhong family and sought a marriage alliance with the Shen family. Oh, it seems it's not too late. Suddenly someone realized. At this moment, Zhong Yuanshan was overjoyed, but he was also somewhat anxious, needing to hurry and arrange for his little sister to get engaged to Shen Yu. At this time, Zhong Yuanshan stepped forward and took out a stack of silver notes, saying, Sir Chen, this is a congratulatory gift from my Zhong family for your appointment. By the way, my little sister is about to get engaged to Brother Shen Yu. I hope you will come and share in the joy. Well said, well said. Shen Han replied, extending his hand to accept the silver notes. He then instructed the tavern waiter to prepare the banquet. After the banquet was over, it was already past midnight. In the carriage, Shen Han sat inside, looking through the window at the departing Shen family's carriage, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. That little brat is really asking for it. Because he had already allocated the distribution of these fat sheep with Lu Dongxing, and he happened to have been assigned to. Now that Shen Yu had reached the 3rd level of qi, it wouldn't be easy for him to take over the Shen family. Naturally, he had developed a hatred for Shen Yu. However, he quickly revealed a cold smile, saying, does he really think that reaching the 3rd level of qi can When Shen Yu returned to the Shen family, he found the maid Xiao Dai waiting for him in the front courtyard. Clearly, Shen Lin was very concerned about the meeting with Shen Han. After a while, Shen Yu arrived at the back courtyard and met Shen Lin. You've worked hard. This is some ginseng tea I prepared for you, drink it quickly. Shen Lin took the tea offered by another maid and brought it to Shen Yu, speaking with concern. Thank you, mother. Shen Yu took the tea and had a sip. What is the attitude of that county magistrate towards our Shen family? Shen Lin asked. Shen Yu replied, this person is greedy and has malicious intentions, likely plotting to swallow our entire Shen family. What should we do? Upon hearing this, Shen Lin's face turned pale. Shen Yu quickly reassured, mother, there's no need to worry. He won't act against our Shen family anytime soon, nor would he dare, as I have already reached the 3rd level of meridian opening, stronger than Shen Han. Hearing that her son had reached the 3rd level of meridian opening, Shen Lin showed a look of astonishment. How did your cultivation improve? Yesterday, I went to the Western Mountain and obtained some opportunities that allowed my cultivation to break through to the 3rd level of meridian opening. Moreover, the opportunities one gained have not yet been fully utilized, and in a while my cultivation will continue to rise. That's wonderful. Shen Lin was nearly moved to tears. After chatting for a while, Shen Yu returned to his own courtyard, where he completed his washing up with the help of 2 personal maids, and then went to bed. Meanwhile, at the county magistrate's residence, Shen Han handed a freshly written letter to his attendant, saying, take this letter back to Yunshui Prefecture early tomorrow morning and deliver it to my father's hands. Yes, young master. The attendant solemnly accepted the letter. After the attendant left, Shen Han muttered to himself, that kid from the Shen family is clearly a waste, yet he has managed to elevate his cultivation to the 3rd level of meridian opening in such a short time. He must have obtained some extraordinary opportunity. This was also the reason he wrote to his father asking for skilled fighters. He requested 2 experts at the late stage of meridian opening. Once these 2 experts arrived, he would capture that brat from the Shen family and force him to reveal his opportunities. The next day, Shen Yu woke up early and hurriedly left, heading towards Eagle Beak Cliff. Halfway there, he suddenly encountered a group of people. The burly man at the forefront was disguised, but Shen Yu recognized him at a glance as Lu Guang, the leader of Long Eagle Gang. Activating his inside eye, he confirmed that it was indeed Lu Guang. Among the 5 people accompanying him, 3 were at the chi condensation stage, and 2 at the body refinement stage. It's that little brat from the Shen family. Lu Guang recognized Shen Yu as well, and his expression turned joyous, unable to restrain his laughter. Ha ha ha, heaven is helping me. I originally planned to sneak into the city to find trouble with you, but unexpectedly, you delivered yourself right to my door. After losing contact with his scouts twice in a row, Lu Guang personally escorted a group of scouts down the mountain at noon yesterday. To his surprise, he found no one intercepting the scouts. Thus, he sent this group of scouts outside the county to gather information. It was no secret that Shen Yu helped the city guards fend off the bandit attack. This news had almost spread throughout the county. Therefore, the scouts from Long Eagle Gang quickly found out the information they wanted and reported it back to Lu Guang. However, they also brought back news of the new captain of the city guards and the county magistrate taking office. Lu Guang was only at the first level of meridian opening. Now there were 2 experts at the meridian opening stage in the city, which made him feel quite apprehensive. Yet after pondering for a night, he could not suppress his anger and decided to lead a group of skilled fighters into the city to eliminate the Shen family as quickly as possible. Little did he expect that before he even entered the city, he would run into that little brat from the Shen family. Surround him. Don't let this little brat escape. I want to personally take care of him. Lu Guang gave the order. Immediately, the 3 chi condensation bandits and 2 body refinement bandits scattered to surround Shen Yu and Lu Guang. Little brat, how do you want to die? Lu Guang stared at Shen Yu. Being at the meridian opening stage, he had absolute confidence, even without his usual large knife. Die. Shen Yu did not want to waste time talking. The true water 9 swords appeared in his hand, striking like lightning towards Lu Guang's chest. So fast. Lu Guang was startled and instinctively tried to dodge. But in the moment, he realized the long sword had already pierced his chest. This? Impossible. Lu Guang's eyes widened in disbelief, unwilling to accept that he died just like that. Puff. Shen Yu pulled out the long sword and blood gushed from Lu Guang's chest. Chief. The 5 bandits were stunned at this scene. Die. Shen Yu lightly commanded, executing the flowing cloud technique, combined with the 13 swords of divine pulse. In an instant, he dispatched the other 5 bandits. At the same time, a series of delightful system notification sounds rang in his ears. Lu Guang had provided him with 100 kill points. The 3 chi condensation bandits collectively contributed another 100 kill points. These 3 chi condensation at the 3rd level were respectively at the 2nd, 4th, and 7th levels of chi condensation, providing 20, 30, and 50 kill points. The other 2 body refinement bandits, although both at the 8th level of body refinement, each only provided 10 kill points. Checking the system interface. The number of kill points reached 258. 1. After killing, it was time to loot the corpses. He found over 300 silver notes and several dozen pieces of broken silver from Lu Guang. From the 3 chi condensation bandits, he found over 500 taels of silver, and from the last 2 body refinement bandits, only a little over 100 taels of white silver. Shen Yu did not mind. He stored the silver notes and silver into his storage ring. After a moment's thought, he also kept their bodies inside. He would find a suitable place to dispose of them later. After that, Shen Yu rushed towards Eagle Beak Cliff. Soon Shen Yu reached the foot of Eagle Beak Cliff. He then began to climb the mountain. After climbing over 300 meters, he saw a stone wall about 10 meters high built across the mountain path. On one side of the wall was a towering rock face, and on the other was an abyss. 6 bandits armed with bows and arrows were stationed on the wall. Enemies. The bandits on the stone wall spotted Shen Yu and quickly drew their bows at him, ready to shoot arrows if he approached. Whoosh! Shen Yu suddenly accelerated, turning into an afterimage. At the same time, he continuously shot out stones from his hand. Puff, puff, puff. 3 stones pierced through the heads of the bandits, but the other 3 stones missed. After all, he had not learned the technique for using hidden weapons. Hitting 3 targets with 6 stones was already... The other 3 bandits, seeing their comrades shot dead, quickly hid their bodies behind the wall and shot arrows at Shen Yu through the holes in the wall. Naturally, they did not hit him. The next moment, Shen Yu soared into the air. As he was about to land on the wall, 3 large knives came slashing towards him in midair. Die! The sword light flashed, and the 3 bandits attacking him had their heads severed. 30 kill points were earned. The total number of kill points exceeded 300, reaching 318. As both feet landed on the wall, he found another bandit rushing up the mountain behind the wall. Where do you think you're going? Shen Yu lightly shouted. His figure flew out, instantly catching up to the 4 and killing them with his sword. Another 40 kill points were secured. This time, Shen Yu did not loot the corpses, but accelerated towards the second checkpoint. The 2 checkpoints were 1,000 meters apart. From a higher vantage point, the bandits at the second checkpoint had already noticed the situation at the first checkpoint as Shen Yu approached. As Shen Yu got closer, the bandits at the second checkpoint began hurling stones and rolling logs at him, creating... However, by relying on the flowing cloud technique, he evaded the stones and logs and made his way up to the second checkpoint, slaying 12 bandits. Another 120 kill points were credited. The total exceeded 478 points, and a plus sign appeared next to his cultivation, but now was not the time to allocate points. After breaking through 2 checkpoints, he could see the main gate of the bandit's stronghold. Shen Yu licked his lips and immediately charged towards the bandit's gate. As Shen Yu approached the mountain stronghold within 100 meters, a barrage of arrows flew towards him. He wielded his long sword with such precision that it sliced through and deflected all the incoming arrows. During this time, he also continued to close in on the main gate of the stronghold. On the walls of the stronghold, Chen Feng, the second chief, looked uneasy as he watched Shen Yu now, less than 50 meters away from the gate. The gaze of Ma Yuan, the third chief, flickered with concern. Second brother, this kid's strength seems to have reached the meridian opening level. What do you think? Can we hold our ground? And the eldest is leading men to wipe out this kid's family in the city. Based on the timing, they might run into him on the way. Hearing Ma Yuan's words, Chen Feng's heart sank. He had an ominous feeling that their leader Lu Guang might have been killed. Even if he wasn't dead, he likely suffered serious injuries. Otherwise, this kid wouldn't dare to charge into the stronghold alone. Third brother, what do you mean by that? Chen Feng countered. I sense something is off. Perhaps we should leave now. Ma Yuan replied in a low voice. But Chen Feng hesitated. Second brother, this kid's displayed strength is even more ruthless than the eldest's. If we join forces, we will surely be no match. If we delay any longer, and he comes after us, we won't even be able to escape. Ma Yuan urged anxiously. All right, let's go. Chen Feng gritted his teeth, and the two decisively descended from the walls, heading towards the back of the stronghold. The back of the stronghold was also a steep cliff, but they had prepared ropes in advance to descend. This was the escape route left by the three brothers. Just as Chen Feng and Ma Yuan left the stronghold walls, Shen Yu arrived at the gate. Smash! With a series of sword strikes, he cleaved open the heavy doors. He charged inside. Kill! The bandits behind the door lunged at Shen Yu with their long spears. As his internal energy flowed, the 9 true water sword gleamed with a deep blue light. Swish! Shen Yu swept his sword, sending a wave of deep blue sword energy across. Thud! 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 Under the sweeping sword energy, dozens of bandits gathered behind the gate were all cleaved in half. Most died on the spot, while a few with tenacious lives let out horrifying screams. Shen Yu ignored them, flying over their bodies, and climbed the wooden ladder to the stronghold's walls, launching a ruthless slaughter against the bandits on the walls. 2 minutes later, hundreds of bandits on the walls were completely wiped out by Shen Yu. He then leaped down, continuing his massacre within the stronghold. Since Chen Feng and Ma Yuan had already fled, there were only 3 to 5 bandits remaining. Even when they teamed up, they could only withstand for a few seconds. All of them died under his sword. Half an hour later, the bandits within the stronghold were completely slaughtered. His clothes were soaked in blood, and even his face was splattered with it. A strong stench of blood emanated from him. With a thought, he summoned the system interface. The slaughter host Shen Yu. Age 14. Cultivation meridian opening level 3. Techniques, Fiery Sun art. Water control pill art, minor achievement. Martial skills, flowing cloud mastery 13. Sword of divine meridians entry. Divine powers, eye of insight. Secret techniques, divine refining art level 1. Weapon 9 true water sword. Slaughter points 5598. 1. Lottery can consume 100 slaughter points for a single lottery draw. Seeing the more than 5,000 slaughter points, a smile appeared on Shen Yu's face. He then began to search the stronghold. In the granary, he found over 1,000 pounds of grain and meat. In the treasury, he discovered more than 200 weapons, over 12,000 taels of gold, more than 200,000 taels of silver, and several boxes of jade and jewelry. Shen Yu stored all these into his storage ring. He then searched the rooms of Lu Guang, Chen Feng, and Ma Yuan. From a hidden compartment in Lu Guang's room, he found a third-grade technique called Break Evil Blade Technique, which could only be cultivated to meridian opening level 1. If sold, it could easily fetch tens of thousands of taels of silver. As for Chen Feng and Ma Yuan's rooms, no valuable items were found. Later, Shen Yu discovered dozens of women tortured beyond recognition in the stronghold's prison. Including those maids who were not killed by him, there were over 50 in total. After individually interrogating the maids, he learned that they had all been abducted to the mountain, and Shen Yu did not make things difficult for them. He gathered them all together. For those wanting to leave the mountain, he provided 20 taels of silver as travel expenses. Those unwilling to leave could stay in the stronghold, and he would leave them some food. To his surprise, none of these women were willing to leave. Having been sullied by the bandits, they feared their families or husbands would reject them upon return. Seeing this, Shen Yu did not insist. He left them 1,000 taels of silver, 2,000 pounds of grain. Afterward, Shen Yu cleaned himself up in the stronghold, changed into a set of clothes from his storage ring, and then went to the cliff at the back of the stronghold. He noticed a rope. After pondering for a moment, he decided to follow the rope up, tracking the escape route of Chen Feng and Ma Yuan. Unfortunately, after reaching the official road, he lost their trail. With no other choice, Shen Yu could only return to the county town. He went back to the Shen family. After giving some instructions, Shen Yu entered his room, summoned the system interface, and began to allocate points. He spent 400 slaughter points to open up a meridian, raising his cultivation to meridian opening level 4. Next, he consumed 800 points to elevate his cultivation to meridian opening level 6. He found that he could still perfectly control the internal true energy. Shen Yu continued to enhance his cultivation. However, raising it to meridian opening level 7 consumed 500 slaughter points. He continued to improve. Meridian opening level 8. Meridian opening level 9. Looking at his slaughter points, he had 3,498. One remaining. Shen Yu attempted to use his techniques to stimulate his internal true energy, finding it somewhat unclear. Thus, he decisively spent 1,000 points to elevate the water control pill art to great success. Once again, controlling the surging true energy within him became extremely smooth. His cultivation could continue to increase. He tried pressing the plus sign, sensing a gentle energy materializing in his chest. This energy opened up a space in his chest, and soon he heard a series of pop 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 sounds. Following this, he felt that the 9 meridians were connected to the space in his chest. The true energy from his dantian surged upward, converging towards the space in his chest. Shen Yu realized that this space he opened in his chest was the Qi Sea. Before he knew it, a quarter of an hour passed. The true energy flowing into the Qi Sea began to reverse. When it returned to the dantian, the true energy underwent a qualitative change, transforming into a viscous liquid. To be precise, it should be called true essence. He understood that he had entered the Qi Sea realm. Haha, I've reached the Qi Sea so quickly. Shen Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. With his Qi Sea realm cultivation, guarding the Shen family would be no problem at all. Looking again at his slaughter points, he had 1498. One left. After some thought, he consumed 100 slaughter points to elevate the 13 Sword of Divine Meridians to mastery. After absorbing the insights, his gaze fell again on the secret technique, Divine Refining Art. He tried to press it, deducting 200 slaughter points, and this secret technique reached the 2nd level. The plus signs remained. He pressed again, deducting 500 points. This secret technique reached the 3rd level. Then Shen Yu sensed the existence of Divine Sense. However, the Divine Sense he had just formed could only cover a radius of 30 meters. The plus sign for the secret technique had disappeared, clearly indicating that the remaining 698. One slaughter points were insufficient to elevate the secret technique to the 4th level. Then Shen Yu's gaze fell upon the flowing clouds and 13 swords of the divine vein. These 2 martial arts could still be enhanced. He hesitated slightly. He decided to enhance flowing clouds because he possessed the true water 9 swords. Even though 13 swords of the divine vein was at the mastery level, he could still unleash a small success in swordsmanship with the true water 9 swords. After consuming 200 slaughter points, the martial art flowing clouds reached the small success stage. Thus, he had 498 slaughter points remaining. 1. System used the lottery 4 times. Ding, lottery function activated. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a storage ring expansion card. Would you like to claim it? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a temporary Yuan Dan realm cultivation card. Would you like to claim it? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a shape-shifting mask. Would you like to claim it? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5th tier martial art dragon elephant body refining technique. Would you like to claim it? Did I really draw a 5th tier martial art? Shen Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart and chose to claim everything. He used the storage ring expansion card, increasing the original storage from 1,000 cubic units to 10,000 cubic units. He then took out the temporary Yuan Dan realm cultivation card. After using this card, his cultivation would skyrocket to the 9th level of Yuan Dan realm, but it could only last for 15 minutes without any side effects. It could be used to save his life. He directly stored it in the storage ring. As for the shape-shifting mask, it came with 100 different appearances suitable for men, women, and children. It could change not only one's appearance, but also body shape and aura. However, once a martial art was used, the aura of the martial art could not be altered. If one was not satisfied with the appearance provided by the mask, they could remove it and create their own. However, if they encountered someone with eye techniques, they might still be seen through. Lastly, the dragon elephant body refining technique was a purely body refining martial art. When cultivated to perfection, one could match the strength of a 9th level Yuan Dan realm warrior with just their physical body. Upon fusion, the martial art automatically reached the entry level. Shen Yu could clearly sense that his physical body had become significantly stronger. He looked at the promotion to 98. 1 slaughter point. Shen Yu nodded in satisfaction. The slaughter points gained from exterminating the bandit lair had provided him with a comprehensive boost. In the next moment, he stood up, opened the door, and walked out. Second young master. Chunya and Dong Er called out hurriedly. Come, I will continue to guide you in your practice. Both girls had no foundation in cultivation, so mastering the martial arts would be quite difficult. Therefore, they needed his guidance to get started before they could practice on their own. After a while, the maid Xiao Dai from the Shen family came again. Thus, Shen Yu followed Xiao Dai to the Shen family. Mother, what is it? As soon as he saw Shen Yu noticed something was off with her expression. Shen Lin wiped her tears. Where the officials just came to notify us that your father's remains have been transported back by the officials and are currently stored in the county office. Please take someone to bring your father's body and the bodies of the family guards back home. Understood, mother, I will take people there right away. Shen Yu replied hurriedly. He then summoned the servants and instructed them to purchase dozens of coffins from the coffin shop as quickly as possible. The guards brought by Shen Feng had also died for the Shen family. Therefore, Shen Yu prepared coffins for them as well. The servants returned but told Shen Yu that all the coffins in the coffin shops within the city had been sold out, and to get a coffin one could only make a reservation. Shen Yu frowned slightly. Go to the residents' homes in the city and inquire if they have coffins. If they do, buy them back at a high price. Some elderly residents would prepare coffins in advance. As long as they were not on the verge of death, they should be willing to part with them for a generous price. This time the servants did not disappoint Shen Yu. They brought back a sufficient number of coffins. Thus Shen Yu ordered the servants to load the coffins onto a cart and head towards the county office. When Shen Yu and his group arrived at the county office, they found many carriages parked nearby. Clearly, several other families had also received notifications from the county office and came to collect the remains of their respective family heads and guards. You must be the second young master of the Shen family. A thin, middle-aged man in scholar's robes approached. Who are you? Shen Yu inquired. Hello, young master Shen, I am Du Zhong, an aide to County Magistrate Qin. So it is, Mr. Do I have long heard of you? Young Master Shen, hey, race the thing, our county office took quite a risk in bringing back your esteemed father, and the guards remained so. At this point, Du Zhong rubbed his fingers, clearly hinting for money. Is this enough? Shen Yu took out 1,000 taels of silver notes and handed them to Du Zhong. Instantly, the other party's eyes lit up. Please wait a moment, young Master Shen. I will arrange for someone to bring out your esteemed father, and the guards remains right away. Watching Du Zhong hastily leave, Shen Yu shook his head internally. This county magistrate was quite inept. Shen Hantan managed to make 900 taels with just one banquet. However, thinking it over, it made sense. County Magistrate Qin had just taken office, and he himself was merely at the body refinement realm with no powerful subordinates at his disposal. Not to mention the previous clans, guilds, and martial arts halls that had possessed experts. Even now, with those experts lost, it was not something he could manage. So even if he wanted to extort money from these forces, they would be too indifferent to bother with him. Just as Shen Yu waited for the county office personnel to bring out the remains, a young man approached. Come with me, or our 100 households want to see you. He glanced coldly at Shen Yu. With his insightful eye activated, the young man's information appeared in Shen Yu's mind. After learning of the young man's identity, Shen Yu said, Please wait a moment, I need to inform my servants. The young man neither objected nor agreed. Shen Yu walked over to the servants, gave a brief instruction, and then followed the young man into the county office. Yunmu County was at least a medium-sized county, so the county office was quite spacious. After walking with the young man for a few minutes, they arrived outside a serene courtyard. The young man called into the courtyard, 100 households, the person has been brought here. Let him in. A voice devoid of any emotion came from inside the courtyard. Go in and be respected. The young man said this to Shen Yu, and then turned to leave. Shen Yu nodded, pushed the door open, and saw a woman seated at a stone table under a large tree in the courtyard sipping tea. With his insightful eye activated, the woman's information presented itself in his mind. Name Yu Shuiying, age 22 years and 1 month, cultivation 3rd level of Yuan Dan realm, root bone, superior quality, affection 5, identity 100 households of the demon suppression division of Yunshui prefecture. I am Shen Yu, I greet you, esteemed one. Shen Yu bowed respectfully. Yu Shuiying nodded in acknowledgement, but as her gaze swept over Shen Yu, it involuntarily shrank slightly. For she noticed that this young man seemed to have stepped into the Qi realm. Just yesterday on the street, she clearly sensed that he was merely at the meridian opening realm. How had he suddenly transformed into the Qi realm? I am the 100 households of the Demon Suppression Division. You are quite young to have entered the Qi. Would you like to join our Demon Suppression Guard? In the next moment, Yu Shuiying slowly asked. Shen Yu was not surprised that his cultivation was pointed out, as the other party was significantly stronger than him and could see through his details. He replied, I'm sorry, esteemed one. Currently my family needs me, so I must decline your kind offer. Yu Shuiying was not surprised by Shen Yu's refusal. Before meeting Shen Yu, she had already investigated the situation of the Shen family. Currently, the Shen family indeed needed this young man to hold the fort. Therefore, she approached him with a mindset of giving it a try. Thus, upon being rejected, she did not feel disappointed. However, the fact that he reached the Qi realm at just 14 years old, whether due to talent or some fortuitous encounter, could certainly be called a genius. Thus, she tossed a token to Shen Yu. Without waiting for Shen Yu to inquire, she explained, if you hold this token and come to the Demon Suppression Division of Yunshui Prefecture within 3 years, you can join the Demon Suppression Guard without an assessment. After 3 years, there's no need to come. Thank you, esteemed one. Shen Yu did not refuse this time. You may leave. Yu Shuiying waved her hand. I take my leave. Upon returning to the county office after Shen Yu had left, he found that the remains of his father Shen Feng and the guards had already been transferred to the coffins they had brought. Shen Yu approached Shen Feng's coffin and took a glance, discovering that the entire body resembled a withered corpse, as if all the blood and flesh had been drained away. Recalling the appearance of the demon suppression guard in Yunmu County, Shen Yu speculated that the corpse of Xiao Xinkong had most likely undergone a transformation, turning into a zombie-like creature that absorbed the flesh and blood of any beings that intruded into his tomb. Cover it up. Shen Yu retracted his gaze and instructed his subordinates. Soon the attendants joined forces to place the lids on all the coffins and secure them to the cart. Return to the estate. With a command from Shen Yu, the convoy set off towards the Shen family home. Halfway through, the sound of hooves approached from behind. Turning to look, it was Yu Shuiying and her entourage. Shen Yu cupped his hands in salute to Yu Shuiying, who while mounted nodded gently and led her group past the convoy towards the eastern city gate. When Shen Yu and the convoy arrived at the Shen family gate, he found Shen Linshi standing outside with 2 concubines and 3 younger sisters, all wearing white mourning headbands. Master. In the next moment, Shen Linshi rushed forward in tears to greet Shen Feng's coffin, closely followed by the 2 concubines, who also shouted for their master while weeping. The 3 younger sisters knelt before Shen Feng's coffin. After Shen Linshi and the 2 concubines had wept for a while, Shen Yu stepped forward to console them, urging them to accept their grief and first bring their father's remains back to the estate. A quarter of an hour later, Shen Yu arranged for his coffin to be placed in the previously prepared mourning hall. As for the remains of the guards, those with family would be sent back to their homes for burial. Those without family would have attendants dispatched to find a suitable burial ground outside the city. Moreover, the coffin used to bring back Shen Feng was merely an ordinary coffin, evidently unworthy of his status. Therefore, a more valuable coffin had to be crafted. In the midst of the bustling activity, the day passed unnoticed. Shen Linshi and her 2 concubines kept vigil in the mourning hall. Shen Yu had to take charge of all matters big and small in the estate. Though he felt no physical fatigue, he experienced considerable mental exhaustion. After dinner, Shen Yu went to the mourning hall to pay respects to Shen Feng. He then discussed with Shen Linshi about taking the night watch himself, while she and the 2 concubines returned to rest. Initially hesitant, Shen Linshi ultimately agreed after Shen Yu's persuasion. However, concubine Zhou suggested that the eldest sister Shen Yinran stay behind to keep vigil with Shen Yu. Shen Yu did not refuse, knowing that this was concubine Liu's deliberate attempt to draw him closer to his eldest sister. After all, with Shen Feng deceased, the future lives of the 2 concubines and their daughters would depend on Shen Linqi's and Shen Yu's attitudes. Shen Linqi's attitude towards them was quite good, but they remained uncertain of Shen Yu's stance. Although Shen Yu had previously been mild-mannered, his recent changes had made them feel somewhat uneasy. Seeing concubine Liu leave the eldest sister Shen Yinran behind, concubine Zhou also proposed that the second sister Shen Yalan stay as well. Suddenly, Shen Yu felt a spark of insight and used his divine sense to investigate his 3 sisters. He discovered that the eldest sister Shen Yinran had reached a medium-grade talent, while the second sister Shen Yalan was of lower-grade talent. Interestingly, the youngest sister Shen Xiaoyu had the strongest talent, achieving a high-grade status. As for their favorability ratings, the youngest sister Shen Xiaoyu was the highest at 83 points, while the eldest sister had only 65 points, and the second sister Shen Yalan had merely 63 points. What do you think? Shen Linshi inquired about Shen Yu's opinion, clearly understanding the intentions of the 2 concubines, but she was able to comprehend. That's fine. Shen Yu nodded. After sending off Shen Linshi, the 2 concubines, and Shen Xiaoyu, he turned to the 2 sisters and said, recently, I've been preoccupied with family matters and have neglected you both. Have you been doing well? Thank you for your concern, second brother. We are doing quite well, Shen Yinran replied. That's good. If you need anything, feel free to come to me, and I will do my best to fulfill your needs. Shen Yu continued. Hearing this, both the eldest and second sisters felt warmed in their hearts. As they chatted casually, the bond among the 3 siblings quickly deepened. After checking with his divine sense again, he found that both sisters had favorability ratings exceeding 70 points. By the way, do you both want to practice cultivation? Shen Yu suddenly asked. Yunmu County was simply too small. His cultivation had already reached the 1st level of Qi Si. To reach the 3rd level would require 1,000 slaughter points for each level. The 4th to 6th levels would probably require 2,000 slaughter points for each level, while anything above the 7th level would demand at least 3,000 slaughter points per level. Shen Yu calculated that upgrading to the 9th level of Qi Si would require at least 1700 slaughter points. This meant he would need to eliminate 1,700 body refining cultivators to gather such slaughter points, not to mention the consumption for upgrading martial skills and secret arts. The required slaughter points would be even higher. However, in such a small place as Yunmu County, how could there be so many body refining warriors for him to hunt? Even if there were, he couldn't just kill indiscriminately. Thus, he would eventually have to leave Yunmu County. Currently, he was the only capable one in the Shen family. Hence, he wanted his 3 sisters to cultivate. Otherwise, he would be stuck in Yunmu County indefinitely. Second brother, can we? Upon hearing Shen Yu's words, the 2 sisters' faces lit up with excitement. Of course you can, Shen Yu said with a gentle smile. You both are aware of our family's current situation. Our relying solely on me is not enough. Therefore, I also want to cultivate you both to assist me. Second brother, I am willing. Second brother, so am I. Good. Shen Yu nodded in satisfaction. You are all my dear sisters. Once our father's funeral is concluded, I will formally teach you both to cultivate. Thank you, second brother. What's there to thank? We are siblings. Shen Yu affectionately ruffled their hair. Meanwhile, at the Zhong family residence, after Zhong Yuanqing finished paying respects to her father, she returned to her embroidery workshop to cultivate. Although Shen Yu had promised to protect the Zhong family, she did not dare to be negligent in her training. After her rebirth, she switched to practicing a more advanced art. After several days of training, she had seen quite a bit of progress. She had sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough. Half an hour later, a wave of energy surged from her body. With her eyes suddenly opening, she had successfully advanced to the gathering Qi realm. Originally, she felt a twinge of pride. However, thinking of Shen Yu made that pride vanish. Shen family second brother, just wait, I will surpass you sooner or later. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the chosen day for Shen Feng's burial. Before the hour of Chun, a long procession set out from the Shen residence, traversing half the city towards the southern gate. After establishing the Shen family in Yunmu County, Shen Feng had purchased a piece of land on a small hill about 10 miles south of the city to serve as the family graveyard. After successfully laying him to rest, it was already noon. On the return journey, Shen Yu shared a cart with Shen Linshi. The main reason was that Shen Linshi was so exhausted from crying that Shen Yu needed to comfort her. At the same time, in the county magistrate's residence, Chen Hanshan was secretly meeting with 2 experts from Yunshui Prefecture. These 2 were brothers named Zhu Shan and Zhu Feng. They were both guests recruited by his father, each possessing the 7th level of meridian opening and excelling in cooperative combat. Together, they could slay strong opponents of the 8th level and even slightly contend with those at the 9th level. After finishing their meal, Chen Hanshan lowered his voice and said, tonight you 2 will infiltrate the Shen family and capture that little bastard Shen Yu for me. Rest assured, young master, with us brothers on the job, it's guaranteed to succeed. Zhu Shan patted his chest and assured him. Good, here's a reward for you. After the task is completed, I will give each of you brothers 20,000 taels. Chen Hanshan took out 2 stacks of banknotes and handed them to the Zhu brothers, each stack amounting to 10,000 taels. The 2 men squeezed the thickness of the banknotes and were quite satisfied. Thus, they made another round of guarantee. Today marks the day of Shen Feng's burial. The entire Shen family has been busy all day. Therefore, that night the Shen family went to bed earlier than usual after a long day of activities. Even Shen Yu was no exception. After dinner, he returned to his room to sleep. After 3 days of busyness, he felt more exhausted than after cultivation. Time unknowingly slipped into the midnight hour. The entire Shen family appeared unusually quiet. Suddenly, 2 figures dashed through the depths of the estate, heading straight for the side courtyard where Shen Yu resided. As the 2 figures silently landed in the courtyard, Shen Yu inside the house suddenly opened his eyes. His divine refinement technique had already reached the 3rd layer. Not only had he condensed his divine sense, but he also had a keen perception of malice and murderous intent. Although Zhu Shan and Zhu Feng's movement techniques were quite advanced, when they landed in the courtyard they made not a single sound. However, the 2 brothers came with ill intent. Thus, Shen Yu was awakened by them and sensed their presence through his divine sense. In the next moment, the figures of the 2 flashed and arrived outside Shen Yu's door. Just as Zhu Shan was about to press his hand between the 2 doors to force them open, an invisible divine sense suddenly struck heavily at Zhu Shan's mind. He let out a muffled groan and fell backward. Seeing this scene, Zhu Feng instinctively reached out to support Zhu Shan. But at that moment, he too felt as if someone had dealt a heavy blow to his mind, and a sharp pain surged through him as he also fell backward. However, Shen Yu used his divine sense to hold their bodies, preventing them from making a loud noise upon hitting the ground. He then slowly got out of bed. He swiftly moved to the door, opened it, and seized the bodies of the Zhu brothers. Then he activated his divine ability, the Eye of Insight. Instantly, the identity information of the 2 brothers appeared in his mind. Upon learning of their background, a chill emerged in Shen Yu's eyes. Clearly, the Zhu brothers had come under the orders of Chen Hanshan to harm him. Die. Shen Yu showed no hesitation and directly crushed the necks of the 2. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 400 kill points. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 400 kill points. Hearing the system's announcement, Shen Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Previously, he had only gained 100 kill points for killing Lu Guang, who was at the 1st level of meridian opening. To his surprise, killing 2 at the 7th level of meridian opening granted him a total of 800 kill points. Next came the looting phase. He found over 13,000 taels of silver notes, a dagger, and 2 bottles of pills from Zhu Shan. From Zhu Feng, he discovered over 12,000 taels of silver notes, also a dagger, but with an extra bottle of pills. Using the Eye of Insight, Shen Yu successfully discerned the effects of the pills on the 2 brothers. The 2 bottles contained meridian pills used by martial artists to enhance their cultivation. However, both brothers had already consumed theirs, and together there were only 15 pills left. The other 2 bottles contained poison. The last bottle was for enhancing vitality. After storing their bodies in his storage ring, Shen Yu began to contemplate whether he should eliminate Chen Han's Han. Given his cultivation level, killing Chen Han's Han would be quite easy. However, Chen Han's father was the captain of the city guards in Yinshui Manor. Moreover, Chen Han's Han was also a county officer. If he were to die, the authorities would surely investigate. It might even attract the demon suppression guard. Remembering the demon suppression guard that had just left a few days ago, Shen Yu felt it would be better to wait for a while. He decided to wait for the right opportunity to deal with Chen Han's Han. Meanwhile, inside the county officer's residence, Chen Han's Han had been waiting for the Zhu brothers. However, as time passed, Chen Han's Han began to feel somewhat anxious. When the time surpassed midnight, Chen Han's Han couldn't help but harbor doubts. Could the Zhu brothers be tempted by the opportunities that little beast possesses and betrayed me and my father? At that moment, his expression turned somber. Yet he had no other options. The Zhu brothers were at the late stage of meridian opening, and even if he knew they had betrayed him, he would still be powerless against them. Finally, when morning came, Chen Han's Han was completely certain that the Zhu brothers would not return. Angered, he smashed a teacup. "Someone come!" Chen Han's Han shouted angrily. His attendants appeared. "Send someone to inquire about the situation at the Shen family and see if any changes occurred last night." "Yes." Half an hour later, his attendant returned to report to Chen Han's Han that the Shen family was safe and sound last night with no changes at all. "What about Shen Yu?" Chen Han's Han asked. "Shen Yu is fine, but the second young master of the Shen family left early in the morning and exited the county through the west gate. Shen Yu is actually fine." Chen Han's Han found it hard to believe. Could it be that the Zhu brothers failed and did not betray me and my father? But he quickly dismissed that thought. Shen Yu was only at the 3rd level of meridian opening. Either of the Zhu brothers could crush him, let alone when they worked together. How could they possibly fail against a mere 3rd level of meridian opening? Yet if the Zhu brothers hadn't failed, where could they have gone? Helpless Chen Han's Han could only instruct his attendant to keep a close watch on the Shen family. Shen Yu headed back to Xishan once more, aiming to earn kill points. As long as he could gather over 100 kill points, he would reach a total of 1,000 points. That would be enough to elevate his cultivation to the 2nd level of Qi Si realm. Compared to his last visit to Xishan, Shen Yu's cultivation was no longer the same. Thus, he swiftly employed an intricate movement technique to delve deep into Xishan. Along the way, the stones he casually threw hit several prey. His kill points rose to 899. To be honest, he had long been displeased with the digit after the decimal point. Now that he had rounded it off, he felt much more at ease. Found it. After wandering in the depths of Xishan for over a quarter of an hour, Shen Yu finally sensed the aura of a demon beast. He quickly approached the source of the aura and discovered a python coiled around a tree. The aura of the demon beast emanated from it. However, the tree it was coiled around was laden with red fruits. The python was currently eating the red fruits from the tree. Activating his Eye of Insight, he focused on the red fruits. It turned out these fruits were called snake fruits, which when consumed by snakes could potentially evolve them into demon beasts. They could also be used in alchemy and had the effect of neutralizing snake venom. Die. Shen Yu struck out with his divine sense from over 20 meters away, slamming into the python's sea of consciousness. It instantly shattered the python's soul. Immediately afterward, the python lost its life force. He also received 10 kill points. Shen Yu approached and stored the python's corpse in his storage ring. The flesh and blood of this demon beast were indeed valuable. He planned to teach his 3 younger sisters cultivation, and if they could eat demon beast meat every day, their progress would far exceed the norm. Subsequently, Shen Yu picked all the snake fruits from the tree, totaling 43. If he found a suitable buyer, he could sell them for a good amount of silver. With such a promising start, Shen Yu became more proactive. Unfortunately, in the next hour, he encountered numerous ordinary beasts, but not a single demon beast. Thinking about how he still needed to teach his 3 younger sisters to cultivate today, he could only return helpless. When Shen Yu returned to the side courtyard where he lived, he found the yard quite lively. Not only had all 3 younger sisters come, but also 2 concubines. "I greet both concubines," Shen Yu said with a smile. "You are being too polite, Yu Gear," concubine Lu quickly replied. "Yes, we hope our arrival hasn't disturbed you too much." "Of course not." Upon seeing Shen Yu return, the 3 sisters called out in unison, "Second brother." Shen Yu nodded at them and asked, "Since you have come to my place, you must have decided to cultivate, right?" The 3 sisters quickly nodded. Shen Xiaoyu even exclaimed, "I want to cultivate and become strong to help second brother defeat bad people in the future." "Good, I look forward to the day when Xiaoyu becomes strong," Shen Yu said, quite pleased. Seeing that their purpose for coming had been achieved, the two concubines decided not to linger. However, before leaving, they all spoke in unison, saying that if the three girls did not take their cultivation seriously, their elder brother would not hold back and could discipline them. After the two concubines left, Shen Yu gathered the three sisters along with two maidservants to teach them the basics of cultivation. Days passed quickly. Every morning, Shen Yu would venture deep into the West Mountain to hunt beasts. Yesterday was his luckiest day as he found 3 beasts and earned 30 kill points. Today, however, he found not a single beast. Currently, the total number of kill points had reached 980. During this period, he had slain 10 ordinary wild beasts, accumulating 1 kill point. He did not plan to go to the West Mountain tomorrow as he felt that all the beasts there had been killed by him. Beasts are excellent supplements for cultivators. The West Mountain is not far from Yunmu County. Wouldn't the cultivators in Yunmu County be tempted if there were a large number of beasts inside? They would have formed teams to hunt them long ago. Today, after Shen Yu finished instructing the 5 maidservants in their training, Xiao Dai arrived. He then let the 5 maidservants practice on their own and followed Xiao Dai to Shen Linshi's side. After greeting and taking a seat, Shen Linshi smiled and said, "Yuer, I just sent off the people from the Zhong family. We agreed that in 3 days you will officially get engaged to the girl from the Zhong family. I will follow mother's arrangements." Shen Yu had no objections. After all, it was just an engagement and not a marriage. By the way, the Wang and Li families have also sent people over. Shen Linshi continued. They wouldn't want to marry off their daughters, would they? Shen Yu instinctively asked. Shen Linshi smiled and nodded. They do indeed have this intention, but our Shen family will not go back on our word. So both families plan to send a daughter over as a concubine. What does mother think? Shen Yu asked. I have not agreed yet. I mainly want to ask for your thoughts. Shen Linshi said, however, your elder brother is at the demon suppression pass, and we cannot be certain if he will come back alive. If our family wants to expand, we can only rely on you, and besides, the daughters that the Wang and Li families plan to send are all legitimate daughters. In the past, they wouldn't have sent legitimate daughters over as concubines. Hearing this from Shen Linshi, Shen Yu understood her thoughts. Clearly, she hoped that the legitimate daughters of the Li and Wang families would marry him as concubines. Shen Yu pondered slightly, thinking that since he had taken over the body of his predecessor, he owed a karma to the Shen family. And Zhong Yuanqing, being a reborn powerful spirit, was also a helpless engagement. Perhaps he might need to break off the engagement in the future. Therefore, to leave descendants for the Shen family, he could only marry another. Thinking of this, he said, I can marry the legitimate daughters of both families as concubines. Seeing that Shen Yu did not oppose, Shen Linshi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I will contact the Li and Wang families as soon as possible to finalize this matter. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the early morning after finishing his training, Shen Yu let out a gentle sigh. The speed of his cultivation was simply too slow. After several days of training, Shen Yu estimated that to reach the 2nd level of the Qi Si, he would need to endure 2 to 3 years of hard training. This was still under the condition that he had consumed 2 washing marrow pills, which had improved his qualifications. However, he had a premonition. After consuming another washing marrow pill, his foundation should reach the high-grade level. At the same time, he had also given a washing marrow pill to the 2 maidservants and his 3 sisters. As a result, his youngest sister Shen Xiaoyu had already reached the 1st level of body refinement. The eldest sister Shen Yanran, along with Chunya and Dong Er, were also not far from a breakthrough. After all these days, they had been able to eat beast meat every day. Today was a significant day for Shen Yu, as it was the day of his engagement to Zhong Yuanqing. The engagement was arranged at the largest restaurant in the city, the Wangyue building. This restaurant was also one of the properties under the Zhong family. To ensure their own safety, the Zhong family required that this engagement banquet be a grand affair. Invitations were sent to the county magistrate Lu Dongxing, Chun Hanshan, and other top forces in the county. After changing into a new outfit, Shen Yu went to meet Shen Linshi, and together they took a carriage towards the Wangyue building. Today's engagement banquet was organized by the Zhong family. Thus, the people from the Zhong family had already arrived early. Upon learning that Shen Linshi had arrived, Zhong Yuanshan personally came to greet her along with 2 clan elders. After some pleasantries, and entering, Shen Yu was led by Zhong Yuanqing's maidservant Xing Er to a pavilion in the back garden of the restaurant. Zhong Yuanqing was already waiting there. Compared to their last meeting, Shen Yu noticed that Zhong Yuanqing had already broken through to the Qi gathering realm. He was not surprised by this, as she was a reborn powerful spirit. It seems that Shen family's 2nd brother has made another breakthrough in cultivation. Zhong Yuanqing looked at Shen Yu with some surprise and asked. Shen Yu smiled non-committally, acknowledging his cultivation had indeed broken through again. 2nd brother Shen is truly a prodigy. This level of cultivation talent is surely not inferior to the talents of the Yuanshui mansion. Zhong Yuanqing praised. You flatter me, Miss Zhong. Haven't you also broken through to Qi gathering? Shen Yu smiled. You can't compare to 2nd brother Shen. Shen Yu chuckled. Miss Zhong didn't just invite me here to flatter me, did you? Zhong Yuanqing's expression turned serious as she said, Recently, our Zhong family and other forces have been sending substantial gifts to Lu Dongxing, but our Shen family has not sent anything. They might hold a grudge against your Shen family, so you must be careful. I'm worried that those guys might intentionally cause trouble for your Shen family. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Zhong. I will be cautious. Shen Yu nodded slightly. Although killing these two would bring great trouble, it would still be possible to severely injure them. As long as he severely injured them, they would definitely become more restrained. For these days, there had been people monitoring outside the Shen family, and after secretly following, he discovered that these people were sent by Chen Han's Han. This had already caused some dissatisfaction in Shen Ye's heart. The engagement between Shen Yu and Zhong Yuanqing went quite smoothly with no unexpected incidents along the way. However, neither Lu Dongxing nor Chen Han's Han showed up. Chen Han's Han was fine, he had sent a congratulatory gift. As for Lu Dongxing, he didn't even send a single gift. This county magistrate's residence was built by the previous county magistrate, and it is quite luxurious. After taking office, Chen Han's Han drove away the family of the former county magistrate. By extending his divine sense, Shen Yu quickly located Chen Han's Han. However, he did not act immediately, instead, using his divine sense to thoroughly inspect the entire residence. He discovered that in addition to 2 followers at the 9th level of Qi condensation, Chen Han's Han also had 4 guards at levels 4 to 6 of Qi condensation, as well as 12 male and female servants at the 9th level of body refinement. Initially, Shen Yu only intended to severely injure Chen Han's Han, but seeing his entourage, he suddenly felt tempted. He was only 20 points away from reaching 1,000 in his kill count. Chen Han's Han was not a good person. His subordinates were unlikely to be any better. Since Chen Han's Han could not be killed now, could his subordinates be spared? Thus, Shen Yu decisively shattered the souls of the 2 followers with his divine sense, causing them to die quietly in their sleep. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 kill points. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 kill points. Hearing the system notification, Shen Yu couldn't help but call up the system panel. His kill points reached 1080. The plus sign for his cultivation level reappeared. After putting away the system panel, Shen Yu continued to act, killing all 4 of Chen Han's Han's Qi condensation guards and 12 body refinement servants. The 4 Qi condensation guards brought in 120 kill points. The 12 body refinement servants also yielded 120 kill points. Finally, Shen Yu arrived outside the room where Chen Han's Han resided. Extending his divine sense, he penetrated into the opponent's sea of consciousness and struck at his soul. Accompanied by a muffled groan, Chen Han's Han was painfully awakened but immediately fainted again. Mission accomplished. Shen Yu initially planned to leave when suddenly a thought struck him. During this time, Chen Han's Han had certainly accumulated a lot of wealth. Since he was already here, he might as well take some benefits. Thus, he scanned the room with his divine sense, but found nothing. Suddenly, he had another thought. When he swept his divine sense under Chen Han's Han's pillow, he indeed discovered a storage bag. Using his divine sense to retrieve the storage bag, he opened the window. The storage bag flew into Shen Yu's hand. Upon inspection, he found 32 million taels in silver notes and 800 taels in gold notes. In addition, there were 3 bottles of pills. 2 bottles were pulse-nourishing pills, and 1 bottle was true Qi pills, all used by practitioners of the meridian opening stage. After transferring the items from the storage bag to his own storage ring, Shen Yu had a sudden thought and directly stuffed a few stones back into the storage bag. Then he returned it, placing it back under Chen Han's Han's pillow. He quickly left the county magistrate's residence and hurried towards the city guard's lieutenant's residence. Soon Shen Yu infiltrated the lieutenant's residence. After scanning with his divine sense, he found that Lu Dongxing had not yet gone to sleep. Instead, he was cultivating in the training room. Furthermore, Shen Yu discovered that the steward of Lu Dongxing's residence was actually at the 1st level of meridian opening. Additionally, there were 8 Qi condensation practitioners. As for the body refinement practitioners, there were as many as 15. First, kill the steward. He lurked outside the steward's courtyard, and with his divine sense infiltrated the opponent's sea of consciousness, delivering a heavy blow that shattered the opponent's soul. He died peacefully. At the same time, 100 kill points were credited. Subsequently, Shen Yu used the same method to kill the 8 Qi condensation practitioners one after another. Among the 8 Qi condensation practitioners, 3 were in the late stage, 3 were in the mid-stage, and 2 were in the early stage. In total, he earned 280 kill points. After killing the 15 body refinement practitioners, he gained another 150 kill points, bringing his total to 1850 points. Finally, it was Lu Dongxing's turn. He stealthily approached the training room. Activating his divine sense, he struck at the opponent's soul. With a muffled groan, the opponent fainted on the spot. However, Shen Yu soon discovered that Lu Dongxing had actually fallen into a state of demonic deviation. I can't be blamed for that, who told you to cultivate in the middle of the night? Shen Yu thought to himself as he retrieved Lu Dongxing's storage bag. After inspecting it, he found that the bag contained a total of 12 million taels in silver notes and over 300 taels in gold notes. In addition, there were 6 bottles of pills. 2 were pulse-nourishing pills, 3 were true chi pills, and 1 was a breaking through pill. The breaking through pill was specifically for practitioners at the 9th level of meridian opening. After consumption, it could allow one to directly break through to the Qi realm. Tisk, as expected of the direct descendant of the Yunshui family, he is indeed wealthy. Shen Yu thought to himself and immediately transferred the silver notes, gold notes, and pills from Lu Dongsheng's storage ring to his own storage ring. Then he casually stuffed some stones back into the opponent's storage bag before returning it. He then quickly left. Soon Shen Yu returned to his own courtyard. The maidservant inside was still fast asleep. Shen Yu sat cross-legged on the bed. He called up the system panel and clicked on the cultivation upgrade. Instantly, 1,000 kill points were deducted, and his cultivation level began to rise rapidly. In just a few breaths, he successfully advanced to the 2nd level of the Qi realm. Adding points feels so good. Feeling the true essence in his Qi doubled Shen, you couldn't help but think. He still had 850 kill points left. Both martial arts techniques, Flowing Cloud and 13 Swords of Divine Veins, could be upgraded. After a moment of thought, Shen Yu upgraded Flowing Cloud to the major achievement level, costing 300 kill points. Then he upgraded 13 Swords of Divine Veins to the minor achievement level, costing 200 kill points. Thus he had 350 kill points remaining. Let's draw a system. Use 3 chances for the lottery. Ding, the lottery has started. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the special physique, innate sword body. Would you like to receive it? Wow, I actually drew a physique. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a 10-fold increase in magical power. Would you like to receive it? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining concealment technique. Would you like to receive it? Why did I drink the bathwater of the goddess of fortune tonight? Shen Yu thought to himself as the 3 lottery draws he received tonight were all quite impressive. Receive all. The next moment, the 3 prizes appeared in the system space. He first fused the innate sword body. After the fusion, Shen Yu reminisced about the 13 Swords of Divine Veins in his mind. Suddenly, a wealth of comprehension flooded his mind. Not knowing how much time had passed, Shen Yu's gaze fell on the panel displaying 13 Swords of Divine Veins, which had originally only reached minor achievement, now directly attained perfection. Impressive. Is this the innate sword body? He was surprised that simply reminiscing about the sword technique allowed him to reach perfection directly. In the future, when he obtained sword techniques, he would not need to use kill points to upgrade them, and he should be able to easily cultivate them to a high level. The fact that he achieved perfection with 13 Swords of Divine Veins so easily was likely because this set of sword techniques was not high-level, only 4th tier. If it were a higher-level sword technique, reaching perfection would probably not be so easy. Next, Shen Yu received the 10-fold enhancement of magical power. This was an active magical power. After use, the energy within his body could increase 10-fold, but the consumption remained unchanged. Now that he was only at the 2nd level of the Qi realm, after using this magical power, he could nearly battle against practitioners at the 5th level of the Qi realm. Moreover, casting this magical power would not have any side effects, with each duration lasting for a quarter of an hour. After an hour, it could be used again. Finally, Shen Yu fused the concealment technique and directly reached the 1st layer. After using the concealment technique, he could hide his own cultivation. This secret technique has a total of 9 layers. Upon seeing the plus sign for the later layers, Shen Yu decisively added points. The concealment technique reached the 2nd layer. As for his kill points, they were directly reset to 0. After reaching the 2nd layer of the concealment technique, as long as his cultivation did not exceed 2 major realms above his own, others could not see through his true cultivation. Good secret technique. Shen Yu thought to himself, then concealed his cultivation to the 4th level of meridian. The next morning, Shen Yu was washing up under the attentive care of Chunya and Dong Air. Suddenly, Air, who rushed in. Upon seeing Shen Yu washing up, he obediently stood there waiting. Air, who was one of Shen Yu's promoted followers. The other follower was named Tine Yo. Relatively speaking, Air, who was more astute, so Shen Yu arranged for him to gather information within the city. Speak, what is it? Shen Yu spat out the mouthwash, asking in a calm tone. Young master, I just heard some news. Last night, the county magistrate's office and the military commander's office were visited by a mysterious thief. The newly appointed county magistrate and military commander are still unconscious, and listening to Air Hu's vivid description, Shen Yu felt an unusual calm within. Because this was indeed his doing. In the future, report any matters promptly. Dong Air, give Air Hu 2 taels of silver. After sending Air Hu away, Shen Yu began to have breakfast. Just after finishing breakfast, his 3 younger sisters showed up punctually. Then, along with the 2 personal maids, they began their training under his guidance. Not long after, Xiao Dai came again. Shen Yu then went to see Shen Linshi. You are now the pillar of our Shen family. It is inappropriate for you to continue living in the side courtyard, so I plan for you to move to the central courtyard. Shen Linshi said with a smile. The central courtyard is where the head of the household lives and works. Shen Yu was indifferent about living in the side courtyard or the central courtyard. So he said, Mother, I'm used to living in the side courtyard. Is it really necessary to move to the central courtyard? Shen Lincher lowered her voice and said, the side courtyard is too small. We can't have the daughters of the Li and Wang families coming in and also living in the side courtyard, can we? Besides, your side courtyard can't accommodate them anyway. Isn't it a bit too urgent? Shen Yu said in slight surprise, after all this body was only 14 years old. We are not in a hurry, but the Li and Wang families are anxious. After all, they no longer have the connections to rely on, and they are feeling uneasy. Shen Lincher smiled. All right then, after I finish guiding your sisters in their training, I will move. Shen Yu nodded. On the other side at the Zhong family, in the embroidery building, Zhong Yuanqing was preparing to have breakfast after practicing a set of sword techniques. However, she noticed that her maid Xing Er seemed hesitant to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hold it in. Zhong Yuanqing teased, knowing her maid couldn't keep secrets. Miss, I just heard from someone in the manor that 2 major events happened in our county last night. After receiving permission, Xing Er said excitedly, oh, what happened? Zhong Yuanqing seemed somewhat indifferent. Xing Er replied, last night a mysterious expert visited the county magistrate's office and the military commander's office. County magistrate Chun Hanshan and military commander Lu Dongsheng were both seriously injured and are still unconscious. Moreover, their subordinates mysteriously died without any visible injuries on their bodies. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuanqing was momentarily stunned. Such an incident had not occurred in her past life. First, Shen Yu transformed from a waste into a genius. Now a mysterious expert had attacked Chun Hanshan and Lu Dongsheng. Although she felt it was good that those two were seriously injured, she felt a bit uneasy. So after hastily finishing her breakfast, she decided to see her elder brother to gather more detailed information. When Zhong Yuanqing saw her elder brother Zhong Yu, so after hastily finishing her breakfast, she decided to see her elder brother to gather more detailed information. When Zhong Yuanqing saw her elder brother Zhong Yuanshan, she found him drinking. Elder brother, why are you drinking so early in the morning? Zhong Yuanqing asked. After driving away the servants and maids, Zhong Yuanshan lowered his voice and said, I am happy. That greedy wolf Lu Dongsheng has met with misfortune, and I am happy, so I want to drink a few cups. He originally thought Chen Hanshan was greedy enough. He extorted 1,000 taels of silver from the Zhong family. Unexpectedly, Lu Dongsheng was even greedier. He paid as much as 2,000 taels of silver to slightly satisfy the other party's appetite. Elder brother, what exactly happened? Zhong Yuanqing asked again. Zhong Yuanshan replied, little sister, let me tell you. Xing Er was just a maid and knew limited information, while Zhong Yuanshan was clearly more informed about what had happened at the county magistrate's office and the military commander's office. Upon hearing that the gold, silver, and pills in the storage rings of Chun Hanshan and Lu Dongsheng had been stolen, Zhong Yuanqing couldn't help but frown. Elder brother, with those two losing their wealth, will they come looking for us when they wake up? Zhong Yuanqing's expression froze, and a look of worry appeared on his face. They shouldn't, right? After all, we have already paid 3,000 taels of silver. Zhong Yuanqing analyzed. Those two are insatiable. They came to Yunmu County to be officials, and it can't be for the sake of the people, can it? In their eyes, we are just fat sheep. Now that their wealth has been stolen, who will they look for if not us? Aren't you engaged to Shen Yu? If those two want to seize our wealth, they will seek help from your fiancé. Zhong Yuanshan seemed to think of something. By the way, little sister, since you are already engaged to your fiancé, you should visit more often. Don't wait until trouble arises before seeking help. Alright, I understand. I will visit the Shen family tomorrow. Zhong Yuanqing did not object. Although her relationship with Shen Yu was merely a transaction, it was also necessary to build a good relationship. Meanwhile, Magistrate Qin, who had visited Chen Hanshan and Lu Dongsheng, returned to the courtyard of the county office. Outside, he showed great anger over the two's misfortunes. However, upon returning, he became calm and even felt a tinge of schadenfreude regarding Chen Hanshan and Lu Dongsheng's situation. The two had only been in Yunmu County for less than 10 days. They had crazily raked in money. The amount of wealth they had acquired reached at least 1 million taels. Seeing this made him feel envious. Logically speaking, he was still their superior. If they were eating meat, couldn't they at least let him have a sip of soup? But the two of them were unwilling to give him any benefits. Now the wealth they had amassed was entirely stolen by a mysterious expert. After learning this news, he couldn't help but want to laugh. As for capturing the mysterious expert, even the two experts were ambushed. Oh, what could he, a mere foundation establishment county magistrate, do? He could only report the matter to Yunshui Prefecture and have officials sent from the capital to handle it. At the same time, he felt somewhat fortunate that he hadn't managed to seize any money. Otherwise, the mysterious expert from last night might have targeted him as well. Days passed in the blink of an eye. After consuming a washing marrow pill, Shen Yu's root bone finally reached the top grade. During these days after the incidents involving Chun Hanshan and Lu Dongsheng, the city was under lockdown for 2 days. It had now returned to calm. As for Chun Hanshan and Lu Dongsheng, although they had invited many doctors, they were still unconscious. Shen Yu was not surprised by this. Given the damage to their souls according to their recovery speed, it would take at least 10 days to half a month for them to possibly recover. However, this is a fantasy world. There are many miraculous spiritual medicines. If they were given soul-healing medicines, it was still possible for them to wake up early. It is worth mentioning that under Shen Yu's meticulous guidance, his 3 younger sisters and 2 personal maids had all entered the first level of body refinement. To train them, he made sure they consumed monster meat daily. At the same time, he arranged for someone to purchase body refinement pills. These pills could enhance their cultivation speed. However, the pills couldn't be taken too often. Shen Yu instructed them to take 1 pill every 5 days. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaoyu, who was the first among the 4 girls to enter the body refinement stage, was truly exceptional with her top-grade root bone and was close to breaking through to the 2nd level of body refinement. Another matter is that Zhong Yuanqing had visited their home twice in the past few days. She had also won over Shen Linxi's favor. Moreover, Shen Linxi had already arranged matters with the Li and Wang families. The legitimate daughters of both families are set to marry into the Shen family 1 month and 2 months later respectively. On that morning, after guiding his 3 younger sisters and the maid in their training, Shen Yu arrived at a tea house near the East City Gate to enjoy some tea. He chose a seat by the window, allowing him to take in the sights of the East City Gate. He came here to drink tea, wanting to see the true nature of the people sent by the Yunshui sect. Shen Hanshan's father is one of the city guard's lieutenants in the Yunshui sect. Behind Lu Dongxing there is also the Lu family. The 2 of them were severely injured by a mysterious expert, and it is unlikely that these 2 families would remain indifferent. Unbeknownst to him, more than an hour passed. As noon approached, Shen Yu decided it was time to head back for lunch. Suddenly a commotion arose at the city gate. Shen Yu turned to look and saw a tall young man riding a demonic horse emerging from the city gate. A demonic horse, after all, is also a type of demon beast. It is merely a tamed demon beast. However, if it encounters a demon clan, a tamed demon beast could turn against its rider at any moment. Thus, very few people ride demonic horses. Therefore, those who can ride demonic horses must either be very bold or have absolute confidence in their own strength. The Eye of Insight activated. Instantly, the information about the young man riding the demonic horse appeared in Shen Yu's mind. Name Lu Donglin. Age 25 years and 9 months. Cultivation, 9-fold meridian opening. Root bone superior grade. Affection 0. Note: one of the direct descendants of the Lu family from Yunshui. Behind Lu Donglin were 4 attendants riding ordinary horses. Shen Yu observed them with the Eye of Insight and found that the cultivation of these 4 attendants was not weak. 2 were in the early stages of meridian opening and 2 in the late stages of qi condensation. Since the Lu family's people had arrived, the Shen family should be arriving soon as well. Thus, Shen Yu decided to wait a little longer. However, after waiting for half an hour without seeing anyone from the Shen family, he had no choice but to head home. That afternoon, news began to spread. Lu Donglin took over the position of city guard lieutenant from Lu Dongxing, while Lu Dongsheng was sent back to Yunshui for treatment by Lu Donglin's men. Upon hearing this news, Shen Yu immediately understood that this was an internal power struggle within the family. Even if Lu Dongsheng recovered in the future, he would no longer be able to interfere in anything concerning Yimu County. The next day, Lu Donglin sent an invitation to the Shen family in the name of the city guard lieutenant, inviting them to send someone to the Shengyun building for a banquet that night. It was clear that Lu Donglin was also trying to make money. Less than half an hour after receiving the invitation, Zhong Yuanshan paid a visit. Shen Yu received him in the central courtyard hall. Brother-in-law, your Shen family received the invitation too, right? Zhong Yuanshan asked with concern. Shen Yu nodded. Zhong Yuanshan said, what do you think? Shen Yu replied, it's mostly to extort benefits from us. This is quite an ugly display. Zhong Yuanshan's face turned grim. Just a few days ago, my Zhong family gave Lu Dongxing 200,000 taels of silver. Now so soon they're back asking for more money. Do they think our Zhong family has a silver mine? By the way, brother-in-law, do you plan to give them anything? No, Shen Yu decisively replied. Then our Zhong family won't give anything either. Zhong Yuanshan gritted his teeth. Although their Zhong family was wealthy, they were unwilling to be extorted consecutively. However, brother-in-law, if this Lu Donglin makes a move, you need to watch over our Zhong family. Rest assured I will. Shen Yu nodded. After sending Zhong Yuanshan off, the heads of the Li family and Wang family also arrived one after another. They all had the same goal as Zhong Yuanshan, inquiring whether Shen Yu would give money. Upon learning Shen Yu's stance, they all stated that they wouldn't give money but needed Shen Yu to look after their 2 families. In the evening at Shengyun building, Shen Yu arrived on horseback. He then saw the heads of various families and sects waiting at the entrance of the restaurant. Upon seeing him arrive, everyone was quite polite, greeting him warmly. Among them, Zhong Yuanshan, as well as the heads of the Li and Wang families, were the most enthusiastic. As the appointed time drew near, Zhong Yuanshan quietly said, could it be that like last time, this one will also keep us waiting for a long time? Just wait. Shen Yu replied nonchalantly. Sure enough, at the appointed time, Lu Donglin did not appear. Haha, truly deserving of being a member of the Lu family, they all have such demeanor. Zhong Yuanshan sneered quietly. Let's go inside the private room and wait. Standing here is quite tiring. Shen Yu said. Zhong Yuanshan, who had just been complaining, couldn't help but worry. Will this offend them? Isn't this just a matter of time? Shen Yu replied, then turned and entered the restaurant, heading towards the private room on the second floor. Seeing this, Zhong Yuanshan hesitated slightly, but followed suit. The heads of the Wang and Li families also hurried to follow. Observing this scene, another family head, 3 sect leaders, and 2 guild masters all changed their expressions slightly. Once Shen Yu stepped onto the second floor, the leader of the Qinglang gang said, "This one certainly has some arrogance. It seems he doesn't regard the newly appointed lieutenant in his eyes. He has the capital to be arrogant. If you could reach the 3rd level of meridian opening, you could be just as arrogant," the leader of the Bloodshaw gang sneered. On the surface, they had no objections to Shen Yu, but in reality, they felt a bit displeased. This was because they had all spent 300,000 taels of silver to curry favor with Chun Han's Han and Lu Dongshen. Meanwhile, Shen Yu had not spent a single tael. Although they all knew Shen Yu's lack of financial contribution was due to his strength, knowing this did not alleviate their dissatisfaction. I wonder what level of meridian opening this new lieutenant has reached. If his cultivation exceeds the 3rd level of meridian opening, some people might be in trouble. The head of the Yu family spoke with a playful tone. Inside the private room on the 2nd floor, Shen Yu overheard the conversations of the leaders of the various factions below. This was not an act of deliberate eavesdropping, but rather after reaching the 3rd level of the divine forging technique, his 5 senses far surpassed those of ordinary cultivators. He did not pay it much mind. As the saying goes, it's not a lack of wealth, but a lack of fairness. Everyone was forced to pay money, yet he was the only one who didn't. Naturally, they would feel unbalanced in their hearts. The 4 of them in the private room did not just wait idly, but instead ordered a pot of tea and 2 plates of snacks, chatting while drinking. Finally, half an hour passed. Lu Donglin finally arrived. Shortly after, the head of the Yu family, along with members of the 3 major gangs and 2 martial arts halls, surrounded Lu Donglin as they made their way to the private room on the 2nd floor. Upon seeing Shen Yu and the others who had arrived early in the private room, Lu Donglin slightly narrowed his eyes, finally landing on Shen Yu. Upon my arrival in Yunmu County, I heard there is a young genius here. You must be that so-called young genius, Shen Yu, right? Greetings, Lieutenant Lu. Shen Yu calmly greeted. Haha, you're quite impressive. Are you interested in serving in the city guard? I can make you a 100-man captain. Lu Donglin patted Shen Yu's shoulder. Thank you for your kindness, my lord, but I am still young and have no intention of taking on official duties. Shen Yu smiled at Lu Donglin, speaking calmly and patiently. However, Lu Donglin's expression darkened as he coldly questioned, "Are you looking down on me, or do you think the position is too low?" Shen Yu replied, "Neither. I am currently focused on my cultivation and do not wish to be distracted." That's true. Lu Donglin's face regained a smile. At your age, you should indeed focus on your training. However, according to my understanding, your Shen family's Liaoyang Gong can only cultivate to the 1st level of meridian opening. So how did you achieve your current 3rd level of meridian opening? You should explain that to me. Explain what? Shen Yu looked at Lu Donglin with interest. Lu Donglin continued, my clan brother Lu Dongshen was ambushed by a mysterious expert and has yet to awaken. Coincidentally, you have acquired a cultivation technique that surpasses your family's Liaoyang Gong. It is difficult for me not to link you with that mysterious expert. In fact, Lu Donglin did not suspect Shen Yu had any connection with that mysterious expert. He merely wanted to put pressure on Shen Yu. This is absurd. Just because my Shen family has a new cultivation technique, you link me with a mysterious expert. Shen Yu responded, quite speechless. Then can I also say that the mysterious expert who ambushed Lu Dongshen was sent by you? After all, he was heavily injured, and the one who benefits the most is you. Hearing this, Lu Donglin was both angry and amused. What a sharp tongue you have. Likewise, Shen Yu replied calmly. You are quite good. Lu Donglin's gaze toward Shen Yu grew colder. Shen Yu smiled back, revealing 8 pristine white teeth. Please take your seats. Lu Donglin, realizing he could not gain the upper hand in the conversation, coldly. Soon the banquet was set. Everyone raised their cups to toast Lu Donglin. Only Shen Yu remained silent, focusing on his food. Before long, the drinks had circulated 3 times, and the dishes had been served 5 times. Lu Donglin put down his wine cup and said, recently bandits attacked the county. Although we managed to fend them off, we discovered a problem. The weapons of the city guards are outdated. If the bandits attack again, we might not hold our ground, so we will need everyone to contribute generously. Upon hearing this, everyone stiffened for a moment, but quickly recovered, as they had already mentally prepared for it. The head of the Yu family took out a stack of silver notes and approached Lu Donglin, saying, Lord Lu, this is 100,000 taels of silver, a small token from my Yu family. Head Yu, do you have a problem with me? Lu Donglin glanced at the silver notes, his tone unfriendly. Head Yu was taken aback. Lord Lu, what do you mean? How could I have a problem with you? Lu Donglin said gently. If you have no problem with me, then why did you give my clan brother 20,000 taels and only 10,000 taels to me? Or do you think I am inferior to my clan brother Lu Dongshan? Head Yu smiled bitterly. Lord Lu, before your appointment my Yu family had already given 30,000 taels. This 10,000 taels is all I could gather upon learning that you were appointed, so I truly cannot provide more. Though Head Yu's words were somewhat exaggerated, in reality 40,000 taels had nearly drained his family's cash reserves. To gather more silver, he would have to sell off property or land. Since Head Yu is so strapped for cash, please take this silver back. Suddenly Lu Donglin smiled and pushed the stack of silver notes back. Head Yu's expression froze quietly, observing Lu Donglin. Although the latter wore a smile, Head Yu felt that the smile was somewhat chilling. Feeling anxious, he quickly said, Lord Lu, I am willing to donate 20,000 taels, but could I have some time to gather the additional 10,000 taels? How long? Lu Donglin asked as he pocketed the silver notes. Within 3 days. That's more like it. Lu Donglin finally revealed a satisfied smile. Following that, his gaze swept over the others. Then the 3 gang leaders and 2 guild heads stepped forward to offer silver notes. However, apart from the Qing Wolf gang and the White Tiger gang who had brought enough, the others fell short. Yet under Lu Donglin's pressure, they all promised to make up the 10,000 taels within 3 days. Shen Yu, don't you want to contribute to the city guards? After all, the stability of your Shen family also depends on our city guards' protection. Suddenly, Lu Donglin's gaze fell on Shen Yu once again. Shen Yu replied unhurriedly, Lord Lu, contributing is certainly possible. However, it is not only donations that count as contributions. If the bandits attack again, I, Shen Yu, am also willing to take to the walls and fight. After all, I killed quite a few bandits during the last attack. Yes, my Zhong family is also willing to send people to the walls to fight. Zhong Yuanshan, quite clever, immediately followed up. Since they had chosen to support Shen Yu, they had to back him. After all, fence-sitters usually end up poorly. Our Li family will also. Our Wang family will too. The heads of the Li and Wang families quickly voiced their support. Seeing that Shen Yu and the others were unwilling to contribute money, Lu Donglin narrowed his eyes and threatened, You all better think this through. Lord Lu, we have thought it through very clearly. Shen Yu replied with a smile. Good, very good. Now all of you get out. Lu Donglin could no longer suppress his inner anger and slammed the table. Since Lord Lu does not welcome us, we shall take our leave. Shen Yu stood up first. Zhong Yuanshan followed. The heads of the Li and Wang families also stood up. Since they had chosen to support Shen Yu, they could only follow him to the end. Mainly this Lord Lu and the previous one both had insatiable appetites. Now they casually wanted 20,000 taels from each family, but what about next time? What about the time after that? No matter how much wealth they had, they couldn't withstand this kind of pressure. Looking at the 4 leaving the private room, Lu Dongshang's eyes darkened with a hint of killing intent, secretly thinking, Shen family, brat, let's play slowly. Watch how I will make you suffer. Lu Donglin's murderous intent was clearly sensed by Shen Yu. He decided that tonight he would once again act as a mysterious thief. That night, in the Wei commander's residence, a figure silently infiltrated. Through his spiritual sense, Shen Yu quickly pinpointed Lu Donglin's 4 subordinates. Next, he struck their souls with his spiritual sense, sending them to meet the king of hell. In total, he earned 300 kill points. As for Lu Donglin, he was also awake, flipping through a cultivation technique. He arrived outside the courtyard where Lu Donglin was residing. His spiritual sense began to seep into the latter's consciousness, delivering a punch to his soul. Lu Donglin felt darkness wash over him before he stumbled and fell to the ground. The window in the room was open, which made things easier for Shen Yu. He then seized Lu Donglin's storage bag. Inside, he found over 100,000 silver notes, as well as 20,000 gold notes, 2 bottles of pulse-nourishing pills, and a breakthrough pill. It seems I acted too early. Looking at the number of silver notes, Shen Yu couldn't help but think to himself that if he had waited for the others to deliver their silver notes before acting, he could have gained tens of thousands more. Suddenly, Shen Yu's spiritual sense swept over a book that had fallen on the ground. It turned out to be a cultivation technique. Using his spiritual sense, he rolled it into his hand and quickly skimmed through it, discovering that it was a sword technique. After flipping through the entire book, Shen Yu found that it was a fragmented sword technique. However, even from this incomplete technique, Shen Yu could discern that its level was not low, at least reaching the 5th rank, and possibly even the 6th. He casually stored the sword technique into his storage ring. Shen Yu then returned the storage bag to Lu Donglin's side and quietly left the Wei commander's residence. The next day, after the news of Lu Donglin being ambushed by a mysterious expert spread, the expressions of the head of the Yu family, the 3 gang leaders, and the 2 guild heads who had offered silver notes the previous night became quite interesting. Especially the leaders of the Qing Wolf gang and the White Tiger gang, who were furious and cursing. After all, they had offered 20,000 taels of silver right on the spot last night. At the same time, they secretly cursed Lu Donglin for being so useless. His clan brother had just been dealt with, and he couldn't be more vigilant. Meanwhile, the heads of the Zhong, Li, and Wang families couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the courtyard of the Shen family, the 5 youngsters were diligently practicing their skills. Eru stood beside Shen Yu, eagerly recounting the news he had gathered this morning about Lu Donglin being severely injured by a mysterious expert. Shen Yu's two trusted aides were Eru and Yu. He had used his insight eye to examine them, and found that Eru's aptitude was extremely poor, barely reaching the low-grade level. However, he was clever and skilled at gathering information. This was the reason Shen Yu accepted him as a trusted aide. As for the other aide, Yu, he was the only one among all the servants of the Shen family with superior aptitude. Moreover, Yu's father had once served as a guard for the Shen family. He was taken by Shen Feng to the Great Tomb to seize a legacy and ultimately perished within. Yu was only 10 years old this year and began practicing martial arts last year, training with the most basic techniques capable of reaching only the 9th level of body refinement at most. Nevertheless, he had already attained the 2nd level of body refinement. Now Yu had switched to practicing the Shen family's Liang technique, and Shen Yu had also provided him with body refinement pills and beast meat. As a result, he had made significant progress during this time, and had already reached the 4th level of body refinement. Although Eris' news was quite shocking, Shen Yu remained calm. After all, he was the one behind that incident. After giving Eru 2 taels of silver to send him off, Shen Yu took out the incomplete and nameless sword technique he had obtained from Lu Donglin the night before to comprehend it. Thanks to having the innate sword body buff, even though the level of this incomplete sword technique was very high, he fully comprehended it in just an hour. Unable to resist, he took out the true water 9 swords to practice. After just 2 rounds of practice, the martial arts section of the system panel had a new unnamed sword technique added which had reached the introductory level. However, it was noted as incomplete after the sword technique. Insights regarding some sword techniques also emerged in Shen Yu's mind. After absorbing this part of the Shen Yu couldn't help but feel delighted. Although this unnamed sword technique was only newly learned, its displayed power was already slightly stronger than the 13 swords of the divine vein. Seeing the plus sign after the unnamed sword technique, Shen Yu decided to allocate points. Suddenly, 200 points of killing points were deducted, and immediately a large amount of sword technique insights flooded into his mind. Once he absorbed this part of the insights, a sharp sword intent surged from Shen Yu's body. Sword intent had a boosting effect on sword techniques. It could also exert pressure on enemies. If the merely proficient unnamed sword technique could condense sword intent, wouldn't cultivating this unnamed sword technique to perfection allow for the birth of sword intent? Unfortunately, he only had 100 killing points left. Otherwise, he would have truly wanted to allocate points to perfect the unnamed sword technique. Should he use these 100 killing points to enhance the hidden chi technique or for a lottery? The 2 layers of the hidden chi technique could prevent strong individuals 2 major realms above him from probing his cultivation. This meant that even a nascent soul realm expert could not detect his true cultivation. Nascent soul realm experts were already the pinnacle of existence in the entire Yinshui prefecture. Therefore, there was no need to enhance the hidden chi technique any further. Then let's use it for the lottery. System, initiate the lottery. Ding, lottery initiated. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a loyalty card. Would you like to claim it? Claim it. In the next moment, a black card appeared in the system space. After taking it out, relevant information surfaced in his mind. In simple terms, this loyalty card can be used on any living being provided that the target does not surpass his own. Once used, the target's loyalty would rise to 100 points, ensuring they would never betray him. This card is quite good. Shen Yu's eyes lit up. He was destined not to stay long in the Shen family. After all, staying in the Shen family would make it difficult for him to make significant advancements in strength. However, he was also uneasy about leaving. Currently, the Shen family had no one in the chi-gathering realm besides him. If he left, the Shen family would likely be devoured without leaving a bone behind. But with this loyalty card, he could easily subdue a Chi-Si realm cultivator to safeguard the Shen family. This way he could venture out with peace of mind. However, there was no Chi-Si realm cultivator in Yunmu County, and he still had to wait for an opportunity to arise. Time passed and 2 days went by. Eru discovered that the Chun family had sent someone to take away Chen Han's Han. Furthermore, on the same day, a new county magistrate was appointed. This newly arrived county magistrate was not from Yinshui Prefecture. Instead, he was transferred from the neighboring Shenmu County. The person had originally been a county magistrate in Shenmu County, which was merely a low-ranking county. Being transferred to Yunmu County as county magistrate could be considered a promotion. By the way, the new county magistrate's name was Zhou Kuo, with a cultivation of the first layer of pulsing vessels. Perhaps he knew the waters of Yunmu County were quite deep. Zhou Kuo did not dare to be as arrogant as Chun Han's Han and the Liu brothers, directly demanding money from the top forces within the county. He behaved quite low-key. Even at night, he did not dare to stay in the county magistrate's residence, fearing that the mysterious expert might target him. After several more days, the Liu family also sent people to Yunmu County and took away the still unconscious Lu Donglin. Similarly, the Liu family had abandoned the position of school officer. Although the newly appointed school officer was also transferred from Yinshui Prefecture, he had no connections to the Liu family. This person was named Shangwan Hao with a cultivation of the second layer of pulsing vessels. He also appeared quite low-key as the Liu brothers were a cautionary tale. Has the Liu family and the Chen family really backed down? Shen Yu felt somewhat surprised. However, upon careful thought, the Chen family and the Liu family indeed had reasons to back down. He had severely injured Chun Han's Han and the Liu brothers using his divine sense. Ordinary doctors could not detect any issues. But the Chen family and the Liu family would certainly see the reason. And only nascent soul realm experts could condense divine sense. Therefore, the Chen family and the Liu family naturally believed their people had been severely injured by a nascent soul expert. Moreover, neither family had any nascent soul experts. Coupled with their belief that Shen Yu had left room when he struck, they thought it was merely a warning. Faced with a nascent soul expert's warning, they feared they might not have time to react. So how could they dare to continue sending people to Yunmu County? With the county magistrate and school officer taking office quietly, Yunmu County returned to tranquility. The major forces also lowered their profile, striving to enhance their own cultivation in hopes of giving birth to a pulsing vessel realm cultivator soon. This led to various cultivation resources in Yunmu County becoming scarce. Fortunately, Shen Yu had already purchased a large number of body refinement pills in advance. Additionally, he had hunted and stored many demon beasts in his storage ring. It was quite easy to sustain the training of the 5 youngsters in Tinyu. During this period, Shen Yu also did not cease his comprehension of the unnamed sword technique. He had subtly touched the threshold of minor achievement. As all the major forces within the city endeavored to enhance their strength, a new force quietly emerged in the impoverished North City. Inside a dilapidated courtyard in North City, a middle-aged man knelt on the ground bowing to a handsome young man in black, saying subordinately, "Gue pays respects to the young hall master." "Get up," the young man in black said indifferently. "Thank you, young hall master." Li Gue obediently stood up. "How many of the major medicines that the hall needs have you collected?" Returning to the young hall master, "I have collected 89, just 10 short." Li Gue replied truthfully. "Within 3 days, gather the remaining major medicines, and I will arrange for someone to come and collect them." Li Gui's face showed difficulty. "Young hall master, because we have been aggressively capturing major medicines, the commoners in North City have already become wary. Even during the day, they won't let their children go out. It might be a bit challenging to gather enough major medicines within 3 days. If they won't go out, then go capture them from their homes." The young man in black said unhappily. "But won't this attract the attention of the authorities?" Li Gue worriedly replied. They're just a bunch of commoners. How could those officials pay them any mind?" The young man in black scoffed. "Yes, young hall master. In 3 days, I will definitely gather 100 major medicines." Li Gue gritted his teeth. "Good." The young man in black revealed a satisfied smile. "Rest assured, once this batch of blood chi pills is refined, there will be one for you." Upon hearing this, Li Gue was overjoyed and immediately expressed his gratitude. He had been stuck at the 8th level of body refinement for 3 whole years, and with a blood chi pill, he would definitely reach the 9th level. That night in the courtyard of the Shen family inside the training room, Shen Yu held the true water 9 swords, practicing the nameless sword technique. He had a feeling that tonight he could break through to the minor success of this technique. After practicing the nameless sword technique 10 consecutive times, a flash of inspiration appeared in Shen Yu's mind, as if he had gained some understanding. Suddenly his movements came to a halt. His actions grew slower and slower, even his eyes closed. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and it seemed that sword light flickered within them. His aura surged dramatically, causing the air in the training room to become thick. Whoosh! Shen Yu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The nameless sword technique successfully broke through to minor success, and his sword intent approached perfection. He felt that as long as he could advance this technique to major success, he would be able to condense sword intent. With his innate sword body, he could comprehend the nameless sword technique to major success in no more than 10 days or half a month. However, Shen Yu did not immediately leave the training room. Instead, he slowly retracted his sword intent. If he walked out like this, it would be too ostentatious. Fortunately, he had also practiced the concealment technique. With this fierce aura, he could control it freely within half an hour. The next morning after breakfast, Shen Yu personally guided the 5 young ones in their training. Before long, Erhu arrived. "Is there any news today?" Shen Yu casually asked. Erhu replied, "Second young master, I have heard some news today. Recently, there have been consecutive disappearances of children in the North City, and it is said that dozens of children have gone missing." "Are they human traffickers?" Shen Yu inquired. Erhu thought for a moment and said, "It shouldn't be human traffickers, they wouldn't be so brazen. I heard that last night another 7 or 8 children went missing, all from their homes." "Second young master, could it be the demon clan? I've heard they particularly enjoy devouring children." "You ask me, who should I ask?" Shen Yu replied irritably. "By the way, has the government intervened?" Erhu said, "The county office sent some constables to investigate, but these constables are all newly recruited with almost no experience in solving cases. I doubt they will find the culprit." "All right, keep an eye on this matter, and report back to me with any developments. Shen Yu instructed, then dismissed Erhu. Meanwhile, he began to ponder what force had abducted so many children. He then made up his mind to check out the North City that night. He happened to need some killing points. If he discovered the force behind the abductions, he would eliminate them. That night, late at night, Shen Yu appeared in the North City, dressed in a set of night gear. His flowing cloud technique had already reached major success, and his cultivation had reached the second level of Qi Si. Thus, under the cover of darkness, Shen Yu flew through the North City like a phantom barely visible to ordinary. While patrolling the North City, Shen Yu activated his divine sense. Through it, he could distinguish between cultivators and ordinary people. A quarter of an hour later, as Shen Yu's divine sense swept over a dilapidated courtyard, he discovered a cultivator at the 8th level of body refinement. The Eye of Insight technique activated. The information about the individual appeared in his mind. Namely, Gue, age 39 years and 3 months, cultivation 8th level of body refinement, root bone, inferior quality, affection 0, identity, minor leader of the Mo Yun sex, Blood Sea Hall. After uncovering the identity of the person Shen, you could almost confirm that the recent disappearances of children were related to this Mo Yun sect. However, he did not act immediately. Instead, he used his divine sense to leave a mark on the person, then continued searching in the North City. A quarter of an hour later, Shen Yu had searched the entire North City. Feeling somewhat disappointed, he found only 8 followers of the Mo Yun sect's Blood Sea Hall. The highest cultivation among them was that minor leader Li Gue. The cultivations of the others ranged between the 5th and 7th levels of body refinement. Additionally, he discovered the abducted children. All were unconscious and imprisoned in the basement of an uninhabited, dilapidated house. Just as Shen Yu was preparing to act, he found through the divine sense mark that these Mo Yun sect followers were gathering towards the small courtyard where Li Gue lived. Seeing this, he couldn't help but smile, inwardly thinking that their gathering would make it easier for him to act. A quarter of an hour later, all 8 Mo Yun sect followers had gathered at Li Gui's small courtyard. Inside the dilapidated courtyard, Li Gue lowered his voice and said, "We only need 3 more kids to complete the mission from above. Do you have any targets?" "Li Gue, I have a target already. It's a pair of twins." One Mo Yun sect follower immediately responded. "Li Gue, I also have a target." Another follower chimed in. "All right, the rest of you coordinate with these 2 to ensure we bring back the 3 prime." Li Gue announced his decision before the others could speak. Just as this group of Mo Yun sect followers planned to act, 9 sword auras descended from the sky. Puff, puff, puff. Before Li Gue and the others could react, Li Gue and the 8 Mo Yun sect followers had their skulls pierced by the sword auras. Hearing the system's series of notifications, he pulled up the system interface, but unfortunately, he only received 90 killing points. He closed the system interface. Shen Yu landed in the courtyard and began to search the corpses. From the 9 corpses, he first found over 200 silver notes and more than 30 pieces of broken silver. Then Shen Yu found over 500 silver notes and 2 ingots of gold in Li Gui's room. After putting these items into his storage ring, Shen Yu intended to leave. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he left the bodies of this group here, it might raise the Mo Yun sect's alertness. It would be better to take their bodies away. The Mo Yun sect might think they had escaped from Yunmu County and continue. With that in mind, he stored the 9 corpses in his storage ring and cleaned up the blood on the ground. Then he found some paper and a pen from a nearby house, and using his left hand, he wrote down the location of the dilapidated courtyard, noting that the missing children were in the basement of that courtyard. He found a night watchman and crumpled the note, wrapping a small stone inside, and threw it in front of him. The night watchman couldn't read. He had to change his voice to condense it into a line and whispered in the night watchman's ear, "The note contains the location where the missing children have been hidden. Take it to the county office to find the constables." The sudden voice startled the night watchman. However, upon understanding Shen Yu's words, he immediately ran towards the county office with the note. The next morning, news spread in the city that Constable Qi Lei from the county office had rescued 97 missing children. This credit was seized. Shen Yu didn't care. He never intended to claim that merit. Besides, was it really that easy to claim such credit? The newly appointed Constable Qi Lei had only reached the 9th level of body refinement. He was fine not taking the credit. Now that he had claimed this credit, the Mo Yun sect had lost 9 members. Therefore, they would definitely target him first. That night, Shen Yu appeared again in the North City, hiding in a tree near the small courtyard where Li Gue lived. He was waiting for Li Gui's contact person or superior. After all, there was no way to gain killing points elsewhere, so Shen Yu could only place his hope for gaining killing points on the Mo Yun sect. As time gradually passed, the hour of the rat was approaching. In the northern district of Yunmu County, Shen Yu concealed himself in the canopy of a tree by the street, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Mo Yun sect. Suddenly, Shen Yu's spirits lifted as he noticed a figure flying in from the distance. As the figure drew near, Shen Yu decisively unleashed the Eye of Insight. The information about the figure presented itself in his mind. Named Duanmu Chun, age 22 years and 7 months, cultivation fourfold meridian, opening root bone, medium grade, favorability 0, identity son of Duanmu Tong, the Hall Master of the Bloodsea Hall of the Mo Yun sect. I've finally been waiting for you. A smile appeared on Shen Yu's face. Soon Duanmu Chun entered Li Gui. However, looking at the empty courtyard, Duanmu Chun frowned slightly. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and decisively executed his movement technique, leaping out of the courtyard and escaping at great speed, quickly vanishing into the night. In response, Shen Yu remained unhurried. He had already left a divine sense mark on the other party. A quarter of an hour later, Duanmu Chun had long fled Yimu County and was now going in circles. Once he confirmed that no one was following, Duanmu Chun sped off in a straight line. That's about it. Shen Yu also began to move. He quickly reached the northern city wall, then soared into the air, leaping over the wall and gliding down from it, landing outside the city. His speed was far greater than that of Duanmu Chun. After racing through the night for over 30 miles, Shen Yu sensed that Duanmu Chun had stopped at a certain location. Upon accelerating to arrive, he discovered that Duanmu Chun was located in a village. Subsequently, Shen Yu circled the entire village's perimeter, revealing excitement on his face. For within this village, he found 32 members of the Mo Yun sect. Among them, 5 were at the meridian opening stage, and 1 elder was at the ninefold meridian opening. Among the remaining 27, there were 8 at the Qi condensation stage, consisting of 3 in the late stage, 2 in the mid stage, and 3 in the early stage. The remaining 19 were all at the body refinement stage. At this moment, the 5 meridian opening cultivators were gathered in a room discussing matters. Thus, Shen Yu did not act immediately. It was not that he feared their numbers, but rather worried about them escaping. After waiting for half an hour, the 5 meridian opening cultivators finally returned to their respective rooms to sleep. Once they were all asleep, which was over a quarter of an hour later, Shen Yu softly said, "It's time to act." He stealthily crept within 30 meters of the elder at the ninefold meridian opening. His divine sense directly penetrated into the elder's sea of consciousness, delivering a heavy blow to his soul. The elder's soul was instantly shattered. The elder's body merely trembled once before losing all signs of life. Following that, Shen Yu replicated the method, shattering the souls of the other 4 meridian opening cultivators in succession. The 5 meridian opening cultivators provided Shen Yu with 900 kill points, 400 from the ninefold meridian opening elder, 200 from Duanmu Chun at the fourfold meridian opening, and 100 each from the 3 early stage meridian opening cultivators. Subsequently, Shen Yu utilized his divine sense to eliminate the 8 Qi condensation cultivators, earning 240 kill points. After taking down the 19 body refinement cultivators, he gained another 190 kill points. Thus, that night, Shen Yu earned a total of 1,330 kill points. Adding the previous 90 kill points, his total reached 1,420 points. Next came the looting phase. From the elder at the ninefold meridian opening, Shen Yu acquired a storage ring. However, the space within the ring was limited. It only contained about 12 cubic units. Yet there were quite a few items inside, approximately 800 silver taels and silver notes, and about 2000 taels and gold notes. In addition, there were 3 books, one on cultivation methods, one on martial arts, and one on alchemy. Following that, Shen Yu pulled out over 20 bottles and jars from the elder's storage ring. Shen Yu was too lazy to identify each item individually, so he transferred them into his own storage ring for identification later. He then stored the elder's body in the elder's storage ring. Next, Shen Yu also searched Duanmu Chen's corpse. He similarly found a storage ring, though the space inside was only about 7 to 8 cubic units. Upon inspecting the items inside, Shen Yu was pleasantly surprised. Duanmu Chun was quite wealthy, with silver and gold notes combined worth over 2 million taels. In addition to the silver notes, Duanmu Chen's storage ring contained 2 cultivation methods and 2 martial arts techniques. There were also 7 or 8 bottles of medicinal pills. Shen Yu also stored Duanmu Chen's body in a storage ring. Shen Yu quickly searched the corpses of the other 3 meridian opening cultivators. Compared to the previous 2, the 3 were much poorer, with a total of just over 300 taels and silver notes. Moreover, they had no cultivation methods or martial arts techniques. They did have a few bottles of medicinal pills. Following his usual practice, after looting their bodies, he stored them in his storage ring. Afterward, Shen Yu did not mind the trouble and thoroughly searched the corpses of the 8 Qi condensation cultivators and 19 body refinement cultivators. The gains were not substantial. A quarter of an hour later, Shen Yu arrived in a mountain forest. He then emptied all the corpses stored in his rings and began to head back to the county. There were many wild beasts in this forest, and these bodies would soon be reduced to mere bones. Upon returning to the Shen family, Shen Yu first took a bath. After changing into clean clothes, he accessed the system interface. The plus sign behind his cultivation level reappeared. This indicated that he could once again enhance his cultivation through allocation of points. Thus, he decisively clicked the plus sign. After a while, Shen Yu smiled slightly as his cultivation smoothly advanced to the threefold Qi, Sea realm, with the true essence in his body doubling. The remaining 420 kill points could either enhance the hidden chi technique or be used for a lottery. After some thought, Shen Yu decided to elevate the hidden chi technique to the third layer for safety. Even if faced with a stronger opponent at the Divine Soul Realm, they would not be able to see through his hidden cultivation. As for what lies beyond the Divine Soul Realm, he truly did not know. After all, the Meridian Opening Realm was already dominant within the county. The Divine Soul Realm could also roam freely in the Yinshui Prefecture. Except for Zhong Yuanqing, a reborn powerhouse of the Divine Soul Realm, very few people knew about the realms that followed. Shen Yu decided that next time he met Zhong Yuanqing he would inquire about it. After adding a layer to the hidden chi technique, he had the system conduct a lottery. Ding, lottery activated. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a cultivation enhancement card. Would you like to claim it? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a cultivation method completion card. Would you like to claim it? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a treasure-seeking ability. Would you like to claim it? Shen Yu replied, claim them all. Instantly, 3 new items appeared in the system space. The first was a cultivation enhancement card, which could elevate his cultivation by 1 minor realm. Shen Yu decisively chose to use it. Then the true essence within his dantian began to grow again. Not bad, I've saved 2,000 kill points. Feeling his cultivation reach the 4-fold Chi-Si realm, Shen Yu nodded in satisfaction. After that, he took out the cultivation method completion card. This card, when used, could complete a cultivation method or martial art. Shen Yu directly designated it for the nameless sword technique. Instantly, a vast array of sword techniques and memories flooded into his mind. After browsing through the completed sword techniques, Shen Yu felt an exceptional delight. Previously, the nameless sword technique he had practiced contained only 1/10 of its content. Now it was completed and the sword technique was named Starbreaker Sword Technique. The level of the sword technique had reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier. Glancing at the system panel, the level of the completed sword technique had reverted to the entry-level stage. However, Shen Yu was not worried at all. He possessed an innate sword body. Comprehending this set of sword techniques would merely require a bit more time. Finally, Shen Yu merged with the treasure-seeking ability. After merging with this ability, he would be able to sense the location of treasures within 100 miles as long as he activated the ability. The colors of the treasure light ranged from white, green, blue, orange, red, purple, gold, tricolor, multicolor, 7-color, to 9-color. Among them, treasures with white light were the most low-level. Treasures with 9-color light held the highest rank. With a single thought, Shen Yu activated the treasure-seeking divine ability. Instantly, a map depicting the surrounding area within 100 miles materialized in his mind. Moreover, rivers, mountains, and buildings were marked with text. Following that, numerous points of light appeared. Most of these points were white, with only 3 green points. With another thought, Shen Yu took out the true water 9. Immediately, an additional green point appeared on the map. After putting away the true water 9 swords, Shen Yu's gaze fell upon the 3 green points. 2 of the green points were located within Yimu County. One was at the Zhong family, and the other at the captain's mansion. The specifics of whether they were spirit weapons, spirit herbs, or something else could only be determined through investigation. As for the last green point, it was situated over 40 miles south of Yimu County within a river called Tonghui River. Whether it was a treasure lost in the water or a spirit herb growing from the riverbed could only be confirmed by personal inspection. Putting away the treasure-seeking divine ability, Shen Yu took out dozens of jars and bottles. These items were all spoils of war he had collected. Among them were nourishing pulse pills and true chi pills. The most numerous were something called blood energy pills. However, after reviewing the description of the blood energy pills, Shen Yu's expression darkened considerably. Because the primary ingredient of these blood energy pills was the hearts of children. Truly a bunch of beasts. Shen Yu cursed, inwardly realizing why the people of the Mo Yun sect were abducting children. It was for alchemy. Suddenly, he recalled finding an alchemy manual in the old man's storage ring. He took it out and began to flip. The more he read, the darker his expression became, and a killing intent began to coalesce around him. This alchemy manual was not a legitimate one. Instead, it was a manual of heretical alchemy. The required primary materials were all human. Using the hearts of children for alchemy was already cruel, but even more so was using fetuses from pregnant women. Must kill. Shen Yu murmured, feeling that simply using divine sense to kill the old man would be too merciful. With that thought in mind, Shen Yu released his true essence, enveloping the heretical alchemy manual, shattering it into dust. Then he destroyed all the blood energy pills as well. After destroying these items, Shen Yu calmed his emotions and picked up a cultivation technique. This technique was called Blood Shadow Technique. Upon flipping through it, Shen Yu concluded that it was a heretical technique. Cultivating this technique required the consumption of blood to assist the practice. Without blood, progress would be exceedingly difficult. This technique was retrieved from that old man who had reached the 9th layer of Meridian Opening. Next, he picked up the martial skills he had found on the old man. The martial skill was called Blood Corpse Claw. It required the use of a corpse for practice. Once perfected, each finger would contain the poison of the corpse. Thus, this was an exceedingly sinister martial skill. Following that, Shen Yu examined the 2 cultivation techniques and 2 martial skills belonging to Duanmu Chun. The 2 cultivation techniques were named Blood God Technique. After careful examination, he found that Blood Shadow Technique was merely a simplified version of this technique, as Blood God Technique required even more blood. It required the blood of a cultivated young girl. The other technique was for physical cultivation called Diamond Body. Once perfected, it could significantly enhance physical strength and defense. However, it was incomparable to the Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique. As for the 2 martial skills, they were called Shadowless Sword and Heavenly Cloud Step. One was a sword technique, and the other was a movement technique. These 2 martial skills were relatively normal. After flipping through them, Shen Yu lost interest as he already possessed the pinnacle 6th tier technique Starry Sky, Breaking Mountain Sword Technique, and found the mere 4th tier Shadowless Sword beneath his notice. As for Heavenly Cloud Step, it was merely a 3rd tier martial skill inferior to Flowing Cloud. After taking stock of the spoils, Shen Yu left the training room, then took a shower, and went to bed. The next morning, as usual after breakfast, Shen Yu began to guide the 5 little ones in their training. Shen Yu was very satisfied with their attitude. After so many days, they had been very diligent and had never complained of exhaustion. Approaching noon, Eru returned with news. Second young master, I just found out that the Seahai Merchant Group has opened a branch in our county. What is the background of this Seahai Merchant Group? Shen Yu asked. In his previous life, he was of low aptitude and spent all his time immersed in cultivation to avoid disappointing his parents. He didn't even have childhood friends and knew very little about the outside world. Eru hurriedly said, I specifically inquired about it. This Seahai Merchant Group is quite remarkable. It is said that their branches span multiple countries. Previously, they only opened branches in the capital, but they have recently expanded into the county, and I found out that they have already set up branches in several nearby counties. Since Shen Yu was generous, he rewarded Eru with silver for any useful information he brought back. Eru did not save this silver. Instead, he used it to befriend some well-informed people in the county. Otherwise, relying solely on himself, he could not have discovered the origins of the Seahai Merchant Group so quickly. Good, continue to pay attention to the Seahai Merchant Group. This time Shen Yu directly tossed Eru 5 tael. Thank you, second young master. Eru, who received the reward, was elated. Go now. Shen Yu waved his hand, sending Eru away, then took the 5 little ones to eat. Training consumes a lot of physical strength. Now the 5 little ones were already so hungry that their stomachs were touching their backs. Time passed swiftly, and evening arrived. A figure flew over the city wall, heading straight for Tonghui River, several dozen miles away. Utilizing Flowing Cloud to its fullest, Shen Yu arrived at a certain section of Tonghui River in less than 15 minutes. Using his divine sense, he probed into the river. To his surprise, the water depth in this section exceeded. His divine sense could not reach the bottom. With no other choice, Shen Yu removed his clothes, donned his shorts, and jumped into the water. As soon as he entered, he felt a sense of being at home, like a fish in water. Before crossing over, he could swim, but only in a dog paddle style. Moreover, his previous self had never learned. Suddenly, Shen Yu remembered the technique he practiced, the water manipulation Dan technique, and he understood where this feeling of being at home came from. Thus, he tested his movements. His actions in the water seemed no less effective than on land. Furthermore, after submerging, his skin automatically opened up, beginning to absorb oxygen from the water. He had no need to worry about drowning. Instinctively, he activated the water manipulation Dan technique. Shen Yu also discovered that his efficiency in cultivation while in the water seemed to be higher. However, he had no plans to cultivate in the water. No matter how high the efficiency, could it surpass the benefits of killing points for enhancing his cultivation. After descending over 10 meters, Shen Yu successfully detected the treasure radiating green light. Activating his insight eye, the information about this treasure appeared in his mind. The treasure was called Water Spirit Grass. It could be consumed directly, possessing the ability to refine the body and nourish the meridians. Additionally, it could also enhance a portion of cultivation. It could also be used to refine pills, as it was one of the main materials for Water Yuan pill. Shen Yu had no intention of diving to the bottom. He simply used his divine sense to wrap around the Water Spirit Grass. Before long, the Water Spirit Grass landed in Shen Yu's hand. However, a hint of regret appeared on his face. Wasn't it said that spirit herbs were guarded by spirit beasts? Originally, he wanted to seize a killing point along with it, but now it seemed that this idea was in vain. Returning home, Shen Yu took out the Water Spirit herb again, contemplating whether to consume it. The Water Spirit herb has 3 main effects: refining the body, nourishing the meridians, and enhancing cultivation. However, for refining the body, Shen Yu already possesses the Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique, which allows him to refine his body through practicing this skill. As for nourishing the meridians, the Water Control Pill Technique he practices inherently serves to nourish both the body and the meridians. The last effect is enhancing cultivation. He relies on attribute points to enhance his cultivation. Even if he improves his cultivation through the water spirit herb, any future breakthroughs with attribute points will not reduce his kill points. Thus, consuming the water spirit herb would be a complete waste. With that thought, Shen Yu decided not to use it, but to store it in his storage ring for future sale. Days passed swiftly. Shen Yu learned that the Seahai merchant guild which Eru had been keeping an eye on was about to open. At the same time, the Shen family received an invitation from the Seahai merchant guild. The invitation was to attend the opening auction hosted by the Seahai merchant guild. Additionally, they sent a booklet detailing the items to be auctioned that day. Among the items was a Chi Si realm technique and a 4th-tier martial skill. As this news spread, it caused quite a stir in Yamu City. Various factions were secretly gathering gold and silver, preparing to acquire either the Chi Si realm technique or the 4th-tier martial skill during the auction. While Shen Yu pondered the intentions of the Seahai merchant guild, Xiao Dai arrived. Shortly after, Shen Yu went to the backyard. I've heard that the Seahai merchant guild is auctioning a Chi Si realm technique. Do you have any thoughts on it? Shen Lin asked. No thoughts. Shen Yu replied, Mother, I told you last time that I had a fortuitous encounter in Shishan, which included a Chi Si realm technique. Therefore, we have no need to compete for that Chi Si realm technique. That's good. Shen Lin exclaimed with joy. But you must not mention this to anyone else in the future lest it attract the covetous eyes of others. I understand. I've only told you, Mother. Shen Yu nodded. He did not want too much of the Chi Si realm technique. However, he still decided to attend the auction. Before crossing over, he had read numerous novels where the protagonists often found treasures at street stalls. He possessed the eye of insight capable of identifying all. Perhaps he could also find a hidden treasure. That afternoon, Zhong Yuanqing once again visited the Shen family. After visiting Shen Lin, she invited Shen Yu to chat privately. Second brother Shen, have you made any progress in your cultivation recently? Zhong Yuanqing asked with a smile. A bit of progress. Shen Yu smiled and replied. By the way, Miss Zhong, do you know what realm follows the nascent spirit realm? Why does second brother Shen ask this? 1. Out of curiosity, 2. Knowing the next realm helps set a goal for oneself. Second brother Shen has great aspirations. After praising him, Zhong Yuanqing began to introduce the realms following the nascent spirit realm. The next realm after nascent spirit is the Dharma manifestation realm. Zhong Yuanqing informed Shen Yu that a nascent spirit realm cultivator is already among the most powerful in a region, while those surpassing the nascent spirit realm, the Dharma manifestation realm, can traverse freely within a domain. The leader of the Qi Yin sect is one such existence. Beyond the Dharma manifestation realm is the celestial ascendance realm. Cultivators of this realm are even more formidable, capable of moving mountains and filling seas as basic abilities. It is said that the current national master is of the celestial ascendance realm. As for what lies beyond the celestial ascendance realm, Zhong Yuanqing was not aware. Of course she might know, but chose not to disclose. Suddenly Shen Yu had a thought. He took out the water spirit herb. Water spirit herb. Upon seeing the spiritual herb in Shen Yu's hand, Zhong Yuanqing couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Miss Zhong, I know you are quite mysterious. Would you be willing to offer something of value to trade for this water spirit herb? Shen Yu said with a smile. This water spirit herb held little benefit for him, but it was of considerable value to Zhong Yuanqing, who was currently at the 2nd level of Qi gathering. Indeed, she had made progress during their time apart. Hearing Shen Yu's words, Zhong Yuanqing revealed an expression of great temptation. After a moment of silence, she said, Second brother Shen, I know the location of a secret realm. If you give me this water spirit herb, once I reach the Meridian realm, I will take you to explore the secret realm together. How does that sound? Agreed. Shen Yu handed the water spirit herb directly to Zhong Yuanqing. Aren't you afraid I might Receiving the water spirit herb so easily surprised Zhong Yuanqing. I don't think Miss Zhong would deceive me over a spiritual herb. Shen Yu smiled. You're welcome. Although Zhong Yuanqing was eager to take the water spirit herb and immediately cultivate to enhance her cultivation, that would seem too utilitarian. She stayed with Shen Yu in the garden for a quarter of an hour before bidding farewell. However, as she was leaving, Shen Yu used his eye of insight to check her favorability level and found that Zhong Yuanqing's favorability had reached 61 points. This level of favorability could already be considered a good friendship. Meanwhile, in Yunmu County, in the Li family's back garden, Li Linger, the legitimate daughter of the Li family, was plucking the strings of a guqin. The music flowed elegantly and vibrantly, as if narrating the heart's secrets of a young girl. Li Linger, focused on playing the piano, was unaware that a pair of infatuated eyes were fixed on her from behind the garden wall. After a while, the music ceased. The pair of eyes retracted from the wall, belonging to a handsome young man dressed in the uniform of a servant from the Li family. His name was Li Qi, and he was a servant of the Li family. At this moment, however, his eyes and expression appeared particularly gloomy as he muttered, "Damn the Li family." To curry favor with the Shen family, they actually planned to marry Miss Linger off as a concubine. As he spoke, he could not help but clench his fists. Previously, he accidentally broke a beloved vase of the eldest lady Li Xiangru. Out of anger, the eldest lady intended to have him killed. Fortunately, the kind-hearted second Miss Li Linger saved him. Since then, the image of the kind-hearted second Miss has lingered in his mind. But he was merely a servant with a status that was worlds apart from the second Miss. Originally, he did not dare to have any inappropriate thoughts. However, a week ago, he had gone out and purchased a ring from a street stall. The ring contained the soul of an old man who imparted it. After secretly cultivating for a week, he unexpectedly reached the 6th level of body refinement. With his rapid advancement, he developed the idea of stopping second Miss Li Linger from marrying the second young master of the Shen family as a concubine. He had secretly inquired about the cultivation level of the Shen family's second young master, which was said to be the 3rd level of meridian opening. Even if he cultivated quickly, it would be impossible for him to break through to the 3rd level of meridian opening before Li Linger married into the Shen family. Kid, instead of mumbling here, why not cultivate well? Once you become powerful, what kind of woman won't you be able to have? Suddenly, an elderly voice echoed in Li Qi's ear. Master second Miss is different from other women. Li Qi suppressed his voice and retorted. What's different? That girl's aptitude is only of medium quality, and she's not worthy of you at all. The old voice dismissed him. Suddenly, Li Qi's heart stirred. Master, can you help me kill that second young master of the Shen family? As long as he is dead, second Miss won't have to marry into the Shen family. The aged voice said. If I were alive, killing a person at the 3rd level of meridian opening would be as easy as crushing an ant. However, now, I am merely a remnant soul, but once I act, I will inevitably consume a portion of my soul power, and I will need to sleep for at least a month to awaken again. If I fall into slumber and you encounter a life-threatening crisis, I would be unable to assist you. Li Qi immediately became hesitant as he valued his life greatly. Though the chance of encountering a crisis within a month was slim, what if it happened? Thus he asked, Master, there is... The aged voice continued, I can extract the blood and qi from your body and transform it into true qi. Once the true qi accumulates to the 4th level of meridian opening, you will be able to kill that second young master of the Shen family. However, extracting it with your current cultivation level would require at least 10 consecutive days, with 1/3 of your blood and qi extracted each day. During this period, you will become extremely weak and your strength may even regress. At this point, the aged voice fell silent, handing the choice over to Li Qi. In fact, by saying this, he hoped to dissuade Li Qi from proceeding. Li Qi was quite conflicted. However, after recalling Li Linger's appearance, he gritted his teeth and said, Master, isn't it just weakness? Isn't it just regression in cultivation? For the sake of the second young lady, I am willing to pay the price. Come on, extract my blood and refine the true qi. Are you truly willing? The aged voice asked. Master, no need for persuasion. Just hurry and extract my blood. Li Qi clenched his fists, yet his eyes gleamed with hatred. It was all that second young master of the Shen family's fault, but thinking about how the opponent would soon perish brought him a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, Li Qi staggered, nearly falling to the ground. His rosy cheeks turned pale, and his robust physique weakened significantly. Li Qi, you still have the chance to reconsider. I can return the extracted blood to you. The aged voice continued. No need, Master, I'm fine. Li Qi said stubbornly. If you are determined, then I shan't say more. The aged voice sighed, and then fell silent. At that moment, a voice laced with scolding rang out. Li Qi, you lazy dog, hiding away again. Get over here and get to work. Seeing the overweight middle-aged man glaring at him not far away, Li Qi gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand straight. All right, steward, who I'll get to work right away. Meanwhile, Li Qi cursed inwardly. Damn who fatty, I'll let you off for now. Once I deal with that second young master of the Shen family, I'll slowly settle the score with you. In the back garden of the Li family, a maid arrived at the octagonal pavilion and took out a painting from her bosom, handing it to Li Linger. Miss, this is the portrait of the second young master of the Shen family. It took quite some effort to obtain. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Cha. Here's a jade pendant as a reward. Li Linger eagerly took the portrait and then handed a jade pendant to her personal maid Xiao Cha. Thank you, miss. Xiao Cha said happily. Li Linger then unfolded the portrait, gazing at the handsome young man depicted on the paper, and a hint of infatuation flickered in her eyes. Ever since learning she was to marry Shen Yu as a concubine, she had been inquiring about his deeds. The more she learned, the more she admired Shen Yu. Her heart had already begun to harbor feelings of affection. Thus she instructed her personal maid Xiao Cha to procure a portrait of Shen Yu. Upon seeing the portrait, her admiration only deepened. Thinking that she would be marrying into the Shen family in just over 10 days, a sense of urgency unexpectedly welled up within her. Miss, our future brother-in-law is truly handsome. Xiao Cha leaned over to admire the portrait, praising it. You little girl, I see you've fallen in love. Li Linger teased as she closed the portrait. I haven't. If anyone has fallen in love, it's you, miss. Xiao Cha replied with a grin. She had been with Li Linger since she was 6 years old, and after 8 years of companionship, they had become like sisters, so she was not at all afraid of Li Linger. Well, you little Xiao Cha, you actually dare to tease me. Let me see how I'll deal with you. As she spoke, Li Linger stood up and reached for Xiao Cha's waist. Immediately, the two girls were in a playful tussle. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away in a village outside Yunmu County, an old man in a gray robe appeared. He was Huang Yang, the protector elder of the Blood Sea Hall of the Mo Yun sect, having reached the first level of Qi Si. The young hall master Duanmu Chun and the team he led suddenly lost contact with the hall, and the hall master Duanmu Tong sent him to investigate. After thoroughly searching the entire village, the young hall master and his team had completely vanished. He then captured several villagers and used the soul-searching technique to probe their memories, but did not obtain the information he sought. He only learned that Duanmu Chun and the others had suddenly gone missing on a certain night several days ago. Damn it, could something have happened? Huang Yang frowned. He was well aware of how much Duanmu Tong valued his son. The next moment, Huang Yang took out a map from his storage ring. This village was the closest to Yunmu City. However, Yunmu City was merely a medium-sized county with the strongest individuals only at the Meridian opening realm. Zhou Hai, although not skilled in combat, and only adept at alchemy, was nonetheless at the 9th level of Meridian opening. Moreover, there were no signs of a struggle where Duanmu Chun and the others had stayed. In this situation, there were only two possibilities. The first possibility was that they left voluntarily, the second was that they were ambushed by a stronger opponent against whom they had no power to resist. As for the former, even if they left voluntarily to change their base, they would have to notify the hall, so it wasn't likely they had gone missing. Therefore, he believed this possibility was small. As for the latter, he also felt the likelihood was low. Where would a strong person come from in a mere Yunmu County? The more he thought about it, the more of a headache it became, prompting Huang Yang to decide to investigate the situation in Yunmu County. Before long, Huang Yang arrived in Yunmu County and learned of the significant events that had recently occurred through the soul-searching technique. Upon learning of these events, Huang Yang's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured, "I didn't expect that a mere Yunmu County has experienced so much recently." Among all this information, the most noteworthy was the emergence of a 14-year-old at the 3rd level of Meridian opening from the Shen family. In their Blood Sea Hall, there are 3 major cultivation arts: Blood Shadow Art, Blood God Art, and Blood Sea God Art. Among them, the Blood Shadow Art is the lowest level, only able to cultivate to the 9th level of Meridian opening. The Blood God Art can be cultivated to the 9th level of Qi Si. The last Blood Sea God Art requires one to reach the Qi Si realm to cultivate. For ordinary cultivators, their blood can no longer meet the requirements for cultivation. Only cultivators above Meridian opening can satisfy these needs. Moreover, the younger the cultivator, the better the cultivation effect. Currently, Huang Yang has already consumed the blood of 5 cultivators at the Meridian opening level. If he were to consume Shen Yu's blood as well, he would have a 90% chance of advancing to the 2nd level of Qi Si. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the demon suppression guards, Huang Yang decided to wait until nightfall to act. As long as he stealthily infiltrated the Shen family and took Shen Yu away, they would only be considered missing at most. It should not attract the attention of the demon suppression guards. In the dead of night, within the courtyard of the Shen family, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared in the center courtyard. It was the protective elder Huang Yang. During the day, he had already discovered that the 2nd young master of the Shen family resided in this courtyard. Inside the room, Shen Yu, who had already fallen asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt a surge of malice. With a thought, his divine sense extended outward. In an instant, Shen Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart. He did not expect that a Qi Si realm 1st stage expert had infiltrated his home. The Eye of Insight technique activated, revealing the identity of the intruder in his mind. So it is someone from the Mo Yun sect. However, he found it strange that when he dealt with Duanmu Chun and others that day, he had left no traces or flaws. How did they manage to track him down? Little did he know it was merely a coincidence. As he saw the other party approaching his door, Shen Yu had no time to ponder why they were after him. His divine sense directly infiltrated the opponent's sea of knowledge, delivering a heavy blow to their soul. In that moment, the opponent's soul shattered. The strange smile on Huang Yang's face froze suddenly. Before reaching the nascent soul stage, a cultivator's soul might be stronger than an ordinary person's, but its strength is still limited. Thus, even though Huang Yang had reached the Qi Si realm, he was still instantly defeated by Shen Yu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 kill points. The system notifications. Shen Yu then quietly got up, opened the door, and stepped outside. He first took the storage ring from Huang Yang's finger before putting his corpse into the storage ring. Gently closing the door, he leaped onto the roof and soared away, using his divine sense to inspect the entire Shen family and its surroundings. Although he found no other members of the Mo Yun sect, he remained uneasy and expanded his search range. After confirming there were no other followers, Shen Yu finally felt at ease. It seemed that only this protective elder had infiltrated the Shen family. Returning to his room, Shen Yu accessed the system panel. The techniques Flowing Clouds, Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Method, and Refining God Technique all qualified for points allocation. Flowing Clouds only required an additional 500 points to reach perfection. The dragon elephant body refinement method and refining god technique required 1,000 points to reach the second and fourth levels respectively. After some deliberation, Shen Yu decided to allocate points to the refining god technique. After all, the use of divine sense was incredibly convenient, and he could kill without a trace. However, the 30-meter range was too short. Thus, Shen Yu lightly tapped the plus sign next to the refining god technique. In the next moment, his sea of consciousness expanded, and at the same time his soul was being strengthened by the energy that surged forth. After a while, his sea of consciousness had doubled in size, but his soul was enhanced by more than double. After testing the length of his divine sense, it astonishingly reached 100 meters. Moreover, the strength of his divine sense had also increased significantly. Shen Yu pondered whether he could shatter the soul of a golden core expert. With the points allocation complete, Shen Yu began to tally his spoils. As long as the owner of the storage ring was dead, the mark left on the ring would automatically dissipate. Huang Yang was a protective elder after all. The space in his storage ring was a full 100 cubic units. First, there was money. One couldn't tell if this fellow disliked using silver notes. His storage ring was filled entirely with silver and gold. Roughly estimating, there were 1,000 taels of gold and over 2,000 taels of silver. Next were the techniques and martial skills. There were 3 in total, 1 technique and 2 martial skills. The technique was called Blood Sea Divine Art, while the martial skills were Ghost Claw of the Underworld and Godly Step. Flipping through them briefly, Shen Yu found that the Blood Sea Divine Art was quite similar to the Blood Shadow technique and Blood Divine technique he obtained before, but it was clearly of a higher level. It could be cultivated to the Golden Core stage. As for the 2 martial skills, Ghost Claw of the Underworld was a 4th-tier martial skill, while the latter Godly Step was a 3rd-tier martial skill, not as good as Flowing Clouds. Finally, there were the pills. Among them were 2 bottles of Blood Chi pills and 1 bottle of Blood Origin pills. The Blood Origin pills were the upgraded version of the Blood Chi pills, suitable for use by those in the Chi Sea realm. However, Shen Yu looked down upon consuming them and directly shattered them. Additionally, there was a bottle for recovering true essence and a bottle for healing. These 2 types of pills were not made using living beings, so Shen Yu decided to keep them. The rest were just some miscellaneous items like clothing and food. Time flew by, and 2 days passed. After Huang Yang's infiltration 2 nights ago, Shen Yu had been wandering around the county city for the past 2 days, hoping to discover more members of the Mo Yun sect. Unfortunately, after 2 days, he found no members of the Mo Yun sect, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. This morning, Shen Yu took the family carriage towards the Sea High commercial firm. Driving the carriage was Tai Nyo. When the carriage arrived at the Sea High commercial firm, he found it quite lively. Following the guidance of the attendants, the carriage was parked properly. Shen Yu then walked towards the Sea High commercial firm with Tai Nyo. Although Tai Nyo was only 10 years old, he was as sturdy as a young bull, standing over 1.6 meters tall. Young Master Shen, welcome to the Sea High commercial firm. As soon as Shen Yu stepped through the door, a fair-skinned, beautiful girl with an air of nobility greeted him warmly. Shen Yu nodded at her. Young Master Shen, would you like to browse in the main hall below, or go directly to the auction hall on the 2nd floor? The girl asked with a smile. When does the auction start? Shen Yu inquired. The girl replied, Young Master Shen, it starts in half an hour. Then I'll take a look on the 1st floor first. I will accompany young Master Shen for a walk. I hope you won't mind, the girl said with a smile. Not at all. Please, this way, young Master Shen. The girl gestured for him to follow and started introducing. The 1st floor of the Sea High commercial firm was divided into 4 areas: the weapon area, pill area, technique area, and trading area. However, the weapons sold in the weapon area were only ordinary weapons and mundane weapons with no spiritual weapons available. Similarly, the pill area only sold body refining and chi condensation level pills. The techniques in the technique area were also limited to body refining and chi condensation level techniques. As for the trading area, it was for buying pills, weapons, techniques, spiritual herbs, and more. To acquire higher-grade weapons, techniques, and pills, one had to go to the auction hall on the 2nd floor. After the tour, the girl escorted Shen Yu to a private booth on the 2nd floor. Now, Shen Yu was the most prominent powerhouse in Yimu City, so he naturally had to be arranged in a private booth. If he were placed in a regular auction seat, it would mean that the Sea High commercial firm was either very ignorant or intentionally insulting Shen Yu. Suddenly, Shen Yu felt a movement in his heart. He cast the eye of insight towards the girl. Instantly, her information appeared in his mind. After reading her information, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Name: Feng Weiner. Age 18 years and 2 months. Cultivation: Chi Si Realm, 2nd stage. Root Bone Superior. Affection: 21. Identity: daughter of the Feng family in the Sea High commercial firm. It is noteworthy that in Shen Yu's perception, she appeared to be at the 9th level of Chi condensation. However, her actual cultivation was at the 2nd stage of the Chi Si, indicating that she, like him, had cultivated a technique to conceal her aura. However, he found it strange why this Feng Weiner had come to such a small county, and why she was overly enthusiastic. By the way, I haven't asked how to address you, miss. Shen Yu asked with a smile. Feng Weiner smiled at Shen Yu and said, "You will know shortly. By the way, I have arranged for 2 maidservants to attend to you. If you need anything, just ask them." As soon as she finished speaking, she left the private booth. Soon after, 2 beautiful maidservants entered carrying fruits, snacks, and drinks. After the 2 maids placed the fruits, snacks, and drinks on the table, they looked at Shen Yu with smiles and asked, "Young Master Shen, do you have any other needs?" These 2 maids were not ordinary. One was at the 8th layer of qi condensation and the other at the 9th layer. It must be said that the Sihai commercial firm was wealthy enough to employ qi practitioners as maids. Of course, it could also be due to their lack of experience from growing up in a small county. "Thank you, but I have no other needs for now. If I do, I will let you know," Shen Yu replied kindly. "All right, young Master Shen." The 2 maids then stood behind him. Time passed. There was still a quarter of an hour before the auction began. However, the auction seats below were already fully occupied. The 15 private rooms were also filled with people, including the county magistrate, the newly appointed school officer Shangwan Hao, and the new county lieutenant Zhou Qua. In addition, there were the heads of the top forces in Yunmu County. In the Zhong family's private room, Shen Yu discovered that Zhong Yuanqing was also present through his divine sense. Having not seen her for a few days, she had reached the 5th layer of qi condensation thanks to the water spirit grass. One must admit the reborn nascent soul expert was indeed powerful. Finally, the time for the auction arrived. Feng Weiner, dressed in a luxurious long gown, stepped onto the auction stage and introduced herself with a clear voice. She then invited the first item for auction. Feng Weiner's voice echoed throughout the venue. The first item for auction is a 4th-grade martial technique called Wind Chant Sword Art. This sword technique is characterized by its lightness and agility, and when used in conjunction with another item, a Qi cultivation technique, the effects are even better. Hearing this, Shen Yu smiled. Feng Weiner was indeed cunning. She continued, "I now announce that Wind Chant Sword Art is up for auction with a starting price of 100 taels of silver. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 1000 taels." 1100 taels, shouted a middle-aged man from the hall below. 115000 taels. 12000. The 4th-grade sword technique was appearing for the first time in Yunmu County, and the competition was fierce. The guests in the private rooms had not yet made a move when the price was already raised to 200 taels by the people in the hall. At this point, one of the guests in a private room could no longer hold back and participated in the bidding. From the voice Shen Yu recognized, it was the leader of the blood slaughter gang. Soon after, another voice came from a different private room, directly raising the bid by 500 taels, bringing the price to 300 taels. This bid came from the leader of the Qinglang gang. However, his sudden increase of 500 taels did not scare off the others. Instead, many joined in the bidding. As a result, the price skyrocketed, quickly surpassing 500 taels. In the end, this 4th-grade sword technique was secured by Zhong Yuanshan for 600 taels. Next was the second item for auction. One must say it was impressive for a firm that had branches across several countries to bring out 30 bottles of qi condensation pills at once. 3 bottles were auctioned as a set, and the auction was conducted in groups. What was the most sought-after pill in Yunmu County currently? Naturally, it was the qi condensation pill. Fortunately, there were many of them, so the competition was not too intense. Shortly after, the third item was brought to the auction stage, which was also a pill. Moreover, there was only one. However, with Feng Weiner's introduction, nearly all qi practitioners became excited, because this pill was a 2nd-grade breakthrough pill. After taking it at the 9th layer of qi condensation, it could greatly enhance the chances of breaking through to the Meridian Realm. Now, which major force in Yunmu County did not wish to give birth to a Meridian Realm practitioner first? Thus, this 2nd-grade breakthrough pill was naturally very important to them. Speaking of breakthrough pills, Shen Yu had some too, and they were even 3rd-grade breakthrough pills. All obtained from the Liu brothers. He got 1 bottle with only 3 pills from Liu Dongsheng and 1 from Liu. They were of no use to him, but he could keep them for the 5 little ones to use. The starting price for this 2nd-grade breakthrough pill was 300 taels, but it eventually went to the master of the Fengyun Martial Museum for 100 taels. Next was the 4th item, a low-grade spiritual weapon. The appearance of the spiritual weapon caused another uproar. County Lieutenant Zhou Qua became the first bidder. In the end, this spiritual weapon was also secured by him, of course, at a hefty price of 800 taels. Those in power really have money, Shen Yu thought to himself. However, he did not envy him. He also had a spiritual weapon, and it was a top-tier one, much stronger than the one Zhou Qua acquired. As time gradually passed, item after item was sent to the auction stage. Shen Yu was certain that the items for this auction were all aimed at harvesting the major top forces in Yunshui County. Because most of the auction items were what they needed, the bidding was very intense. Finally, today's highlight, the Qi cultivation technique, was brought to the auction stage. Feng Weiner did not lie. This was a technique that could cultivate wind, attribute true qi. The competition for this technique was unprecedentedly fierce. But strangely, the Zhong family gave up after a slight contention. Others probably thought the Zhong family had exhausted their funds in securing the sword technique. However, in reality, it was Zhong Yuanqing who convinced Zhong Yuanshan. Ultimately, this Qi cultivation technique was secured by the White Tiger Gang for a staggering 1.5 million taels. And this auction ended successfully. So it turns out that finding a bargain is not that easy. Shen Yu sighed inwardly as he came here today with hopes of finding a good deal. Yet they did not give him any opportunity at all. Just as Shen Yu was preparing to leave, Feng Weiner appeared again. "Young Master Shen, can we talk?" "Of course." Soon after, Shen Yu followed Feng Weiner to a tea room. "Miss Feng, what is it that you wanted to discuss with me?" "Young Master Shen, what are your plans for the future?" Feng Weiner asked. "I have no plans for now, Shen. To be honest, Yunmu County limits young Master Shen's talent. If young Master Shen stays in Yunmu County, it will be difficult for you to even reach the Golden Core realm in this lifetime." At this point, she paused to gauge Shen Yu's expression. After noticing that there was no change in his demeanor, she continued, "Young Master Shen should see the broader skies outside." "Is Miss Feng trying to recruit me?" Shen Yu suddenly asked. Young Master Shen is indeed perceptive. "I do have this intention." Feng Weiner nodded gently. "As long as young Master Shen is willing to accept my recruitment, I can provide you with subsequent cultivation techniques and resources for your training." "I have a question," Shen Yu said. "Please go ahead, young Master Shen." "I heard that your Sihai commercial firm has branches in several countries. Logically speaking, someone with my qualifications should not be anything special, so why does Miss Feng want to recruit me?" Miss Feng sincerely replied, "Young Master Shen is underestimating your talent. To reach the 4th layer of Meridian Realm at the age of 14 is quite rare in the entire Yunshui Prefecture, not to mention that young Master Shen advanced from body refinement to 4th layer of Meridian Realm in less than a month. Even if young Master Shen has obtained some kind of opportunity, such a cultivation speed is quite rare throughout the entire Dine Kingdom. I admit that recruiting young Master Shen has an element of gamble, but if you can maintain your current speed of improvement, I will have struck gold." Shen Yu was not surprised that Feng Weiner knew his background. He smiled and said, "Miss Feng, I appreciate your regard, but the Shen family needs me right now, so young Master Shen need not rush to refuse." Feng Weiner interrupted Shen Yu, saying, "If all goes well, I will be staying in Yunmu County for the next 3 years, so even if you accept my recruitment, you won't be leaving Yunmu County." "Then I will consider it," Shen Yu said. "All right, I will wait for good news from young Master Shen." Feng Weiner replied with a smile. She then personally escorted Shen Yu to the entrance of the Sihai commercial firm. Feng Weiner returned to a room in the Four Seas Commerce after sending off Shen Yu. "Aunt Yu," she gently called out, and then a middle-aged woman seemingly appeared out of thin air in the room. "What do you think of Shen Yu, Aunt?" Feng Weiner asked. Aunt Yu pondered for a moment and replied, "His intelligence and talent are quite remarkable. With proper guidance, he could become a valuable assistant to you in the future." "So you think highly of him, Aunt?" Feng Weiner said with a hint of joy in her heart. "It won't be easy to recruit him." Aunt Yu continued, "When you interacted with him earlier, I was secretly observing. He showed no interest in your proposal whatsoever. That means he must have received a significant opportunity." Feng Weiner remarked thoughtfully. "He should be confident in breaking through to the Golden Core stage, or even the nascent soul stage. If that's the case, I must recruit him even more." Aunt Yu's words stirred Feng Weiner's competitive spirit. The Four Seas Commerce was a powerful organization with branches spread across various nations. In terms of financial resources, not even a single nation could compare to them. In terms of strength, they could contend with any nation and even possessed high-end combat power that no other countries had. If not for their overwhelming wealth, the nations would have long ago devoured the Four Seas Commerce without leaving a trace. This was precisely because the Four Seas Commerce was too powerful. Internally, it was also exceedingly complex. Originally, the Four Seas Commerce was founded by 4 families, the Feng Song Yi and Xiao families. At first, things were fine, and the 4 families collaborated effectively. But as the Four Seas Commerce grew stronger, each family began to harbor their own thoughts. Thus, internal strife began. This internal conflict lasted for over 100 years before it erupted dramatically. The result was that no one gained any advantage, and the losses were severe. They were nearly destroyed by several large sects in a united front. After this calamity, the 4 families realized the gravity of the situation. Internal conflict could exist, but it had to be contained within certain limits. So after some discussions among the higher-ups, they decided to divide the Four Seas Commerce into 4, with each family responsible for one nation. The Feng family was assigned to manage the industries in the Dine Kingdom. While the 4 families battled among themselves, the Feng family was also embroiled in internal conflict. After years of development, the Feng family had already established 9 legitimate branches. As for the position of the family head, it was to be occupied by whoever had the capability. This led to incessant fighting among the 9 branches, and each branch's legitimate descendants were also in constant competition. She was the legitimate daughter of the 3rd branch of the Feng family. Among the legitimate sons and daughters of the third branch, she did not hold an advantage and lacked the foundation to vie for the position of the third branch's head. If she continued to stay at the Feng family's headquarters, she would be forced to take sides. If she did not take a side, she would be targeted and suppressed. She was a clever person who understood that remaining at the Feng family headquarters would only make her life more difficult. Thus, she chose to break away from the Feng family and open branches in various counties of Yinshui Prefecture. Doing so had two major benefits. First, she would not be caught in the vortex of internal strife and would not fear being mistakenly harmed. Second, she could secretly build her strength. Even if she could not become the head of the third branch in the future, she would at least have a certain degree of self-protection. However, having left the power center of the Feng family, she had little support from her family. To make a name for herself, she would have to rely almost entirely on her own efforts. This was why she noticed Shen Yu had potential and personally went to recruit him. She was in dire need of people and trustworthy subordinates. Miss, have you thought about how to recruit him? Aunt Yu asked again. Feng Weiner pondered. I must carefully consider my approach to ensure I can impress him in one go. Meanwhile, Shen Yu returned to the Shen family and first went to the back courtyard to see Shen Lin. After chatting with her for a while, he returned to the main courtyard. Earlier, while conversing with Feng Weiner, he felt a faint sense of being watched. His divine forging technique had already reached the fourth layer. If someone were to spy on him even without using his divine sense, he could easily locate their position. However, this time, he was unable to pinpoint the other person's location. Therefore, he did not dare to release his divine sense to investigate. If the one spying on him was a nascent soul expert, using his divine sense could potentially expose the secret of his divine sense. It seems there is a nascent soul expert by Feng Weiner's side. Shen Yu thought to himself. From now on, I must act with greater caution and prudence. As for Feng Weiner's recruitment efforts, he had not considered agreeing. He had the system's cheat. To be honest, external resources held little attraction for him. If it weren't for the Shen family, he would have long since traveled the world slaughtering evil people to gain points for his cultivation. Unfortunately, the current Shen family could not do without him. Days passed in the blink of an eye. At the Four Seas Commerce, Feng Weiner was somewhat angry as she had not received any news from Shen Yu. She muttered to herself, it seems Aunt Yu was right. Shen Yu really has no intention of accepting my recruitment. But Shen Yu won't escape my grasp. Humph. Deep within a primitive mountain range, there was an area that had been artificially excavated. Within this area, there were numerous buildings made of stone. At the center of the buildings stood a stone hall. Inside the hall, a middle-aged man in a blood robe sat cross-legged by an alchemy furnace. A quarter of an hour later, fragrant smoke wafted from the furnace as the man clapped the lid of the furnace. The lid flew off, and at the same time, 6 beams of blood light shot out from the furnace. However, the middle-aged man reached out and caught the 6 beams of blood light, transforming them into 6 crimson pills. Not bad. The middle-aged man examined the pills and revealed a satisfied expression. He then stored them in a vial and called out to the outside of the hall, "Come here. We greet the hall master." 2 guards entered the hall from outside and knelt to pay their respects. Has Elder Huangyang found any trace of my son? For the past few days, he had been preoccupied with alchemy and had ordered no one to disturb him until the pills were completed. Now that the pills were successfully refined, he naturally had to pay attention to his son's matters. Reporting to the hall master, Elder Huangyang has yet to return. One of them replied. What? Duan Mutong's expression darkened. Huangyang had been gone for 6 days already. Is there any news? Duan Mutong asked again. No news at all, the guard responded. Instantly, Duan Mutong's face darkened further, and an ominous premonition arose within him that something might have happened to his son. Send my command to summon the other 3 protectors back to me, Duan Mutong ordered coldly. The 2 guards took their orders and left. In the Blood Sea Hall of the Mayan sect, there were a total of 5 Qi Sea realm experts. One was the hall master himself with a cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi Sea capable of suppressing the 4 protector elders. The other 4 Qi Sea realm experts were the 4 protector elders Yang Chuan, Chen Yue, Zhao Yulong, and Huang Yang. Yang Chuan was the strongest among the protectors, having reached the 4th layer of Qi Sea. Chen Yu was at the 3rd layer of Qi Sea. Zhao Yulong and Huang Yang were both at the 1st layer of Qi Sea. Huang Yang was Duan Mutong's absolute confidant, thus he remained at the hall headquarters for his use. The other 3 protector elders had been dispatched by him to find ways to refine pills for the hall. The Mayan sect had 12 halls. The Blood Sea Hall was not the strongest hall, but it was the most affluent one because its pills were highly sought after by the various halls. 2 days later, all 3 guardian elders of the Blood Sea Hall rushed back to the hall from outside. Inside the stone hall, Duan Mutong sat high on the throne, while the 3 guardian elders stood below. Duan Mutong looked at the 3 of them and said, "My son and his team, as well as Huang Yang, have gone missing near Yunmu County, and it is very likely that something has happened. I plan to take you all to investigate the reason. What do you think? Master, could this be a conspiracy or trap set by the Demon Suppression Division against us?" Yang Chuan asked with concern. The demon suppression guards originally targeted only the demon clans or rebellious beast demons within the country. However, their authority gradually expanded to also eradicate evil sects like the Mo Yun sect. Originally, the Mo Yun sect was one of the 4 major evil sects of the Dian Kingdom, with influence spreading across nearly 20 paths in 2 states. The expansion of their power had made the Mo Yun sect increasingly arrogant, even daring to openly commit mass slaughter. As a result, they provoked the Dian Kingdom, which directly dispatched 8 Dharma Manifestation Realm demon suppressors with a large number of demon suppression guards to annihilate the Mo Yun sect. At first, the Mo Yun sect was not afraid. They even boasted about launching a counterattack against the demon suppression guards, sending 15 Dharma Manifestation experts to surround the 8 demon suppressors. However, the outcome was that out of the 15 dispatched Dharma Manifestation experts, 12 died, and the remaining 3 were severely injured. After the 3 severely injured individuals returned, 2 of them soon succumbed to their injuries, while the other, though barely healed, saw a significant drop in both strength and realm, only managing to hold onto their Dharma Manifestation cultivation. This incident made the Mo Yun sect realize that there were indeed significant gaps between experts of the same realm. Their cultivation was solely based on unorthodox methods. This made them appear rather hollow. Moreover, the Demon Suppression Division possessed various powerful skills and techniques. With both factors combined, the Dharma Manifestation experts from the Demon Suppression Guards could easily take on 3 opponents at once. After neutralizing the high-level combat forces of the Mo Yun sect, the 8 Demon Suppressors began to systematically hunt down the Mo Yun sect. In less than 3 years, over 90% of the Mo Yun sect's strongholds and influence were destroyed. Frightened, the remaining members of the Mo Yun sect immediately abandoned their strongholds and fled to hide in the deep mountains and forests. Now it has been 200 years since the Mo Yun sect was besieged by the Demon Suppression Guards. They have slightly regained some vitality. However, the Demon Suppression Guards have not given up their pursuit. Thus, the Mo Yun sect's headquarters still remains hidden in the deep mountains and forests. Facing Yang Chuan's concerns, Duan Tong said, "I have already sent someone to investigate in Yunmu County and did not find any signs of the Demon Suppression Guards, so this time it should not be a trap set by them." Upon hearing that it was not the Demon Suppression Guards, Yang Chuan and the others breathed a sigh of relief and expressed their willingness to follow Duan Tong to Yunmu County. Duan Tong did not plan to bring too many people. Besides the 3 guardian elders, he selected 12 disciples who had reached the latter stage of meridian opening. One day later, Duan Tong and the others arrived at the village where Duan Chun had been. They sent people to check their residence and found all their daily necessities were still in place. There were no signs of a struggle in the house. It was as if everyone had suddenly left. After receiving reports from his subordinates, Duan Tong asked the 3 guardian elders, "What do you think?" "Master, it's hard to say. Why don't we check the place where the young master lived together?" Yang Chuan suggested. Thus, Duan Tong and the others entered the village to check the place where Duan Chun and the others had lived, but still found no traces. Subsequently, they checked all the villagers of the entire village and even captured a few people for soul searching, but still found no clues. "Master, why not send someone to investigate further in Yunmu County?" Yang Chuan suggested. "Elder Qin Yue, you personally lead 2 people to investigate in Yunmu County." Duan Tong ordered. Yes. Soon Qin Yu led people into Yunmu County. After a thorough investigation, they didn't find any useful information, but they did learn that the Four Seas merchants had opened a branch in the county seat. Upon returning to the village, Qin Yu informed Duan Tong of this news. "Master, could it be that the Four Seas merchants are involved?" "Impossible." Duan Tong shook his head. "The Four Seas merchants only do business and won't interfere in court or local power matters. They have no reason to target us." "Then how could the young master go missing? After all, the strongest in Yunmu County is only at the Meridian Opening realm, and the young master's companion Zhou Hai is at the 9th level of Meridian Opening. By all accounts, no one should be able to threaten the young master." Duan Tong fell silent in thought. No matter how he racked his brain, he could not deduce which faction was related to his son's disappearance. He could only order his subordinates to search within 100 miles centered around this village. This was a massive undertaking. However, since Duan Tong had given the order, Yang Chuan and the others could only comply and execute it. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The people of the Blood Sea Hall continued to search outward from the village's center, but found nothing. In Yunmu County, at the Li family, after having 1/3 of his vitality drained again, Li Qi nearly fainted from weakness. He hurriedly took out a bowl of meat soup from his storage ring and then devoured several pieces of braised meat. The ring that stored his master's remnant soul also had storage capabilities. After consuming several pounds of braised meat, Li Qi felt much better. At that moment, an aged voice echoed in Li Qi's mind, "Disciple, your true Qi has been completely refined, and it now has the power of a full-force strike from the 4th level of Meridian Opening. Killing that Shen Yu should be a piece of cake, But your body is too weak now, why not wait a couple of days before infiltrating the Shen family to eliminate him? Master, I can't wait any longer. Li Qi gritted his teeth and said having his vitality drained for 10 consecutive days had caused his cultivation to regress to the 5th level of body refinement. In addition to the regression in cultivation, he also had to endure the pain of working while feeling weak. He believed that all of this was caused by Shen Yu. Therefore, his murderous intent towards Shen Yu had reached a critical point. If it weren't broad daylight, he would have charged into the Shen family immediately and killed Shen Yu. All right, but in your current state that won't do. Make the most of this time to recover. The aged voice reminded him. I understand, Master. That night, Li Qi stealthily left the servants. Although he was doing his best to recover, his complexion was still pallid and bloodless. After all, being drained of 1/3 of his vitality every day made it extremely difficult to recover with just ordinary food. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Qi arrived outside the Shen family's mansion. He cautiously climbed over the high walls of the Shen family and stealthily made his way to the inner courtyard. As soon as he stepped into the inner courtyard, the sleeping Shen Yu awakened, feeling a strong malice and killing it. With just a sweep of his divine sense, his expression immediately turned strange. There was indeed someone infiltrating the inner courtyard, but the infiltrator was a mere youth at the 5th level of body refinement. Having sensed the malice and killing intent, he could be certain that the other party was there to kill him. But to be attacked by a 5th level body refinement practitioner wasn't that laughable. However, soon Shen Yu realized something was amiss. The news of his own cultivation being at the 3rd level of meridian opening had long since spread. Yet this 5th level body refinement youth still dared to come. This indicated that the other party must have some form of reliance confident in their ability to kill him, who was at the 3rd level of meridian opening. With this thought, his expression grew serious. There are far too many instances of ships capsizing in the gutter in this world. Thus Shen Yu became cautious. With a single thought, his eye of insight opened. The information about Li Qi appeared in his mind. Name: Li Qi, age 15 years and 3 months, cultivation body refinement 5th layer root bone, exceptional identity, servant of the Li family in Yunmu County. Note: he possesses the fortune of an old master. Upon seeing this note, Shen Yu was momentarily taken aback. He soon understood why the other party dared to attempt to assassinate him despite only achieving the body refinement 5th layer. It turns out the other party had the fortune of an old master. In that case, he'll strike first. With this thought, Shen Yu's divine sense swiftly shot out, penetrating Li Qi's mind. Then he aimed at his soul and struck heavily. Just as Li Qi's soul was about to be shattered, an ancient phantom suddenly appeared in Li Qi's sea of consciousness, blocking Shen Yu's attack. The old master has intervened. Shen Yu was not surprised by this. How could a child of fortune be easily killed? Boom. The door of the side room suddenly shattered, and a figure shot out from within. Following that, a burst of sword light suddenly erupted, enveloping Li Qi entirely. In that instant, Li Qi was utterly terrified. He fell into a stupor. Youngster, stop. An ancient voice resonated in Shen Yu's mind. If it were an ordinary person in the meridian opening realm, their soul would surely be damaged, but Shen Yu had already elevated the divine refinement art to the 4th layer, making his soul strength far exceed that of others in the same realm. Thus, the voice that appeared in his mind did not affect him. Moreover, he was multitasking, continuing to manipulate his divine sense to attack Li Qi's soul. Just as the sword light was about to engulf Li Qi, a golden light suddenly emerged from within him, enveloping his entire being. Ding ding ding. In an instant, the true water 9 swords struck Li Qi 49 times. However, they failed to break through his defenses. Nevertheless, the golden light surrounding him began to dim. Ding ding ding. In an instant, the true water 9 swords struck Li Qi 49 times. However, they failed to break through his defenses. Nevertheless, the golden light surrounding him began to dim. Qi's soul. Simultaneously, the sword technique in his hand transformed into the starry sky breaking mountain sword technique. After more than 10 days of comprehension, he had mastered this pinnacle 6th tier sword technique and birth sword intent. Thus, as he performed the sword technique, a faint sword intent began to diffuse. The remnant soul that sensed the sword intent turned grave. He never imagined that such a monstrous existence would emerge in a mere small county. At only 14 years old, having reached the Qi realm was already surprising, but to have comprehended sword intent as well was astonishing. Indeed, as Shen Yu unleashed all his strength, his cultivation level was also revealed. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, the remnant soul took control of Li Qi's body, soaring into the sky and shooting towards the Shen family. The other party's speed was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. The commotion just caused had awakened Chunya and Dong Er, who had been asleep in the room. Second young master, what happened? A thief broke in just now, let him escape. Hurry and get dressed. When my mother comes to ask, just say, I went after the thief. Once the words were spoken, Shen Yu flew out, disappearing in a few flashes. A child of fortune is like an unkillable cockroach. If he were to escape, it would definitely lead to endless troubles. Therefore, no matter what, he had to eliminate the other party. Since he was a servant of the Li family, he might even return to the Li family, so Shen Yu planned to lie in wait at the Li family. However, upon infiltrating the Li family, Shen Yu took out a shape-shifting mask and transformed into an unremarkable middle-aged man. Using his divine sense, Shen Yu quickly located the servant quarters of the Li family. He then fully activated the hidden chi technique to conceal his aura and lay in wait in a corner of the courtyard. On the other side, the remnant soul controlled Li Qi's body, fleeing into the northern city. Only then did he return the control of the body to Li Qi. Disciple, listen to your master. Just now, to save you, I exhausted too much soul power and will soon fall into a deep sleep. I won't awaken for at least half a year. You hide here for the night, and tomorrow morning, when the city gates open, leave Yumu County immediately. Master, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, Li Qi said with a face full of guilt. It's alright, it's mainly because that Shen Yu is too cunning. The ancient voice sighed bitterly, and the voice grew weaker. Remember, leave as soon as the city gates open tomorrow morning. As the words fell, the ancient voice completely fell silent. Master, Master, Li Qi called out several times without receiving a response, realizing that his master must have fallen asleep. Despicable and shameless Shen Yu, one day, I will make you pay tenfold, Li Qi shouted, clenching his fists. He had originally thought he could kill Shen Yu tonight, but unexpectedly, not only did he almost die at the Shen family, but his master also fell into a deep sleep. He remembered this grudge. Thinking of his master's orders, Li Qi revealed an extremely reluctant expression. Because once he left Yumu County, the second young lady would probably have to marry into the Shen family. Suddenly he had a thought. Why not return to the Li family first? After all, Shen Yu didn't know who he was. Then tomorrow he would secretly meet the second young lady. If she was unwilling to marry Shen Yu, he would take her away from Yumu County. Unfortunately, he had no idea that the second young lady, Li Linger, had already secretly fallen for Shen Yu. Everything he was planning was but a one-sided wish. Casting aside the remnant soul's instructions, Li Qi left the northern city, cautiously making his way to the Li family. After Shen Yu had been lying in wait in the servant quarters for half an hour, he still had not seen Li Qi return. He could not help but think, could it be that this guy has already escaped Yumu County? However, he was resolute in his desire to kill him. Thus, he planned to wait until dawn. If Li Qi still hadn't returned by then, he would consider it as the other party having good luck. But to Shen Yu's surprise, just as he thought the other party wouldn't return, a commotion occurred. He then saw a figure leap over the wall of the servant quarters and land in the courtyard stealthily, making his way to the room. It's him. Shen Yu immediately recognized Li Qi, and a glimmer of killing intent flashed in his eyes. His divine sense invaded Li Qi's sea of consciousness, delivering a heavy blow to his soul. With a poof, Li Qi's divine soul was instantly shattered. This time it was surprisingly easy. Shen Yu, seeing Li Qi about to fall to the ground, he swiftly moved beside him, plucked the inconspicuous iron ring off his finger, and stored his corpse in a storage ring before vanishing from the servant courtyard. Before long, Shen Yu returned to the Shen family. He discovered that the entire Shen family was brightly lit and on high alert. Meanwhile, Shen Lin was stationed in the courtyard. Where are you, alright? Seeing Shen Yu, Shen Lin finally relaxed. Before Shen Yu returned, she had been on edge, fearing something would happen to him. Mother, I'm fine. That's good. By the way, what about the thief? He escaped. Shen Yu pretended to be frustrated. It's alright as long as you're safe. Shen Lin quickly reassured him. Moreover, I've had someone check, and nothing was stolen from the house. Since it was already late at night, the mother and son did not chat much. After sending Shen Lin away, Shen Yu walked. The door to the room he had previously occupied was already shattered. It was too late to fix it. Fortunately, there were plenty of rooms in the courtyard. He could simply switch to another room. Once Chunya and Dong Er fell back asleep, a silly grin appeared on Shen Yu's face. Yes, it was a silly grin. He had originally thought that after killing Li Qi, he would only gain 10 kill points. To his surprise, he had actually obtained 5,000 kill points. To be clear, killing a person in the Qi realm only granted 1,000 kill points. One could only say that a child of fortune is extremely valuable. Moreover, this was a child of fortune who had not yet matured. If Li Qi were to grow stronger, killing him would probably yield tens of thousands of kill points. For a moment, he regretted killing the other party too soon. Of course, this feeling of regret was fleeting. Even if he had known this information in advance, he would not have missed the opportunity to kill Li Qi. After all, children of fortune are quite troublesome. They are hard to kill when they are weak. Once they grow stronger, it would be even more difficult. First, he needed to elevate his cultivation. After tapping the plus sign behind his cultivation level, Shen Yu's cultivation began to rise. Before long, he reached the Qi 5th layer. He could continue to upgrade. So he tapped again. Shortly after, his cultivation soared to the Qi 6th layer. With 10-20 kill points remaining, he no longer had enough to raise his cultivation. However, he could enhance the dragon elephant body refinement technique, hidden chi technique, and flowing clouds. After some contemplation, Shen Yu decided to consume 500 slaughter points to elevate the martial technique, flowing clouds, to perfection. After all, tonight was the night. He had already suffered a setback due to speed. Fortunately, Li Qi, being overconfident, believed he could sneak back into the Li family without Shen Yu knowing his identity. Otherwise, he would have truly escaped a calamity tonight. He clicked on the plus sign. Then Shen Yu felt a surge of cultivation insights flood into his mind. After comprehending these insights, the martial technique flowing clouds reached the level of perfection. He still had 520 slaughter points remaining, which could still be used to enhance the hidden chi technique. However, since the hidden chi technique had already reached the third layer, it was more than sufficient, and there was no need to waste slaughter points. Thus, the remaining 500 points would be used for a lottery draw. Just then, a system notification sounded. System upgrade initiated. Please wait patiently for 24 hours. Upgrade. Shen Yu was somewhat surprised, not expecting the system could upgrade. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be due to killing the child of fortune? He felt there was a strong possibility. By the way, Zhong Yuanqing is a reincarnated nascent soul powerhouse. Could she also be the child of fortune? However, Shen Yu thought further. Even if Zhong Yuanqing was also a child of fortune, he had no intention of killing her. After all, they were nominally engaged. Moreover, there was no enmity between them. Suddenly, Shen Yu flipped his hand. A black iron ring appeared in it. On the way back, he used his divine sense to probe and discovered that this black iron ring was just an ordinary ring. However, he was certain that this ring was not ordinary. After all, it housed a remnant soul. Since Li Qi was covered head to toe by various items, this black iron ring was the most conspicuous. Moreover, he had tried before. This black iron ring could not be stored in a storage ring. Old Deng, come out and chat. Shen Yu called out to the black iron ring. There was no response. Shen Yu called out softly several more times. Still no response. It seemed that Old Deng had exhausted a significant amount of energy to protect Li Qi, most likely falling into a deep sleep or a weakened state. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so silent while killing Li Qi. How should I deal with this black iron ring then? Shen Yu pondered, suddenly feeling true essence surge to his palm, intending to shatter the black iron ring. But even with his cultivation at the 6th level of Qi Si, he could not shatter such a small black iron ring. Since I can't destroy you, then I'll make you suffer. Shen Yu thought darkly. The next morning, after having breakfast and guiding the 5 little ones in their cultivation, Shen Yu set out alone. He then arrived at the North District, finding the deepest pit and tossing the black iron ring into it. As for subduing this old man, Shen Yu had not considered it at all. Firstly, he already had a system, and his cultivation techniques and martial skills could all be acquired from it. Secondly, he was not a child of fortune, so subduing the old man would not be easy. Moreover, keeping a remnant soul nearby would only expose his secrets to the other party. Of course, Shen Yu's biggest concern was that the remnant soul might ambush him at a critical moment. Thus, even though he knew that subduing the old man would bring considerable benefits for the sake of preserving his secrets and ensuring his own safety, he ultimately had to abandon it. As for whether the remnant soul would seek revenge on Shen Yu after awakening, he felt it unlikely. From the battle last night, the remnant soul could only act through Li Qi's body. Additionally, the remnant soul had certain special requirements for the body. If those requirements were not met, it could not use the other party's physique to exert its abilities. As for the deep bond between master and disciple, that was completely impossible. Li Qi and the remnant soul could not have been in contact for long. How could there be such a deep bond? Why did Shen Yu conclude they hadn't been in contact for long? It was simple. Judging from Li Qi's cultivation, if they had been in contact for a long time, given Li Qi's exceptional roots, how could he merely be at the body refinement stage? Therefore, in the future, unless someone with a physique similar to or as exceptional as Li Qi's retrieves the black iron ring from the cesspit, the remnant soul would be forever trapped there. With that thought, Shen Yu couldn't help but smile. He then turned and left. After departing from the North District, Shen Yu did not return to the Shen family, but instead wandered around the city. Since his arrival in this world, he had not properly explored this county. Although Yunmu County was just a medium-sized county, its population was substantial with over 8,000 people. Including those from the towns, the population of Yunmu County exceeded 1.5 million. Why did this world have such a large population? The reason was simple. The air was infused with spiritual energy, greatly increasing food production. Take rice for instance, which had the lowest yield reaching at least 500 to 600 pounds per acre. As for wheat, the yield was even more astonishing, easily exceeding 1000 pounds per acre. Thus, while one could say the common folk in this world were poor, they could never be said to be starving. Otherwise, the Dayan kingdom could not have ruled this land for thousands of years without showing signs of decline. In contrast, in the ancient world of the Blue Star, countless dynasties had risen and fallen over thousands of years. On the other side, Shen Yu led 3 Tongmai disciples into a forest to search. Suddenly, one Tongmai disciple exclaimed, "Elder Chen, come quick. There are dozens of corpses here." Shen Yu flew over, and upon careful examination her expression changed dramatically. The dozens of corpses before her were very likely in Mu Chun and his team. After examining each corpse, Shen Yu could almost confirm they were indeed in Mu Chun and his team, though she was puzzled by the presence of several extra corpses. Once the inspection was complete, Shen Yu personally stayed behind with 2 people to guard the site, and sent another to the village to report to En Mu Tong. En Mu Tong arrived quickly. "Where are my son's remains?" Shen Yu pointed to a corpse, and said, "Master, this corpse should belong to the young master." En Mu Tong crouched down to examine it, and with sorrow welling up within him said, "This is indeed my son's corpse. Investigate and find out who killed him. I will make them pay dearly." That deep night, while waiting for the system to upgrade, Shen Yu did not sleep, but instead contemplated the starry sky breaking peak sword technique. Suddenly, a beautiful voice echoed in his mind. Ding. System upgrade complete, please check host. With a thought, the system panel appeared. Everything else remained unchanged. Only the lottery function had changed. Originally, 100 slaughter points could allow 1 draw. But after the upgrade, 100 slaughter points were required for a single draw. Looking at the remaining 520 slaughter points, Shen Yu felt a bit speechless. He initially wanted to do a 5-time draw, but now he couldn't even afford a single draw. Had he known the system would upgrade, he would have drawn in advance. However, with the increase in the required slaughter points, the items drawn were bound to be of higher quality. For this, Shen Yu still felt a bit hopeful. At this moment, in a village several dozen miles from Yunmu County, since discovering En Mu Chen's corpse in the morning, En Mu Tong had ordered everyone to pursue the murderer. Unfortunately, they had found nothing until deep into the night. Looking at the crowd below, En Mu Tong's face was dark enough to drip water. "You all go and capture every commoner in this village for me." Hearing this, the faces of the 3 elder protectors changed drastically. Yang Chuan cautiously asked, "Master, what are you planning? Since my son went missing and suffered misfortune in this village, if we cannot find the murderer, let the commoners of this village be buried with him." En Mu Tong said with an incredibly cold voice. Upon hearing that Duan Mu Tong intended to massacre the village, the 3 guardian elders Yang Chuan, Chen Yue, and Zhao Yulong were instantly alarmed. For the death of a few villagers, or even dozens, the county office would not report it to the Yunshui prefecture. However, if thousands of villagers were slaughtered, such a significant event could not be concealed. The county office would definitely report it, likely attracting the attention of the demon suppression guards from the Yunshui prefecture. Once the demon suppression guards intervened, it was highly probable that their blood sea haul would be discovered. "Master, please reconsider. If we massacre the village, it will most likely attract the demon suppression guards." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yang Chuan quickly advised. "Yes, Master, the demon suppression guards are extremely ruthless. If they focus on us, it could lead to the destruction of our blood sea haul." Shen Yu immediately joined in the persuasion. In the demon suppression division of the Yunshui prefecture, there was a director with the strength of the nascent soul realm, along with 100 household officers at the Golden Core realm. Even if just 100 household officer at the Golden Core level was dispatched, it would be enough to sweep away their blood sea haul. After all, even Master Duan Mu Tong was merely at the 7th level of the Qi Si realm. "Master, if we attract the demon suppression guards, our entire haul might be exposed. If that happens, the higher-ups will blame us." Zhao Yulong stopped speaking at this point, for he had already expressed his meaning. If he continued, the words would not be pleasant and would offend Duan Mu Tong. But now Duan Mu Tong was entirely focused on avenging his son and would not listen to advice, coldly stating, "I have made up my mind. There's no need for you 3 to persuade me. Someone capture all the lowly villagers in the village." The 3 guardian elders still had the qualification to persuade him. But the 12 disciples of the Meridian sect dared not resist Duan Mu Tong's orders and immediately moved to capture all the villagers. 2 days later, a piece of news spread throughout the county town. In Yuanhe village, located dozens of miles from the county town, a total of 1,236 villagers had their blood completely drained, and all the children had their hearts ripped out. At the Shen family, upon hearing the news from Eru, Shen Yu's expression darkened considerably. Because Yuanhe village, as mentioned by Eru, was the temporary stronghold of the deputy master of the Mayun sect, Duan Mu Chun. And these deceased villagers were undoubtedly the handiwork of the Blood River Hall under the Mayun sect. After all, this Blood River Hall had a habit of refining pills with the blood of living beings and the hearts of children. If I hadn't killed Duan Mu Chun, perhaps these villagers wouldn't have had to die, or it's my fault that they became collateral damage. In an instant, Shen Yu's heart grew heavy and a strong sense of guilt surged within. No. But Shen Yu quickly shook his head. The people of the Blood River Hall were a group of beasts. They had been capturing children in the city to refine pills. If he hadn't acted and killed Duan Mu Chen's subordinates, who specialized in kidnapping children, many more children would undoubtedly have been captured for pill refining in the future. And if he had not killed Duan Mu Chun and his subordinates, even more innocent lives would have perished at their hands. Thus, while the villagers of Yuanhe village were affected by his actions, he could not bear all the blame. A phrase flashed through his mind: "Do not punish yourself for the faults of others." With that thought, Shen Yu's heaviness and guilt dissipated considerably. But soon a strong desire for vengeance against the Mayun sect surged within him. Although the massacre of the villagers was not entirely his fault, he must avenge them, or he would not find peace in his heart. With this in mind, he gave a few instructions and left the Shen family. He exited the town heading straight for Yuanhe village. As he was about to reach Yuanhe village, he took out a transforming mask and put it on. He transformed into an unremarkable middle-aged man. At that moment, the county's constables had already arrived at Yuanhe village. Even County Lieutenant Zhou Kuo had come. A group of constables was searching for traces left by the killers while the remaining constables were collecting the bodies of the villagers. "Chile, do you have any leads?" Zhou Kuo inquired indifferently to the head constable Chile. Chile hesitated. "Speak." Zhou Kuo's tone grew heavier. "Reporting to you, my lord, the villagers of Yuanhe village have had their blood drained, and the children had their hearts ripped out. I suspect it was the work of the demon clan." Chile said hesitantly. "Since you believe it was the demon clan, go and pursue them." A hint of disdain flashed in Zhou Kuo's eyes. In truth, he knew that this massacre and heart extraction incident was most likely orchestrated by the Moyun sect. He had once been the county lieutenant of Shenmu County. During his tenure there, he had encountered cases involving the Moyun sect. Initially, he wanted to bring the Moyun sect to justice, but he was nearly wiped out by them, and in the end, he could only choose to collude with the Moyun sect. He thought that by being transferred away from Shenmu County, he would no longer have any dealings with the Moyun sect. But unexpectedly, shortly after he took office, the Moyun sect in Yunmu County committed a village massacre. The reason he asked Chile was originally to plan for when Chile would reveal that it was the Moyun sect doing so, he could let him pursue them. He didn't expect Chile to shift the blame onto the demon clan. This was just perfect. He could let Chile pursue the demon clan. However, he knew that the ramifications of a village massacre were too severe. It would likely attract the demon suppression guards. In the future, when the demon suppression guards came to inquire, he could easily claim he was misled by Chile, letting this fool take the blame. Soon Shen Yu, transformed into an unremarkable middle-aged man, arrived at Yuanhe village. He did not reveal himself. Using his divine sense, he thoroughly scanned the entire village but found no clues. However, upon seeing the gruesome state of the deceased villagers, his expression darkened considerably. "Moyun sect," he uttered softly, then began to investigate the surroundings with his divine sense. Although the people of the Moyun sect had erased their traces in the village, they could not possibly leave without a trace. With the probing of his divine sense, he was sure to find them. The divine sense did not disappoint Shen Yu. Soon he caught on to the traces left by the Moyun sect's people as they departed and began to track them. It had to be said that this group was very cautious. Along the way, they continuously covered their tracks. If it weren't for the presence of divine sense, it would have been impossible to spot these traces with the naked eye. During the tracking, Shen Yu memorized the scent of these individuals and estimated their numbers to be a total of 16. After half a day's pursuit, Shen Yu entered a primitive forest and discovered increasingly more signs of human. As expected, these traces were mostly left by the people of the Moyun sect's Blood-Sea Hall. This made Shen Yu's heart rejoice. The time was now evening. Shen Yu was hiding in a towering tree, intently observing a region 1,000 meters away. That area had numerous buildings. Moreover, many figures were moving about. If all went as expected, this should be the stronghold of the Blood-Sea Hall of the Moyun sect. As the sky had not yet completely darkened, it was not the right time to act. Thus, Shen Yu quietly retreated for several thousand meters, waiting for the right moment. Finally, after 2 hours passed, the Blood-Sea Hall's stronghold gradually quieted down. This indicated that the Moyun sect's followers had begun to sleep. Shen Yu transformed into a wisp of green smoke and stealthily approached their stronghold. He sprinkled poison around the perimeter of the Blood-Sea Hall. The poison served to guard against wild beasts and intruders. However, Shen Yu possessed divine sense, which had already detected the poison, so he naturally would not fall victim to it. Soon Shen Yu silently infiltrated the Blood-Sea Hall. He did not act immediately, but first explored the hall. There were about 300 followers of the Moyun sect residing within this hall, all of whom were practitioners. Among them, there were 4 in the Qi realm. Through the eye of insight, Shen Yu clarified their identities. They were the hall master of the Blood-Sea Hall, Duan Mutong, who was at the 7th level of the Qi realm, 1 level higher than Shen Yu. The remaining 3 were the guardian elders of the Qi realm, with cultivation levels of the 4th, 3rd, and 1st levels of the Qi realm respectively. Next were those in the meridian opening realm, totaling 44. Among them, 12 were at the late stage, 14 at the mid-stage, and 18 at the early stage of the meridian opening realm. Then there were the practitioners in the condensation realm, amounting to 75. The rest were all in the body refinement realm. After understanding the situation of the Blood-Sea Hall, Shen Yu decided to take care of the 4 in the Qi realm first. The first target in the Qi realm was Duan Mutong. Although the opponent was 1 level stronger, Shen Yu was. At that moment, Duan Mutong was not sleeping but refining pills in the only stone hall within the main hall. Die. With a thought, Shen Yu's divine sense instantly infiltrated Duan Mutong's sea of consciousness, unleashing a powerful assault on his soul. Puff. Without any suspense, Duan Mutong's soul was instantly shattered, and the life force within him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4,000 kill points. Shen Yu did not rush to collect the spoils. He quietly left the vicinity of the stone hall and hid in the area where the 3 guardian elders resided. Using his divine sense for a surprise attack again, it wasn't long before all 3 guardian elders were killed, their souls shattered, bringing him 2,000 kill points each along with 2 additional 1,000 kill points. After eliminating the 4 in the Qi realm, Shen Yu felt a sense of ease. Like a grim reaper moving through the darkness, he quickly harvested the lives of the Mo Yun sect's followers. In about a quarter of an hour, all the Mo Yun sect followers within the Blood Sea Hall were slaughtered. Then he began to collect the spoils. After collecting the spoils, Shen Yu left directly. These scoundrels were not worthy of a proper burial. By the time Shen Yu returned to the Shen family, it was already past midnight. The 2 maidservants were worried about him and had not slept. Second young master, you are back. Upon seeing Shen Yu return, Chunya and Dong Er were almost on the verge of tears. I went out to take care of some matters and returned a bit late. Shen Yu reached out to pat the heads of the 2 girls. By the way, second young master, the lady is also very worried about you. She said that after you return, we should inform her. Chunya remembered something and quickly said, you all prepare bathing water for me first. I will go to the back. Although Shen Yu had killed from a distance, having taken the lives of more than 300 people in one go, he still felt as if blood was on him, so he wanted to clean himself up. When Shen Yu arrived in the backyard, he saw that the light in Shen Lin's room was still on, which warmed his heart. So he deliberately increased the sound of his footsteps and shouted, I opened the door. Upon seeing Shen Yu, she joyfully exclaimed, second young master. Then she turned to Shen Lin, who was reading inside, and said, lady, the second young master has come. Mother. Shen Yu stepped into the room and called out to Shen Lin, who was seated in a chair, I worried you. It seems you have returned. Now I can rest easy. It's getting late, I should also get some rest. You should go back. Returning to the central courtyard, Chunya and Dong Er had already prepared the bathing water. After cleaning himself up and changing into a nightgown, Shen Yu lay down on the bed and instructed the 2 maidservants to turn off the lights. With a thought, the system panel appeared. Seeing the kill points displayed, a smile appeared on his face. The 4 in the Qi realm brought him 8,000 kill points. The 44 practitioners in the Meridian opening realm brought him 9,400 kill points. The 75 practitioners in the condensation realm brought him 2,550 kill points, while the remaining 198 practitioners in the body refinement realm brought him 1,980 kill points. Thus, after slaughtering the Blood Sea Hall of the Mo Yun sect, Shen Yu's total kill points reached 21930, plus the 520 kill points left over from before. His current total of kill points was 22,450. With such a sudden influx of kill points, Shen Yu naturally wanted to improve his cultivation. Currently, his cultivation was at the 6th level of the Qi realm, and each level increase required 4,000 kill points. With a thought, Shen Yu lightly tapped the plus sign behind his cultivation. Suddenly, his Qi began to boil. After a moment, the Qi calmed down. His true essence expanded directly by double, and the meridians within him were strengthened. Even his physical body received a significant boost. His cultivation also reached the 7th level of the Qi realm. Continue. Shen Yu tapped twice more, and his cultivation soared directly to the 9th level of the Qi realm. Increasing 3 levels of cultivation consumed a total of 12,000 kill points, leaving him with 10,450. However, the plus sign behind the cultivation still existed. This indicated that he could continue to enhance his cultivation. So Shen Yu decisively tapped again. Then his Qi began to boil once more. However, this time the improvement took quite a while, taking a full quarter of an hour. When the enhancement ended, the true essence in his Qi had vanished, replaced by a thumb-sized water blue elixir. Is this the Yuan Dan realm? Shen Yu felt his overall strength and couldn't help but feel powerful. After adapting slightly to his new cultivation, Shen Yu activated the hidden Qi technique, adjusting his cultivation aura to the 4th level of the Meridian opening realm. He then glanced at his kill points, which remained at 2,450. This meant that breaking through to the Yuan Dan realm had cost him 8,000 kill points. Checking the panel, he found that the water control pill technique, dragon elephant body refinement technique, and refining god technique could all be further improved. At the same time, he could also use them for a lottery. After a slight hesitation, Shen Yu decided to first enhance the dragon elephant body refinement technique to mastery. After the enhancement, Shen Yu felt that both his physical body and strength had significantly improved. This enhancement consumed 1,000 kill points. The remaining points allowed for one more lottery. System, initiate the lottery. Ding, lottery initiated. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the perfect martial arts card. Would you like to receive it? Receive. The next moment, a golden card appeared in the system space. After taking it out, Shen Yu understood the card's purpose. It could elevate any of his martial arts to perfection. The 3 martial arts he possessed, Flowing Cloud and 13 Swords of Divine Veins, had already reached perfection. Thus, this card could only be used for Star Dome Breaker Sword technique. Of course, he could also save it for later when he drew martial arts and directly elevate them to perfection. Star Dome Breaker Sword technique had been comprehended by him to mastery, and he had condensed sword intent. There were still 3 realms to go: small achievement, great achievement, and perfection. With his innate sword body, it was estimated that it would take him over half a year to fully comprehend this martial art. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, Shen Yu decided to use the perfect martial arts card. Use successful. A vast understanding of swordsmanship flooded Shen Yu's mind. He did not dare to be negligent. He fully absorbed this understanding of swordsmanship. Half an hour later, after absorbing all the insights, the Star Dome Breaker Sword technique had reached perfection. Unfortunately, this sword technique was a pinnacle 6th-tier martial art, while his cultivation was only at the first level of the Yuan Dan realm, insufficient to fully unleash this sword technique's power. But it was certain that as his strength grew, the power exhibited by this sword technique would also increase. After completing the enhancement, Shen Yu prepared to sleep. As for the spoils, he would count them tomorrow. The next morning, after breakfast, Shen Yu urged the 5 little ones to practice while counting the spoils. It is worth mentioning that through his guidance during this time, the 5 little ones could now practice independently. However, the 3 younger sisters still preferred to practice alongside their elder brother. Among the spoils, there were a total of 12 storage rings. 4 of these came from Duanmu Tong and 3 elder protectors, while the remaining 8 were from 8 latest-stage meridian cultivators. In addition to the storage rings, there were 105 storage bags. Shen Yu first checked the 105 storage bags. Just in silver alone, there were 75 million taels. It must be said that the cultists were quite wealthy. In addition to the silver, there were over 200 bottles of elixirs, but most of these were evil elixirs made from blood and organs. Shen Yu destroyed all of them. The remaining normal elixirs could be used by the 5 little ones. Additionally, there were dozens of ordinary weapons and 2 spiritual herbs. Using his insight, Shen Yu identified the uses of the 2 spiritual herbs. One was called soul-nourishing grass, which when consumed could strengthen the soul and be used to refine soul-nourishing pills, its value far exceeding that of the water spiritual grass he had obtained before. The other spiritual herb was called celestial star fruit. Consuming it could nourish the meridians and stabilize the dantian and chi, somewhat similar in effect to the water spiritual grass. Shen Yu did not intend to consume either spiritual herb. After all, his strength relied on killing to gain experience points. As he increased his cultivation level, his meridians dantian and chi would also strengthen. As for the soul, after reaching the 4th layer of the divine forging technique, his soul had already surpassed that of other cultivators at the same level, so he did not need to consume the soul-nourishing grass. Then Shen Yu began to examine Duanmu Tong's storage ring. However, upon seeing the contents, his expression, the space within Duanmu Tong's storage ring exceeded 500 cubic feet, yet it was filled with a large amount of blood and the hearts of children. Old beast. After cursing inwardly, Shen Yu decided to go out. Once outside the city and into the wilderness, he found a spot to dig a pit and buried the blood and hearts from the storage ring. Now regarding Duanmu Tong's wealth. This fellow was the master of the Blood Sea Hall and quite affluent. The silver notes in his storage ring amounted to over 23 million taels, and he also had 1.05 million taels in gold notes. Additionally, there were numerous jade and gemstone items. Although it was impossible to estimate their exact value, these items were worth at least several million taels of silver. Next, there was a large quantity of elixirs, but over 90 were blood chi pills and blood yuan pills. Shen Yu still chose to destroy them all. However, among the remaining elixirs there were several good items, but Shen Yu still did not need them. Then he discovered 17 spiritual herbs. All these spiritual herbs were sealed in jade boxes. Finally, Shen Yu also retrieved 2 weapons, a sword and a set of armor. Both were spiritual weapons. The former was a mid-grade spiritual weapon, while the latter was a low-grade spiritual weapon. After that, Shen Yu opened the remaining storage rings. In total, he acquired over 10 million taels in silver notes, numerous elixirs, most of which were destroyed by Shen Yu, 5 spiritual herbs, and 1 low-grade spiritual weapon. This spiritual weapon came from the elder protector Yang Chuan, and it was a pair of silk gloves. Additionally, there were many cultivation techniques and martial arts. The techniques included the Blood Shadow technique, Blood God technique, and Blood Sea Divine technique. There were more than 10 martial arts techniques, only 2 of which were relatively normal, while the rest were all evil techniques. It is worth mentioning that after the destruction of the Blood Sea Hall last night, Shen Yu also took away the food and meat from their storehouse. The grain amounted to over 1 million pounds, and the meat was over 100,000 pounds. In the weapon storehouse, he also found hundreds of ordinary weapons and dozens of common weapons. Looking at the silver and gold notes he had transferred to his storage ring, Shen Yu could only think that he would never be able to spend it all. After counting the spoils, Shen Yu began to return to the city. Suddenly, he saw a group of people. This group was the county's constables pushing or pulling carts with the emaciated corpses of the villagers from Yuanhe village on the carts. Why were the corpses being transported back to the city? The reason was simple: these corpses were to serve as evidence. If they were buried on the spot, the demon suppression guards might blame Zhou Kuo when they arrived. As an old hand, he naturally would not make such a blunder. After glancing at the corpses, Shen Yu returned to the Shen residence and ordered someone to call for Eru. Eru, go find out what will happen to the corpses of the villagers from Yuanhe village. Shen Yu instructed. Yes, second young master. It did not take long for Eru to return. He bribed a small official at the county office and learned that the corpses of the villagers from Yuanhe village would temporarily be stored in the charity house in the city. After the case was closed, if there were relatives, they would be notified to take them back for burial. If there were no relatives, they would be buried in a pit in a unified manner outside the city. Shen Yu thought for a moment and began to give instructions to Eru. He instructed him to buy a piece of land outside the city and build a tomb. Then go to the coffin shop in the city to order coffins according to the number of villagers from Yuanhe village. After the case is closed, the corpses of these villagers will be placed in the coffins and buried in the tomb he built. After hearing Shen Yu's orders, Eru hesitated and said, Second young master, this is going to cost a lot of money. Are you really going to do this? Just do as I instructed. Shen Yu emphasized his tone. Then he took out 10,000 taels in silver notes and handed them to Eru, saying, This is 10,000 taels. You take it to handle things. If it's not enough, come back to me. By the way, find a good location for the tomb and don't skimp on the coffin materials. Try to use better ones. Don't worry, second young master. I will ensure everything is handled properly. Eru quickly replied, while secretly thinking that the second young master was truly kind-hearted, willing to spend money to bury a group of unrelated villagers. He must promote the second young master. After Eru left, Shen Yu let out a sigh of relief. Although he had avenged the villagers, he still felt a twinge of guilt, but this act made him feel much better. In less than half a day's time, the news that Shen Yu was spending money to buy land and coffins for the burial of the villagers from Yuanhe village spread throughout the city. Some looked down on him, thinking that Shen Yu was just a spendthrift wasting money to bury a bunch of lowly commoners, truly a case of having too much silver. Others admired him secretly, believing that Shen Yu had a kind heart and was doing good deeds. Even more thought that Shen Yu was spending money to gain a reputation. Li Linger, realizing that her wedding date to the Shen family was approaching, began to feel anxious. Suddenly, her maid Xiaocha brought news of Shen Yu's spending to bury the villagers from Yuanhe village. After hearing this, Li Linger felt both admiration and worship. Young Master Shen is truly kind. Yes, miss. It's not just people outside praising the young master for his kindness. Many people in our residence are also saying the young master is truly kind-hearted. You won't have to worry after marrying into the Shen family, especially since our young master is so kind. At the Four Seas Trading Company, Feng Weiner also heard this news, elevating her impression of Shen Yu even further. She then asked Granny Yu, Granny, how much longer until I receive the items I requested? If all goes well, it should arrive this afternoon. In order to win Shen Yu's heart, Feng Weiner spent a considerable amount of money to purchase 2 elixirs. One was the Earth Yuan pill, which could significantly boost the cultivation level of Meridian cultivators. The other was a 3rd-grade breaking boundary pill. After consumption, it greatly increases the chance of breaking through to the Qi realm. The combination of the 2 elixirs could allow Shen Yu to break through to the Qi within a year or 2, and she believed he would surely be tempted. That afternoon, Shen Yu was lying in the courtyard basking in the sun. The starry sky breaking mountain sword technique had already reached perfection, requiring no further comprehension from him. The progress of the other 2 techniques he was cultivating was too slow. Moreover, the system's point enhancement is calculated based on the overall realm. For example, through rigorous training, he had brought the progress of his Golden Core first level to 99%, just 1% away from reaching the Golden Core second level. Then using slaughter points to enhance would still consume 8,000 points. So relying solely on self-cultivation might not be entirely futile, but it certainly felt like a fruitless endeavor, giving a sense of being at a disadvantage. Moreover, his innate talent barely reached the upper tier. Based on his current cultivation progress, to advance from Golden Core first level to Golden Core second level, it would at least take more than 3 years. If it only took 10 days or half a month to break through a realm, Shen Yu would still be interested in pushing his limits. But if it would take more than 3 years, he might as well take a break. After lying down for a little over half an hour, the new steward came to report. Young master, a young lady claiming to be Feng Weiner wishes to see you. The new steward was also an old member of the Shen family. Originally serving as a manager, he had no cultivation. Now the Shen family was under the leadership of Shen Lin, but as a woman, she often found it inconvenient to show her face. So she promoted someone from the management to become the steward. Perhaps due to the psychological impact left by Zhang Gao, she chose someone without any cultivation. Let her in. Shen Yu sat up from the lounge chair. Previously, he had chosen to handle Feng Weiner's invitation. He had thought the other party would retreat upon facing difficulties, but unexpectedly, she had come to his door. It seemed her intention to recruit him was still alive. Before long, Shen Yu arrived at the main courtyard's hall to receive the distinguished guest. He saw Feng Weiner seated in the hall flanked by two charming young girls of the essence-gathering realm. Today's Feng Weiner looked quite different from her usual style. She wore a fitted green outfit complemented by a hooded black cloak with her hair tied up in a crown exuding an air of heroism. "Greetings, Miss Feng," Shen Yu greeted with a smile. "Greetings, young Master Shen. I hope I am not disturbing you." "Of course not. Please, Miss Feng, take a seat," Shen Yu replied with a smile, inviting her to sit. He then took his place at the main seat. Next, Feng Weiner began by praising Shen Yu, stating that he had a kind heart and was willing to spend money to bury unrelated villagers. Although this was a world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong, people still held a certain fondness for those with a hint of kindness. After all, who wouldn't want to be surrounded by good-hearted individuals? Shen Yu felt somewhat conflicted by Feng Weiner's praise and couldn't refute her. His actions were merely to soothe his own conscience, as the deaths of the villagers from Yuanhe village were somewhat related to him. After a round of pleasantries, Shen Yu asked, "By the way, Miss Feng, what brings you here this time?" "Young Master Shen, have you considered the matter I discussed with you last time?" "I apologize, Miss Feng, but my stance remains the same. I have no intention of joining any forces for the time being," Shen Yu replied without hesitation, directly refusing. "May I ask if young Master Shen has heard of a certain matter?" Feng Weiner asked with a smile. "Please go ahead." Shen Yu displayed a posture of attentive listening. Feng Weiner said, "If one cannot break through to the Golden Core realm before the age of 30, it will be very difficult to achieve it in this lifetime. Similarly, if you cannot break through to the nascent soul realm by 50, it will be even harder to step into that realm again." "Is there really such a saying?" Shen Yu asked in surprise. "I have no reason to deceive young Master Shen." Feng Weiner chuckled lightly. "Young Master Shen, think carefully about why most county towns only see cultivation up to the meridian opening realm at most. Is it really that there are no extraordinary talents in those towns?" Seeing Shen Yu display a thoughtful expression, Feng Weiner continued. "The reason is that small counties lack sufficient cultivation resources and often lack even the subsequent cultivation techniques. If one wants to achieve greater success, they must break free from their small county, otherwise no matter how excellent your innate talent is, your future will be limited. Take for instance the previous head of the Shen family, Shen Yu. He possessed upper-tier innate talent and was sought after by powerful forces for his potential. However, he inherited the position of head of the Shen family at a young age and was unwilling to leave, resulting in him reaching only the meridian opening realm without further techniques. Yet he managed to cultivate to the 5th meridian opening level purely through his innate talent. In the end, he died in a crypt while trying to secure a legacy of techniques. Had he initially opted to join a major power with access to subsequent techniques and resources, he could have reached the Qi realm or even the Golden Core realm much earlier. As long as your cultivation is sufficiently high, countless people will want to curry favor with you. If Shen Yu were at the Qi realm or Golden Core realm, who would dare to oppress the Shen family? He wouldn't have had to risk his life to acquire a Golden Core technique and ultimately perish in the crypt. The Shen family could also rise from a county family to a prefectural family. Therefore, sometimes choice is more important than effort. After listening to Feng Weiner's long-winded speech, Shen Yu realized that she was hinting at him, implying that while his innate talent and potential were commendable, if he chose to remain in the Shen family, he could forget about achieving anything significant in this lifetime. However, he had to admit that Feng Weiner's words made a lot of sense, but they did not apply to him, as he was not an ordinary person, but one with a system backing him. The technique system could provide. As for cultivation resources, he had no need for them. He could directly enhance his skills. "Thank you for your advice, Miss Feng." Shen Yu smiled. "And what is your choice?" Feng Weiner asked, somewhat pleased, as it seemed her words had not been for nothing. Shen Yu replied, "I still choose to stay with the Shen family." Suddenly, Feng Weiner's expression stiffened, her smile vanished, and due to the emotional turmoil, her chest rose and fell significantly. "Well, my words have been in vain," Feng Weiner said through gritted teeth. "Shen Yu, let me be direct with you. Enough with the pretense." Feng Weiner directly took out 2 jade vials and placed them on the table. She said, "This vial contains Earth Origin pills. After you consume it, you can at least reach the 7th meridian opening level. This vial contains 3rd rank breaking pill. Once you reach the 9th meridian opening level, consuming it will greatly increase your chances of breaking through to the Qi realm. All these pills are yours if you are willing to work for me." Upon hearing Feng Weiner's introduction, Shen Yu secretly marveled at the lavish offer. If he didn't have a system, he would have likely agreed to her recruitment with a 90% chance. However, possessing a system, he had already reached the Golden Core realm, making the Earth Origin pills utterly unappealing to him. But the Earth Origin pills would be of great use to his elder brother Shen Hui. So he smiled and said, "Sorry, Miss Feng, but I must decline." "What?" Feng Weiner exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "You say you refuse?" "Miss Feng, please remain calm. I have a proposal. I wonder if you would be willing to hear it." Shen Yu said leisurely, "I don't want to listen." Feng Weiner snorted coldly, showing that she had her own temper. Previously, she had extended an olive branch to him, but he had rejected it. Today this young lady has given ample benefits, yet you still refuse. Thus she felt anger toward Shen Yu. Shen Yu chuckled indifferently, originally intending to have Feng Weiner auction off the spiritual herbs he had obtained from the Blood Sea Hall, hoping to exchange them for high-quality cultivation, resources useful for body refinement realm, to be given to the 5 little ones. Since Feng Weiner was unwilling, he did not push the matter. At worst he could obtain them through other channels. There was a significant distinction among cultivators. Generally speaking, ordinary people cultivate by deriving energy from food and converting it into vital essence. Wealthy families, however, supplement their cultivation with tonics, which are certainly more effective than simple food. Above the wealthy families, ordinary clans provide pills to their descendants for cultivation. The Shen family is such a clan, or for instance, during their cultivation, they would nearly always consume a body refinement pill every so often. Despite being the lowest grade pills, a body refinement pill costs as much as 10 taels of silver. Even consuming one a week for a month would require 40 taels of silver. In Yunmu County, an average family's total income for a month is merely a few taels of silver. For example, there are families in the capital city that are even stronger than the Shuns. These families, in addition to providing body refinement pills to their descendants, also prepare various medicinal baths and ointments. Medicinal baths can relieve fatigue from cultivation and heal internal injuries. Medicinal ointments, on the other hand, can enhance the strength of skin, meridians, bones, and internal organs. Typically, the formulas for medicinal baths and ointments are very precious. Even though the Shen family is the top family in the county, they do not possess the formulas for medicinal baths and ointments. Thus, Shen Yu's plan to trade with Feng Weiner was aimed at acquiring those, or their formulas. Shen Yu, one day you will regret this. Feng Weiner glared deeply at Shen Yu, rising with a hint of anger. This young lady has quite the temper. Shen Yu thought to himself, although he did not take it to heart. In truth, one reason he was reluctant to accept Feng Weiner's offer was his fear of trouble. As the esteemed daughter of the Feng family, she unexpectedly came to a small county to open a branch. No one would believe there was no reason behind it. Shen Yu suspected it was either internal strife or that she was escaping something. In short, accepting the other party's offer would inevitably lead to various troubles. Moreover, over time it was possible that his own secrets would be exposed. Back at the Seahai Chamber of Commerce, Feng Weiner was quite upset. She asked, "Granny, I just can't understand. I have shown such sincerity, why did that guy still refuse? Is it possible that he is not interested in what you have offered?" Granny Yu replied. Previously, she had also visited the Shen family, but she had remained hidden, and she had been secretly observing Shen Yu. The more she observed, the more she felt that Shen Yu was not simple at all. That can't be the case, can it? Perhaps he hasn't obtained any opportunities, but instead has a powerful teacher. Granny Yu said thoughtfully. "Did you discover something, Granny?" Feng Weiner asked. Granny Yu said, "I have noticed that Shen Yu's 3 younger sisters seem to be practicing techniques of a high level. Though I am unsure of the exact grade, they are at least above the Qi Si realm." Shen Yu openly passed techniques onto his sisters, which indicates he has confidence. Where does his confidence come from? Most likely from the master behind him. I see. Feng Weiner felt much better. No wonder that guy was unwilling to accept my offer. It turns out he has climbed to a higher branch. Miss, you were a bit impulsive with the Shen family earlier. Even if the recruitment fell through, there was no need to make enemies. Granny Yu said. Feng Weiner's cheeks flushed slightly. I was indeed a bit impulsive, mainly because that guy is too infuriating. Let's do this. I will have someone send him a D-Yuan pill and a breaking stage pill to create a good relationship. On the other side, at the Shen family. After receiving Feng Weiner, Shen Yu lay back on a chair in the yard. However, it wasn't long before the housekeeper heard, "Second young master, this is from the Seahai Chamber of Commerce, and it must be delivered into your hands personally." Shen Yu took the box, opened it, and found 2 pill bottles inside. After inspecting them, a strange expression appeared on Shen Yu's face. However, there was still a letter at the bottom of the box. Upon opening it, he discovered it was written by Feng Weiner. In the letter, she expressed that she had been too impulsive earlier and hoped Shen Yu would not take offense. She also sent a D-Yuan pill and a 3rd-grade breaking stage pill as an apology. What does this Miss Feng mean? He couldn't quite grasp Feng Weiner's thoughts. At the same time, he felt a bit of admiration for her. The price of these 2 pills was not low, yet she just gave them away. Truly a little rich lady. Where is the person who delivered the items? Shen Yu asked the housekeeper. The person has already left after delivering the items, the housekeeper replied. Well, this leaves me no chance to refuse. Shen Yu said somewhat speechlessly. Since she insisted on sending them, he would not be pretentious. It was just right to use the D-Yuan pill to enhance his cultivation. Time passed quickly. Today the Shen family was exceptionally festive. Moreover, tables and benches were set up throughout the Shen family, both inside and outside. This was because today was the auspicious day for second young master Shen Yu to marry the second young lady of the Li family, Li Linger. The Shen family had just gone through a calamity. To bring good fortune, the Shen family set up 36 tables of banquets inside. Outside the Shen family, they also set up 108 tables for a flowing banquet. Anyone willing to come could join and eat. Originally, to take a concubine, it would only require bringing the little bride through the back door. However, since Li Linger was the legitimate daughter of the Li family, the Shen family also gave her enough respect, having Shen Yu personally lead people to fetch her. Aside from not having the title of the principal wife, everything else was in order. On the way to the Li family for the marriage, there were no difficulties encountered. They only needed to distribute some red ink. It was easy to receive Li Linger, and then Shen Yu personally carried her onto the sedan chair and all the way back to the Shen family. In the evening, Shen Yu, who was not drunk, entered the new house. Groom. Upon seeing Shen Yu enter, Xiao Cha immediately bowed and greeted him. Shen Yu nodded. You all can leave now. After everyone else had exited, Shen Yu's gaze fell upon Li Linger. She was dressed in a bright red wedding gown with a red veil over her head. He could sense Li Linger's nervousness. Stepping forward, he helped her lift the veil, revealing a pair of shy eyes. Husband, Li Linger called softly. Wife, Shen Yu responded and gently asked, are you hungry? With a thought, Shen Yu cast an eye of insight towards Li Linger. Instantly, information about her appeared in his mind. Name Li Linger. Age 14 years and 9 months. Cultivation 4th layer of body refinement. Root bone medium quality. Affection 92. Identity legitimate daughter of the Li family in Yunmu County, concubine of the host. Remarks possesses a hidden spiritual body, the Xianling physique. Once her cultivation reaches the meridian opening stage, her physique will gradually awaken. Shen Yu was somewhat surprised. He did not expect Li Linger to have an affection level of 92 for him. It seemed they had never met before, right? He was also surprised by her hidden physique. However, thinking about Li Qi being the chosen one, he had a vague suspicion. Li Linger was likely one of the female protagonists. After all, the trope of a maidservant and a young master was far too common in novels. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Could it be that Li Qi's attempt to assassinate him was for the sake of Li Linger? Thinking of this, Shen Yu asked, Linger, do you know a servant in your family named Li Qi? Li Linger, immersed in her emotions, did not immediately respond. Thus, Shen Yu repeated the question. Li Linger replied, I have some impression of him. A few years ago, he broke my elder sister's vase, and my elder sister wanted to have him killed, but I stopped her. Then recently I heard that Li Qi seems to have gone missing. Upon hearing Li Linger say this, Shen Yu became more certain that she was indeed the female protagonist. The kind-hearted second young lady saved the young servant. From then on, the young servant harbored feelings of admiration. To prevent the second young lady from marrying someone else as a concubine, the fortunate young servant planned to assassinate a certain young scoundrel. After analyzing this, Shen Yu felt as if he were in the role of the villain. It's getting late, let's go to sleep, he said to Li Linger. Immediately, Li Linger's cheeks flushed again. The next day in the morning, Shen Yu woke up and looked at Li Linger, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. Mainly because last night she was too nervous and fell asleep very late. Therefore, Shen Yu did not wake Li Linger. He quietly got out of bed, dressed, and went outside. Chun Yadong Air and Xiao Cha were waiting outside, and they had already prepared the washing supplies. Linger is still sleeping. Don't disturb her, let her sleep a bit longer. Understood, the three girls replied in unison, but there was a meaningful expression on their faces. Seeing their expressions, Shen Yu did not feel the need to explain anything. After all, the more one explained, the worse it would get. After washing up and having breakfast, Shen Yu, as usual, watched the 5 little ones practice. As they were finishing up, Li Linger arrived with Xiao Cha. I'm sorry, husband, I overslept. Li Linger said somewhat. Shen Yu dismissed it nonchalantly, saying, it's fine. Feel free to be casual at home, we don't have that many rules. By the way, have you eaten breakfast? Not yet, Li Linger shook her head. Then let's have breakfast first. After we eat, I will take you to meet my mother. Okay. Half an hour later, Shen Yu brought Li Linger to the back courtyard to meet Lady Shenlin. Although Li Linger's identity was just as a concubine, Lady Shenlin was exceptionally kind, and even gifted her a pair of jade bracelets. Initially, she was worried that Lady Shenlin would not welcome her. Now, feeling Lady Shenlin's attitude, Li Linger couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Afterward, Lady Shenlin in front of Li Linger instructed Shen Yu to treat her well, or she as a mother would have to discipline him. Don't worry, mother, I will definitely not wrong Linger. Shen Yu answered confidently. After visiting his mother, Shen Yu took Li Linger back to the courtyard and asked, Linger, do you enjoy practicing cultivation? Because the expenses of cultivation were relatively high in noble families in the county, resources for cultivation were often concentrated on males. After all, women would eventually marry, and if they were fully nurtured, wouldn't that be making a wedding dress for others? Thus, although Li Linger had medium-quality root bones, she had only reached the 4th layer of body refinement, which was merely 1 level stronger than someone with low-quality root bones. Thinking of what she had seen before, Li Linger asked thoughtfully, Husband, do you want me to cultivate? Shen Yu nodded yes. Our Shen family has undergone great changes, and the experts have almost all been lost, so we can only cultivate from scratch. Therefore, I have all 3 younger sisters and 2 personal maidservants practicing. Although you only have medium-quality root bones, with sufficient resources, you could become a meridian opening expert in the future. Hearing that she could become a meridian opening expert, Li Linger's eyes lit up. Husband, I want to practice cultivation, but will the costs be too high? Calculating based on 4 body refinement pills a month, that's 40 taels of silver a month. In a year, that's 480 taels of silver. And this is just for the body refinement stage. Once reaching the chi condensation stage, the expenses will be even greater. Therefore, to cultivate a meridian opening expert, it would likely cost tens of thousands, or even over 100,000 taels of silver. No worries, we Shen family can afford that, Shen Yu said confidently. Just in silver notes, he had tens of millions of taels in his storage ring. Spending over 100,000 taels to cultivate Li Linger was just a drop in the bucket for him. Moreover, Li Linger also had a hidden physique. Once cultivated, she could help him stabilize the Shen family. Husband, you're so good, Li Linger said, moved, and her affection for Shen Yu rapidly rose. By the way, Linger, what cultivation method are you Li Linger replied. I'm practicing our Li family's Feiyun technique, but I have only obtained the body refinement. How about this? I will teach you a new cultivation technique, Shen Yu said with a smile. Just now he used the eye of insight on Li Linger again, and found that her affection level had reached 97 points. With such a high affection level, it was impossible for her to betray him. Therefore, he was not worried about Li Linger leaking the technique. Thus, in the following 2 days, Shen Yu continued to guide Li Linger in modifying her cultivation method. Once she finished her modifications, she practiced alongside the 5 little ones every day. In these days, Feng Weiner's temper had been somewhat irritable. After sending Shen Yu the D Yuan Dan and 3rd grade breaking through pill, that guy didn't even show any sign of appreciation. Logically speaking, after sending such a heavy gift, he should have come to thank her. Yet she waited and waited, but how could her mood be good? She even regretted scolding Shen Yu as an ingrate. One day a maid came to report, "Miss, the 2nd young master of the Shen family is here. Don't let him in." "Yes, miss. I will send him away right away." "Wait, who did you say?" Feng Weiner asked. "It's the 2nd young master, Shen Yu. That guy finally came. Just wait and see how I will reprimand him. If I don't make him lose face, I will not be Feng." Therefore she instructed, "Go invite him in and arrange him in the VIP room. I will come shortly." In the VIP room, Shen Yu sat comfortably drinking tea. He wondered if Feng Weiner was deliberately ignoring him, as it had already been a quarter of an hour and Miss Feng had yet to show up. After waiting a bit longer, footsteps were heard outside. Then he saw 2 maidservants escorting Feng Weiner. Seeing Shen Yu, who had a calm demeanor, Feng Weiner spoke in a resentful tone. "Oh, who is this?" "So it's the 2nd young master of the Shen family." Regarding Feng Weiner's sarcastic remarks, Shen Yu remained unperturbed. He had somewhat guessed the reason behind her attitude. Thus he smiled at her. Seeing Shen Yu's smile, Feng Weiner grew increasingly angry and directly sat down opposite him. "2nd young master Shen, speak up. What brings you here today?" Shen Yu replied, "I have come to propose a trade with Miss Feng." Hearing this, Feng Weiner felt great disappointment. This guy was not here to thank her, but to conduct business. Suppressing her anger, she asked, "What kind of trade do you want to make?" Shen Yu took out a soul-nurturing herb. Upon seeing the purple herb in Shen Yu's hand, Feng Weiner's eyes slightly narrowed. Is that really a soul-nurturing herb? Then she fixed her gaze on Shen Yu and asked, "Are you planning to trade this soul-nurturing herb with me?" "Exactly." Shen Yu nodded. "I want the medicinal bath and ointment, as well as the recipes." "You are offering a soul-nurturing herb in exchange for these items?" Feng Weiner asked in surprise. "Do you know the value of a soul-nurturing herb?" "Of course I do." Shen Yu replied calmly. "Miss Feng has graciously provided me with such precious gifts as the earthly Yuan pill and the broken stage pill, so I naturally must reciprocate." Upon hearing Shen Yu's words, Feng Weiner's mood immediately brightened, and her gaze towards him became more amiable. "You do have a conscience." Half an hour later, Shen Yu left the Four Seas trading house with a smile. From Feng Weiner, he had exchanged for 3 medicinal bath recipes, 5 ointment recipes, and over 100 finished medicinal baths and hundreds of finished ointments. Among these 3 medicinal bath recipes, 2 were for body refinement practitioners, while 1 was for chi condensation practitioners. As for the 5 ointments, 3 were for body refinement practitioners, and the remaining 2 were for chi condensation warriors. This was not a complete trade, as Feng Weiner also promised to get him a recipe for a medicinal bath and ointment suitable for the meridian opening realm. Inside the Four Seas trading house, Granny Yu had already appeared, her gaze occasionally sweeping over the soul-nurturing herb in Feng Weiner's hand. This herb was also useful for her in the nascent soul realm. "Granny, I will find someone to refine this soul-nurturing herb into a soul-nurturing pill, and you will definitely get your share," Feng Weiner said as she put away the soul-nurturing herb. "Thank you, miss." Granny Yu expressed her gratitude. "No need for thanks. After all, a distinguished nascent soul practitioner like yourself accompanying me to this remote area is already a bit of a hardship, so a mere soul-nurturing pill is nothing," Feng Weiner said generously. Meanwhile, Shen Yu returned to the Shen family and began arranging for the preparation of the medicinal baths. The 2 medicinal baths for body refinement include one that enhances vitality and another that nourishes the body and heals injuries. The former is used in the morning after soaking, while the latter is used after training. As for the 3 ointments for body refinement, they each have the effects of refining skin bones and internal organs. They can be used in rotation. Generally, they are used before training for better results. It must be said that both the medicinal baths and ointments are excellent items. After just 2 days of use, Li Linger broke through to the 5th layer of body refinement, while the best-rooted Shen Yu broke through to the 3rd layer. The 2 close maids Chunya and Dong Er, as well as the older and younger sisters, also broke through to the 2nd layer. Similarly, Shen Yu also bestowed some medicinal baths and ointments to Tai Nyo. This guy with his extraordinary roots surprisingly broke through to the 7th layer of body refinement in just 2 days. This surprised even Shen Yu. After using the medicinal baths and ointments, Shen Yu checked Tai Nyo's loyalty and found it had reached an astonishing 100 points. Initially, he was worried that bestowing too many favors might lead Tai Nyo to develop a sense of entitlement. But now seeing the others' loyalty, he felt completely unconcerned. He decided to take charge of Tai Nyo's training resources from now on. On this day, Heir who returned to report a piece of news to Shen Yu stating that the Demon Suppression Guard had arrived. It seems the Demon Suppression Guard has come a bit late this time. Shen Yu thought to himself. It had been a while since the villagers of Yuanhe village were slaughtered, and only now did the Demon Suppression Guard arrive. At this moment, inside the county town's charity house, Yu Shuiying was examining the bodies of the villagers from Yuanhe village. She was a patient person examining every single body without concern for the stench. Share your opinions. Yu Shuiying said, turning her back to the crowd, her brow showing signs of fatigue. Recently, there had been disturbances from the demon clan within the territory of Yinshui Prefecture, leading to the tragic demise of the Bai family. The Bai family could only be considered wealthy, not a family of renown. However, they had a strong backing as the daughter of the Bai family had married the demon suppression commander of the Liuli Dao as a concubine. The situation with the Bai family angered this demon suppression commander greatly. He directly sent an official document reprimanding Lu Xinchuan of the Yinshui Prefecture's Demon Suppression Division, ordering him to apprehend the murderer within 10 days. Subsequently, apart from leaving a 100-man team behind, the Yinshui Prefecture's Demon Suppression Division sent the other 9 teams to pursue the murderer who annihilated the Bai family. Fortunately, the Demon Suppression Guard was not to be trifled with. The 9 teams worked together to finally capture the demon clan responsible for the destruction of the Bai family and brought them to Liuli Dao. Just after returning to the capital city, Yu Shuiying learned that Yuanhe village in Yunmu County, which she was responsible for, had been slaughtered. Therefore, she hurriedly brought her team over. Although she had reached the Golden Core realm, she had not escaped the realm of mortals. After so many days without proper rest, she naturally felt fatigued. My lord, it is evident that these villagers were killed by the Mo Yun sect. Only this sect would commit such heinous acts as draining blood and digging out children's hearts. One of the captains expressed angrily, "My lord, I also believe it is the work of the Mo Yun sect." Another captain voiced his opinion. Yu Shuiying said, "Since you all believe it is the Mo Yun sect, then Wu Yun, you stay in the county to gather intelligence on the Mo Yun sect. Zhang Ying, take your men and go to Yuanhe village with me." Understood, the 2 captains replied in unison. Soon Yu Shuiying led a team to Yuanhe village. After some time had passed, the once thriving Yuanhe village with over 1,000 inhabitants had become desolate, emanating a chilling atmosphere. Her subordinates reacted swiftly, immediately turning their horses around to exit the village. But at that moment, a sinister voice echoed, "Want to leave?" Her subordinates reacted swiftly, immediately turning their horses around to exit the village. But at that moment, a sinister voice echoed, "Want to leave? It's too late." The next moment, Yu Shuiying and the others felt darkness enveloping them, and they found themselves trapped in a mist. Moreover, they were scattered from each other. A formation. Yu Shuiying's expression changed drastically. She closed her eyes to listen, but found that the surroundings had fallen into an eerie silence, and she could not hear the movements of her dozens of subordinates. Her face turned exceptionally grim. Clearly, the one who set up the formation intended to separate and annihilate her and her subordinates. If she could not break the formation quickly, her subordinates would likely suffer heavy casualties. She tore a piece of cloth from her clothing to blind her horse's eyes, then closed her own eyes and urged her horse to gallop forward. But after running for a quarter of an hour without encountering her subordinates, Yu Shuiying realized that this formation was even more powerful than she had imagined and was not simply obscuring her perception. At this moment, on a small hill 10 miles away from Yuanhe village, there was a group of people. A table was also placed. On the table lay a special bronze mirror from which images and sounds emerged depicting a scene of Yuanhe. On either side of the table sat 2 individuals. One was dressed in a black robe, wearing a ghostly mask emanating a frenzied aura that even the disciples of the Ma Yun sect behind him instinctively avoided. On the other side of the table sat an old man in a yellow robe. His name was Han Xingyun, one of the elders of the Ma Yun sect, with a cultivation level reaching the 2nd stage of the Golden Core. The man in the black robe, exuding a frenzied aura, was named Pang Pan, known as the Master of Demonic Arrays. Among cultivators, there existed a particularly unique class of individuals. that is the array masters. For cultivators, defeating enemies of a higher rank is quite difficult. Only those with exceptional talent can achieve it. However, for array masters, defeating enemies beyond their rank is as simple as eating and drinking. This is because they merely need to activate the array plate to instantly form an array. As long as the array is powerful enough, not to mention defeating higher-ranked foes, they can even take on 100 or 1,000 enemies. However, becoming an array master is extremely difficult. One must possess exceptional comprehension and talent for arrays. Moreover, array masters consume a large amount of precious materials when crafting array plates, and they must use spirit stones as energy. Spirit stones are formed from precious jade that has absorbed a vast amount of the essence of heaven and earth. They are scarce and have excellent enhancement effects for cultivators. Typically, once cultivators obtain spirit stones, they use them immediately. This leads to a dwindling supply of spirit stones on the market, to the point where even ordinary cultivators have never heard of them. The entry barrier for array masters is already high, and with the rarity of spirit stones, the number of array masters is greatly limited. Take the Dayan Kingdom, which has a vast territory spanning the 9 states. Yet the number of array masters within the court barely exceeds 100. Most are low-level array masters, while the number of mid-level array masters is no more than 5, and there is only one high-level array master. Moreover, these array masters serve the royal family. After all, without royal support, it is challenging for array masters to gather the materials and spirit stones needed to craft array plates. This master of demonic arrays, Pang Pan, was originally an array master employed by the royal family. However, he was suppressed and ostracized by his fellow disciples, leading him to rebel and leave his sect. Initially, everyone thought that after Pang Pan left his sect, he would fade into obscurity, as he had only just become a low-level array master. He only possessed a common trapping array plate. But unexpectedly, after 60 years of being in hiding, Pang Pan suddenly reemerged. He even established a reputation as a master of demonic arrays. If he had not gained fame, it would have been fine. However, he did become well known. Naturally, his sect could not tolerate the existence of such a traitor. As a result, a mid-level array master led 8 junior array masters to eliminate him, just when everyone thought Pang Pan was doomed. He ultimately severely injured the mid-level array master, and the 8 junior array masters who accompanied him were all slaughtered. From that point on, the reputation of the master of demonic arrays soared. Array masters were originally meant to serve the royal family. Although the master of demonic arrays gained immense fame, it also enraged the royal family. Consequently, they dispatched the demon suppression guards to hunt him down. This pursuit lasted a full 3 years. Throughout those 3 years, the master of demonic arrays was repeatedly forced into dire situations, but he managed to escape using the demonic arrays he created. During the 3 years of confrontations, he also killed 2 golden core experts from the demon suppression guards using his arrays. This infuriated the royal family, and the demon suppression guards intensified their killing intent, sending experts at the nascent soul stage to hunt him. The master of demonic arrays himself was not particularly strong, possessing only the 7th level of the Chi Si. During the pursuit by the demon suppression guards, he engaged in multiple battles. The energy of the spirit stones in his array plate had nearly been exhausted. If he encountered a nascent soul expert, he would undoubtedly perish. Therefore, he chose to hide. He stayed hidden for over a decade. However, once in hiding, he could not gather materials for his arrays or spirit stones. Thus, upon discovering that the demon suppression guards had relaxed their pursuit, he secretly ventured out to collect materials and spirit stones to craft new array plates. By chance, he encountered Han Qingyun, the elder of the Mayun sect. Han Qingyun invited him to join the Mayun sect and offered to provide him with materials for crafting arrays and spirit stones. After some consideration, the master of demonic arrays joined the Mayun sect. However, his identity remained confidential. Over the years, with the materials and spirit stones provided by the Mayun sect, he crafted several brand new array plates. The array enveloping Yuanhe village today was released from the new array plate he refined. This array is called the Misty Battle Array. Once the array is formed, it creates a separate space. This space can be manipulated at will by Pang Pan. Thus, he divided this array into dozens of smaller spaces. This separated Yu Shuiying and her subordinates. Additionally, after his modifications, this array could also absorb the vital energy of living beings. The longer one stays within the array, the more vital energy they lose. This is also the reason why the people of the Mayun sect did not act immediately, allowing Yu Shuiying and others to roam within the array. After all, the members of the demon suppression guards are elite and possess formidable combat power. Even with the assistance of the array, if the people of the Mayun sect were to charge, and they would likely suffer significant losses. It is better to trap them for a day. After consuming a large amount of their vital energy, their combat strength will greatly diminish. At that time, when the members of the Mayun sect strike, it will surely be twice the result with half the effort. Unknowingly, 3 hours had passed. Glancing at the horse that was already exhausted to the point of frothing at the mouth, Yu Shuiying ceased her reckless wandering within the array. Instead, she sat cross-legged in place contemplating strategies to break the array. Haha, Brother Pang's array is indeed remarkable. It seems that this woman, Yu Shuiying, has given up. Han Xingyun, seeing Yu Shuiying sitting cross-legged in the array through the bronze mirror, couldn't help but laugh heartily. Brother Han, this woman, Yu Shuiying, is not simple. We must not be careless. Pang Pan warned with a serious tone. What you say is true. This woman is indeed formidable. Many disciples have perished at her hands. As he spoke, a trace of killing intent appeared in Han Qingjian's eyes. If it weren't for the fact that the Mayun sect had not yet recovered its strength, a mere golden core-level demon suppressor would not be taken seriously. Time passed swiftly, and evening arrived. An hour ago, heir who reported that the demon suppression guard sent to scout Yuanhe village had not returned to the city. This raised some suspicion in Shen Yu's mind. Yuanhe village seemed to hold no clues. Moreover, the traces of Duan Mutong and others' departure had vanished after so many days. Even if they hadn't disappeared, the strongest among the demon suppression guards were only at the golden core level. Without divine, since they would be unable to detect anything. If that were the case, they should have returned to the city long ago. Yet several hours had passed, and they still had not returned. Could it be that they encountered members of the Mayun sect? This was not a baseless guess from Shen Yu, it was grounded. After all, he had destroyed the Blood Sea Hall of the Mayun sect. The Mayun sect could not possibly remain indifferent. Only the demon suppression guards had the strength to eliminate the Blood Sea Hall in Yunshui Prefecture. With this thought in mind, perhaps the Mayun sect would set a trap to retaliate against the demon suppression guards. Analyzing this, Shen Yu could no longer sit still and decided to go to Yuanhe village to take a look. If the Mayun sect truly exists, then he could conveniently earn some killing points. Since I have the idea of going to Yuanhe village, Shen Yu said to Li Linger, I need to go out for a while, but I will be. Li Linger replied, her expression showing a hint of worry. All right, be careful, my husband. After gently patting Li Linger's head, Shen Yu left the room, vanishing like a wisp of blue smoke. My husband is amazing. Seeing Shen Yu suddenly disappear, Li Linger exclaimed in her heart. Shen Yu. Soon he approached Yuanhe village. After some thought, he took out a versatile mask and donned it, transforming into an unremarkable middle-aged man. Then, under the cover of the night, he cautiously approached Yuanhe village. It's so quiet. When Shen Yu was less than 100 meters from Yuanhe village, he began to concentrate and listen intently. With his keen perception, he heard nothing at all. Instead, the sound of insects chirping came from around Yuanhe village. This is not normal. Shen Yu immediately deduced this and activated his divine sense, probing toward Yuanhe village. He then saw that the entire Yuanhe village was enveloped in thick fog. What is going on? Shen Yu was greatly astonished, then activated his eye of insight divine ability. Looking at the information in his mind, Shen Yu suddenly understood that the thick fog surrounding Yuanhe village was actually created by a formation called the Misty Rotation Formation. There are actually formations in this world. Shen Yu felt that he had gained new knowledge. He then fell into deep thought. This formation would certainly not appear for no reason. It was highly likely set up by the Mayun sect. So could the demon suppression guards be trapped in this formation? It is important to note that the leader Yu Shuiying was at the golden core third layer. If she had been trapped in this formation for so long, it indicated that this formation was truly formidable. Suddenly Shen Yu thought again. Since the demon suppression guards were trapped in the formation, could the Mayun sect members be nearby? With this in mind, Shen Yu did not approach Yuanhe village any further. Instead, he concealed his entire aura and began to survey the surroundings of Yuanhe village. There was no moon in the sky tonight. The surroundings appeared exceptionally dark. This was very convenient for Shen Yu. He had just circled to the back of Yuanhe village. He discovered more than 10 campfires, each surrounded by 3 to 5 people. After getting within 100 meters of them, Shen Yu activated his eye of insight. The identities of this group of people also revealed themselves. They were all members of the Mayun sect. Instantly, Shen Yu's expression brightened because the cultivation levels of these individuals were quite high. There were a total of 54 people, with 8 at the Qi Si realm. The remaining 46 were all at the Meridian Opening realm. If he could eliminate them all, he would at least gain over 10,000 killing points. However, Shen Yu wasn't blinded by the killing points. Among these 54 people, there was no formation master present. Moreover, they were encircling the Golden Core third layer's demon suppression commander. Even with the aid of a formation, it would be reasonable to send someone at the Golden Core realm to oversee things. Thus, Shen Yu temporarily abandoned the idea of harvesting this group and continued searching for the formation master. As the saying goes, heaven does not disappoint those who work hard. After cautiously searching for half an hour, Shen Yu finally discovered the presence of the formation master on a hill 10 miles away from Yuanhe village. What delighted him even more was that in addition to the formation master, there was also a Mayun sect expert at the Golden Core second layer. At the same time, behind the formation master Pang Pan and the sect elder Han Xingyun stood for latest-stage Qi Si experts. Should I take out the formation master first, or Han Xingyun? Shen Yu pondered quietly. After thinking for 3 seconds, he decided to eliminate the formation master first. because he was not familiar with the profession of formation master. Who knows if he had any special means? What if he killed Han Qingyun first, and the other side managed to escape? With this thought, Shen Yu's divine sense began to seep into Pang Pan's sea of consciousness. Soon it successfully penetrated. He struck heavily at his soul. The other party's soul instantly shattered. Brother Pang, what is this? Seeing Pang Pan's body topple to the side, Han Qingyun immediately shouted. But just then he felt a sharp pain in his mind, followed by darkness before losing consciousness. Elder, the four latest-stage Qi Si experts standing behind them saw the bodies of Pang Pan and Han Qingyun falling to the side and couldn't help but shout instinctively. Uft, 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 uft. At this moment, Shen Yu struck, quickly shattering the souls of the four latest-stage Qi Si experts as well. He looked at the 6 fallen figures on the ground. Shen Yu's figure flickered and appeared on the hilltop, a joyful smile surfacing on his lips. Han Qingyun had brought him a total of 8,000 killing points. The formation master Pang Pan and the other 4 latest-stage Qi Si experts each yielded 4,000 killing points. Thus, after killing these 6, Shen Yu gained a total of 2.8 million killing points. I've struck it rich. Shen Yu chuckled lightly and began to loot the corpses. He obtained 6 storage rings and in addition acquired a formation plate from Pang Pan's hands. Then his gaze fell upon the copper mirror on the table. The copper mirror acted like a camera, clearly displaying scenes within the misty rotation formation. Shen Yu watched the copper mirror for a while and found that dozens of demon suppression guards were in a rather dire situation. Some even appeared extremely agitated, wildly slashing at the air with weapons. Then Shen Yu's gaze landed on the formation plate in his hand. How do I break this formation? Shen Yu thought to himself. But he was completely clueless about formations. After watching the copper mirror for a while longer, he noticed that the demon suppression guards trapped in the formation were not in immediate danger, so he decided to store the copper mirror away for now. Once he dealt with the Mo Yun sect members, he would think of a way to rescue the demon suppression guards. Thus, Shen Yu once again concealed himself near Yuanhe village. Using his divine sense, he quickly struck at the souls of the Qi Si realm members among this group. Uft, uft, uft. 3 Qi Si realm members fell beside the campfire. The other 5 Qi Si realm members became alert and immediately used their internal true essence to protect themselves. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Divine sense could directly penetrate their true essence shields. Uft, uft, uft. Another 3 Qi Si realm members collapsed to the ground. The remaining 2 Qi Si realm members were terrified. Who is it? Who is it? Come out, you coward. If you have the guts, don't hide in. Shen Yu did not care about the insults from the 2 and directly sent them to meet the king of hell with his divine sense. Run away. Seeing that 8 Qi Si realm members had been wiped out in an instant, the remaining 56 Meridian opening realm followers were terrified. They all began to flee in all directions. Among them, more than 10 rushed straight toward Shen Yu. Naturally, Shen Yu showed no mercy and directly shattered their souls with his divine sense. Then he activated the flowing clouds technique, transforming into a wisp of blue smoke, and began to pursue the other Mo Yun sect members. In less than 2 minutes, he had wiped out the remaining Mo Yun sect members. Among the 8 Qi Si realm members, there were 2 in the late stage, 3 in the mid stage, and 3 in the early stage. The 2 in the late stage yielded a total of 8,000 killing points, the 3 in the mid stage yielded 6,000 killing points, and the 3 in the early stage yielded 3,000 killing points. Therefore, these 8 Qi Si realm members brought him a total of 17,000 killing points. Adding the previous 28,000, he now had 45,000. As for the 46 Meridian opening realm followers, among them were 10 in the late stage yielding 4,000 killing points and 14 in the mid-stage yielding 2,800 killing points. The remaining 22 in the early stage brought in 2,200 killing points, totaling 9,000 killing points. In other words, after wiping out this group of Mo Yun sect members, he gained a total of 5,400 killing points. While the Mo Yun sect is generous, Shen Yu praised the Mo Yun sect while looting the corpses. After looting, Shen Yu approached Yuanhe village. He began to probe the formation with his divine sense, and discovered that the formation couldn't affect his divine sense at all. Then he circled the entire village and found that 72 black flags were buried in the ground within the formation space. If I pull out these flags, will the formation collapse without attack? Suddenly, Shen Yu felt a stir in his heart. He selected the storage ring of Pang Pan and began to examine it. In the next moment, a book appeared in his hand. The book was titled Notes of the Magic Array Master. Shen Yu opened it and began to study it earnestly. In just over a minute, he finished reading the notes. Overall, these notes primarily documented the insights of the magic array master Pang Pan. It also recorded 5 different arrays, 3 of which he had learned from his sect. These were the Gathering Spirit Array, Mist Array, and 7 Kill Array. The other 2 arrays were improved and combined versions created by Pang Pan, one of which was the Mist Rotation Array before him. The other was called the Blood Kill Celestial Ghost Array. The former was a fusion improvement of the Gathering Spirit Array and Mist Array, while the latter was a combination of certain functionalities from the 7-Kill Array and Gathering Spirit Array. The former was a confinement array, but the latter was a killing array. Fortunately, Pang Pan had arranged the Mist Rotation Array instead of the Blood Kill Celestial Ghost Array, otherwise Yu Shuiying and her group would have perished. According to the notes, the conditions for deploying the Blood Kill Celestial Ghost Array were quite harsh. First, it required the inclusion of 10,000 people within the array, then they must die in fear, allowing their souls to devour each other and condense into celestial ghosts. Then the celestial ghosts could be controlled to wreak havoc. They could even contend with those at the nascent soul realm. However, celestial ghosts could not leave the array's boundaries, and it would consume a large amount of spirit stones. If energy could not be continuously provided, the celestial ghosts would also dissipate. After reading the introduction to the Mist Rotation Array, Shen Yu confirmed his suspicions by pulling out those banners would cause the array to automatically unravel. Of course, he could also dismantle the array by controlling the array disk. However, to manipulate the array required special energy, which was energy cultivated from the array master's unique techniques. Shen Yu continued to search through Pang Pan's storage ring and found an old yellowed booklet. After taking it out and looking at the blurred title, he barely recognized it as 9 Heavens Array Art. This 9 Heavens Array art recorded a technique and 3 arrays which were precisely the Gathering Spirit Array, 7-Kill Array, and Mist Array. This should be the secret manual of Pang Pan's sect. Shen Yu thought to himself. Although there was a technique mastering, it was not something that could be accomplished in a short time. Moreover, Shen Yu had no intention of cultivating it. After all, even the modified Bloodkill Celestial Ghost Array could only barely contend with those at the nascent soul realm, not to mention the need to kill 10,000 people to set up the array. Such a thing was beyond his capabilities. The main reason was that Shen Yu looked down upon it. Now that he was already at the Golden Core realm, it was better to focus on enhancing his own cultivation rather than waste his killing points on an array with limited potential. With this in mind, Shen Yu decided to remove the banners from the array and break it. Puff! Using his divine sense, Shen Yu quickly pulled a black banner up from a meter underground. As this banner vanished, the Mist Rotation Array rippled slightly. Thus, Shen Yu continued to pull out more banners. After removing 8 banners, he noticed that the mist created by the array had thinned significantly. Moreover, the strength of absorbing the essence of life within the array was rapidly diminishing. Inside the array, Yu Shuiying seemed to sense something, opened her eyes, and stood up from the ground. Swish! Suddenly, she drew her sword and struck out. As the blade flashed, the small space that had trapped her was torn apart. Lord Baihu. With the rupture of space, Yu Shuiying spotted one of her subordinates. Shen Yu, who was observing through a bronze mirror, decided not to pull out any more banners. Because the diminished power of the Mist Rotation Array was no longer sufficient to confine Yu Shuiying. As he had anticipated, Yu Shuiying swung her sword, slicing through one small space after another. The subordinates gathering around her increased in number. It's time to go. Shen Yu had no intention of confronting Yu Shuiying, transforming into a wisp of blue smoke and speeding towards the county town. In just a quarter of an hour after Shen Yu's departure, Yu Shuiying had slashed through dozens of small spaces, causing the entire array to collapse with a loud bang. Suddenly, Yu Shuiying's body swayed. The chief banner Zhang Ying, who stood beside her, immediately supported her arm. Lord Baihu, are you alright? I'm fine. Yu Shuiying waved her hand. It's just that the consumption was too great. Trapped in the array for several hours, a lot of essence had been absorbed by the array. Then, after launching dozens of attacks with full force, her body could hardly bear it. You all split into 4 small teams, immediately survey the surroundings, and report any anomalies at once. After a pause of more than 10 seconds, Yu Shuiying issued the order. Immediately, the demon-suppressing guards split into 4 small teams and began to disperse and investigate. It must be said that the demon-suppressing guards were professionals. They quickly found the bodies near Yuanhe village. Not long after, they discovered the corpses of the magic array master Pang Pan and Han Qingyun. Lord Baihu, we have a major discovery. A demon-suppressing captain shouted. After taking a pill to regain some strength, Yu Shuiying looked at him and asked what discovery. Lord Baihu, we seem to have found the corpse of the magic array master. The demon-suppressing captain hurriedly replied. Where is it? Take me there quickly. Yu Shuiying said excitedly, because the magic array master was also a wanted criminal by their demon-suppressing division. Whether capturing him alive or bringing back his corpse would earn her significant merit points. Soon Yu Shuiying arrived at the small hill. At this moment, a small banner was enclosing the entire hill with a group of people. Seeing Yu Shuiying arrive, the other party wanted to greet her, but was interrupted by her wave of hand. Then her gaze fell upon the corpse of the magic array master Pang Pan. After personally crouching down to inspect, she found that Pang Pan had no injuries on his body. The small banner cautiously said, Lord Baihu, these followers of the Mo Yun sect died in a very strange manner. There are no visible wounds on their bodies. I suspect they were killed by the divine sense of a nascent soul expert that shattered their souls. Half an hour later, the demon-suppressing guards transported the bodies of the Mo Yun sect followers to Yuanhe village. At this moment, Yu Shuiying stood in a certain spot in the village, her eyes fixed on the ground. There was a tiny hole here. This was not the first hole she had discovered. She was not an ordinary cultivator, but a well-informed demon-suppressing guard captain. Therefore, she knew that an array master needed to bury array banners in advance to set up an array. Clearly, she had broken the array not solely relying on her own strength. Instead, someone had pulled out some array banners, allowing her to break the array. The person who removed the banners was likely the one who had killed those Mo Yun sect members. Who was this person? Why would they help them? The reputation of the demon-suppressing guards in the outside world was not very good. Most people either feared them, avoided them, or despised them. After all, they had the authority to capture or kill any cultivator that committed a crime. There were simply too few who honestly obeyed the laws of the Dian Kingdom. As long as the demon-suppressing guards wanted to investigate, they could uncover issues with at least 99% of cultivators. Thus, other cultivators would almost always keep their distance from the demon-suppressing guards. This was the first time that a demon-suppressing guard had been rescued by other cultivators. At this moment, Shen Yu had already returned to the Shen family. Li Linger had not followed his instructions to sleep, but was waiting for him. After killing Shen Yu had a habit of bathing. After bathing, he embraced Li Linger and fell asleep. However, thinking about the large amount of killing points on the system panel, he could not sleep. Therefore, after Li Linger fell asleep, he pressed down on her acupoints and prepared to add points to improve his gaze fell upon the slaughter points, and the smile on Shen Yu's face could not be concealed. A total of 54000 slaughter points. Tonight's harvest was truly immense. Then his eyes quickly scanned the system panel. He then locked onto the Yushui Dan Gong. The level of the skill had reached completion, and it was time to allocate points to achieve perfection. After all, the higher the skill level, the greater the mastery over one's own strength. Thus, with a thought, he gently tapped the plus sign next to the skill. Suddenly, the words completion began to blur, but immediately became clear again, transforming from completion to perfection. Soon after, a wealth of insights regarding the skill flooded into Shen Yu's mind. This was not the first time such a thing had occurred. Therefore, Shen Yu calmly absorbed this portion of insights. Before long, Shen Yu had absorbed all these insights. He attempted to mobilize the energy within his body. Compared to the period of completion, it was now even smoother, and the efficiency had greatly improved. For example, it originally took him 1 second to mobilize the energy within his body. But after achieving perfection in the skill, he only needed 0.1 seconds. Though the total amount of energy within his body remained unchanged, his strength had indeed increased significantly. Shen Yu estimated that as a first-layer Yuandan, he could contend with a second-layer Yuandan relying solely on the perfected skill. This was still without using the Xingqiong Poyu sword technique. If he were to employ this sword technique, defeating a third-layer Yuandan would be effortless. If he were to also utilize the tenfold amplification divine ability, there would be no problem contending against a seventh-layer Yuandan. Coupled with his divine sense, Shen Yu estimated he would find virtually no opponents within the Yuandan realm. By the way, upgrading Yushui Dan Gong to perfection cost 2000 slaughter points. For Shen Yu now, that was quite inexpensive. With the skill already perfected, it was time to enhance his cultivation. He gently tapped the plus sign next to the cultivation level. An influx of energy surged into his Yuandan. Immediately after, the two began to merge and undergo transformation. After a moment, the fusion was complete, and the Yuandan in his Qi swelled by a circle radiating an increasingly bright blue halo. Shen Yu sensed that his Yuandan was now roughly twice as powerful as before. Continue. He tapped the plus sign after the cultivation level again, deducting another 800 slaughter points. After a while, Shen Yu successfully advanced to the third-layer Yuandan. Although the system was somewhat rigid and certain, it must be said, however, that in some respects the system was remarkably perfect. For example, the cultivation enhanced through the system was incredibly compatible with his own. Moreover, when enhancing his cultivation, it also boosted his meridians, Qi and physical body. There would be no risk of losing control or falling into madness due to a rapid increase in cultivation. He glanced at the slaughter points. There were still over 36000 left. The plus sign after the cultivation level was still present, indicating that further advancement was possible. Thus, Shen Yu tapped again. An even greater surge of energy entered his Yuandan. About half a quarter of an. Only then did Shen Yu complete his promotion, reaching the fourth-layer Yuandan. He glanced at the slaughter points, which had been directly deducted by 16000. He still had a little over 2000 left. Should I continue to enhance my cultivation? Shen Yu hesitated slightly, but decided not to pursue further enhancement for now. The fourth-layer Yuandan undoubtedly made him invincible within the Yuandan realm. However, facing a Yuanshan realm expert would be another story. Therefore, he decided to enhance the Duanshan Ju. The Duanshan Ju was at the fourth layer. The maximum distance attainable with divine sense was 100 meters. With a thought, he tapped the plus sign behind Duanshan Ju. Instantly, changes appeared within his sea of consciousness. Before long after the enhancement, Shen Yu felt his soul had grown significantly stronger, even approaching the sensation of materialization. He attempted to use his divine sense. He discovered that his divine sense had strengthened, and the distance it could reach had directly surged to 500 meters. It actually increased by this much. Shen Yu was somewhat surprised. He originally thought it would only grow to 200 meters. Now reaching 500 meters, if he were to plot against someone, it would be even more undetectable. He glanced at the slaughter points, noting that only 200 points had been consumed. Thus, Shen Yu tapped the plus sign behind Shenju again. His soul grew larger once more, and his divine sense became even more refined. After the enhancement, Shen Yu tested and found that his divine sense could reach a distance of 1000 meters. The feeling of his soul nearing materialization also intensified. Moreover, his sea of consciousness had been greatly reinforced. If a Yuanshan realm expert attempted to invade his sea of consciousness, it would become much more difficult. However, this time the slaughter points were deducted a bit harshly, consuming a total of 5000 points. He still had 13450 slaughter points remaining. Shen Yu's gaze fell upon the Longxiang Duanti Ju. He began to allocate points again. This skill, specifically for physical training, had reached the minor accomplishment stage. At the same time, Shen Yu felt his physical body rapidly being transformed and enhanced. Soon the transformation and enhancement came to an end. Shen Yu swung his fist. With a casual punch, he achieved the power of the 9th layer of Tongmai. Moreover, his physical Buddhist defensive capabilities had also become exceedingly formidable. As long as they were not able to fight beyond their level or wielding spirit weapons, even standing there to let them attack would not breach his defenses. Continue to add. After consuming another 500 slaughter points, Shen Yu's Longxiang Duanti Ju reached the great accomplishment state. After completing the transformation and enhancement, ordinary Qi Si realm experts could no longer breach his physical body. Unfortunately, the plus sign had disappeared. Otherwise, Shen Yu would have wanted to raise Longxiang Duanti Ju to perfection in one go, making it impossible for even Yuandan realm experts to breach his defenses. He had 6450 slaughter points remaining. Only the plus signs for Liang Gong and Inchi Ju were still present. The others were either already perfected or insufficient for further allocation. However, the limit for Liang Gong was only the first layer of Tongmai, which was the family heritage skill of the Shen family. Shen Yu had long abandoned it, having no need to allocate points at all. The third layer of Inchi Ju was more than sufficient and did not require further allocation. Therefore, the remaining slaughter points would either be saved or used for a lottery. Shen Yu had no intention of leaving slaughter points to sit overnight. Thus, he immediately decided to draw a lottery. System: use all slaughter points for the lottery. Ding, lottery function activated. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Yushui Jinjing. Would you like to receive it? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the secret technique Jingtian Iji. Would you like to receive it? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the low-grade divine weapon Poya Dagger. Would you like to receive it? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the alchemy Bible. Would you like to receive it? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6th tier martial art Kaitian divine blade. Would you like to receive it? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the secret technique Tenkong Shu. Would you like to receive it? Receive all. Instantly, 6 new items appeared in the system space. Shen Yu first took out Yushui Jinjing and fused it, then the skill directly reached the introductory level. This Yushui Jinjing is completely an upgraded version of Yushui Dangong. It can be cultivated directly to the Tongtian realm. The next realm after Yuanshan is the Faxiang realm, and the next realm after that is the Tongtian realm. Shen Yu had previously heard from Zhong Yuanqing that the Tongtian realm should be the highest realm publicly recognized in the Dian Kingdom. The current national master was in the Tongtian realm, and he was also the only known person in the Tongtian realm. Therefore, this skill was exceptionally powerful. Moreover, since the two skills were inherently related, it would be very easy to modify the cultivation. However, for now, Shen Yu had no intention of modifying his cultivation. He would decide tomorrow. He still wanted to continue checking the rewards. Then Shen Yu merged a secret technique, the Stunning Strike. Subsequently, a red rune appeared in his Qi Si. The Stunning Strike technique has a total of 3 layers. The first layer can unleash 10 times the combat power, the second layer can unleash 50 times, and the third layer can unleash 99 times. However, it only has the power of a single strike, making it a life-saving measure. Usually, one only needs to inject a portion of energy into the rune. Once it accumulates to full value, the Stunning Strike can be executed through the rune. With a thought, he initiated the process. Shen Yu mobilized the essence within his golden core and infused it into the rune. After only infusing 10% of his essence, he stopped. Currently, the Stunning Strike technique was at the first layer, but could still accommodate 10 times his essence. Moreover, as his cultivation level increased, the rune could still hold 10 times the energy. This meant that the stronger he became, the stronger the Stunning Strike would be. Good secret technique. Shen Yu praised. With a thought, a black dagger appeared in his hand. This was the low-grade divine weapon, the Breaking Yuan Dagger. It could ignore the defenses of true essence and essence, striking the target directly. Unfortunately, with his divine sense present, the breaking yuan dagger had limited effect on him. After all, while the dagger might not kill the target, shattering the soul with divine sense would definitely ensure their demise. Although the breaking yuan dagger seemed somewhat useless, its sharpness was not something a spiritual weapon could compare with. It was still a decent weapon. He stored it in his storage ring. Shen Yu took out the alchemy manual and merged with it. After the fusion, he mastered a vast amount of alchemy knowledge and over 100 formulas. However, this alchemy manual only recorded knowledge and formulas for refining from body tempering to meridian unblocking. To create the most perfect elixirs, he still needed to allocate points to raise the manual's level to perfection. He pulled up the system interface and was surprised to see a plus sign next to the alchemy manual beginner. Thus, he chose to allocate points. Suddenly, 50 points were deducted from his kill points. A vast amount of alchemy experience flooded into his mind. The plus sign still remained. Shen Yu continued to allocate points, raising the alchemy manual's level to minor success. More alchemy experience surged into his mind. After absorbing it, Shen Yu was delighted to find that he could continue to allocate points. He then upgraded the alchemy manual to major success. After absorbing the alchemy experience provided by the system, Shen Yu checked again and found that the plus sign had disappeared. He still had 150 kill points left. Then Shen Yu merged with the 6th-tier martial skill, the Divine Blade of Opening Heaven. After the fusion was complete, its level reached beginner. This sword technique was not inferior to the stellar sky-breaking sword technique. However, since he was a congenital sword body and not a knife body, he couldn't save kill points through comprehension, he could only allocate points. However, for now, Shen Yu did not plan to allocate points to this sword technique. After all, he was currently stuck in a county town, making it quite difficult to obtain kill points. Moreover, whether it was sword techniques or knife techniques, they were all for killing. Shen Yu would not favor sword techniques over knife techniques. Since the stellar sky-breaking sword technique had already reached perfection, why waste kill points upgrading the knife technique? He would wait until he had ample kill points to consider it. The last prize was a secret technique. After merging it, he reached the first layer. While this sky-flying technique is amazing, after understanding this secret technique, Shen Yu couldn't help but praise it softly. Because upon using this secret technique, he could fly. Flying had always been humanity's greatest dream. Shen Yu was no exception. Therefore, after merging the sky-flying technique, he was eager to experiment with it at the earliest opportunity. Suddenly, Shen Yu noticed a plus sign behind the sky-flying technique. Without hesitation, he allocated points. 50 kill points were consumed, and his sky-flying technique reached the second layer. After digesting the insights infused by the system, Shen Yu's expression grew more excited. Because after reaching the second layer of the sky-flying technique, he could fly with the wind. It consumed even less energy. The plus sign hasn't disappeared yet. Thus, Shen Yu allocated points again. The sky-flying technique reached the third layer. After absorbing the insight, Shen Yu discovered that the third layer of the sky-flying technique had the ability to ride the wind. The energy consumption had also decreased further. However, after allocating points to the sky-flying technique, all his kill points were depleted. As for the spoils he had acquired, Shen Yu decided not to count them. After all, he had plenty of time. Counting them tomorrow would not be too late. So he lay down and pulled Li Linger into his arms to sleep. Although he was still young and couldn't do much, having a beautiful woman as a pillow was still very comfortable. Meanwhile, in the Shen family in the training secret chamber, Zhong Yuanqing slowly opened her eyes. After days of hard practice with the help of the water spirit grass, she finally stepped into the meridian unblocking realm tonight. The figure of Shen Yu flashed through her mind. She thought to herself, although Shen Yu's second brother was already at the 4th level of meridian unblocking, I possess the memories of my previous life. If this secret realm journey goes smoothly, I will also gain a lot. At that time, I will strive to catch up, and it won't be long before I can match Shen Yu's second brother, and surpassing him won't be difficult. Time swiftly passed, and it was the next morning. After breakfast, Shen Yu prepared a medicinal bath for the 5 little ones and Li Linger. After they finished the medicinal bath, they could practice martial arts, achieving twice the results with half the effort. Meanwhile, he began to organize the spoils he had acquired last night. First was the loot from the formation master Pang Pan. There was no need to mention the formation books and notes. First, there were the finances. It wasn't too much, just over 5 million taels in total. Mainly, he needed to continuously purchase materials for making formations. The expenses were considerable. Naturally, the money on him wasn't abundant. Besides the finances, Shen Yu also discovered 5 spirit stones. Having looked through Pang Pan's notes, he naturally knew what spirit stones were. He used his divine sense to probe and found that the energy within the spirit stones was very pure. After absorption, they could be used to increase cultivation or to restore energy in battle. To increase cultivation, he just needed to allocate points. If used solely for cultivation enhancement, it wouldn't be hard to raise one realm. If he couldn't raise a realm, then it would be a waste. So he decided to save them for later. Perhaps they could be used to enhance Li Linger or the 5 little ones cultivation. In addition, Shen Yu also found many miscellaneous formation materials in Pang Pan's storage ring, as well as a spiritual weapon. This spiritual weapon was a sword, and it was only of low grade. It held no value for him. He could also give it away later. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Shen Yu pouted, and then opened Han Qingjian's storage ring. Instantly Shen Yu's eyes lit up. Han Qingyun was an elder of the Mo Yun sect's main temple. He had accumulated a vast amount of wealth with gold and silver totaling over 36 million taels. Now it all belonged to Shen Yu. Moreover, there were quite a few elixirs too. Unfortunately, most of them were evil elixirs produced by the wicked alchemy technique. These items needed to be destroyed. However, among them, there were some good things like a bottle of elixir called Tian Yuan Dan. Unfortunately, there were only 3 of these elixirs left. Taking the 3 elixirs at the early stage of the golden core would make it easy to raise a realm. But at the mid-stage of the golden core, it was hard to say. Next, Shen Yu discovered dozens of spirit herbs that had been sealed. After inspecting them with the inside eye, he found that these spirit herbs were all worth more than those obtained from Duanmu Tong. If he sold all these spirit herbs, he could at least exchange them for 70 to 80 million taels of silver. Finally, there was a spiritual weapon. It was a blood-colored spear, a top-grade spiritual weapon. It had a blood-sucking function. Once it struck a target, it could drain their blood. Next, Shen Yu checked the storage rings and bags of others. He transferred any valuable items to his own storage ring, while those of lesser value were stored together. So far, he had collected quite a few storage rings and bags. He decided to select several bags without special markings to give to the 5 little ones, and then choose a storage ring to give to Li Linger. In the courtyard of the Shen family, Shen Yu waved at Li Linger and the 5 little ones, saying, "Come here, all of you." "Husband, did you call us for something?" Li Linger sweetly asked. "This is a storage ring, a gift for you. Just drop your blood to recognize its owner," Shen Yu said, taking out a storage ring and handing it to Li Linger. A storage ring. Li Linger stared blankly at the ring presented to her by Shen Yu, her heart filled with both surprise and gratitude. As the legitimate daughter of the Li family, how could she not understand the value of a storage ring? After all, the head of the Li family only wore a storage bag. "Husband, this is too precious, I can't accept it." Li Linger quickly refused after regaining her senses. However, Shen Yu unceremoniously grabbed her hand and placed the storage ring on her finger, saying, "What is precious or not? In my heart, Linger is more precious than anything else. A mere storage ring doesn't mean anything." "Husband, if there weren't so many people around, Li Linger would have jumped into Shen Yu's arms. "Wow, sister-in-law, your second brother treats you so well. Oh, I really envy you." At this moment, Shen Yanran spoke up. "I want to find a husband like second brother in the future." Shen Yalan followed, her eyes filled with envy as well. Second brother, I want one too." Shen Xiaoyu ran over, hugging Shen Yu's leg and acting cute. "Don't worry, you all have one, it's just a storage bag." Shen Yu took out 5 storage bags, distributing one to each of the 3 sisters, as well as to Chuanya and Donger. "Thank you, second brother. Second brother, you're so good. Second brother, you're so nice. Xiaoyu likes you the most." "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master." The 5 girls were delighted to receive the storage bags, but they did not forget to express their gratitude to Shen Yu. With a thought, Shen Yu activated his inside eye and observed, discovering that Li Linger's favorability had reached 99 points, just 1 point shy of full value. Chuanya and Donger's loyalty had already reached 100 points. After all, as maids, Shen Yu had taught them to cultivate and had spent a significant amount of resources on them. As long as they weren't ungrateful, they would be 100 loyal to Shen Yu. As for the favorability of the 3 sisters, it had already exceeded 90. Among them, Shen Yanran had the highest favorability, reaching 98 points. This was because she was the eldest and understood more. In other families, girls like them faced different fates. For those who were fortunate, their needs were met. For those who were not, their lives were only slightly better than servants. As for cultivation, don't even think about it. Even if they could cultivate, their families would not be willing to spend resources to nurture them. After all, a married daughter is like spilled water. However, after Shen Yu took charge, not only did he teach them to cultivate, but he also spent significant resources to train them. Moreover, in terms of living conditions, their treatment was not much different from that of legitimate daughters. Therefore, she was very grateful to her second brother Shen Yu, and naturally, her favorability skyrocketed. Of course, her favorability was that of a family member different from Li Linger's. "Keep it close and don't flaunt it," Shen Yu instructed. Shen Yanran's expression became serious. "Second brother, I will keep a watchful eye on the second sister and little sister." Shen Yu nodded, saying, "Eldest sister, you understand the most since you are the oldest, I'll leave them to you." "Rest assured, second brother," Shen Yanran quickly assured. After giving a few more instructions, Shen Yu prepared to head out to the Sihai Trading Company. Didn't he win the alchemy manual in the lottery last night? Moreover, he had reached great success through point allocation. Thus, he planned to go to the Sihai Trading Company to purchase an alchemy furnace and some materials for pill refining. After merging the alchemy manual, he had obtained over 100 pill recipes, including several suitable for the body refinement stage. For instance, one recipe called the Enlightenment Pill could enhance a cultivator's comprehension for a short period after consumption, but it was only for the body refinement stage. Secondly, there was a pill named the Root Source Pill, which could slightly enhance one's root bone after consumption. A maximum of 3 could be taken, and with good luck it might enhance the root bone by 1 rank. There was also a pill called the Dragon Tiger Pill, which could directly increase a body refinement stage cultivator's cultivation. Its effects were significantly better than the body refinement pill. The materials for these 3 types of pills were not considered precious and were relatively easy to collect. After arriving at the Sihai Trading Company, Shen Yu did not look for Feng Weiner, opting to purchase directly in the first floor hall. But not long after Feng Weiner arrived. "Young Master Shen, are you buying an alchemy furnace because you want to try alchemy?" Feng Weiner asked curiously. "I've suddenly become interested in alchemy and want to give it a try," Shen Yu replied with a smile. "Young Master Shen, alchemy is not that easy. I advise you to focus more on cultivation," Feng Weiner said earnestly. "Thank you for the reminder, Miss Feng. I'm just playing around with alchemy in my spare time and it won't interfere with my cultivation," Shen Yu replied seriously. In fact, he didn't need to cultivate at all. Both his cultivation and martial skills relied solely on point allocation. Therefore, he had plenty of time. "All right then, since young Master Shen understands, I won't say much more." Feng Weiner nodded, and then instructed the shopkeeper, "Young Master Shen is our VIP. Give him a 20 discount. "Understood, shopkeeper." The shopkeeper replied. This purchase cost several tens of thousands of taels of silver. In fact, the medicinal materials were not expensive. The most costly item was the top-grade, ordinary-grade alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace alone cost over 300 taels, while all the medicinal materials combined only amounted to a few hundred taels. Upon returning to the Shen family, Shen Yu began instructing the servants to transform the training room into an alchemy room. He no longer needed to practice, so the training room was naturally unnecessary. After half a day's renovations, the alchemy room was successfully transformed. Furthermore, Shen Yu had also prepared the medicinal materials. Thus, he entered the alchemy room, instructed everyone not to disturb him, and began alchemy. He had already mastered the alchemy manual to great success. Even though it was his first time refining pills, Shen Yu felt no unfamiliarity, as if he were an experienced alchemist with decades of experience. In less than half an hour, a batch of fresh enlightenment pills was produced, and they were all of high quality. Pills are categorized into ordinary, medium, high, and top grade. The higher the grade, the better the effect, and the less pill toxin there is. Especially for top-grade pills, the toxin contained is almost negligible. The same pill, however, costs several times more than other pills. It seems a bit unsatisfying. After putting away the enlightenment pills, Shen Yu murmured. Thus, he cleaned the alchemy furnace and prepared to refine the second batch. For the second batch, he refined the root source pill. This time, he was even faster, taking just over a quarter of an hour to successfully refine a new batch of root source pills. Moreover, each pill was of high quality. Since each person could take 3 root source pills, one batch was clearly not enough. Therefore, he decided to refine another batch. So after spending a little over a quarter of an hour, Shen Yu once again refined a batch of root source pills. The batch yielded 10 pills, all of high quality. After cleaning the alchemy furnace, he stored it in the storage ring. Shen Yu then exited the alchemy room, considering whether he should recruit an alchemy assistant, as preparing medicinal materials and cleaning the alchemy furnace required time. Upon leaving the alchemy room, Shen Yu found Chuanya and Donger waiting outside. "Go prepare bathwater for me, and also ask the kitchen to prepare meals. After my bath, I want to eat." "Yes, young master." Meanwhile, at the Demon Suppression Pass in the southern 5th camp of the Demon Suppression Army, squad leader Shun Hui was diligently training with every passing moment. The Demon Suppression Pass cut off the path from the wasteland to the Dayan Kingdom, and thus it often faced assaults from demon beasts. Therefore, battles could erupt at any moment. The wasteland had an extremely harsh climate, yet it was home to a large number of demon beasts, leading to severe food shortages. In order to survive, the demon beasts had no choice but to attack the Demon Suppression Pass and seize the corpses of the soldiers. The flesh of humans was considered a delicacy for the demon beasts, both filling and enhancing their strength. Moreover, during the assaults on the Demon Suppression Pass, many demon beasts would also perish. The corpses of these fallen beasts would become food for others. As the number of demon beasts decreased, the food shortage situation would also be alleviated. Hence, they would attack the Demon Suppression Pass at intervals. Would the demon beasts be concerned about suffering heavy losses? They simply did not care about such matters. Their reproductive capacity was extremely high, with ordinary demon beasts giving birth multiple times a year, each time producing several to dozens of offspring. Some with particularly strong reproductive capabilities could give birth to hundreds of cubs at once. Within just a few months, these demon beast cubs could grow into low-level demon beasts comparable to those at the body refinement stage. During each siege, low-level demon beasts would first come to deplete the strength of the defending troops. Thus, after so many years, although the Demon Suppression Army appeared to have killed many demon beasts, the number of high-level demon beasts that had perished was actually quite low. Back to the main topic. Shen Hui had been in the demon suppression army for over a year. Within just a month he had exchanged his military achievements for a technique suitable for the Chi Si stage. Compared to other places, obtaining techniques here was not particularly difficult. As long as one was willing to kill enemies and earn military merits, techniques, martial arts, and elixirs could all be obtained relatively easily. Of course, although these things were easy to obtain, the mortality rate was also extremely high. Take Shen Hui for instance. He had been injured more than a dozen times since joining the demon suppression army. The most serious injury had taken him over a month to recover. Now his cultivation had reached the 5th stage of the meridian opening. Recently, he had also received a letter from home. He was heartbroken over his father's death, but there was nothing he could do. He could only take family leave after 3 years in the demon suppression army and retire after 10 years. Thus, even though he was very worried about his family, he had no way to return. Just then a voice came from outside the tent. Boss, the captain wants to see you in his tent. Okay, I understand. Shen Hui stopped his training, pondering whether there was another combat mission. The captain mentioned by the soldier was named Zhao Shishuang, holding the rank of 100-man and having reached the Chi Si stage. He had risen through the ranks from a soldier and had extensive combat experience. Unfortunately, he had suffered serious injuries in battle 2 years ago. Although his injuries had healed, they had damaged his foundation, preventing any further improvement in his cultivation, which was now stuck at the 3rd stage of the Chi Si. However, he was well liked by his soldiers. Soon Shen Hui arrived at Zhao Shishuang's tent. Greetings, 100-man. Shen Hui saluted. All right. Zhao Shishuang waved his hand. I called you here today to assign you a task. Just give the order, Captain. Shen Hui replied quickly. Zhao Shishuang continued. You must have heard about the young masters and young ladies who came to enlist recently. Yes, Shen Hui nodded, recalling that about 5 days ago a group of young masters and young ladies aged only 15 or 16 had arrived at the demon suppression pass, expressing their desire to join the army. Joining the demon suppression army was not something just anyone could do. They had to have a clean background. Therefore, it was necessary to send someone to investigate the backgrounds of these young masters and young ladies. The investigation, however, was shocking. This group of young masters and young ladies had very prestigious backgrounds, all from Liuli City. The leading young lady was none other than Dongfang Liuli, the daughter of the Grand Governor of Liuli Dao. What kind of position was the Grand Governor? It was a second-rank official, the overall commander of the military in Liuli Dao. Although the demon suppression army operated independently, it was still reliant on the Grand Governor for logistics. Therefore, the commander of the demon suppression army did not want to offend the Grand Governor. How could he dare to let his daughter enlist? Besides the Grand Governor's daughter, the other young men and women also had notable identities, either being the sons or daughters of certain generals or officials, and there were also several signs from prominent families in Liuli Dao. If they truly accepted these young masters and young ladies into the demon suppression army, and any harm came to them, it would offend a number of powerful individuals. Thus, the commander of the demon suppression army was quite troubled. He could only appease these young masters and young ladies while also reporting the situation to Liuli Dao. Fortunately, today they received a response from Liuli Dao. The commander of the demon suppression army immediately arranged for someone to escort these young masters and young ladies back to Liuli Dao. However, since each camp had its own tasks, it was not easy to directly pull an entire camp. Thus, a team would be drawn from each camp to participate in the escort. Zhao Shishuang's superior assigned this task to him. He just happened to recall that Shen Hui had recently requested leave to return to Yunmu County. Returning to Liuli Dao would conveniently pass through Yunmu County, so he arranged for Shen Yu's small team to join the escort group. After explaining the reason to Shen Hui, Shen Yu's eyes lit up. He indeed wanted to return to Yunmu County. After leaving Zhao Shishuang, Shen Hui gathered his 10-man squad to prepare, waiting for the next morning to escort those young masters and young ladies. Of course, they were not the only escort team. There were a total of 200 people. Currently, the Dayan Kingdom was relatively peaceful. 200 demon suppression soldiers were enough to deter most petty criminals. Moreover, Zhao Shishuang had already informed him that the team leader was a deputy general with a cultivation level reaching the 9th stage of the Golden Core. The next day, as dawn broke, Shen Hui led his small team to the training ground to meet with other teams. After the meeting, the deputy general Long led them out of the camp to join another team. Curiously, Shen Hui raised his eyes to observe the young men and women in that team. They were not very old, yet their cultivation levels were not low, all having reached the meridian opening stage. However, none had broken through to the Chi Si stage. Moreover, they were accompanied by servants and maids. Additionally, each young man and woman was flanked by a powerful expert clearly sent by their families to protect them. As for the backgrounds of these experts, Shen Hui could not discern them, but they were at least above the Chi Si stage. Let's go. The Deputy General Long waved his hand. The two teams quickly merged and headed straight for the western city gate of the Demon Suppression Pass. Meanwhile, at the Shen family, Shen Yu was sitting at the edge of the training ground. Before long, the 5 young girls who had taken the medicinal bath arrived, chatting and laughing with Li Linger. Before you begin training, take these 2 pills. Shen Yu called them over and handed each of them an insight pill and a foundation pill. The former temporarily enhanced their comprehension, aiding them in understanding techniques, while the latter could improve their innate roots. After consuming the pills, the 6 girls began their training. They immediately noticed that today's training seemed unusually smooth. A quarter of an hour later, Shen Yu even directly broke through to the 4th stage of body refinement. Half an hour later, Li Linger also broke through to reach the 6th stage of body refinement. When their training concluded, aside from the second sister Shen Yalan, who only had low-grade roots, the others had all broken through by 1 stage. For a moment, Shen Yalan couldn't help but feel a bit dejected. Fortunately, Shen Yalan was young and carefree, and with a little comfort from Shen Yu, she felt much better. At this moment, a servant came to report that Zhong Yuanqing had arrived. Thus, Shen Yu had someone bring her to the courtyard. Shortly after, Zhong Yuanqing greeted with a smile, "I have met Shen family's second brother." Shen Yu examined Zhong Yuanqing and noticed that she had already reached the meridian opening stage, so he smiled and said, "Congratulations, Sister Zhong, on reaching the meridian opening stage." Zhong Yuanqing expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thanks to the water spirit grass provided by Shen family's second brother, otherwise how could I have so easily stepped into the meridian opening stage?" "No worries, we all help each other," Shen Yu replied. "Do you still remember what I said before?" Zhong Yuanqing suddenly changed the subject. "About the secret realm?" Shen Yu probed. "Yes." Zhong Yuanqing nodded and explained, "I came today to inform Shen family's second brother to prepare and also to discuss the situation within the secret realm." "I am all ears," Shen Yu replied. Zhong Yuanqing continued, "That secret realm is located over 200 miles from our Yamu County. There are many spirit herbs inside, but also quite a few demonic beasts. However, the most precious item within the secret realm is the earth heart milk. If Shen Yu had not obtained the alchemy manual, he would not have known what earth heart milk was. But after merging with the alchemy manual, he not only acquired many pill formulas, but also learned about various rare treasures. The earth heart milk is categorized as one of those rare treasures. It can be used for alchemy or consumed directly. It possesses 2 major effects. First, it greatly refines the physical body. Second, it expands and clears the meridians. For practitioners at the meridian opening stage, the effects of earth heart milk surpass all spirit pills. No wonder Zhong Yuanqing aimed to reach the meridian opening stage to access the secret realm. It seems she was indeed after the earth heart milk. Zhong Yuanqing continued, "That secret realm hasn't been opened for many years, accumulating a considerable amount of earth heart milk. When the time comes, how about we split the earth heart milk equally?" "Sure," Shen Yu nodded. His cultivation level had long surpassed the meridian opening stage, making earth heart milk useless for him. However, it could be saved for Li Linger and the 5 little ones. "When shall we set off?" Shen Yu asked. "How about we depart tomorrow morning and meet 10 miles outside the East City Gate?" Zhong Yuanqing suggested. "Sounds good." Shen Yu nodded again. After that, Zhong Yuanqing took her leave, and Shen Yu personally saw her off. Upon returning to the courtyard, Li Linger arrived and asked, "Did Sister Zhong leave? Why didn't you keep her for lunch?" Shen Yu replied, "She has other matters to attend to." "Oh." Li Linger expressed some disappointment, saying, "I originally wanted to get to know her better. No rush, there will be opportunities in the future." Thinking about the journey ahead, Shen Yu first went to the backyard to greet Shen Lin to avoid her worrying. Then Shen Yu quietly left the Shen family. He used the transformative mask to change his appearance and physique to exit the city. His departure was known to very few in the Shen family, mainly due to worries that someone might target the Shen family after his departure. After all, without him, the Shen family had no one even at the condensation stage. They were indeed very weak. Soon Shen Yu met Zhong Yuanqing 10 miles outside the city gate. Like him, Zhong Yuanqing had also disguised herself, transforming into a handsome young man. "Brother Zhong, sorry to keep you waiting." Shen Yu clasped his fists and teased. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhong Yuanqing's eyes as she exclaimed, "I didn't expect Shen family's second brother to have such skills." If it weren't for the voice, she would never have recognized that this was Shen Yu. Because not only had his appearance and physique changed, but even his aura had transformed. "Brother Zhong's disguise is also quite good. If it weren't for someone familiar, I definitely wouldn't recognize you." Shen Yu complimented Zhong Yuanqing. Then let's go." Zhong Yuanqing chuckled and swiftly moved towards the mountain path. Shen Yu took a step forward and followed. He did not use the flowing cloud technique, relying solely on his physical speed. After all, with the dragon elephant body refinement technique already perfected, his physical body was stronger than practitioners at the Qi stage. After flying for a while, Zhong Yuanqing glanced back and found Shen Yu effortlessly trailing 3 meters behind her. When she looked back, he smiled at her. For a moment, Zhong Yuanqing felt a surge of competitiveness in her heart. In her past life, she was a powerful nascent soul practitioner, and her cultivation could only be improved through training. However, martial arts techniques were something she could grasp easily. Thus, she had already perfected the movement technique, floating light and shadow, which was very suitable for the meridian opening stage. The reason she chose this movement technique was that it consumed no energy and could actually increase true energy while in motion. With a thought, Zhong Yuanqing executed floating light and shadow. Instantly, her speed doubled. Yet she sensed that despite her speed increasing, Shen Yu remained steadfastly 3 meters behind her. She turned back again, and sure enough, she was not mistaken, as Shen Yu was still 3 meters behind her. Moreover, she could see that Shen Yu did not employ any movement technique, relying solely on his own speed. What disheartened her even more was that Shen Yu seemed rather relaxed, and this speed clearly did not reach his limit. "Sister Zhong, watch your step," Shen Yu reminded at that moment. Zhong Yuanqing immediately turned back and discovered a stone appeared just a meter ahead. If it weren't for Shen Yu's warning, she might have collided with it. Fortunately, her movement technique had already reached perfection, allowing her to turn gracefully and avoid the stone. However, her face flushed with embarrassment. During the remainder of the journey, the two fell silent, focusing on their path. For ordinary people, the distance of over 200 miles was quite long. But for Shen Yu and Zhong Yuanqing, even traveling through the mountains, they arrived at their destination in just over an hour. "Brother Shen, we have arrived." Standing at the cliff's edge, Zhong Yuanqing pointed ahead and said, "Is the secret realm here?" Shen Yu asked in surprise. Zhong Yuanqing replied, "To be precise, the entrance to the secret realm is in the air 3 meters away from the cliff." In her past life, she was chased here by Lu Dongsheng's people and in despair considered jumping off the cliff. Unexpectedly, she fell into the secret realm. It was this secret realm that provided her with the capital to rise. "I will go in first." As she spoke, Zhong Yuanqing lightly leaped to a point 3 meters outside the cliff. Following closely, Shen Yu stepped into the same position as Zhong Yuanqing. He then felt his body enveloped by an invisible force and disappeared from the original spot. When he reappeared, he found himself in another world. Zhong Yuanqing stood several meters away watching him. "Brother Shen, follow me. There are many demonic beasts inside, so let's avoid them as much as possible," Zhong Yuanqing said to Shen Yu, and then continued to use her movement technique to fly in a certain direction. Shen Yu stepped forward to keep up. A quarter of an hour later, Zhong Yuanqing stopped and pointed to a grove ahead, saying, "Brother Shen, there are 3 meridian opening stage demonic beasts in that grove. Let's conceal our aura and pass through the edge of the grove without startling them." "No need to be so cautious, I will handle them," Shen Yu said confidently. Through his divine sense, he had already detected the 3 demonic beasts within the grove. Judging by their auras, the strongest one was at the 5th level of the meridian opening stage, while the weakest was around the 2nd level. Although the 3 demonic beasts were only worth a few hundred kill points, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and Shen Yu found them worthwhile. Moreover, demonic beasts were resources for cultivation. Although he had no use for them, his family could benefit. As soon as he spoke, Shen Yu's figure swayed and rushed into the woods. Observing this, Zhong Yuanqing frowned slightly, feeling that Shen Yu had become somewhat too arrogant. In her past life, she had come here and was chased by 3 beastly creatures. If it weren't for her good fortune, she would have likely been devoured by them. In her view, although Shen Yu had reached the 4th layer of Qi Meridian, he might not be a match for the 3 beastly creatures. After all, the defensive capabilities of beastly creatures generally surpassed those of cultivators of the same level. Though she was somewhat dissatisfied with Shen Yu's impulsive behavior upon seeing him already rush into the woods, she followed him in. Together, even if they couldn't slay the 3 beastly creatures, self-preservation was certainly within their grasp. However, once she entered the woods, she saw Shen Yu already surrounded by the 3 beastly creatures. Just as she was about to rush forward, she saw Shen Yu make a move. Bang, bang, bang. Illusions flickered as if 3 fists struck the heads of the beastly creatures simultaneously. When the illusions vanished, the massive bodies of the 3 beastly creatures collapsed to the ground. "What?" Witnessing this scene, Zhong Yuanqing was immensely shocked and surprised. She realized that Shen Yu had killed the 3 beastly creatures without using any true energy, relying solely on his physical strength. When did Shen Yu's physical body become this powerful? "Sister Zhong, choose one of these 3 beastly creatures." Shen Yu turned to look at Zhong Yuanqing as he heard the commotion. The 3 beastly creatures had brought him 400 killing points. "No need, second brother Shen Yu killed this beast, though I didn't help, so ill pass." No need." Zhong Yuanqing shook her head, adding that she didn't have a storage bag or ring, so even if given to her, she couldn't take it. It wouldn't make sense for her to carry a beast on her back. "Does Sister Zhong not have any storage items?" Shen Yu asked. "Indeed I don't." Zhong Yuanqing replied, a bit embarrassed. "In that case, I happen to have an extra storage ring, so I'll give it to you." As he spoke, Shen Yu tossed a storage ring to Zhong Yuanqing. "This?" After a moment's hesitation, Zhong Yuanqing accepted it, as she indeed needed a storage item now. However, she said, "Second brother Shen, rest assured, I won't take your storage ring for free, though I will return you something of equal value in the future." "As you wish." Shen Yu didn't refuse. After all, she was a reborn nascent soul expert and deserved respect. "Now choose one of these 3 beastly creatures." I'd rather not since I didn't put in any effort. This time, Zhong Yuanqing declined Shen Yu's goodwill. Since you don't want it, I'll take them all. As he spoke, Shen Yu waved his hand and stored all 3 beastly creatures into the storage ring. Suddenly, he had a thought and activated his treasure-finding ability. Instantly, a small map of the surrounding area appeared in his mind, with various colored dots also showing up on the map. Upon inspection, he discovered a white treasure light within this grove. The colors of the treasure lights range from low to high: white, green, blue, orange, red, purple, gold, tricolor, multicolor, 7-color, and 9-color. The blue treasure light indicated that the item was undoubtedly quite valuable. With a thought, Shen Yu's divine sense began to scan the trees and ground 10 meters away. Then within a tree as thick as a water tank, he discovered a greenish piece of heartwood 30 centimeters long. Thus, he swiftly moved towards the large tree. He took out the true water 9 sword, sliced open a section of the tree, and retrieved the piece of heartwood. A fragrant aroma then wafted through the air. This is spirit heart ancient wood sap. Zhong Yuanqing exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the heartwood as she approached Shen Yu. Sister Zhong, you actually recognize it? Shen Yu asked. Zhong Yuanqing nodded. I once read an ancient text that described spirit heart ancient wood sap. It is a rare treasure that can be made into jewelry for long term, where increasing a cultivator's comprehension, its value is extremely high. Even nascent soul experts would be tempted by it. I see. Shen Yu thought for a moment. Since we discovered this together, I'll keep it for now. Once we return, I'll make it into jewelry and gift one to you. How does that sound? This, is one piece too little? Shen Yu asked Zhong Yuanqing. No. Zhong Yuanqing hurriedly denied. It's not too little, but I feel that since second brother Shen discovered it, there's no need to share it with me. After all, if it weren't for you insisting on entering the woods, we wouldn't have found it. Haha, you brought me here to the secret realm, so it's only fair that you get a share of any good finds. Alright, how about this? Any good items I find will be shared with you, and any you find will be shared with me. How does that sound? Seeing that Shen Yu's expression seemed sincere, Zhong Yuanqing nodded. Then I shall take advantage of second brother Shen. After storing the spirit heart ancient wood sap, the two continued through the grove. Upon reaching a river, Zhong Yuanqing stopped and said, Second brother Shen, we need to cross the river. However, there's a type of beast called the black crocodile that resides in this river. Although they are only at the chi condensation level, there are many of them, so we need to be careful. Is that so? That's wonderful. My 3 younger sisters are currently cultivating and need beast meat. I need to hunt some to take back. As he spoke, Shen Yu scanned the river with his divine sense, and indeed discovered quite a few black crocodiles. With a thought, he began to act. He took out a piece of bloody meat from a beast he had previously killed and tossed it into the water. As the scent of the black crocodiles in the river were instantly attracted. Splash! Splash! With splashes of water, dozens of black crocodiles began to fight over the piece of beast meat. Kill! Shen Yu swung his sword, unleashing dozens of sword chi, each piercing the head of a crocodile. In an instant, all the crocodiles lay dead. A series of prompt sounds echoed in his mind. Most of these black crocodiles were only at the early stage of chi condensation, each providing 20 killing points with a few at the mid-stage. Thus this time, he directly earned 10-20 killing points. He didn't immediately collect the bodies of these crocodiles. Instead, he used them as bait. As their heads were pierced by sword chi, a large amount of blood spread into the river, intensifying the bloody scent and attracting even more crocodiles from afar. Standing beside Shen Yu, Zhong Yuanqing displayed a look of shock once again. The fact that he could swing his sword to create dozens of sword chi and instantly pierce the heads of numerous crocodiles indicated that Shen Yu's swordsmanship had reached a high level. Soon a large number of black crocodiles arrived, furiously tearing and devouring the corpses of their kind. Once the number of crocodiles reached a certain quantity, Shen Yu swung his sword again, killing them. This time the number reached over 80, resulting in 1780 killing points. His total killing points directly reached 3,200. However, after this baiting, most of the black crocodiles in the nearby river section had been attracted. Therefore, Shen Yu stored the bodies of these black crocodiles into his storage ring and together with Zhong Yuanqing flew across the river. Here you go. After crossing the river, Shen Yu took out the bodies of 20 black crocodiles and handed them to Zhong Yuanqing. Thank you, second brother Shen. This time Zhong Yuanqing did not refuse, as they had already agreed, and refusing again would seem pretentious. Moreover, the flesh and blood of these chi condensation black crocodiles would benefit her cultivation and be even more advantageous for others in the Zhong family. After moving forward a bit further, Shen Yu said to Zhong Yuanqing, Sister Zhong, wait a moment, I've discovered a spirit herb. As he spoke, Shen Yu flew to the left front. Before long, he found a cave. At the end of the cave, he discovered a pool of water in the center of which grew a blue. This is the mystic heart lotus. Upon seeing the blue lotus flower in the pond, Zhong Yuanqing couldn't help but exclaim softly. Indeed, the Zhong family girl is well informed. Ew, I didn't expect you to recognize it. Shen Yu smiled and replied, I usually read many ancient texts out of boredom. Zhong Yuanqing explained with a smile. However, precious spirit herbs are always guarded by beasts, so please be careful when picking them. Second brother Shen. Thank you for the reminder. In fact, Shen Yu had already noticed a beast in the pond, and its strength was quite formidable. In the next moment, Shen Yu shot out like an arrow, instantly reaching the center of the pond, and with a swift motion, he plucked the lotus flower. Just then, a gigantic black head emerged from the bottom of the pond, its copper bell-sized eyes flashing with ferocity, and it opened its mouth to bite at Shen Yu. Be careful. Zhong Yuanqing couldn't help but shout. But at that moment, Shen Yu twisted his body in midair and punched towards that head. Puff! Under his fist, the massive head was instantly shattered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 400 slaughter points. It was merely a late-stage snake-type beast. Even without using his Dan Yuan, Shen Yu could easily kill it. As the headless snake corpse was about to fall back into the pond, with a wave of his hand, Shen Yu stored the massive snake corpse into his storage ring. A late-stage beast was definitely a great supplement for his family. Here, I'll share half with you. Returning to the pond's edge, Shen Yu divided the mystic heart lotus in two and handed half to Zhong Yuanqing. Thank you, second brother Shen. Zhong Yuanqing accepted her half of the mystic heart lotus, which could be taken directly and had the effect of enhancing true energy. Half of the lotus could at least help her break through to the third level of the meridian opening realm. This was considering her cultivation method was relatively advanced. If it were an ordinary meridian opening practitioner, it could at least elevate them by 3 to 5 minor realms. I'll share half of the beast too. We can divide it when we return, alright. Shen Yu continued, mainly considering that Zhong Yuanqing's storage ring had limited space, and even half of the giant snake's corpse wouldn't fit. Of course, no objections. So the two exited the cave and continued towards the area where the earth heart milk was located. Along the way, Shen Yu killed over 10 beasts, among which 3 were at the initial stage of the meridian opening realm, while the rest were from the chi condensation realm. Thus, he only earned 460 slaughter points. At the same time, he also harvested a spirit herb called zhugua. Zhugua had 2 major effects: washing marrow and enhancing cultivation. In the case of one person sharing half, Shen Yu also got 22 pieces. It could be said that his family's 5 little ones and Li Linger were fortunate. This was because zhugua was of no use to him, and even its effect on meridian opening practitioners was minimal. For the body refining and chi condensation realms, it had miraculous effects. Second brother Shen, look. The earth heart milk is in that cave. Zhong Yuanqing pointed to a cave that was over 100 meters above the ground. In her past life, she was chased by beasts here and struggled to climb up to the cave for refuge. Unexpectedly, she discovered the earth heart milk inside, which significantly boosted her cultivation after consumption. Let's go up. Zhong Yuanqing soared into the air, tapping a few times on an outcropping of the peak, and reached the cave that was over 100 meters high. Shen Yu, on the other hand, used his sky ascending technique, ascending to the cave without relying on any external force. Fortunately, Zhong Yuanqing was already accustomed to Shen Yu's performance. Although surprised, she was used to it. Zhong Yuanqing took out a prepared fire stick and lit it. Then she led Shen Yu into the cave, which had many. However, Zhong Yuanqing appeared very confident. Shen Yu understood this and was not surprised. After about half a quarter of an hour, they reached their destination. Their vision suddenly cleared up. At the same time, a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air. Second brother Shen, look. This is the earth heart milk. Zhong Yuanqing flew to the edge of a stone platform in the cave space. There was a depression in the center of the platform, which was filled with milky white liquid. Let's pack it up first. Zhong Yuanqing had prepared jade bottles in advance. The two worked together to store the earth heart milk from the depression. They filled a total of 124.5 bottles with about 100 drops of earth heart milk in each bottle. Second brother Shen Yu agreed to split these earth heart milks evenly, right? Zhong Yuanqing looked at Shen Yu. No objections, it'll take 62 bottles, and the extra half bottle is yours. Shen Yu replied. Then thank you, second brother Shen. With the earth heart milk in hand, Zhong Yuanqing's mood improved significantly. With these earth heart milks, she wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources in the meridian opening realm, and these earth heart milks were simply too abundant. They could be sold for resources in the Chi-Si realm. Once the distribution was complete, Shen Yu said, Shen Family girl, do you know where there are more beasts in this secret realm? Since they were already here, Shen Yu wanted to hunt more beasts, both to earn slaughter points and to accumulate cultivation resources for his family. Are you planning to hunt beasts, second brother Shen? Zhong Yuanqing asked. Yes, beasts are rare cultivation resources, and it would be great to bring back more for the family. Shen Yu nodded. Zhong Yuanqing pondered seriously and said, about 50 miles to the east there is a large peach grove, which is home to many monkey-type beasts, but I suspect the Monkey King has already reached the Chi-Si realm. In her past life, after consuming the earth heart milk here, she broke through to the meridian opening realm and began searching for benefits in the secret realm, where she discovered that peach grove. Unfortunately, before she could enter, she was attacked by the monkey-type beasts. Upon discovering the number of those beasts reached hundreds, she decisively retreated. Hearing about the Chi-Si realm beast, Shen Yes' eyes lit up. Then I'll go to the peach grove. I'll lead the way. The two sped off, and the 50-mile journey was covered in no time. They were in luck. The peach grove was already full of fruit, and the peaches were each the size of a bowl, clearly not ordinary peaches. Shen Yu picked two. After washing them with clean water from his storage ring, he handed one to Zhong Yuanqing. Then Shen Yu took a bite of the peach. He nodded in satisfaction. The peach was crisp and fragrant, far surpassing ordinary peaches. After a few bites, Shen Yu noticed that this peach seemed to contain some special energy. It actually had the effect of enhancing the body. Of course, for Shen Yu this effect was minimal, almost negligible, but he still sensed it. Second brother Shen, these peaches are beneficial for both ordinary people and cultivators. We should collect more. Zhong Yuanqing's voice rang out clearly, having discovered the wonders of the peaches. What are we waiting for? With that, Shen Yu soared into the air, landing on a peach tree, waving his hand to summon hundreds of peaches from a single tree, which he then stored in his storage ring. Zhong Yuanqing didn't possess his abilities, but her speed was not slow. She skillfully darted around the trees, continuously plucking peaches with both hands and storing them in her storage ring. Just as Shen Yu was storing thousands of peaches from 11 trees into his storage ring, sounds came from deeper in the grove. Soon angry monkey calls followed. Second brother Shen, be careful, the monkeys are coming. No problem, you keep picking, leave these monkeys to me. Shen Yu replied nonchalantly. Gazing at the monkeys emerging from the depths of the peach grove, Shen Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He realized that the quality of these monkeys was indeed exceptional. Surprisingly, most of them were at the meridian opening stage, with only a few at the chi gathering stage. Kill. Shen Yu swiftly approached the monkeys, drawing out the true water 9 swords. As he reached within 10 meters of the monkey horde, he unleashed the true water 9 swords. Accompanying his movements were hundreds of deep blue sword energies. These sword energies successfully struck the heads of the monkey beasts, instantly killing them all. Witnessing this, Zhong Yuanqing, who was picking peaches on a peach tree, couldn't help but gasp. At the same time, she realized that Shen Yu's cultivation level had likely reached the Chi C stage. Hee. Hearing the announcement in his mind, Shen Yu couldn't help but let out a strange laugh. This time he had killed a total of 303 monkey beasts. Among them there were as many as 262 at the meridian opening stage, while the remaining 41 were all latest stage chi gathering monkeys. The 262 meridian opening monkeys granted him 3480 slaughter points, while the 41 latest stage chi gathering monkeys contributed 2050 points. In total, he acquired 36850 slaughter points. Together with the previously accumulated 4060 points, his total slaughter points had surpassed 4000, reaching 40910 points. This was more than enough to raise his cultivation level by 2 ranks. After storing the monkeys' corpses in his storage ring, Shen Yu said to Zhong Yuanqing, Sister, Zhong, you keep picking peaches here, and I will go hunt the monkey king. Be careful. Zhong Yuanqing reminded him. I will. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yu dashed deeper into the peach grove. Soon Shen Yu reached the depths of the peach grove. There he saw a gigantic peach tree towering 10 zhang high, laden with basketball-sized peaches. There were no less than 1,000 of them. Simultaneously on the tree, there was a terrifying monkey standing 3 zhang tall. As expected, this giant monkey was the Monkey King. Beneath the giant Monkey King, there were 4 monkeys standing 2 zhang tall. They were likely the Monkey King's harem. With the Eye of Insight activated, the information about the Monkey King and his consorts appeared in Shen Yu's mind. Just as Zhong Yuanqing had guessed, the Monkey King had indeed reached the Chi C stage and was at the 5th level of Chi C. As for the 4 monkey queens, they were at the 1st level of Chi C. Roar. The Monkey King seemed to sense the presence of the vengeful spirits of its kin on Shen Yu. Letting out a roar, it leaped down from the peach tree. Its massive frame exuded an overwhelming pressure. Die! Shen Yu scoffed, swinging the true water 9 swords. A deep blue sword energy pierced through the Monkey King's head in midair. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 slaughter points. Upon seeing the Monkey King killed, its 4 consorts immediately chose to flee. Those were slaughter points after all. How could Shen Yu allow them to escape? He swung his sword, unleashing 4 sword energies that pierced through their heads. Instantly, another 400 slaughter points were credited to him. After retrieving the bodies of the Monkey King and his queens, Shen Yu's gaze fell upon the giant peaches. With the Eye of Insight activated, the information about the giant peaches appeared in his mind. After reviewing this information, Shen Yu understood. These were mutated spirit peaches. They took 10 years to bloom, 10 years to bear fruit, and 10 years to ripen. He was quite fortunate to encounter the peaches during their ripening period. This was also the reason the monkey horde had attacked earlier, as the Monkey King and Queen had not moved. They needed to guard the mutated spirit peaches to prevent them from being picked. By the way, these mutated spirit peaches could be consumed directly. They had the ability to nourish both the body and the soul. It was precisely due to the existence of these mutated spirit peaches that both the Monkey King and Queen had reached the Chi C stage. In the next moment, Shen Yu used his divine sense to pick these mutated spirit peaches. After a final count, there were as many as 140 of them. Glancing at the bare fruit pits beneath the giant peach tree, Shen Yu sighed, inwardly realizing he had arrived too late. The number of these fruit pits was at least over 100. They had all been wasted by the monkeys. Before long, Shen Yu left the depths of the peach grove and returned to the outskirts. Second brother Shen, did you kill the Monkey King? Shen Yu nodded. Not just one Monkey King, but also 4 Monkey Queens at the Chi Si stage. You weren't injured, right? No, when we go back, I'll share half of the Monkey King and Queen's flesh with you. By the way, Shen Yu pulled out a peach the size of a basketball. Why is it so big? Zhong Yuanqing exclaimed as she flew down from the peach tree, staring in shock at the giant peach before her. This is a mutated spirit peach. After eating it, it can nourish the body and soul. I managed to obtain 140 of them, but unfortunately we were late, and over 100 were wasted by the monkeys. Shen Yu lamented again. Had I known, we should have come earlier. Zhong Yuanqing also felt a pang of regret. This is your share. Shen Yu handed over 620 mutated spirit peaches to Zhong Yuanqing. Thank you, second brother Shen. Zhong Yuanqing expressed her gratitude, knowing that even if Shen Yu hadn't given her any, she couldn't have said anything. After all, these mutated spirit peaches were incredibly precious. All right, let's continue picking peaches. Shen Yu suggested and suddenly thought of something. Your storage ring must be full, right? Let me lend you one. As he spoke, Shen Yu took out another storage ring and handed it to Zhong Yuanqing. Immediately, Zhong Yuanqing's expression became somewhat peculiar. Where did second brother Shen get so many storage rings? However, everyone has their secrets, and she didn't pry further. Thus, the two separated and continued picking peaches. Before they knew it, over 2 hours had passed. Finally, the peaches in this grove were completely harvested by the two. The quantity was astonishing. Second brother Shen, should we return to the county? Zhong Yuanqing asked. Let's head back. Shen Yu replied. With no expert stationed at home, he remained uneasy. After all, the beasts in the secret realm wouldn't escape. They could always come back to hunt next time. By the time the two returned to Yunmu County, it was already evening. After parting at the city gate, they each returned to their homes. However, before leaving, Shen Yu reminded Zhong Yuanqing not to forget the beast meat he had left with her. Upon returning to the Shen residence, Shen Yu scanned with his divine sense. The house was safe and sound. Husband, you're back. Upon seeing Shen Yu return, Li Linger excitedly welcomed him. I'm back, and I've brought back many good things. Shen Yu smiled, and then instructed the 2 maidservants who had followed him. By the way, Donger, go call the first lady, the 2 aunts, and the 3 young ladies to the courtyard. As for Chuanya, you go to the kitchen and ask a chef to bring the cooking utensils to the courtyard. Yes, second young master. The 2 maidservants complied and left. The reason Shen Yu wanted to call a chef was that he intended to stew the beast meat. Ordinary beasts at the body refining stage could still be handled by the chef. However, beasts at the chi gathering stage were beyond their ability to process. Therefore, he had to personally handle the ingredients. By the way, Xiao Cha, I have a task for you as well. Take these peaches, wash them, and cut them into fruit plates to bring over. Shen Yu took out 4 peaches picked from the secret realm. Wow, such big peaches! Xiao Cha exclaimed, then hugged the peaches and went to wash them. Meanwhile, Shen Yu called Li Linger to help move the table into the yard. They would be having their meal outside shortly. Before long, the house's chef arrived. What is your name? Shen Yu asked. Second young master, I am Nyo Dali. Old Nyo, I want to treat my mother and 2 aunts to a meal. You will cook here using your best skills. If you do well, there will be generous rewards. Shen Yu said with a smile. Second young master, you can count on me. Nyo Dali perked up immediately, then rushed off to have people set up a cooking station in the courtyard. As for Shen Yu, he took out a black crocodile and began to bleed skin and process it. The servants in the house were quite nimble. Under Nyo Dali's command, a temporary stove was quickly set up, and meanwhile Shen Yu had also finished dealing with a black alligator. However, this black alligator weighed over 1,000 pounds, and even after removing the internal organs and skin, there were still over 700 pounds of pure meat. Shen Yu called Nyo Dali over. Old Nyo, this is a beast of the Foundation establishment realm, so you need to put in some effort while cooking. Rest assured, second young master, I have cooked Foundation establishment beasts before and know what to do. Nyo Dali patted his chest. Shen Yu nodded. All right, it's up to you tonight. If you do well, I will reward you with some internal organs. Nyo Dali's eyes brightened. Thank you, second young master. I will surely not disappoint you. Shen Yu was not interested in the internal organs of the black alligator, but for Nyo Dali, they were a rare treasure, excellent for nourishing the body, especially since his son was preparing for cultivation. If the internal organs were obtained, they could be used to help his son establish a foundation. Although this was a fantastical world, the culinary skills here were quite advanced. The cooking techniques and the variety of seasonings were not something the modern world could compare to, especially since there were cultivators in this world. With body refining techniques being widespread, chefs could also cultivate, greatly aiding their knife skills and control over heat. Just as Nyo Dali started cooking the alligator meat, Shen Lin came with 2 concubines and 3 younger sisters. Mother, Shen Yu greeted Shen Lin, bringing Li Linger with him, and then greeted the two concubines. Yuer, what's the occasion today? After sitting down, Shen Lin quietly asked Shen Yu. Mother, I arranged a meal for everyone to strengthen our bonds. Shen Yu replied. By the way, today's main dish is a foundation establishment beast. Shen Lin laughed and scolded. You child, isn't the meat of this beast better saved for cultivation? Mother, I went out with the Zhong family girl today, and not only hunted one beast. Shen Yu explained softly. That's good, that's good. At that moment, Xiao Cha brought out several plates of sliced peaches. Mother, try the peaches. These are not ordinary peaches, they have nourishing effects. Shen Yu took a piece of peach from the fruit plate and handed it to Shen Lin. Thank you, Yuer. Shen Lin said happily. Shen Yu then invited the two concubines and his sisters. Upon hearing this, everyone took a piece of peach and brought it to their mouths, praising it endlessly. Moreover, after eating, they all felt warm and comfortable. It didn't take long before they realized these peaches were. After a while, Shen Yu looked at Shen Xiaoyu, who had eaten quite a few peaches, and joked, Xiaoyu, don't fill up on peaches, you won't have space for the alligator meat later. Shen Xiaoyu, who was happily eating peaches, paused for a moment, but quickly replied with a smile, I won't. I can eat a lot. Although Shen Xiaoyu was only a few years old, he had already reached the 4th level of body refinement and could easily punch an ordinary adult several meters away. After an entire hour, the alligator meat was finally cooked. Fortunately, the peaches filled their stomachs, so no one felt hungry. Neodali had prepared 4 dishes from the alligator. One was stewed meat, another was stir-fried. There was also a bone soup and steamed alligator meat. After tasting, everyone praised it endlessly. At the same time, Shen Yu was somewhat impressed by Neodali's culinary. The meat of the beast had a high density and was quite challenging to cook, but after it was done, it turned out to be very tender and delicious. Old Neo, well done. You can keep the alligator liver and lungs, and the remaining meat and internal organs should be sent to the kitchen for refrigeration. Thank you, second young master. Neodali expressed his gratitude. He had thought Shen Yu would only give him 1 piece of internal organ, but unexpectedly he received 2. After the meal, everyone sat in the courtyard chatting for a while before dispersing. However, before leaving, Shen Yu gave Shen Lin 4 peaches and 2 each to the concubines. He told Shen Lin that if she liked them, she could ask him for more after finishing them, as he had plenty. As for why he didn't give more, it was because too many would spoil. After washing up, Shen Yu took out 3 peaches and gave them to his 2 close maidservants and Xiao Cha Li Linger. After sending them away, Shen Yu took out 10 peaches for Li Linger. These peaches are for your mother and elder brother to try. Husband, thank you. Li Linger said happily, feeling that her husband was being very kind to her. It was quite a generous act to give 10 of such precious peaches to her family. Perhaps due to eating the beast meat, Li Linger was especially energetic tonight and was reluctant to sleep. Fortunately, Shen Yu was patient enough to keep her company in conversation. It wasn't until midnight that Li Linger finally began to feel sleepy. Once she fell asleep, Shen Yu gently brushed his fingers over her black sweet spot, allowing her to sink into a deeper sleep. Then he pulled up the system panel and lightly tapped the plus sign behind his cultivation level. Instantly, the Yuan Dan began to expand. When the Yuan Dan calmed down, his cultivation reached the 5th level of Yuan Dan. He had deducted 16000 killing points, leaving him with just over 32000. Continuing to add points, the Yuan Dan expanded once again. When the Yuan Dan returned to calm, Shen Yu's cultivation directly reached the 6th level of Yuan Dan. The plus sign behind his cultivation disappeared, indicating that the remaining 160 killing points were insufficient to continue adding points. His gaze swept over the techniques and martial skills on the panel, and there were still plenty that could be upgraded. System performs 6 draws. Shen Yu ordered the system with exuberance. Ding, the draw function is activated. Ding, congratulations, host has obtained 1 Yuan Dan realm puppet. Do you wish to claim it? Ding, congratulations, host has obtained 1 random profession card. Claim. Ding, congratulations, host has obtained the cultivation method Xinxiang Duanti Ju Xinxiang body tempering technique. Claim. Ding, congratulations, host has obtained the special constitution Xianhuang treasure body. Claim. Ding, congratulations, host has obtained 1 mid-grade divine weapon. Claim. Ding, congratulations, host has obtained the body technique Liuguan. Claim. Claim all. Instantly 6 items appeared inside the system space. First was the Yuan Dan realm puppet. When taken out, it was the size of a wooden doll. It required only a drop of blood to bind. Shen Yu let a drop of his blood fall onto the puppet, and the bond was complete. The puppet possessed the power of 9 layers within the Yuan Dan realm and mastered 3 martial skills, swordsmanship, throwing blades, and a body technique, all at the 5th tier. It could automatically absorb ambient energy from the air to recharge, requiring no extra energy from its master. Moreover, the puppet's owner could share its vision. However, the puppet could not stray more than 200 kilometers from its master's body. Beyond that range, the master would lose perception of it, and the shared sight would be severed. Nevertheless, the puppet would obey the master's commands. Not bad. Shen Yu nodded with satisfaction and stored the puppet in his storage ring. Next, he drew out the random profession card. Using it would grant him a new vocation. Use. The card dissolved into a streak of light that entered Shen Yu, and he awakened to the profession of Beastmaster Yashushi. After learning the details of the profession, Shen Yu secretly curled his lips. The profession he obtained was only at the novice rank. At most, it allowed him to command demonic beasts up to the Qi realm. A Beastmaster could control beasts in two modes: by signing a Natal Beast contract Benming Shochi, or by signing a Master-Servant Pact. The Natal Beast contract was limited in number. A novice Beastmaster could sign up to 3 such contracts. Once signed, a demonic beast would become a Benming beast bound to the master. Benming beasts could reciprocally nurture their Beastmaster, and the Beastmaster could likewise empower the beasts. The two would elevate each other. Moreover, upon becoming a Beastmaster, Shen Yu gained a spiritual beast space within his body. He could place his subordinate beasts into that spiritual beast space. Inside, the beasts would fall into slumber, and their strength would increase while they slept. Yet the Beastmaster's own rank would limit the beast's growth. This Beastmaster profession seemed rather impractical. Shen Yu curled his lip and turned his gaze to the third prize. After choosing to fuse it, he cultivated the Xinxiang Duanti Ju to the entry level. This art was an upgraded version of the Longxiang Duanti Ju. It likewise specialized in strengthening the physical body. Upon completing the fusion, Shen Yu discovered his body had been remodeled once more. When the transformation finished, his corporeal strength surpassed the Yuan Dan realm and reached an entirely new height. It could even block masters of the Yuan Shen realm from invading his body with their spiritual sense. Tisk, now that I possess spiritual sense and my body has reached the Yuan Shen level, ordinary Yuan Shen elites are likely no match for me. In that moment, Shen Yu almost wanted to seek out a Yuan Shen expert for a fight. Then he fused with the Xianhuang treasure body. After the fusion and understanding its properties, excitement crept across his face. The Xianhuang treasure body continuously drew Xianhuang qi from the void to fortify its root bones, flesh, and spirit. Even if he lay idle, his strength would keep increasing. At the instant of fusion, Shen Yu felt his root bones markedly improve, and both his soul and his body underwent a subtle, profound metamorphosis. He cast an eye of insight upon himself and examined his root bones. As he had expected, his upper-grade root bones had become super-grade. What a pity I do not have to cultivate. Otherwise, I would like to taste the sensation of being a prodigy, Shen Yu murmured. He then carefully sensed around him and discovered mysterious currents of qi in the void flowing into his body, continuing to strengthen his root bones, flesh, and soul. Could there be even finer root bones beyond supergrade? Shen Yu wondered. He then took out the mid-grade divine weapon. This time it was a sword. It had no name. Shen Yu had no taste for affectation and was too lazy to name it. Next, he fused the body technique, Liu Guang. It was likewise an upgraded version of Liu Yun, a solid peak 6th tier martial technique. After fusion, it reached the entry tier, yet it already comprehensively surpassed the perfected Liu Yun. With the 6 prizes claimed, Shen Yu glanced at his killing points. 410 remained. He closed the system panel, drew the human-shaped warm companion Li Linger into his arms, and fell asleep. Meanwhile, at a makeshift camp in the wilderness, Shen Hui patrolled with 10 soldiers under his command. Thinking there were only 5 days left until they reached Yunmu County, he was filled with anticipation. That was only if everything went smoothly. The youngsters in the group were not exactly well behaved, as some seemed intent on running away. Fortunately, their families had sent powerful guardians to shadow them and keep a tight watch. Though these youngsters lacked high cultivation, they had no shortage of schemes. At that moment, inside a luxurious tent at the camp, 3 girls sat cross-legged together. A formation within the tent blocked the transmission of sound. Sister Lioli, are we really going to obediently return? A violet-clad girl asked with reluctance. Yes, home is unbearably boring. Ew, I do not want to go back. The white-clad girl followed, her small mouth puckered in discontent. Do not be anxious. Dongfang Lioli soothed them. For the next few days, we must behave, so those watching us will lower their guard. Then we will find a chance to run away. Really? The other 2 girls' eyes brightened, full of hope. Dongfang Lioli said confidently, rest assured, I brought a special talisman. It can not only make us invisible, but also constrict our auras. However, one talisman can cover only 3 people. When the time comes, I will take you both. Wonderful, I knew Sister Lioli would have a plan. The violet-clad girl clapped. But Sister Lioli, would it be wrong to leave the others behind? The white-clad girl said, a little embarrassed, there is no choice. My talisman can only envelop 3 people. Dongfang Lioli said helplessly, moreover, those others are tagalongs. If not for them, we would not have been exposed. So she was the Grand Governor's youngest daughter, her status supremely noble. Whoever married her would have at least a century less of striving to endure. On top of that, she was extraordinarily beautiful. Which youth of her age would not wish to take her as a wife? Enough, return to your own tents. I lingering too long will arouse suspicion. And do not reveal my secret, or I will not take you with me. Dongfang Lioli admonished them. Rest assured, Sister Lioli, we will keep silent. The 2 girls promised in unison. After sending them off, Dongfang Lioli began to cultivate. Though she loved to play, she treated cultivation with earnest seriousness. She understood one truth: only by becoming strong could she have the power to say no. The following morning, Shen Yu instructed his 3 younger sisters and 2 maidservants to practice on their own, while he took Li Linger to the Li family. In addition to 10 peaches from the secret realm, Shen Yu also selected over 100 pounds of beast meat from the condensation realm along with other gifts, as he had informed the Li family in advance. Moreover, Shen Yu was the best martial artist in Yunmu County, so the entire Li family came out to welcome him at the entrance, showing great respect and enthusiasm. Subsequently, Shen Yu was welcomed into the main hall of the Li family's courtyard, while Li Linger was taken to the back hall to meet her mother and sister. Currently, the head of the Li family was Li Linger's elder brother Li Qingshan, who was only 27 or 28 years old and had cultivation at the condensation realm. In front of Shen Yu, as his brother-in-law, Li Qingshan spoke with a tone of flattery, knowing that the future of the Li family would heavily depend on Shen Yu. Shen Yu, on the other hand, did not deliberately put on airs, but rather appeared quite amiable, which made Li Qingshan increasingly convinced that marrying his sister to Shen Yu as a concubine was indeed the right choice. In the back hall, after exchanging pleasantries, Li Yang's wife took Li Linger's hand and asked Linger, "Are you doing well at the Shen family? How is your relationship with your husband?" Although Li Yang's wife was the lady of the inner court, she understood that before the Li family could produce a conduit realm master, they would need Shen Yu, the husband, as their support. For instance, during the meeting with Lu Dongxing, the Li family chose to stand with Shen Yu, saving a total of 200,000 taels of silver. Unlike several other families who lost 100 or 200,000 taels of silver in vain. "Mother, I am doing very well at the Shen family, and my husband is very caring and attentive. He has been guiding me in my cultivation, and now I am already a master of the 6th level of body refinement," Li Linger said proudly, for as they say, wealth and nobility do not return home akin to wearing luxurious clothing at night. At this moment, Li Linger held such a mindset and naturally wanted to show off in front of her family. The 6th level of body refinement. Li Xiangru looked at Li Linger incredulously. "How long has it been since you married and you've reached the 6th level already?" Li Xiangru had long been married to a low-ranking officer in the city guard possessing cultivation at the condensation realm, and she was only in her 20s. She still had the potential to reach the conduit realm in the future, which made Li Xiangru feel quite proud. "Yes," Li Linger nodded, "it's mainly because my husband is very generous. Not only did he get me medicinal baths and pills from the Four Seas Trading Company, but he also brought back a lot of beast meat for me to eat every day, which naturally speeds up my cultivation. Your husband is willing to spend so many resources to cultivate you. Linger, don't take his favor for granted. You must take good care of your husband." Li Yang's wife smiled widely, but still seriously reminded her youngest daughter. After all, the treatment of the youngest daughter was not even comparable to that of the legal wife. "Don't worry, mother, I will definitely take good care of my husband." Li Linger shyly nodded. Seeing this scene, Li Xiangru felt a twinge of jealousy. Although her husband was not as good as Shen Yu, her second sister married over there merely as a concubine. But now it seemed that Shen Yu was almost pampering her to the heavens. It should be noted that when she was married off, she was already at the 5th level of body refinement, yet after a few years, she was still at the 5th level. On one hand, it was because she had been negligent in her cultivation. On the other hand, she had allocated her cultivation resources to her own husband, hoping he would become successful. Now it seemed that her husband was not as good as Shen Yu, and she herself was not as good as her second sister. "By the way, mother, I also brought back gifts for you," Li Linger said as she took out 10 peaches from her storage ring, each one larger than a regular peach. "These are not ordinary peaches. Eating them can nourish the body and also enhance cultivation." Li Xiangru stared intently at Li Linger's fingers. "Second sister, are you wearing a storage ring?" "Yes, it was given to me by my husband," Li Linger replied. Hearing this, Li Xiangru felt a pang of jealousy. She didn't even have a storage bag, let alone a storage ring. A storage bag costs at least several thousand taels of silver and cannot be bought in Yunmu County. One must go to Yinshui Prefecture to purchase it. As for storage rings, they are even more precious. They are priced at least over 100,000 taels, and the larger the space inside, the more expensive it is. "Stop showing off, you little brat." Noticing Li Xiangru's expression, Li Yang's wife scolded lightly and remembered, "Don't flaunt such valuable things as storage rings in public." "Mother, I understand, but everyone here is family, so I was just showing off." Li Linger pouted. "By the way, you should all try these peaches. They are really delicious." "Okay." Li Yang's wife nodded and instructed someone to collect the peaches, then ordered the servants to take 2 for distribution here. After all, these peaches are not ordinary. If everyone present gets one, she would feel distressed and planned to keep the rest for her son Li Qingshan. After having lunch at the Li family, Shen Yu took Li Linger away. After sending Li Linger off, Li Xiangru found Li Yang's wife and said, "Mother, can I have a peach to take back to my husband?" She had been thinking about the peach ever since she tasted it. After eating just 2 pieces, her stagnant cultivation surprisingly loosened up, and in an instant she realized that these peaches were indeed valuable. "You." Li Yang's wife glared at Li Xiangru with some dissatisfaction. After marrying for a few years, she had not brought back anything good for the family, and often returned to take advantage. Unlike the second daughter who married only a short while ago and brought back 10 spirit peaches and 100 pounds of beast meat from the condensation realm. Mother, although my husband is not as good as Shen Yu, he still has hope of reaching the conduit realm in the future. Seeing that Li Yang's wife seemed displeased, Li Xiangru quickly added, if my husband becomes a conduit, it will also benefit our Li family. Sigh. Li Yang's wife sighed softly. Alright, I'll let you take 1 spirit peach as a gift, and you can also take 5 pounds of beast meat with you. Hearing this, Li Xiangru was overjoyed. Thank you, mother. You still have to thank your second sister. Li Yang's wife replied. I understand. After some time I'll bring my husband to properly thank my second sister and brother-in-law. Since seeing Li Linger take out so many good things, she had decided to establish a good relationship with her second sister and brother-in-law. On the carriage back, Shen Yu saw Li Linger with a smile on her face and thought she was happy to be home. So he said, since our two families are not far apart, Linger, if you miss your family, you can visit often. Thank you, husband. Li Linger nodded, feeling shy to admit that her good mood was because she had shown off her superiority in front of her family. The following morning, Shen Yalan rushed excitedly to Shen Yu and said, second brother, I have also reached the 3rd level of body refinement. Not bad, keep it up. With a thought, Shen Yu activated his insight eye and discovered that his second sister, who had consumed 3 origin pills, had raised her physique to the middle grade. He then checked the physiques of the other girls. Apart from the youngest sister Shin Xiaoyu, Li Linger, Chen Yadongger, and Shen Yanran, all had physiques at the upper grade. Second young master, I have great news. At that moment, Eru rushed into the courtyard while shouting. After becoming a personal attendant of Shen Yu, Era's status among the servants of the Shen family significantly increased. Moreover, with Shen Yu being generous and often rewarding him with silver, Eru inevitably began to spend lavishly as well. Now he had a group of followers outside specifically gathering information for him. Upon learning of this, Shen Yu not only did not scold him, but even gave him 100 taels of silver as activity funds. As a result, some people outside had already started calling him Master Tiger. Even without any cultivation, those with cultivation still treated him with great respect. Speak, what news have you uncovered? Shen Yu asked. Eru gasped for breath and replied, young master, we are at war with the Great Wu Kingdom. Shen Yu was slightly taken aback. Neighboring the Great Yin Kingdom were 2 countries, one was Wu and the other was Zhou. However, the 3 kingdoms had not seen war for many years. Why suddenly go to war? So he asked, have you found out why the war started? Eru replied, second young master, it is rumored that a spiritual mine was discovered in a mountain range at the border of our Great Yin Kingdom and Wu Kingdom. Both countries want to occupy the mine, which led to the outbreak of war. Shen Yu further inquired, what is the situation of the war? Eru said, it seems that things are not looking good on the side of the Great Yin Kingdom. It is said that over 10,000 troops in the border cities have been annihilated by Wu Kingdom. Currently, the Tianlin sect is mobilizing troops to confront Wu Kingdom. The territory of the Great Yin Kingdom consists of 72 regions across 9 provinces. The Tianlin sect's area borders Wu Kingdom. However, Tianlin sect is separated from Liuli sect by thousands of miles. Even if a great battle occurs over there, it wouldn't affect Yimu County. Nevertheless, Shen Yu was quite interested in this matter. He tossed 200 taels of silver to Eru, saying, take this to continue investigating this matter. Don't worry about not having enough silver. When you run out, come find me for more. Okay, second young master. Eru happily accepted the silver and left. Young master, you are too generous towards Eru. Don't you know how extravagant he is outside? Every day he brings a group of ruffians to eat, drink, and play, even calling himself Master Tiger. It's simply too arrogant. At this moment, Chuanya spoke up. Huh. Shen Yu chuckled, it's nothing but a little silver. Besides, the information Eru brings is useful to me. Are you perhaps jealous of him? Not at all. Chuanya said a bit nervously. I'm just worried he might behave recklessly outside and damage your reputation, young master. Actually, I'm deliberately allowing him some freedom. Shen Yu smiled slightly. Why is that, young master? Yes, husband, why do you allow Eru to act this way? Li Linger looked at Shen Yu with curiosity, waiting for him to reveal the answer. Shen Yu explained, I have 2 personal maids and 2 attendants, Donger, Chuanya, and Tiniu, all have cultivation roots, but Eru does not. The only thing he can do is gather some information for me. By giving him this much silver, I'm actually testing him. If he uses the silver for my proper affairs, I will naturally not treat him poorly in the future. I may even help him cultivate roots and enter the ranks of practitioners. However, if he uses the silver only for indulgence and neglects his duties, then there will be no need to nurture him further. He will just end up being a mere servant in the residence. After hearing Shen Yu's words, everyone looked enlightened. After chatting with everyone for a while, Shen Yu went to the alchemy room to refine pills. What puzzled him was that Zhong Yuanqing had not come looking for him. Didn't she fear he would consume her share of things? In fact, he didn't know that Zhong Yuanqing felt a lingering sense of crisis in her heart. After discovering Shen Yu's strength in the secret realm, she developed a competitive spirit and returned to the Zhong family to enter seclusion. Time passed and 2 days went by. During these 2 days, Shen Yu was quite busy refining all the medicinal materials he purchased from the Sihai Trading Company into pills. Meanwhile, the 5 little ones and Li Linger made significant progress in these 2 days. After all, they had peaches to eat every day, and they were soaking in medicinal baths and applying medicinal ointments. As a result, after 2 days, Shen Xiaoyu's cultivation level increased by a rank, reaching the 5th level of body refinement. Although the other girls did not break through, they were not far from breaking into the next realm. Late that night, Shen Yu quietly left the Shen family. However, he left the Yuandan puppet behind to guard the Shen family. After leaving the city, Shen Yu cast the skyward technique and rode the wind towards the secret realm. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the cliff before the entrance of the secret realm. Then he stepped forward, landing 3 meters into the void, and was transported into the secret realm. Last time he entered the secret realm, they headed east. This time, Shen Yu went against the current path. At the same time, he activated his divine sense to search for the whereabouts of the demon beasts. Unexpectedly, his luck was quite good today. After just 2 minutes of walking, his divine sense detected the presence of a group of demon beasts numbering over 100. Unfortunately, among these demon beasts, only 2 were in the pulsing realm, while the others were all in the chi condensation realm. Shen Yu didn't bother to investigate what kind of demon beasts they were. With a flicker of his figure, he approached the group of demon beasts and took out the true water 9 swords. Hundreds of deep blue sword energies surged forth. Puff, puff, puff. A series of sounds pierced through flesh rang out as 102 demon beasts were simultaneously pierced through their skulls, falling to the ground dead. Immediately afterward, the system notification sounded. This group of demon beasts brought Shen Yu a total of 3,100 murder points. His total murder points reached 3,510. Though the number of murder points acquired was not much, the blood and flesh of these demon beasts enriched the cultivation resources of the Shen family. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. Shen Yu returned to the exit of the secret realm. After several hours of busy work, he only managed to increase his murder points to 15,600. He had thoroughly searched the entire secret realm. Almost all the demon beasts in the secret realm had been slaughtered by him. However, through the treasure-seeking divine ability, he also harvested over 20 spiritual herbs from the secret realm. But the rarity of these spiritual herbs was not comparable to what he obtained last time when he came here with Zhong Yuanqing. It seemed that this secret realm should belong to Zhong Yuanqing's opportunity. Although he had not searched the entire secret realm, the greatest opportunity had already been taken by her. However, Shen Yu also left behind some body-refining demon beasts. Once they grow up, they could provide cultivation resources for the next generation of the Shen family. After leaving the secret realm, Shen Yu rose into the wind again, flying towards Yimu County. Soon Shen Yu returned to the Shen family. After a wash, he went to bed and accessed the system panel. With the current number of murder points, the movement skill, flowing light, the secret technique, refining god technique, and the stunning strike can all be leveled up. After some thought, Shen Yu decided to level up flowing light to mastery. There were still 6,600 murder points remaining. For the temporarily unspent projects, Shen Yu planned to use them for a lottery. System initiate 6 lottery draws. Ding, lottery draw initiated. Soon the system completed 6 announcements, revealing a total of 6 prizes. They included 1 profession card, 1 cultivation card, 1 heavenly thunder talisman, 1 plunder copy card, 1 high-grade divine weapon, the star pursuing bow, and 1 martial skill, sun shooting arrow technique. Use the profession card. Instantly, the card transformed into flowing light and merged into Shen Yu's body. Subsequently, he acquired the profession of a formation master. Moreover, he directly reached the pinnacle of the beginner formation level along with 5 formations. This made Shen Yu feel somewhat underwhelmed. These 5 formations included 2 illusion formations, 1 confinement formation, 2 killing formations, and 2 auxiliary formations. However, to lay out formations, materials would need to be collected to refine formation plates. He also needed to gather spirit stones to serve as energy sources. However, the 2 killing formations could only exert enough power to kill those in the Yuan Dan realm, providing almost no help to Shen Yu at this stage. The only useful formation was the auxiliary formation, the Gathering Yuan formation. It could be arranged in the Shen family to accelerate the cultivation speed of the girls. Then Shen Yu took out the cultivation card. This card could directly elevate him to a higher realm. Shen Yu used it without hesitation. His cultivation immediately reached the 7th level of Yuan Dan. Next, he took out the Thunder Talisman. The corresponding information appeared in his mind. After reviewing the details, he nodded in satisfaction, acquiring another powerful weapon. The Thunder Talisman, when used, could kill a powerful being at the nascent soul stage. After storing the talisman in his spatial storage, he took out the Plunder copy card from the system space. After understanding the information about this card, Shen Yu's expression turned strange. Using this card would allow him to plunder bone roots, skills, martial arts, secret methods, and divine abilities from others. Once the plundering is completed, the opponent's bone roots and skills would vanish. Moreover, the stolen abilities could not only be copied onto himself, but could also be transferred to others. For example, if Shen Yu had an enemy with superior bone roots, he could use this card to steal the enemy's superior bone roots, and then implant them into Eru who lacked any cultivation roots, allowing him to instantly possess superior bone roots. Not bad, not bad, this is a great item. Shen Yu praised secretly. Then he took out the fifth prize, a magnificent longbow embedded with various gemstones. This is a high-grade divine weapon known as the star-chasing bow. Shen Yu directly dripped his blood to acknowledge it as his own. Then he took out the sixth prize, the sun-shooting arrow technique for fusion. This is a peak 6th grade martial art. After fusion, it reached the entry level. The system provided sword techniques, saber techniques, and now even archery techniques. Is it trying to turn me into a versatile warrior? After closing the system panel, Shen Yu began to sleep. The next morning, after the 5 little ones and Li Linger finished their training, Shen Yu clapped his hands and said, "After so many days of training, it's time to relax. Would you like to go play in the city?" Although this world is a fantasy realm, it retains some feudal dynasty flavor. Generally, the daughters of wealthy families seldom show their faces before marriage. Take Shen Yu's 3 younger sisters, for example. They rarely go out. Therefore, upon hearing Shen Yu's suggestion, their eyes lit up. Thus, Shen Yu sent someone to inform the Shen family and 2 aunts, and took his 3 sisters, 2 maidservants, and Li Linger out. In Yunmu County, there is a saying about the East being rich and the West being noble. The Shen family resides in the eastern city. However, for excitement, one must look to the southern city, which gathers a multitude of merchants. However, comparatively, the southern city is also much more chaotic. Yet for Shen Yu, this was not an issue. Thus, the group rode 2 carriages to the southern city. Before bringing the girls out, Shen Yu had sent Eru to scout the southern city for interesting activities. Based on Eru's findings, suitable activities for the girls included listening to stories, watching plays, beast fighting, and combat battles. The beast fights could involve battles between beasts or between humans and beasts. As for combat battles, that involves fights between humans. After arriving in the southern city, they found a place to park the carriages. Then the group stepped onto the street. Compared to the quiet eastern city, the southern city was indeed much livelier, filled with a sense of bustling activity. Although Shen Yu's group attracted some attention, they did not cause much of a stir. After all, many wealthy young masters and ladies also came to the southern city for fun. After consulting the girls' opinions, they first went to a tea house to listen to stories. The waiter had a keen eye. As soon as he saw Shen Yu and the others, he led them directly to a private room on the 2nd floor. After ordering fruit snacks and tea, the waiter withdrew. At that moment, the storyteller downstairs was reaching a thrilling part, eliciting rounds of applause. Shen Yu listened intently for a while. He found it quite interesting. The storyline was not inferior to the top-notch fantasy web novels he had read in his past life. Although this is a cultivation world, most of the inhabitants are ordinary people. Moreover, it has inherited countless years of tradition. The population far exceeds that of the Blue Star in his previous life. With so many people, it is impossible not to produce captivating novels. After a quarter of an hour, the storyteller reached another exciting segment, which again led to loud cheers. Then some audience members threw copper coins and small silver pieces onto the stage. Seeing this, Shen Yu directly took out a 5-tael silver ingot and threw it onto the wooden stage below, making a thud. The middle-aged storyteller quickly stood up and cupped his hands towards Shen Yu's private room in gratitude. "Second brother, I want to play too." Shen Xiaoyu pouted. "Here you go." Shen Yu handed Shen Xiaoyu a silver ingot. The little girl immediately ran to the window and tossed the silver out. At once the storyteller was somewhat taken aback. Seeing Shen Xiaoyu standing by the window again, he said, "I thank this little lady." Shen Xiaoyu, however, felt shy and quickly pulled her head back, causing the girls to burst into laughter. "I still have plenty of silver here, so you can try too." Shen Yu took out several more silver ingots and placed them on the table, encouraging his other 2 sisters and Li Linger. As for Chunya and Dong Er, they had no intention of tipping. They couldn't bear to use 5 taels of silver to tip the storyteller, even if it didn't come from their own pockets. Next, as the storyteller reached another thrilling point, Shen Yanran and Shen Yalan couldn't hold back any longer and threw down their silver. This surprised the storyteller, who realized it was the guests from that private room. They had encountered big spenders. The day's tips had already equaled a month's earnings. After thanking the 2 girls, he became even more animated in his storytelling. In the blink of an eye, over half an hour had passed. After listening to the story, Shen Yu took the girls out of the tea house. They went to a nearby theater to watch a play. A ticket was not expensive, just 100 copper coins. This world is vast with many different types of operas. Today the theater was showcasing martial operas. This type of opera features less singing and more fighting. Overall, it was quite splendid. At least Shen Yu could engage with it. After watching the play, as the group exited the theater, Shen Yu noticed someone secretly watching them. Using his inside eye to investigate, he couldn't help but feel amused. The ones targeting him were actually a few small thugs, the strongest of whom had only reached the 2nd level of body refinement. Among the remaining 4, 2 were at the 1st level of body refinement, while the other 2 had no cultivation at all. Shen Yu had no intention of pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, especially since these 5 thugs were unworthy of being called tigers. Therefore, he directly used his divine sense to strike at their minds. The 5 thugs fainted on the spot. Although they would not die, they would at least suffer from headaches for the next 10 days to half a month. Time was approaching noon. Shen Yu took the girls to sample numerous street snacks. After eating, he asked for their opinions, and then went to the beast fighting arena to watch a few matches. The slaughter of wild beasts was extremely bloody. The girls gasped in surprise as they had never witnessed such scenes before. As for the battles between humans and beasts, they were even more thrilling. Of course, this was merely the girls' perspective. However, to Shen Yu it seemed rather childish. After exiting the beast fighting arena, Shen Yu took the girls to a tavern for dinner. Yet they unanimously agreed that the food at the tavern was not as delicious as what they had at home. After having dinner at the tavern, Shen Yu took the group of women back to the Shen family. How did you all feel today? Would you like to go again, next time? Shen Yu asked the women. Yes, the women replied in unison. Shen Yu smiled and said, all right, every 7 days I will take you out for fun, but you must not neglect your training. If I find out that any of you are slacking, I won't take you out. Second brother, we definitely want slack off. Shen Xiaoyu was the first to express her agreement. Second brother, me too. Count me in. Seeing that all the women had agreed, Shen Yu said, all right, it's a deal. It's getting late now. Eldest sister, second sister, and little sister, you should all head back. Goodbye, second brother. That night inside a dilapidated temple, the escort team temporarily set up camp. By a bonfire, Shen Hui appeared somewhat distracted. According to the original speed, they should have reached Yunmu County by tomorrow night. He had hoped to return home for a visit, but Deputy Commander Long wanted to hasten the pace to escort this group of little ancestors back to Liuli Path, thus speeding up the team. As a result, they were now only a little over 100 miles away from Yunmu County. If they continued to depart tomorrow morning, they would just pass by Yunmu County without stopping, which dashed his hopes of going home. This was why he felt somewhat down. Captain, eat something. At that moment, a soldier handed Shen Hui several meat pies and a jug of water. Shen Hui nodded to the soldier, took the meat pies and water, and started eating. After finishing, he gathered his team and urged them to take advantage of the time to rest, as it would soon be their turn to patrol at midnight. Meanwhile, more than 10 miles away from the dilapidated temple, a large group of men in black were gathered in a... At this moment, a middle-aged man was giving a speech. Listen up. Our main objective today is to capture that girl named Dongfang Liuli. Once the task is completed, we retreat immediately. Don't get carried away and forget to withdraw after the order is given, otherwise dying will be in vain. Understood? Understood, Elder Lei. The group of men in black replied in unison. All right, hurry up and rest for a while. We will act in an hour. Elder Lei dropped a remark, then stood up and walked deep into the woods, over 200 meters away. There a small sedan chair was parked. In front and behind the sedan, 4 robust men wearing masks stood guard. Elder Lei greets the Holy Maiden. Elder Lei approached the sedan and bowed respectfully. Elder Lei, have you arranged enough manpower? Suddenly, a commanding female voice came from within the sedan. Rest assured, Holy Maiden, everything is arranged properly, and we will surely complete the task. Elder Lei said confidently. Confidence is good, but do not be careless. The Holy Maiden's voice rang out again. The identities of those little brats are not simple. Who knows if there are hidden experts among them? Elder Lei quickly explained, please rest assured, Holy Maiden. We have been secretly observing them these past few days and can confirm that there are no nascent soul experts among them. As long as there are no nascent soul experts, we will definitely succeed this time. Even if there are, I can hold them off. Very well. The Holy Maiden's voice echoed again. Elder Lei, if you complete the task this time, I will recommend you for secluded cultivation in the Sacred Lotus Secret Realm. Thank you, Holy Maiden. Upon hearing about the Sacred Lotus Secret Realm, Elder Lei's face couldn't help but show excitement. Do not be too excited. This is under the condition that you complete the task. If you fail, all promises are void. The Holy Maiden scoffed coldly. Yes, I understand. Elder Lei immediately reined in his expression and spoke solemnly. Go now. The Holy Maiden waved her hand. Yes, I take my leave. After Elder Lei left, the 4 masked men suddenly lifted the sedan and disappeared. Time quickly approached midnight. Shen Hui woke up first and swiftly called his team members. Soon Shen Hui completed the handover with a patrol team. Then they patrolled within a radius of 3,000 meters around the dilapidated temple. Deputy Commander Long was very vigilant and arranged a total of 6 patrol teams to patrol within a radius of 3,000 meters around the temporary camp. While other patrol teams carried torches, Shen Hui's patrol team did not light any torches. This was not because Shen Hui wanted to stand out. Rather, he felt that lighting torches in the dark would make them live targets if enemies attacked. There was also another. After reaching the meridian opening stage, he awakened the night eye. His vision at night was even better than during the day. This was a secret he had never revealed to anyone. After patrolling for a distance, Shen Hui suddenly jolted, for he saw a large group of people in black, armed and masked, rushing towards the dilapidated temple from a kilometer away. Not good, enemies are approaching. A thought flashed through Shen Hui's mind. Without a second thought, he took out his bow and shot an arrow towards the dilapidated temple. Whoosh! The sharp sound pierced the night sky. Indeed, this was an alarm arrow. Upon hearing the sound of the alarm arrow, the demon suppression army resting inside the dilapidated temple immediately woke from their slumber. After shooting the alarm arrow, Shen Yu immediately led his team to retreat from the spot. He knew that his subordinates were definitely no match for this group of men in black. Staying put would only result in needless sacrifices. Damn it, we've been exposed. Lei Tai cursed, then shouted loudly, "Speed up, charge into the dilapidated temple." Most of the men under him were cultivated from the special pills of the Sacred Lotus Path. The special pills of the Sacred Lotus Path were far more effective in increasing cultivation than other pills. However, these pills had a huge drawback. The more one took, the lower their intelligence became. Moreover, they could only reach the 9th layer of the Qi and couldn't break through to the Golden Core stage. The Sacred Lotus Path has means to control these vanguards. Their low intelligence makes them more obedient with no other thoughts. Using them on the battlefield, they are fearless of injury and death. As soon as Lei Tai finished speaking, over 100 vanguards wielded their weapons, shouting as they charged towards the dilapidated temple. They all possessed Qi realm cultivation and moved at high speed. In less than 2 kilometers, they arrived almost in the blink of an eye. Just as they approached the dilapidated temple, over 100 soldiers from the demon suppression army appeared on the walls, drawing bows and firing arrows. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows rained down towards the 100 vanguards. Clink, clink, clink. The vanguards showed no intention of dodging. The arrows shot towards them made clashing sounds, indicating they were wearing armor. The arrows aimed at their faces were deflected by the weapons in the hands of the vanguards. Thus, this volley of arrows failed to kill or injure a single vanguard. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, over 10 figures flew in, crashing directly into the walls of the dilapidated temple. This dilapidated temple had already fallen into disrepair. The walls collapsed with the impact of more than 10 vanguards. The quick-reacting soldiers from the demon suppression army jumped down from the wall, while those who reacted more slowly fell from the wall. Kill. The remaining vanguards charged into the dilapidated temple, swinging their weapons to attack the soldiers of the demon suppression army. In an instant, dozens of soldiers from the demon suppression army were slain. Ordinary soldiers of the demon suppression army were only at the condensation of Qi stage, while the vanguards were all at the Qi stage. Even though the soldiers of the demon suppression army had extensive combat experience, they were still no match for the vanguards. You seek death. Seeing this scene, Deputy Commander Long was furious, a fierce, killing intent flashing in his eyes. He gripped his spear and charged towards the vanguards. As the spear light flickered, it pierced through the brows of 3 vanguards. Just then, 2 figures shot in wielding blades to attack Deputy Commander Long. In an instant, the 3 were embroiled in a fierce battle, and then over 10 figures like phantoms rushed into the interior of the dilapidated temple. Upon witnessing this scene, Vice General Long felt a tightening in his heart, and the moves displayed by his spear became even more ruthless. Unfortunately, the 2 opponents he faced were not lacking in strength either. Faced with his fierce onslaught, they could barely withstand it. At that moment, loud shouts and the sounds of clashes echoed from within the dilapidated temple. It seemed that the experts accompanying those young masters and ladies were blocking the assailants. However, as Vice General Long's gaze swept over his soldiers, a sense of dread filled his heart. In such a short span of time, over 100 had already been killed. The remaining 30 or so were just barely holding on. It was likely that they would soon be slaughtered as well. Even though these soldiers were not under his command, he still felt great pain. Meanwhile, inside the dilapidated temple, the experts from various factions were entangled in a fierce battle with over a dozen assailants at the Golden Core stage. Meanwhile, Dongfang Liuli and over 10 other young men and women huddled together. The girl in purple whispered, "Sister Liuli, what should we do? If they can't hold them off, we will fall into the hands of the brigands." "Yes, Sister Liuli, why don't we take the chance to escape?" the girl in white said with a worried expression. Dongfang Liuli gazed at the tense battle before her, and her heart sank. This group had clearly come prepared. They likely had further backup. With their experts entangled, if 1 or 2 more opponents appeared, their situation would become perilous. Thus she flickered her gaze and said to the other young men and women, "Stop looking and hurry to leave. I suspect there are still others who our bodyguards are entangled, and if more experts appear, we will either be captured or killed." Upon hearing this, the faces of the other young men and women changed dramatically. Soon after, a young man echoed, "Liuli is right, we should retreat." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." A young man looking panicked started to run outside. "Stop." Dongfang Liuli immediately shouted, "Don't go out the front, a battle is happening outside. Let's go out the back." Hearing Dongfang Liuli's words, everyone reacted and rushed towards the backyard. "Sister Liuli, let's hurry." The girl in purple reminded, "Follow me." Dongfang Liuli pulled the 2 of them behind the statue and took out a talisman from her storage ring. After infusing it with Qi, the talisman lit up, transforming into a protective barrier that enveloped the 3 of them. Dongfang Liuli said, Don't step out of the barrier, otherwise we will be exposed. We will go out the front. Aren't we supposed to go out the back? The girl in purple instinctively asked. Fool. This group has clearly come prepared. How could they not leave people behind to block us at the back of the temple? Dongfang Liuli replied with a cold smile. She had always enjoyed sneaking into her father's study to read military books, becoming well-versed in strategies and tactics. Otherwise, relying solely on her status, she could not have become the leader of this group of young men and women. Hearing this, the two girls nodded instinctively. They then held on to Dongfang Liuli's clothes and followed her outwards. In a short time, the battle outside was nearing its end. The remaining soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army had been reduced to just over 10, and those who survived were all squad leaders. Led by two captains at the Chi Si stage, they had formed a formation to confront the enemy. However, Dongfang Liuli merely glanced and knew they would not hold out much longer. She then withdrew her gaze and quietly led the two girls towards the exit of the temple. It had to be said that the talisman was indeed effective. Even at a distance of a few steps, those enemies had not noticed them. Before long, the three girls exited the temple. Sister Liuli, where are we going? The girl in purple asked. To Yumu County, where there are many people, making it easier to hide. Dongfang Liuli replied. Okay, we will follow Sister Liuli. Thus the three of them quickened their pace. However, after walking just over 200 meters, they saw a team of Demon Suppression Army soldiers approaching them hidden. It was indeed the team led by Shen Hui. Suddenly Dongfang Liuli's heart stirred, and she revealed herself. Don't go back. Returning would be akin to walking to your death. The Demon Suppression Army inside has nearly been wiped out. Upon seeing Dongfang Liuli appear suddenly, Shen Hui was initially startled, but after hearing her words his expression changed drastically. Is what the young lady said true? Do you think our sister Liuli would deceive you? The enemies are fierce and all above the Chi Si stage. If you go, you will merely be giving them a snack. The girl in purple coldly interjected. Boss, what should we do? A frightened soldier asked Shen Hui. You will follow us and escort us to Yumu County. At this moment, Dongfang Liuli spoke up. What? Shen Hui hesitated a bit. If they left just like that, he might be seen as a coward, and the punishment for cowardice in the Demon Suppression Army was severe. Lightly, they would lose their cultivation, and severely, they would be executed. Dongfang Liuli seemed to see through Shen Hu's dilemma and said again, your task is to escort us. If you successfully deliver us to Yumu County, it will be considered a merit. I will have my father write a letter to your commander, and you will definitely be heavily rewarded. Upon hearing this, the soldiers present showed signs of interest. All right. Shen Hui gritted his teeth and agreed, for he had no other choice. Returning would mean death, so he could only take a gamble. Seeing Shen Hui agree, a smile unconsciously appeared on Dongfang Liuli's face. She did not expect them to safely escort her to Yumu County. Rather, she intended for them to delay the enemies when they encountered them, giving the three of them time to escape. After all, while the invisibility talisman was good, it lasted at most half an hour. Once the time ran out, it would be nothing but a piece of waste paper. Hurry, Dongfang Liuli urged. I am from Yumu County. Oh, I will lead the way. Shen Hui said, especially since he had night vision and could see better. Under Shen Hu's lead, the group moved quickly toward Yumu County. Meanwhile, at the back of the temple, the more than 10 young men and women who had escaped had already been captured alive and brought before Lei Tai. Which of you is Dongfang Liuli? Lei Tai asked with a smiling face. He was not worried about the battle inside the temple, as he had long since understood the strengths of this group. Suddenly, Lei Tai's expression changed, for he noticed that 3 people were missing from this group of young men and women. He looked at one of his subordinates. Are you sure all the people are here? The subordinate replied. Elder, all the little brats from the temple have been captured. Nonsense. 3 are missing. Hurry and find them. Lei Tai shouted angrily, then fixed his unfriendly gaze on the group of young men and women. Tell me which 3 of you are missing. You dog thief, my father is a general in the Liuli Dao. Oh, let me go, or I will have my father kill you. A young man glared at Lei Tai. Their group held noble statuses and were accustomed to being above others. Even when captured, they showed little fear. They were convinced that the other party would not dare to harm them. You old dog, let me go, or I will have my father exterminate your entire clan. Another young man spoke with an arrogant expression. With a leader, the other young men and women began to curse and threaten Lei Tai. This made Lei Tai laugh with anger. He had never seen such arrogant captives. Thus he coldly commanded, come on, slap these little punks until they realize reality. Soon the cheeks of this group of young boys and girls swelled up. A girl couldn't help but shout, stop hitting. Lei Tai shouted, then turned to the pleading girl and asked, where did Dongfang Liuli go? The girl replied, just now in the temple. Dongfang Liuli let us escape from the back courtyard. Because of the night, we didn't realize she didn't come with us. Hey, it seems you were used by her as bait to attract me. Lei Tai suddenly realized, feeling somewhat annoyed. Keep an eye on them. Lei Tai instructed, transforming into a streak of light as he rushed towards the dilapidated temple. The battle outside the temple was nearing its end, but the situation inside remained tense. However, Lei Tai searched the entire dilapidated temple with his divine sense, but he couldn't find any trace of Dongfang Liuli. Damn it, she actually escaped. No wonder she is the daughter of Dongfang Qingtong. Lei Tai felt anger arise within him. He recalled his previous promise to the saintess that he would definitely capture Dongfang Liuli. Now that she had fled, how was he supposed to explain this to the saintess? Thinking of this, an urgency welled up inside him. He swiftly exited the temple, scanning the surroundings, trying to guess the direction from which Dongfang Liuli had escaped. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't determine which direction she had fled. With no other choice, he could only choose a direction and rush forward. As long as he was fast enough, even if he chased in the wrong direction, he could correct his course in time and still catch up to Dongfang Liuli. Moreover, it was night, and with the dim light, she couldn't run fast. But he never considered that Shen Hui possessed night vision. With him leading the way, and in the midst of a desperate escape, their speed was considerable. In the fleeing group, Dongfang Liuli glanced at Shen Hui, who was leading the way ahead, and a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. She had originally brought Shen Hui along just to delay the enemies. She never expected that this guy could see in the dark, which was an unexpected delight. Before she knew it, over an hour had passed. The group was only 10 miles away from Yumu County. Shen Hui, leading the way ahead, noticed that everyone was quite exhausted and encouraged them, "Everyone, just hold on a little longer. We are almost at Yumu County." Hearing this, everyone felt a surge of joy in their hearts. A new energy seemed to flow within their tired bodies. Soon they arrived at the city gate. "Boss will go call someone to open the door," a soldier said, looking at the city gate. "Wait," Shen Hui shouted, "calling someone to open the gate will easily expose our whereabouts. Let's scale the wall to enter the city and also hide your armor." Seeing Shen Hui's arrangement, Dongfang Liuli nodded and thought to herself, "This person does have some wisdom. When we return to Liuli Dao, I'll ask father to assign him to my service." Soon they scaled the wall and entered the county. "Miss Dongfang, what are your plans next?" Shen Hui asked. Dongfang Liuli pondered. "We can't stay at an inn. It's easy to leak information. Instead, let's find a civilian house and control the people inside, so we won't have to worry about leaks." "All right." Soon they sneaked into a slightly larger civilian house and subdued the family inside, binding. Shen Hui continued speaking to Dongfang Liuli. "Miss Dongfang, you all should rest first. Oh, I will send someone to keep watch." "What is your name?" Dongfang Liuli asked. "I am Shen Hui." "Good, Shen Hui. Once we get out of this predicament, I will definitely have my father reward you handsomely." "Then I thank Miss Dongfang." Shen Hui nodded, not revealing any signs of joy. After Dongfang Liuli and the others went to rest, Shen Hui divided his 10 subordinates into 2 teams. One team would keep watch while the other rested, and they would switch after 2 hours. After arranging his men, Shen Hui unconsciously looked towards the direction of the Shen family. The reason he didn't bring these people back to the Shen family was out of fear of implicating them. He thought that he would probably have to continue fleeing. Shen Hui couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Why not return tonight to check on mother and brother? Thinking this, he perked up his ears to listen to the sounds coming from Dongfang Liuli's room. After waiting for a little over a moment, he heard 3 even snores, realizing that the 3 girls had already fallen asleep. He then whispered to the 5 guards on watch, "I'm going out for a bit. Stay alert." As soon as his words fell, Shen Hui climbed over the courtyard wall, making his way cautiously towards the Shen family. However, he didn't expect that just as he left, Dongfang Liuli, who had been sleeping soundly, opened her eyes, revealing a hint of suspicion. Thinking of this, she took out her invisibility talisman and activated it. Then she lightly got out of bed, opened the door, and walked out. Her cultivation was above that of the soldiers under Shen Hui, and with the invisibility talisman, they did not notice that Dongfang Liuli had also scaled the wall. Knowing that Shen Hui had night vision, Dongfang Liuli did not dare to follow too closely. Under her tracking, Shen Hui circled around quite a bit, occasionally checking behind him for anyone, before finally arriving at the Shen family's backyard and climbing over the wall. After seeing Shen Hui scale over the wall, Dongfang Liuli couldn't help but ponder, could this guy be a traitor? Thinking of this, her heart tightened. If this guy were truly a traitor, she would be in danger. However, she wanted to see who he was meeting with. Thus, she also scaled the wall into the Shen family. In the courtyard of the Shen family, when Shen Hui stealthily infiltrated the Shen family, he had already awakened. He originally thought it was some reckless little thief. To his surprise, upon using his divine sense, he saw that it was his elder brother. At this moment, Shen Hui had already entered the room where Shen Lin was residing. He gently knocked on the door. The 2 maidservants sleeping in the outer room were startled awake. "Who is it outside?" Xiao Dai called out. "Is it Xiao Dai? I am the eldest young master, Shen Hui." Shen Hui responded from outside, "I wish to see mother." Xiao Dai carefully distinguished the voice and confirmed it was indeed the eldest young master's voice. She replied, "Eldest young master, please wait. I will go call the lady." Before long, the lights inside the room were lit. The other maidservant opened the door to welcome Shen Hui in. "Mother, I am unfilial. I have returned late." Upon seeing Shen Lin, Shen Hui knelt down on the ground and bowed his head in respect. "Quickly get up." Shen Lin's eyes glimmered with tears as she stepped forward to help Shen Hui up. As she assisted him up, she asked, "Hui, why have you returned at this hour? You aren't a deserter, are you?" Shen Lin spoke with worry and concern. Mother, this matter is complex. Shen Hui shook his head saying, but you only need to know that I am not a deserter. At this moment, Dongfang Liuli had also stealthily reached outside the room. Relying on her invisibility talisman, she stood outside the door watching. Seeing that Shen Hui had only sneaked back to see his family, she breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, a figure leaped over the courtyard wall. It was Shen Yu. Suddenly he frowned. Activating his divine sense, he instantly locked onto Dongfang Liuli, who was shrouded by the invisibility talisman, only able to see a blurry silhouette. In an instant, he darted out, slapping towards the figure. With a startled yelp, Dongfang Liuli was immediately sent into the room, startling both Shen Lin and Shen Hui, who promptly stood up from their seats. You bastard, how dare you sneak attack this young lady? After being slapped by Shen Yu, Dongfang Liuli's invisibility was also shattered. However, at this moment, she was exceedingly furious. If it weren't for the defensive jade talisman automatically protecting her, she might have been killed by that guy just now, hence, she was very angry. Miss Dongfang, how come it's you? Upon seeing the figure that had fallen in was Dongfang Liuli, Shen Hui instinctively exclaimed. Shen Yu stepped in, ignoring Dongfang Liuli's outcry, and looked at Shen Hui saying, Elder brother, do you know? Dongfang Liuli replied confidently, I discovered that you sneaked out thinking you were colluding with those people, so I secretly followed to take a look. At this point, she glared at Shen Yu in anger, saying, you attacked me without understanding the situation, or if it weren't for my abilities, you would have killed me. You must give me an explanation. Explanation? What explanation? Shen Yu responded dismissively. Who told you to sneak in at midnight to spy on my mother and elder brother? It's lucky you weren't killed. But since it's for my elder brother's sake, I won't hold it against you. As he spoke, Shen Yu activated his inside eye. Dongfang Liuli's identity information appeared in his mind. Upon discovering that she was actually the daughter of the Grand Commander of Liuli Dao, he was somewhat shocked and surprised that his elder brother was involved with someone like her. Having never faced any loss, Dongfang Liuli was enraged by Shen Yu's words, hands on her hips, and pointing at him, saying, Brat, do you know who I am to speak to me like that? Seeing the two at odds, Shen Hui quickly intervened, saying, Miss Dongfang, my younger brother is unaware of the situation. As the saying goes, ignorance does not incur guilt. How about I, as his elder brother, apologize on his behalf? Not acceptable. He must apologize to me personally, otherwise this matter is not over. Dongfang Liuli glared at Shen Yu. Showing up uninvited is akin to being a thief. You want me to apologize to a thief? Dream on, Shen Yu said with a smirk, showing no fear despite her extraordinary background. For dealing with thieves, I generally catch them and give them a beating before sending them to the authorities. Hearing Shen Yu's words, Dongfang Liuli felt a pang of anxiety, but quickly retorted angrily, Who do you think you are to catch me? I was merely caught off guard by your sneak attack. Oh, do you really think you're that powerful? Is that so? I don't believe it. If you don't believe it, come and try. Let's see if you can catch me. Dongfang, fine, then it's settled. Just as Shen Yu was about to act, Shen Hui stepped in front of Dongfang Liuli, saying, Younger brother, don't be reckless. Miss Dongfang's status is noble, and we cannot offend her. As he spoke, he kept giving Shen Yu meaningful glances. All right, since elder brother has said so, I won't hold this against her anymore. Shen Yu softened his tone considerably. He was not afraid, but his elder brother Shen Hui certainly had many. No, this cannot just end like this. However, Dongfang Liuli was unwilling to let it go. At this moment, Shen Hui turned to her and said, Miss Dongfang, don't forget our situation. If things escalate, it will not benefit either of us. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Dongfang Liuli's eyes as she coldly snorted, Humph, I'll give you some face this time. Although she had contacted her father through a messaging talisman, Liuli City was over 8,000 miles away. Her father, the Grand Commander, had to remain in Liuli City and could not leave. Therefore, he could only send someone to pick her up. Even if a nascent soul expert was dispatched, it would take at least a day or two to reach Yimu City. If her identity was exposed at this moment and discovered by those people, it could pose a life-threatening danger. Nevertheless, she silently vowed that once she was out of danger, she would teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Elder brother, why did you sneak back home late at night? Did something happen? Shen Yu suddenly asked. Younger brother, this matter is quite complicated. Once it's resolved, I will explain it to you in detail. Shen Hui hesitated before saying. At this moment, Dongfang Liuli smiled slyly, saying, Captain Shen, since you are also from Yunmu County, why don't we move to your house? Not acceptable. Shen Hui decisively refused. He did not want this matter to involve the Shen family. If everyone moved to the Shen residence and was discovered by those people, it would certainly implicate the Shen family. Although Shen Hui had rejected her, Dongfang Liuli was not willing to give up, continuing, Captain Shen, this is rather inconsiderate of you. You have a grand mansion, but insist on making us stay in shabby rooms. Moreover, without my testimony, you and your soldiers would be considered deserters. Hearing Dongfang Liuli's threatening words, Shen Yu's expression darkened as he pleaded, Miss Dongfang, considering that I have escorted you all this way, could you please not make things difficult for me? Not acceptable. I must stay in the grand mansion, or I won't help you testify. Dongfang Liuli said firmly. Elder brother, what is going on? At this moment Shen Yu asked again. Shen Lin also chimed in saying, one person's calculations are short-sighted, but many people's calculations are long-sighted. Huier, why not share the situation? We can brainstorm together, perhaps we can find a solution. Alright, I'll speak. Shen Hui said with some resignation. He then briefly recounted the entire sequence of it. After hearing this, Shen Yu looked at Dongfang Liuli with disdain, saying, my elder brother kindly brought you to Yunmu County and you dare use the deserter threat against him. You're simply an ingrate. As if I'm asking for your pity. Dongfang Liuli disregarded this, saying, my father's people are already on their way to Yunmu County and will arrive soon. Besides, your elder brother is only at the meridian opening stage. His cultivation is of no use against real enemies. In fact, it is he and his soldiers who need me to testify, otherwise they would surely be treated as deserters by the demon-suppressing army. Becoming a deserter can lead to losing one's cultivation or even execution. Elder brother, is this true? Shen Yu asked Shen Hui. Shen Hui nodded bitterly. Indeed, it is true. We cannot let your elder brother become a deserter. Shen Lin said to Shen Yu. Enough. Shen Yu sighed and reluctantly agreed, saying, elder brother, I will accompany you to bring them back home. I'm sorry, younger brother. I have caused trouble for you and our mother. Shen Hui said, what you said is too formal. We are family. Upon seeing Shen Yu relent, a triumphant expression appeared on Dongfang Liuli's face. Subsequently, Shen Yu accompanied Shen Hui and Dongfang Liuli to bring the other 2 women and 10 demon-suppressing soldiers to the Shen family. The soldiers were settled in the front yard. Dongfang Liuli and the other 2 women were arranged in the side courtyard where Shen Yu had previously lived. As for Shen Hui, he naturally returned to his own eastern side courtyard. On the other side, Lei Tai, who had changed directions several times in pursuit, finally gave up. Then he received a summons from the Saintess. With a heart full of trepidation, he approached a small sedan chair and bowed, saying, Saintess, I have failed in my duty and allowed that girl Dongfang Liuli to escape. Didn't Elder Lei say it was foolproof? A cold and authoritative voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. I asked the Saintess to punish me. It was merely my momentary negligence. Lei Tai dared not argue and directly admitted his oversight. This Saintess is the biological daughter of the sect leader, not only of noble status, but also possessing celestial-grade roots and a special constitution. At just over 20 years of age, she has already reached the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. She is surely destined to achieve the Dharma form stage, and it is not impossible for her to reach the celestial ascendancy stage. Moreover, the Saintess is exceptionally wise and possesses a plethora of cunning strategies. Even the supreme elders at the Dharma form stage regard her methods with considerable apprehension, let alone a mere ordinary elder at the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, in recent years under the Saintess schemes, the influence of the Divine Lotus sect has flourished across the Liuli sect, the Shanshui sect, and the Qinglong sect. The overall strength and the resources acquired for cultivation have improved significantly. Thus, the Saintess holds an extremely high position within the Divine Lotus sect. Even the prestige of the Saint Sun, who has reached the Dharma form stage, cannot be compared to hers. At least you still have some self-awareness. The Saintess coldly huffed. You need not concern yourself with this matter further. Bring those young boys and girls back to Daihe Mountain. If another mishap occurs, you need not remain in your position as elder. Thank you for your mercy, Saintess. I will certainly not let you down this time. Lei Tai hurriedly expressed his gratitude, feeling relieved that he had passed this hurdle. After Lei Tai departed, 4 strong men lifted the sedan and swiftly moved away. At this moment, inside the sedan there existed a separate space. A woman dressed in a plain white long gown wearing a veil sat cross-legged at a low table attended by 2 beautiful maidservants. Miss, after this failure, do you think those supreme elders will seize the opportunity to retaliate? One maidservant asked with concern. The Saintess let out a soft laugh. I want them to make a move. This plan was not devised by her, but was formulated by the Supreme Elder Council, with her older brother also contributing ideas. Since her appointment as the Saintess, she has been reforming the internal systems of the Divine Lotus sect while strengthening it. This has inevitably trampled on many people's interests. Many have harbored grudges against her. Over the years, her reputation has grown, and she has taken away considerable power from the Supreme Elders. The Supreme Elders have increasingly resented her. If it weren't for her mother's formidable cultivation suppressing them, they might have already moved to eliminate her. At the same time, her older brother, the Saint Son of the Divine Lotus sect, has begun to harbor hostility towards her, spurred on by certain interested parties. In response, all she could say was that her brother lacked wisdom. After all, he is the only disciple of her mother. If it weren't for her mother's vigorous cultivation of him, how could he have reached the Dharma form stage by the age of 40? Now he stands opposed to her and her mother due to the allure of power. He has gone to conspire with the Supreme Elders, and for this alone her mother cannot tolerate him. She knows her mother has a fiery temperament, is petty, and has an overwhelming desire for power. The only reason her brother hasn't been dealt with yet is that her mother believes he still has some utility at the Dharma form stage, outright killing him would be too wasteful. When the right opportunity arises, her mother will undoubtedly sacrifice this brother without hesitation. The Divine Lotus Sect is an organization dedicated to rebellion. The uprising that led to the downfall of the previous dynasty was incited by the Divine Lotus Sect, though, in the end the royal family of the Dian Kingdom reaped the benefits. Of course, the internal chaos within the Divine Lotus Sect also played a significant role, otherwise how could they have been so easily taken advantage of? After seizing the world, the royal family of the Dian Kingdom feared the resurgence of the Divine Lotus Sect and expended great efforts to suppress and destroy it, causing severe losses to the sect. Fortunately, the Divine Lotus Sect still possesses deep roots and managed to survive. In the future, as long as the sect regains some vitality, it will rebel against the Dian Kingdom. Regrettably, after years of development, the Dian Kingdom has become immensely powerful. Each time it can easily suppress the Divine Lotus Sect. Yet like an indestructible cockroach, as long as they are not completely exterminated, the sect will continue to rebel. Only when it reached her mother's generation did things begin to change. They did not rush to rebel, but instead lay low to build their strength. After hundreds of years, the strength of the Divine Lotus Sect has become quite formidable. However, internal corruption and dissent have also emerged, the largest of which is the Supreme Elder Council. By raising the banner of rebellion, these Supreme Elders can each lead their own factions, occupy territories, and engage in rampant plundering, greatly benefiting themselves and their families. Yet her mother remains hesitant to rebel. Although the Supreme Elder Council can acquire plenty of resources, these are only sufficient for their own use. They lack enough to cultivate their family members. So what can they do? They can only act as parasites, embezzling the internal resources. Her mother has grand ambitions. What she desires is not merely rebellion, but to seize the entire world and become a female emperor. Thus, she is extremely dissatisfied with the actions of these Supreme Elders. If she were to confront them directly, there would be no room for maneuver. Therefore, she has pushed her role as the saintess forward. She remains hidden in the background as the judge. Over the years, this method has proven very effective, and those Supreme Elders have become more restrained. However, how could those used to indulgence willingly settle for a meager existence? Thus, the Supreme Elders began to retaliate, devising a plan to capture Dongfang Liuli, to threaten Dongfang Qingtian. And it is she, the saintess, who is tasked with executing this plan. But she understands Dongfang Qingtian. As the foremost military figure of the Liuli sect, he would never submit to the Divine Lotus sect for the sake of a daughter. Moreover, she also knows that Dongfang Qingtian has a very strong character. If they proceed as planned, Dongfang Qingtian will most likely retaliate with full force against the Divine Lotus sect. Although Dongfang Qingtian may not be able to destroy the Divine Lotus sect, he will certainly inflict considerable damage upon it. This is the reason she deliberately let Dongfang Liuli escape. Otherwise, with her cultivation at the third level of nascent soul, how could she have allowed Dongfang Liuli of the Meridian Connection stage to escape? At the same time, she also wishes to use this incident to see which Supreme Elders are the most agitated and then deliver a warning to them. Her mother has already broken through to the Celestial Ascendancy stage. Previously, she refrained from dealing with these Supreme Elders out of fear of backlash. But now that her mother has reached the Celestial Ascendancy stage, even if these Supreme Elders rebel together, they cannot shake her mother. Upon thinking of this, a smile crept onto her lips, and she eagerly anticipated the scene upon returning to Dahe Mountain. The next day in the morning, at the Shen family in the central courtyard. After breakfast, Shen Yu was watching his 3 younger sisters, 2 personal maidservants, and Li Linger practice. At this moment, Shen Hui arrived. Shen Yu stood up from his chair and smiled. "Elder brother has arrived. Have you had breakfast?" Shen Hui nodded slightly. "I have already eaten." Although Shen Hui had joined the army, there was always a maid left in the east courtyard to keep the place clean. Now that Shen Hui had returned, the maids naturally took great care of him. Suddenly his gaze fell upon a few young women practicing in the courtyard. Upon sensing Shen Xiaoyu's cultivation aura, he couldn't help but be quite surprised. Second brother, if I'm not mistaken, has little sister reached the 5th stage of body refinement. The reason for his astonishment was that Xiaoyu was only 6 years old. He considered himself to have decent talent, yet at 6, he had only reached the 2nd stage of body refinement. Then he carefully examined his elder sister Shun Yanran and second sister Shen Yaoan. Although their cultivation was not as advanced as Xiaoyu's, they had also reached the 3rd stage of body refinement. "Eldest brother, let's talk inside," Shen Yu said to Shen Hui. The two then entered the main hall and took their seats, instructing Xiao Cha, "Go brew 2 cups of tea and bring up a plate of peaches." "Yes, second young master." Xiao Cha nodded. Originally, she called him son-in-law, but Shen Yu corrected her as Li Linger was the one who married and not him being adopted. Calling him master would make him sound old, so Shen Yu had her and Chunya and Dong Er call him second young master. As for why not train Xiao Cha to cultivate, it wasn't that Shen Yu treated her differently. Rather, like Er, who Xiao Cha had no talent for cultivation. After Xiao Cha left Shen, Hui carefully assessed Shen Yu's cultivation, but judging by his aura, he should be at the 4th stage of meridian opening. However, from last night when his second brother was able to see through Dongfang Luli's invisibility and sent her flying with a single palm, it was absolutely beyond what a 4th stage of meridian opening could achieve. After all, even he at the 5th stage of meridian opening had no awareness of Dongfang Luli's invisibility. Thus, he believed that Shen Yu's cultivation was definitely beyond just the 4th stage of meridian opening. Second brother, what is your current cultivation level? Shen Hui couldn't help but ask. Shen Yu smiled. Eldest brother, I have entered the Qi Si realm, but I need you to keep it a secret. Although Shen Hui was his biological brother, Shen Yu still preferred to keep some things hidden. You have actually reached the Qi Si realm. Shen Hui exclaimed in surprise. Eldest brother, be low-key. Shen Yu reminded. I'm sorry, I'm just too shocked. Shen Hui realized this issue too, smiled apologetically, and then sighed. I didn't expect that in just over a year since I left home you have gone from the body refinement realm to your current level. Shen Yu said, first I awakened a special constitution, second, I had some fortuitous encounters. By the way, eldest brother, what level of martial arts did you obtain in the demon suppression army? 3rd level martial arts, which can be cultivated to the 9th stage of meridian opening. To obtain 4th level martial arts, I would need to achieve more merits, but generally it takes at least 3 years to accumulate enough merit. I see I have a 5th level martial art here, do you want it? Shen Yu asked with a smile. He had passed on the water control pill technique to his 3 sisters, 2 maids, and Li Linger, so naturally he would not treat his elder brother any differently. Second brother, isn't this inappropriate? Wouldn't your sect or master object? Shen Hui hesitated. In his view, his second brother's significant progress was likely due to having a strong master or joining a certain power. Eldest brother, you're worrying too much. Shen Yu waved his hand dismissively. My martial arts came from a fortuitous encounter, and I have no sect or master. I can give it to whoever I want, plus the 3 little sisters and the maids as well as my little wife are all cultivating 5th level martial arts. Eldest brother, you don't want to be surpassed by them in the future, do you? Upon hearing Shen Yu's words, Shen Hui couldn't help but laugh and cry. All right, give it to me. Since we're brothers, I won't be polite. But in the future, if you need anything from me as your elder brother, just ask. Just then Xiao Cha arrived with tea and washed peaches. Eldest brother, have tea and eat peaches. Shen Yu called out, these are not ordinary peaches. Eating them can nourish the body and enhance a certain level of cultivation. Then I won't be polite. Shen Hui picked up a peach, took a bite, chewed, and swallowed, immediately feeling the effects. At this moment, Shen Yu took out a storage ring and handed it to Shen Hui. Inside the ring is the martial arts you need, as well as several combat techniques. Just pick the one suitable for you to cultivate. These combat techniques were all captured by him, and since he had no use for them, he selected some decent techniques to give to Shen Hui. Looking at the storage ring handed over by Shen Yu, he paused for a moment, and then joked, how about I call you Big Brother? Mother would have an opinion about that. Shen Yu said earnestly, you little rascal, you really want to be my brother? Shen Hui couldn't help but laugh and cry. After this playful exchange, the bond between the 2 brothers became much more harmonious. Second brother, now that you've given me this storage ring, what will you use? No worries, I still have one. Shen Yu said seriously. Then I won't be polite. It's fine, just keep it. By the way, eldest brother, I heard that your demon suppression army mainly resists the invasion of demonic beasts. Doesn't that mean you get to eat demonic beast meat every day? Shen Yu changed the subject and asked. Upon hearing this, Shen Hui let out a scoff. Dream on. The demonic beasts slain by the demon suppression army are indeed numerous, but most of those are submitted, and only a few remain within the army. Moreover, I'm just a squad leader, and I only qualify to purchase 3 pounds of demonic beast meat a month. As for ordinary soldiers, they only qualify for 1 pound. If you want to eat demonic beast meat every day, you might as well dream. So that's how it is. I thought you had an endless supply of demonic beast meat. Shen Yu said in realization. In that case, I'll send you a few demonic beasts. As he spoke, Shen Yu took out 3 demonic beasts of the meridian opening realm and 10 demonic beasts of the Qi gathering realm from the storage ring. Where did you get so many demonic beasts? Seeing the 13 demonic beasts piled up in the hall, Shen Hui was once again stunned. After all, demonic beasts were concentrated in the wilderness, and their numbers were extremely scarce in the Dying Country. That Shen Yu could take out 3 demonic beasts of the meridian opening realm and 10 of the Qi gathering realm in one go left him astounded, as he could not fathom where his second brother had gotten them. At the same time, he felt that his second brother was incredibly mysterious. These demonic beasts were all hunted by me from a secret realm. Shen Yu said, you actually had such an opportunity. Shen Hui was shocked again. Hey, someone took me there. I didn't discover this secret. Shen Yu smiled. All right, eldest brother, hurry up and put them away, otherwise it will stand out too much. Thank you, second brother. Shen Hui waved his hand to store the demonic beasts. Having so many demonic beasts would significantly shorten the time it took for him to reach the 9th stage of meridian opening. By the way, I'll give you these few bottles of pills as well. Shen Yu thought for a moment and took out several bottles of true qi pills and meridian nourishing pills from the storage ring to hand to Shen Hui. The pills were also spoils he had acquired, and there were quite a few of them. He had no use for them. His three sisters and Li Linger wouldn't need them for a while either. It was better to give them to Shen Hui first. Shen Hui took the pills, opened them, and immediately recognized them as true qi pills and meridian nourishing pills. Second brother, you are really too good to me. Should I bow to you as a sign of gratitude? Otherwise, as your elder brother, it feels rather awkward to keep accepting your gifts. After finishing their serious discussion, the two brothers began to chat about family matters. When he heard Shen Yu mention that their father Shen Feng had died, and that the steward Zhang Gao and the guard Li Si had colluded to take control of the Shen family, keeping their mother under house arrest, and restricting his freedom, a murderous intent and anger appeared on Shen Yu's face. They are truly a pair of treacherous lackeys that deserve to die. Indeed, they deserve to die. Shen Yu nodded. So after I awakened my special physique and greatly increased my strength, I slaughtered Zhang Gao and Li Si along with those traitorous guards. Well done, Shen Hui said. He then looked at Shen Yu with a hint of shame. Second brother, I am sorry. If it weren't for my insistence on joining the army, you and mother wouldn't have to suffer such humiliation. It's fine, that's all in the past now. My mother and I are both doing well. Shen Yu smiled to comfort him. Besides, if it weren't for Zhang Gao's son injuring me severely, I might not have awakened my special physique. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour had passed. The five little ones and Li Linger had completed their training. Shen Yu called them in. Elder brother, you're back. Elder brother, why did it take you so long to return? We missed you. The three younger sisters exclaimed excitedly. Shen Yu's personality was quite similar to that of their deceased father Shen Feng. Although the three sisters were concubines' daughters, Shen Hui cared for them deeply. Thus, even though Shen Hui had been away for more than a year, the three sisters' feelings for him had not diminished. Seeing this, Shen Yu teasingly said, "Oh, since elder brother has returned, I as the second brother will not be affectionate." Shen Yanran and Shen Yalan both recognized that Shen Yu was joking. Only Shen Xiaoyu, being younger, did not catch on. She quickly grabbed Shen Ye's hand. Second brother, don't be angry. Xiaoyu likes you very much, just like I like elder brother. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. The only one left puzzled by the laughter was Shen Xiaoyu, who didn't understand what everyone was laughing about. Xiaoyu, your second brother is just teasing you. Li Linger patted Shen Xiaoyu's little head and said, by the way, elder brother, this is Li Linger, who just came to our family not long ago. Shen Yu held Li Linger and introduced her to Shen Hui. Linger, greet elder brother. Li Linger hurriedly bowed in greeting. There's no need for such formalities, sister-in-law, please rise. Shen Hui said with a warm smile, then looked at Shen Yu. You little rascal are quite fast getting married so soon. What can I say, I'm just too outstanding. Shen Yu said with feigned pride. Next, it was time for the three sisters to ask Shen Hui questions, as they were all quite curious about what he had been doing for more than a year. Shen Hui also shared some things he could talk about. Not only the three sisters, but even Chunya and Dong Er listened with great interest. Unknowingly, it was already noon. Shen Yu decided to call Shen Lin and the two aunties to have a meal in the courtyard. However, seeing that the main dishes on the dining table were all made from monster meat, Shen Hui was no longer surprised. After the meal, Shen Hui accompanied Shen Lin to the back courtyard to talk. After all, it had been too late last night, and the mother and son couldn't have a deep conversation. This morning, Shen Hui had come to find Shen Yu, so he hadn't gone to the back courtyard. This time, Shen Yu did not join in the fun, allowing his elder brother and mother to connect emotionally. Meanwhile, at the Zhong family. In the secret chamber, after days of arduous training relying on heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as her experience in the nascent soul realm, Zhong Yuanqing had elevated her cultivation to the third level of meridian opening. The earth core milk had not been completely consumed. She could continue to improve, but breaking through two small realms consecutively made her cultivation somewhat unstable. The earth core milk had not been completely consumed. She could continue to improve, but breaking through two small realms consecutively made her. One reason was to return the storage ring to Shen Yu, and the other was to show Shen Yu that her cultivation speed was not slow, as well, having broken through two small realms in just a few days. As for surpassing Shen Yu, even though she was a reborn nascent soul expert, she was not confident as Shen Yu was advancing too rapidly. Before long, Zhong Yuanqing arrived outside the Shen family. The gatekeepers recognized her, knowing she was the future second young lady, and thus respectfully welcomed her in. In no time, Zhong Yuanqing arrived at the courtyard and saw Shen Yu lying in the yard basking in the sun. The second brother of the Shen family truly lives a leisurely life. Zhong Yuanqing smiled playfully. Sister of the Zhong family is quite carefree, coming so late. Are you not afraid I might gobble up your share? Shen Yu also responded with a smile. Suddenly he noticed that Zhong Yuanqing's aura was different, so he continued. It seems Sister Zhong has been in seclusion for the past few days, breaking through two small realms. Congratulations. It's just two small realms, nothing compared to the second brother of the Shen family. Being overly modest is a form of pride. After exchanging playful banter, Shen Yu took out Zhong Yuanking's share of resources. This is your portion, take a look, and see if there are any mistakes. Zhong Yuanqing waved her hand to store it in her storage ring. Do you really think I don't trust the second brother of the Shen family? By the way, this is the storage ring you lent me, returning it to its rightful owner. Alright. Shen Yu put away the storage ring. Second brother of the Shen family, what are your future plans? Do you intend to stay in Yumu County for the rest of your life? Suddenly Zhong Yuanqing had a thought and wanted to inquire about Shen Yu's ambitions. You know my family's situation. Shen Yu said bitterly, the Shen family cannot leave me for the time being. That's true. Zhong Yuanqing said, however, I have a suggestion. What suggestion? Shen Yu asked. Recruit more people for training. Zhong Yuanqing said seriously. What does Sister Zhong know? Shen Yu asked curiously. After a slight hesitation, Zhong Yuanqing felt that Shen Yu was trustworthy, so she lowered her voice and said, not long from now chaos shall engulf the world. Is that true? Shen Yu's expression became serious. Zhong Yuanqing said, you must have heard about the war between the Dian nation and the Wu nation. As far as I know, the war will continue to escalate, eventually leading to a large-scale war between the two nations. After the Dian nation is distracted by the war with the Wu nation, certain forces within the country will rise in rebellion. Will it affect Yumu County? Shen Yu asked thoughtfully. Zhong Yuanqing nodded yes. Shen Yu frowned. If that's the case, we should indeed recruit more people to prepare. Shen Yu did not doubt Zhong Yuanqing's warning. After all, he knew she was a reborn expert. Seeing that Shen Yu did not question her words or pursue further, she breathed a sigh of relief, internally feeling both gratified and touched. After all, she had also said this to her elder brother, urging him to prepare early. However, her elder brother had held some skepticism towards her words and was in a state of observation. After sending Zhong Yuanqing off, Shen Yu called the steward over. Second young master, what are your commands? The steward asked respectfully. Shen Yu asked, how many estates does our Shen family own, and how many tenants does each estate have? The steward replied very familiarly, second young master, our Shen family has 2 large farms and 5 small farms outside the city. 7 farms in total have 3,200 households with a total population of over 15,400. Shen Yu pondered for a moment and said to the steward, thus, you will send someone to the 7 villages to convey my orders. I need to recruit a batch of bodyguards aged between 15 and 20. If selected, they can be trained as cultivators and will also receive a reduction of 1/10 in rent with monthly stipends. Understood, second young master, the steward promptly replied, but hesitated, saying, however, second young master, wouldn't a reduction of 1/10 in rent be too much? How much rent do we collect? Shen Yu's heart stirred, and he asked. The steward replied, we collect 40% in rent, which is the lowest in the entire Yumu County. Other farms have tenants paying as high as 70%, and the lowest is still 50%. If our family reduces it by 1/10, it would be too disadvantageous, and I'm afraid other families and landlords would have objections. Is there really someone willing to work for such a high rent of 70%? Shen Yu asked, somewhat surprised. Of course there are people willing. The steward explained, being a tenant for a wealthy family means that aside from paying the rent, one does not have to worry about other excessive taxes. Instead, one farms their own land. Although they only need to pay 40% of the grain to the government, they still have to pay various miscellaneous taxes. When calculated, they would have to pay nearly 70% of the grain. Moreover, aside from the taxes, they also have to perform corvée labor. This labor not only requires them to bring their own food, but it is also physically demanding and prone to injuries. If you don't want to do corvée labor, you have to pay a sum of money. After paying this sum, the farmers who till the land can barely have enough to eat. Once they fall ill or get injured, they have no money for treatment. Therefore, even if one has to be a tenant paying 70% in rent, there are still people eager to do it. If our Shen family spreads the word about recruiting new tenants, there will surely be many farmers applying. Once hired, they will not hesitate to sell their own land. So that's how it is. Shen Yu understood, realizing that regardless of the world, it's not easy for farmers to have an. By the way, steward, how do you know all this so clearly? Shen Yu inquired. The steward replied, to be honest, second young master, all 3 of my sons are tenants of the Shen family. Since they only need to pay 40% of the grain, they live quite comfortably. Thus, the rent truly cannot be reduced. Reducing it further would be counterproductive. Previously, Shen Yu had inquired about the grain yield in this world. Growing rice yields 5,000 to 6,000 pounds per mo. Growing wheat and corn can easily exceed 10,000 pounds per mo. If one were to plant only wheat and corn, even with just 5 mu of land, they could harvest 100,000 pounds of grain in a year, especially since the land can be cultivated twice a year. After paying 40,000 pounds, they would still have 60,000 pounds left. As long as they do not cultivate, 60,000 pounds of food would be more than enough for a family of 5 to eat their fill. By the way, how much tax does our family pay to the government? Shen Yu asked again. The steward replied, as long as one reaches the Qi condensation realm, they can be exempted from taxes. The Qi condensation realm is exempt for 1,000 mu, while the meridian opening realm is exempt for 5,000 mu. Our Shen family is a meridian opening family, and after exceeding 5,000 mu, we need to pay 30% of the grain. Of course, if one doesn't want to pay even 30%, they can place the excess land under the names of their family's chi condensation cultivators and pay them a fee for that. However, if the government requires the use of the family, they will also have to donate silver. Alright, I understand all these matters. Please proceed with the tasks I assigned. Shen Yu nodded. Understood, second young master. I will arrange it right away. Not long after the steward left, Eru returned from outside with news. The war at Tianlin Dao had intensified and the Dayan kingdom had lost 100,000 troops. Moreover, the army of the Wu kingdom had already invaded Tianlin Dao, seizing the territory of 2 and more prefectures. Continue to monitor this matter. Shen Yu instructed. Shen Yu also tossed Eru 200 taels of silver notes. While secretly reflecting, it seems that Zhong Yuanqing was indeed not mistaken. The war would escalate in the future. A quarter of an hour passed. A servant came to report that County Magistrate Qin Zhao had sent a letter. Shen Yu opened the letter to read. It was an invitation from Qin Zhao for him to attend a meeting at the county office the next morning. Could it be related to the war at Tianlin Dao? Shen Yu pondered after reading the letter. The next morning, Shen Yu took a carriage to the county office. On the way, he met Li Qingshan, and the two went together. Upon entering the county office, Shen Yu found that the heads of the 5 major families, 3 major guilds, and 2 major martial arts schools in Yunmu County were all present. In addition, some merchants and landlords had also been invited. Upon seeing Shen Yu enter, everyone present. After all, Shen Yu was the only meridian opening cultivator in the common folk of Yunmu County. Even though he was young, no one dared to treat him lightly. After the formalities, Shen Yu took his seat. To his left was Zhong Yuanshan, to his right was Li Qingshan, and next to Zhong Yuanshan was the current head of the Wang family, Wang Yuan, who would also be Shen Yu's future brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, do you know why County Magistrate Qin has summoned us? Zhong Yuanshan whispered. Not sure. Shen Yu shook his head. Zhong Yuanshan said the dynasty is at war with the Wu kingdom, and it is said that they have lost 100,000 troops. The emperor is quite furious and wants to mobilize the army to deal with the Wu kingdom. However, mobilizing the army requires silver and grain. County Magistrate Qin has summoned us, likely to ask us to donate silver, partly to appease the upper authorities and partly to seek a profit. What do you think is an appropriate amount to donate, Brother Zhong? Shen Yu asked. Zhong Yuanshan replied, it depends on the situation. If this matter is solely handled by County Magistrate Qin, we should donate a few thousand taels to appease him. If he has brought along the city guard's captain and county lieutenant, we might need to donate tens of thousands of taels. At this moment, Li Qingshan interjected, I can guarantee that if we donate silver, it would be impressive if half of it actually made it to the authorities. The rest will be pocketed by these officials. At this point, Wang Yuan could not help but chime in with a cold smile, you're overthinking it. Even if we donate half, it would be fortunate if 1/3 actually gets through. Furthermore, once it reaches Yunshui Prefecture, it will pass through the hands of the officials in the capital, and then to Liuli Dao it will be passed around again. By the time our donated silver reaches the flame capital, I doubt even 1/10 will remain. It's truly corrupt. Li Qingshan complained. How can officials not be corrupt? Wang Yuan scoffed. If I'm not mistaken, asking us to donate silver is just the first step. They will likely impose taxes in the county as well. Just then the scene suddenly fell silent. County Magistrate Qin and the city guard's captain Shang Guanhao along with the county lieutenant Zhou Kuo arrived. Although everyone looked down upon Qin Zhao, who was only at the body refinement realm, he was still the county magistrate, so the necessary courtesies were observed as everyone stood up to greet him. Qin Zhao smiled and returned the greeting before taking his seat at the main position with Shang Guanhao and Zhou Kuo sitting on either side of him. Then Qin Zhao began to speak. He first complimented those present and then mentioned the war between the 2 kingdoms. He then requested everyone to donate silver. Upon hearing the request for donations, many present began to moan and complain. Especially the leaders of the 3 guilds, who directly complained that the previous city guards captains and county lieutenants had nearly drained them dry, and they simply could not produce any extra silver. At that moment, a cold snort echoed. A bunch of unruly peasants dare to defy the emperor's orders. With that, a young man dressed in a blue official robe stepped in, casting a menacing glance at everyone. At this, Qin Zhao and the others immediately stood up. Qin Zhao then said loudly, ladies and gentlemen, I am here to introduce to you this esteemed tax collector sent by the emperor. Although the crowd was displeased with the tax collector for scolding them as petty citizens, upon seeing Magistrate Qin personally rising to greet him, they also stood up from their seats, uttering words of greeting to the esteemed tax collector. Lord Han, please take a seat, Qin Zhao said with a face full of courtesy and respect. As the tax collector Han Mu was not one to be polite, heading straight to the main seat. The Dayan kingdom had been established for many years, and corruption within had long become rampant, with officials embezzling funds as a daily occurrence. The emperor was naturally aware of this, yet he was powerless to effect change. After all, nearly every official was corrupt. He could not simply execute them all. if he were to eliminate these officials who would assist him in governing the realm. It was precisely because he understood the character of these officials that he dispatched a large number of tax collectors for this nationwide levy. By directly sending tax collectors to bring the money and grain back to Yendu, it could not completely prevent embezzlement, but at least it avoided the siphoning of funds by officials at all levels. In the past mode of collection, if they aimed to collect 100 million taels of silver nationwide, it would be good if 10 million taels actually made it to Yendu. However, utilizing tax collectors for the collection meant that while they might not receive the full amount, receiving 90% was certainly not an issue. After Han Mu settled in Qin Zhao and the others stood behind him. Although these tax collectors did not have specific ranks, they carried the authority of imperial envoys, which was not something local officials could afford to offend. Han Mu scanned the surroundings and spoke again. The collection of money and grain from the entire nation is a decree personally issued by His Majesty. Those who defy this decree will be punished with the destruction of their families. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present turned grim, and a sense of fear arose within them. The leader of the White Tiger gang, mustering his courage, asked, "May I ask, my lord, how much silver must we contribute to complete our task?" Han Mu replied, "As far as I know, in Yunmu County, there are 10 major powers. Over the years, you have enjoyed plenty and made enough silver. Each of the 10 major powers should contribute 500,000 taels of silver, while merchants and landlords should contribute half of their fortunes." At this point, Han Mu paused before continuing, "Anyone who conceals their wealth will also face the destruction of their family. My lord, won't 500,000 taels be too much? Can it be reduced?" The leader of the White Tiger gang spoke again. "Yes." The leader of the Green Wolf gang followed suit, saying, "Although we are among the 10 major powers, we are merely local forces. How can we come up with 500,000 taels of silver? We beseech you, my lord, to show mercy and reduce the amount." 500,000 taels of silver was undoubtedly not a small sum, thus the 10 major powers were unprecedentedly united, all speaking up to request Han Mu to lower the amount of silver to be contributed. Bang! Han Mu slammed his palm on the table and said coldly, "All of you, silence. This is not a vegetable market where you can haggle. I will give you 3 days. If I do not see the silver within 3 days, then it will be the destruction of your families." In an instant, everyone's faces turned extremely grim. A quarter of an hour later, in a private room of a tea house, aside from Shen Yu, who remained calm, Zhong Yuanshan, Li Qingshan, and Wang Yuan all wore troubled expressions. After leaving the county office, Zhong Yuanshan proposed finding a place to discuss countermeasures. "Brother-in-law, do you have a way to deal with that tax collector?" Zhong Yuanshan looked at Shen Yu and asked. "Yes, brother-in-law, why don't you come up with an idea?" Li Qingshan. Shen Yu shook his head in exasperation. "What idea could I possibly have? He is sent by the emperor, and his stance is very clear. If he does not see the silver, it will be the destruction of families." Upon hearing Shen Yu's words, the three fell silent. After a while, Wang Yuan suggested, "How about we secretly give that tax collector some money? Maybe we can get him to lower the 500,000 taels." Shen Yu pondered and replied, "I think that would probably be useless." "Why?" Wang Yuan asked, puzzled. Shen Yu explained, "Having each of our 10 major forces contribute 500,000 taels is merely the figure the tax collector announced. It may not be the amount decreed by the emperor. What if the emperor's decree is 10,000 taels per household? Then the extra 400,000 taels per household would just be the profit for the tax collector. If we give him 10,000 taels, would he be willing to reduce his income by millions? That seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it?" Wang Yuan frowned. "What if the emperor really set it at 500,000 taels? If the emperor set it at 500,000 taels, then we cannot haggle at all." Shen Yu calmly analyzed, "After all, if the required amount is not met, that tax collector will fail his mission and may even face punishment from the emperor. In that case, he would be even less likely to reduce the amount collected." "Well, how about we give it a try?" Wang Yuan said, not ready to give up. "Do as you wish. Anyway, I will not bribe the other party," Shen Yu said firmly. "Brother Zhong, brotherly, what do you think?" Wang Yuan, feeling slighted by Shen Yu's refusal, turned to Zhong Yuanshan and Li Qingshan. Zhong Yuanshan said, "I think brother-in-law's analysis is quite reasonable." "So do I." Li Qingshan agreed. "If that tax collector takes the money but does not act, wouldn't it be a waste of silver? All right, since you are unwilling, I will go meet the tax collector alone. Don't regret it after the matter is settled," Wang Yuan said, leaving the private room in a huff. "Why is this guy so irritable today?" Li Qingshan said with discontent. Zhong Yuanshan said, "Forget it, there's no need to argue with him. It's likely the issue of silver. 500,000 taels is not a small sum. Let's call it a day and go home to gather the silver." Shen Yu returned to the Shen residence and found Shen Hui waiting for him in the courtyard. "Elder brother, what's the matter?" Shen Yu asked. "By the way, did you go to the county office for something today?" Shen Hui casually asked. "The court sent a tax collector to demand that each household contribute 500,000 taels of silver." 500,000 taels. Shen Hui exclaimed in shock. "How can we donate so much? It's likely that the tax collector is using the emperor's name as a cover to extort money." Shen Yu scoffed. Corrupt officials are truly despicable, Shen Hui said with disgust. By the way, can our family come up with 500,000 taels of silver? Shen Yu replied, our family certainly does not have enough money as our total assets are only worth 1 million taels, but I have quite a bit of silver on me. In truth, Shen Yu did not intend to pay this silver. Although he did not lack for this amount, he did not wish to be taken advantage of by corrupt officials. Thus, he would hand over the 500,000 taels, but he would later reclaim it. After all, that tax collector was only at the 5th level of the Qi Si. Dealing with him was not a difficult task. Second brother, I have several thousand taels of silver here, take this. At that moment, Shen Hui took out a stack of banknotes and handed them to Shen Yu. These banknotes were given to him by their father Shen Feng when he went to join the army. After joining the demon suppression army, he had not spent much, so he brought out the remainder. Take it back, elder brother, I really don't need this little silver, Shen Yu said with a wry smile as his storage ring contained tens of millions of taels in banknotes. After some back and forth, Shen Hui still took the banknotes back. By the way, second brother, I came to see you to tell you that I will be returning to the demon suppression army. Upon hearing this, Shen Yu's mind stirred, and he scanned the entire Shen residence with his divine sense, discovering that Dongfang Liuli and the other 3 women had already left. It seemed they had been picked up by someone from their family while he was at the county office. So soon? Can't you stay a couple more days? Shen Yu asked. I can't stay any longer. I must return quickly to clarify matters, or else if I return late we might be treated as deserters, which would be troublesome, Shen Hui said in a serious tone. In that case, I won't keep you, elder brother. I'll come to visit you at the Demon Suppression Pass when I have the opportunity. Alright, it's a promise. Thereafter, Shen Yu personally escorted Shen Hui and his soldiers out of the city. On the other side, in the backyard of the county office, County Magistrate Qin Zhao was having tea and reminiscing with the tax collector Han Mu after recalling some past events. Qin Zhao shifted the topic and said, Brother Han, isn't it a bit too harsh to ask each of the top 10 powers for 500,000 taels of silver? They had studied together in a school in Yindu, and since they were both from humble backgrounds, they became quite close. Later, Qin Zhao sought a position outside, while Han Mu remained in Yindu, always a low-ranking official without any chance of promotion. It was only after the emperor required nationwide taxation, and due to a lack of manpower, that he was granted a temporary position as a county-level tax collector. Once he completes his task and returns to Yindu, there is a certain chance of promotion. However, the greater possibility is still a return to his original position. Thus, Han Mu sought to seize this opportunity to make a hefty profit. As for how he came to understand the situation in Yunmu County so clearly upon his arrival, it was naturally due to the intelligence provided by Qin Zhao. However, Qin Zhao did not expect that his old classmate would be so greedy as to demand 500,000 taels from each of the top 10 powers. It should be noted that the amount set for Yunmu County was only 1 million taels of silver. Don't worry, Brother Qin, your share will not be less. Brother Han, that's not what I meant, Qin Zhao replied helplessly. Although the assets of these top 10 powers exceed 500,000 taels, getting them to gather that much in 3 days is still very difficult. They might have to sell their shops or land. But now those merchants and landlords also have to pay half of their assets, which could likely lead to the shops of the top 10 powers being left without buyers, and you are threatening them with confiscation and extermination. In such a situation, they might fight back desperately, which would be very unfavorable for you. It doesn't matter, Han Mu said dismissively. The 2 guards with me are both at the late stage of the meridian opening realm. Did you not say that the top 10 powers have nearly lost all their experts? With guards around, even if they fight back desperately, what can they do? At this point, a glint of greed flashed in Han Mu's eyes. I truly hope they fight back desperately. At that time, I will directly confiscate their properties. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhao was stunned, feeling a chill in his heart. When did his old classmate become so ruthless and malicious, actually aiming to confiscate properties? Thus, he lowered his voice and advised, Brother Han, Yunmu County is not as simple as you think. Oh, could it be that Amir County still hides some mystery? Han Mu asked with a smile, his expression still somewhat dismissive. Qin Zhao said, what you may not know is that recently the Lu family of Yinshui Prefecture sent their direct descendant Lu Dongsheng to serve as a school captain. Not long after, he was severely injured by a mysterious person. Later, the Lu family sent another direct descendant to serve as a school captain, who was also at the late stage of the meridian opening realm, yet met the same fate as the previous one. Furthermore, the original county captain was the son of the city guard of Yinshui Prefecture Chuan Hanshan, whose experience was also similar to that of the 2 descendants of the Lu family. I suspect this mysterious expert should have some connection with the top 10 powers. Now that you are pushing them so hard, I am worried you might end up like the 2 descendants of the Lu family and Chuan Hanshan, which would not be worth the loss. Han Mu was first taken aback, then proudly said, I am an imperial envoy sent by the emperor. If they make a move against me, it would be disrespectful to the emperor. Enough. Seeing Han Mu's attitude, Qin Zhao sighed inwardly. His old classmate had been blinded by greed, typical of one who values money over life. He could not get involved lest he be dragged down. Therefore he said, Brother Han, I will take not a single penny from this profit, but I still must advise you not to push the top 10 powers too hard. Brother Qin, are you truly not taking any? Han Mu asked with a hint of mockery in his eyes. His classmate was too timid, not even daring to take silver. It was no wonder his position was small after years of work. He was still just a small county magistrate. I will not take any, I fear for my life. Qin Zhao replied with a bitter smile. Since Brother Qin does not want any, then I will not be polite, and will keep it all for myself. Han Mu smiled, originally intending to share 100,000 taels with Qin Zhao for providing him with information, but since Qin Zhao was too timid to accept, he saw no reason to be polite. Though there is a certain risk in what he was doing, as long as he returned to Yindu with a large amount of silver and used it to pave the way, he could achieve promotion. The higher the official position, the more opportunities there would be to make money in the future. Of course, Han Mu dared to take this risk because he had gained some fortunate encounters in recent years, reaching the 5th level of the Qi realm and also possessing a treasured weapon for protection. In his view, no matter how strong the experts of a small county are, they are merely at the Qi realm. With his strength, he could easily suppress them. Just then, the secretary Du Zhong walked in and said, County Master, the tax collector Lord Han, the head of the Wang family, Wang Yuan, wants to send an invitation, hoping to invite Lord Han to a banquet at Shunfeng Tower tonight. At night, Wang Yuan anxiously awaited and finally saw Han Mu leading him to a private room on the 2nd floor where a sumptuous feast was prepared along with a courtesan for company. During the meal, Wang Yuan cautiously accompanied him, noticing that the interest of the tax collector seemed quite good, making him feel inwardly pleased. Seeing that the timing was just right, he dismissed the courtesan and took out a stack of silver notes to give to Han Mu. Lord Han, this is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. Han Mu took the stack of silver notes and found they were all high denomination, each worth 10,000 taels, totaling 100,000 taels. He looked up at Wang Yuan and asked, head of the Wang family, what do you mean by this? Lord Han, 500,000 taels of silver is truly too much. My Wang family simply cannot provide that amount. Could you please consider reducing the donation? Wang Yuan said in a low voice. Haha. Han Mu sneered, coldly scolding, bold Wang Yuan, you dare to bribe me. Do you not know that I serve the emperor? How can I be corrupt? At Han Mu's reprimand, Wang Yuan instantly shuddered and hurriedly said, Lord Han, forgive me, I was wrong. Considering your good attitude in admitting your mistake, I will not hold this against you. Han Mu nodded sternly and said, enough, it's getting late. I am tired and should return to rest. As he finished speaking, Han Mu stood up and walked toward the exit. Seeing this, Wang Yuan froze, and as Han Mu pushed the door open to leave, he gritted his teeth and chased after him. Lord Han, what do you mean by this? Isn't my meaning clear enough? Han Mu coldly turned back to look at him and said, remember, prepare 500,000 taels of silver within 3 days. If you cannot do it, be prepared for confiscation and extermination. Damn it. Wang Yuan almost cursed out loud in anger. This Han Mu was truly shameless, accepting his 100,000 taels and not doing anything, yet still threatening him. It was simply too much. At that moment, 2 pairs of eyes landed on Wang Yuan. Han Mu's 2 guards were looking at him with cold expression. Suddenly, Wang Yuan felt immense pressure and gradually calmed down. Once the 2 guards withdrew their gazes, Wang Yuan felt his body weaken and nearly collapsed. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Had he known, he should have listened to Shen Yu and the others and not sought out Han Mu. Now he was to pay the full 500,000 taels and had lost an additional 100,000 taels for nothing. The next morning, in the courtyard of the Shen family, the 5 little ones and Li Linger were diligently practicing in the yard, just as usual. However, Shen Yu seemed slightly different from before. Today he was not lying on the chair, but sitting upright. In his hands he held a piece of wood and a carving knife, diligently sculpting something. Previously he had explored a secret realm with Zhong Yuanqing and obtained a piece of ancient spiritual wood marrow. This item, when worn for an extended period, could enhance a practitioner's comprehension, even enticing those with nascent souls. Originally, Shen Yu intended to find someone to craft it into jewelry. However, after some consideration, he felt that the ancient spiritual wood marrow should not be exposed to outsiders. Coincidentally, he didn't need to practice cultivation at the moment. He decided to learn carving himself and personally transform it into jewelry. As the wood shavings fell, a small wooden figure gradually took shape in Shen Yu's hands. He was carving none other than Li Linger. Although it was his first attempt at carving, with his powerful divine sense and exceptional control, the wooden sculpture bore a striking resemblance to Li Linger. After completing his first piece, Shen Yu took another piece of wood from his storage ring and began to carve again. In less than 15 minutes, the second wooden sculpture was formed. It already resembled Li Linger to about 90%, clearly indicating that his carving skills were progressing at an astonishing speed. After completing his 5th carving, the wooden figure of Li Linger became vivid and lifelike, exuding an extraordinary spirit. Wow, husband, is this sculpture of me? It looks just like me. Li Linger, having finished her training, came over and was taken aback with joy upon seeing the 5th wooden sculpture. It's a gift for you. Shen Yu handed the wooden sculpture to Li Linger. Thank you, husband, you are so kind. Second brother, could you also carve a small wooden figure of Xiaoyu? Shen Xiaoyu looked at Shen Yu with pleading eyes. At the same time, his younger sisters Shun Yanran and Shen Yalan along with Chunya and Dong Er were also gazing at Shen Yu with hopeful expressions. Of course I can make one for everyone. Shen Yu smiled. He then took out a piece of wood and began carving Xiaoyu. The carving knife moved deftly between his fingers, working at a remarkable speed. As the wood shavings fell, a girl gradually took shape. In just 2 minutes, a lively wooden figure of Shen Xiaoyu was sculpted. Here you go. Shen Yu handed the small wooden figure to Shen Xiaoyu. Grasping the figure in her arms, Shen Xiaoyu joyfully exclaimed, "Second brother, you carved it so well. I love it, thank you." "You're welcome." Shen Yu ruffled her hair and continued to take out more wood to carve. Soon he had sculpted figures of his 2 younger sisters and the 2 maidens, presenting the finished products to them. Afterward, Shen Yu stopped carving wood and began to carve stone. After all, the ancient spiritual wood marrow was limited. A single mistake could ruin a piece of jewelry. Therefore, he planned to experiment with various materials. After carving 2 stones, Shen Yu fully grasped the technique. He then took out a piece of jade to carve. 3 days swiftly passed. Shen Yu arrived at the county office with 500,000 taels of silver notes and personally handed them to Han Mu. "You're quite impressive. I appreciate you. Are you interested in working under me?" Han Mu pocketed the silver notes and patted Shen Yu's shoulder. Shen Yu suppressed his displeasure, not dodging the gesture, and calmly replied, "Thank you for your appreciation, but the Shen family cannot do without me right now." Ungrateful. Hearing Shen Yu's refusal, Han Mu's smile instantly vanished. "Get lost." Shen Yu's gaze flickered slightly, and he cupped his fists and left. Originally, he only wanted to retrieve the silver notes and had no intention of taking Han Mu's life. However, the latter's behavior was exceedingly arrogant. Thus, Shen Yu decided to eliminate him. After leaving the county office, Shen Yu released his nascent soul puppet to secretly monitor Han Mu. Returning to the Shen family, the steward came to report that Wang Yuan had arrived and was waiting for him in the main courtyard. "Is he here?" Shen Yu thought to himself. After a while, Shen Yu entered the main courtyard. Wang Yuan, who was sitting in a chair, immediately stood up with a mournful expression and said, "Brother-in-law, you must save me. If you don't help, our Wang family will be wiped out by the debt collectors." Hearing this, Shen Yu realized his suspicion was confirmed and asked, "How much do you want to borrow?" 300,000 taels. Wang Yuan made an outrageous request. Shen Yu replied, "Brother Wang, my family just gathered 500,000 taels to give to the debt collector. How can I possibly lend you 300,000 taels?" "Then how much can you lend me?" Wang Yuan asked. "At most 100,000 taels." Shen Yu replied. Although the 2 were in-laws, the Wang family sought to attach themselves to the Shen family, and there had not been much prior goodwill between the 2 families. Thus, even if Shen Yu could lend 300,000 taels, he did not wish to do so. After all, once lent, he was unsure of how long it would take the Wang family to repay it. Only 100,000 taels. That's far from enough. Wang Yuan lamented, his face twisted in despair. "Brother-in-law, could you think of a way? Xian Chong is about to be wed. You can't just stand by and watch her die." Xian Chong, whose full name is Wang Xian Chong, is the second concubine that Shen Yu is about to marry. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Shen Yu felt a wave of discomfort. This was clearly moral coercion. Moreover, was the Wang family truly unable to gather 500,000 taels? They could, but they would have to sell shops and farmland. So he said, "Brother Wang, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I can only provide 100,000 taels. If you find that too little, you can refuse." Shen Yu did not give him the chance to take advantage of him. After speaking, he picked up his teacup. If the other party persisted, he would not lend even a single tael. "Fine, 100,000 taels it is. Better than nothing," Wang Yuan said, somewhat dissatisfied. Hearing his sarcastic tone, Shen Yu slammed the teacup down on the table, making a loud noise. "Get lost, I'm not lending you anything." "What?" Hearing Shen Yu tell him to get lost, Wang Yuan was stunned. "Shen Yu, we're family by marriage, and you dare tell me to get lost? I haven't married your sister yet." Shen Yu replied indifferently, "And don't forget, you married your sister to me for a reason. The Shen family owes the Wang family nothing, and I, Shen Yu, owe you, Wang Yuan, nothing. Lending you money is a kind gesture, but refusing is my duty. You are nothing in front of me." Faced with Shen Yu's impolite rebuke, Wang Yuan's face turned a shade of iron. Yet he suppressed his anger and humbly said, "I'm sorry, brother-in-law. I misspoke. I apologize. Please forgive me." With the eye of insight activated, Shen Yu noticed that Wang Yuan's favorability had dropped to -20, clearly harboring resentment towards him. However, the Shen and Wang families were still related by marriage. If he refused to lend even a single tael, it would tarnish the Shen family's reputation. As for whether they would repay the money later, with his capabilities, dealing with the Wang family would not be difficult. "Here is 100,000 taels in silver notes. Take it and go." "Thank you, brother-in-law. I still need to gather more silver, so I'll take my leave now." Wang Yuan put away the silver notes, muttering a perfunctory thanks before hurriedly leaving. At that moment, the steward returned once more. Seeing him, Shen Yu thought to himself, they wouldn't be coming to borrow money too, would they, eh? The steward said, "Second young master, the matter you instructed has been taken care of. Currently 637 people have signed up to become guards for the Shen family." "Where are they?" Shen Yu asked. "They are gathered at a farmhouse on the outskirts. Would you like to personally select them, or should I bring them to the house?" "Let's go to the farmhouse," Shen Yu replied, as bringing several hundred people into the city would be too conspicuous. Soon a carriage left the Shen family heading towards the outskirts with Tai Nyo driving. 10 miles outside the northern city, Qingmu Farm. Tai Nyo arrived driving a cart. Lu Wu, the head of Qingmu Farm, came out to greet him with his 2 sons. "Second young master, I am Lu Wu, pleased to meet you." Shen Yu lifted the curtain of the cart, his gaze falling on Lu Wu as he activated his insight. His brows furrowed slightly, for Lu Wu's loyalty was rather low. Only a mere 20 points. He then turned his gaze to Lu Wu's 2 sons. Their loyalty was even lower. The elder only had 9 points while the younger had a loyalty score of 0. What surprised Shen Yu was that Lu Wu's eldest son surprisingly possessed a cultivation level of the 5th stage of body refinement, while the youngest had even reached the 7th stage. It is well known that cultivating is extremely costly. As the head of the farm, Lu Wu's annual income was only around 1 or 200 taels of silver. How could he afford to support his 2 sons in their training? Clearly there was embezzlement involved. "No need for excessive courtesy, lead the way," Shen Yu said lightly. The 3 of them stood up, but Shen Yu sensed a hint of inexplicable jealousy in the gaze of Lu Wu's youngest son. He lowered the curtain. Shen Yu, however, appeared contemplative. His deceased father had been rather lenient and compassionate towards the family guards and servants. The silver he provided was also more than that of other families. But why after his death did Zhang Gao and Li Si conspire to rebel without a single person standing up to defend the family? Shen Yu believed it was mostly due to Shen Feng only exhibiting kindness without establishing authority. This led the guards and servants to harbor no respect for the family. In Shen Yu's view, to govern subordinates, mere kindness is insufficient. Authority is also necessary. Only through the combination of kindness and authority can one earn the loyalty of subordinates, preventing any treachery. Under the guidance of the Lu family, the cart arrived at the large drying area of the farm. Over 600 people had already gathered here. Shen Yu stepped down from the cart, and immediately hundreds of gazes converged upon him, filled with curiosity, trepidation, reverence, and desire. "Second young master, this way, please," Lu Wu urged, eagerly leading Shen Yu to the tables and chairs at the front of the drying area. The table was already prepared with tea, snacks, and fruits. 2 young girls stood there. Upon seeing Shen Yu arrive, they immediately curtsied and greeted him as second young master. "Second young master, please take a seat," Lu Wu urged again. Shen Yu nodded and sat down in a chair. "Why haven't you poured tea for the second young master yet?" Lu Wu said with a hint of reprimand. One of the young girls hurriedly stepped forward, picked up the teapot, and poured tea into the cup, presenting it to Shen Yu with both hands. "Second young master, please enjoy your tea." Shen Yu took the cup, sipped, and placed it back on the table. His gaze fell once more on the hundreds of young men below, discovering that Lu Wu's 2 sons had also blended into the crowd, standing in the front row. "I am Shen Yu, the second young master of the Shen family. I am here today to select guards for the Shen family. Those chosen will receive a monthly salary of 5 taels, and once they enter the ranks of cultivators, their salary will increase to 8 taels. Shen Yu's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. The news had already spread before the steward issued the order for registration. Initially, everyone had their doubts, but now upon hearing Shen Yu's announcement, excitement and enthusiasm appeared on their faces. At the same time, a stir began to ripple through the crowd. After a moment, Shen Yu's voice rang out again. "However, there are requirements to become a guard of the Shen family. First, loyalty. Second, the willingness to fight for the Shen family. If you cannot meet these 2 points, you may leave." Yet not a single person present chose to leave. After all, for these peasant youths, becoming a guard of the Shen family and a cultivator was akin to defying fate. "It seems you have all made your choice. Now listen to my command, run laps around the drying area. You cannot stop without my order. Anyone who stops will be eliminated." Shen Yu's voice rang out once more. Subsequently, everyone began to run around the drying area. This area was quite large, with a full lap measuring at least 2 kilometers. As for Shen Yu, he sipped tea while using his insight to examine the root, bones, and loyalty of these individuals. Among the over 600 people, none possessed super-grade root bones, which left Shen Yu slightly disappointed. It seemed Tai Nyo was merely an anomaly. However, there were 7 with high-grade root bones, 34 with medium-grade root bones, and quite a few with low-grade root bones, numbering over 300. The rest had no cultivation roots. As for Lu Wu's 2 sons, the elder had low-grade root bones while the younger had medium-grade root bones. As time passed, initially everyone was running earnestly during the first 2 laps. But by the 3rd lap, some began to slack off. Observing this, Shen Yu felt speechless. These individuals were truly bold. They dared to slack off right under his nose. If they weren't under his watchful eye, their performance would likely be even worse. He quietly noted these individuals, planning to eliminate them later. As for why he didn't eliminate them right now, it was because doing so would serve as a warning to the others. Sure enough, after another 2 laps, without any indication from Shen Yu, more and more people began to cheat and slack off. Of course, some, despite being physically exhausted, still chose to push through. Soon after 10 laps, Shen Yu called for everyone to stop. Then Shen Yu stood up from his chair, walked forward, and began to name those who were to be eliminated. "Those I point to, step forward," Shen Yu said in a deep voice. Instantly, those being pointed at felt a bad premonition arise within them. Sure enough, in the next moment, Shen Yu's voice continued, "You have been eliminated. Leave." "Second young master, I refuse to accept this." "Why are we being eliminated?" a boy around 17 or 18 shouted. "This is just too unfair." Seeing someone take the lead, several others began to echo him. "I told you to run, yet you cheated right under my nose. Do you think I'm blind?" Shen Yu said coldly. "Leave quickly, don't force me to lose my temper." "We can leave, but second young master, we've wasted so much time just to apply for the guard position. You can't just let it go without any compensation, right?" It was still the same boy who spoke first. "Lu Wu." Shen Yu ignored him and called out to Lu Wu. Lu Wu stepped forward with a bow. "What is his name and which farm does he belong to?" Shen Yu asked lightly. Lu Wu replied, "Second young master, this boy is named Zhang Xiao Lu from Shuiyuan farm. His parents are tenants there, and he has never been well behaved, wandering around the farm all day and often stealing. Send word to the head of Shuiyuan farm to revoke Zhang Xiao Liu's parents' tenant status and expel their entire family from the farm." Shen Yu ordered coldly. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu felt a chill in his heart, while Zhang Xiao Liu's face turned pale. In Yumu County, everyone knew that the tenants of the Shen family lived the most comfortable lives. His parents only rented 6 acres of land from the Shen family, yet they could harvest tens of thousands of jin of grain every year. Even if they gorged themselves, the 3 of them would only consume a few thousand jin. The remaining grain could be sold for money. Their good living conditions allowed him to be idle and do nothing. If they were expelled from the farm, how long could their meager possessions last? Furthermore, without the protection of the Shen family, various taxes and labor duties would come knocking on their door. It wouldn't be long before their family would face ruin. Realizing this, Zhang Xiao Lu fell to his knees, pleading, "Second young master, I was wrong. Please don't expel our family from the farm." "Tainyo," Shen Yu called out. "Here, throw him out." "Yes." Tainyo stepped forward, grabbing Zhang Xiao Lu by the scruff of his neck, and like lifting a chick, tossed him out of the drying area. "Now does anyone else refuse to accept this? You may speak up." Shen Yu's gaze swept over those who were eliminated. Instantly, this group fell silent, lowering their heads in fear, not daring to meet Shen Yu's eyes. What reassured Shen Yu was that the 7 individuals with superior roots had not been eliminated. Among the 34 with average roots, 2 were eliminated. Over 300 individuals with inferior roots remained, with 290 still standing. Thus, Shen Yu selected this group of 329 individuals. Then he addressed the remaining individuals. "Although you have been eliminated, your attitude was acceptable. I cannot leave you empty-handed. Each of you will receive 2 taels of silver." As he spoke, Shen Yu took out a large pile of silver from his storage ring, instructing them to line up to collect their silver. Although they felt some disappointment at not being selected, receiving 2 taels of silver was still quite decent. He dismissed the others. Shen Yu once again looked at the selected 329 individuals and said, "Though you have been chosen, do not become complacent. In the end, my Shen family only requires 200 guards, so 129 of you will still be eliminated." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a tightening in their hearts. "Tainyo, at your service." Shen Yu continued. "Next, you will train them and impart the body refining chapter of the Liangong to them. I will come to assess their progress in a month." "Yes, second young master," Tainyo quickly replied. At present, Tainyo had already reached the 8th level of body refining, not far from the 9th. One could only say that those with superior roots cultivated quickly. Subsequently, Shen Yu's gaze fell on Lu Wu. "You will arrange their accommodations and meals. I will send someone with meat." "Rest assured, second young master, I will make proper arrangements," Lu Wu replied respectfully. From the incident with Zhang Xiaoyu, he had realized that this second young master was far more ruthless than the deceased old master. He needed to be more cautious in his actions from now on, otherwise being caught by the second young master would lead to trouble. "Yes, second young master." "Second young master, my wife has already prepared lunch. May I have the honor of inviting you to dine at my humble abode?" "Yes, second young master." "Second young master, my wife has already prepared lunch. May I have the honor of inviting you to dine at my humble abode?" "No need, I must return to the city." Shen Yu declined, and then left with Tainyo. "Father, this second son of the Shen family is too arrogant. I kindly invited him to dinner, yet he wouldn't show. Indeed, it seems he doesn't regard you at all, father." Lu Zhong, the eldest son of the Lu family, chimed in. "If I were born into a family like the Shuns, I could achieve the pulse connection realm too." "You two shut your mouths," Lu Wu scolded sternly. "As the saying goes, misfortune comes from the mouth. If you dare to speak carelessly again, I'll show you how I deal with you." "Understood, father." The two replied in unison, though Lu Wei's eyes clearly showed his discontent. Meanwhile, in the carriage, though separated by over 100 meters, Shen Yu still caught every word spoken by the Lu father and son. The reason he hadn't dealt with Lu Wu immediately was that he was only guessing and had no concrete evidence. When he returned, he would send someone to investigate. If Lu Wu had truly embezzled money from the Shen family, as he suspected, he would not hold back. Upon returning to the Shen family, Shen Yu first had lunch. Then he called for Eru. Eru, I have a task for you. Second young master, please instruct me. Shen Yu said, Lu Wu, the head of the Qingmu farm, most likely has issues. I give you 3 days to investigate thoroughly. A substantial reward awaits upon completion. Understood, second young master. I will surely get to the bottom of this. Eru's eyes lit up. Go now. Watching Eru leave in haste, Shen Yu thought to himself that if Eru's performance satisfied him this time, he would grant him 3 origin pills to solidify his cultivation roots. After that, Shen Yu entered his room and took out the Lingxin ancient wood sap. After days of practice, his carving skills had reached an extraordinary level. He could already craft jewelry from the Lingxin ancient wood sap. Soon Shen Yu divided the sap into 12 portions. Each portion was fashioned into a set of jewelry, including bracelets, jade, pendants, earrings, and sachets. In less than an hour, the 12 sets of jewelry were completed. He had colored all 12 sets. Unless examined by a strong divine, since the true materials of these jewelry would remain undetected. Afterwards, Shen Yu called for Li Linger, his 3 sisters, and 2 personal maids, gifting each of them a set of jewelry made from Lingxin ancient wood sap, advising them to wear only the jade pendants for now and to store the rest. The jade pendants could be concealed within their clothing, making them less conspicuous. Subsequently, Shen Yu went to the backyard and gifted Shen Lin a set of jewelry made from Lingxin ancient wood sap. During this time, Shen Lin consumed a peach every day that Shen Yu had brought back from the secret realm. Nourished by the energy within the peach, she appeared to have grown younger by several years and her spirits had improved significantly. Mother, would you like to cultivate? Shen Yu asked. I'm already of a certain age, or what need is there for me to cultivate? Besides, I had tested for cultivation roots before marrying your father, and I had none. Shen Lin chuckled lightly. I have a type of origin pill that after consuming 3 can solidify cultivation roots. Would you like to give it a try? Shen Yu suggested. However, Shen Lin waved her hand, saying, Forget it, I'm too old for that. Mother, reaching a certain level of cultivation allows one to maintain eternal youth. Are you truly not willing to give it a try? Shen Yu coaxed. Upon hearing the phrase eternal youth, Shen Lin hesitated. Then perhaps I will give it a try. Seeing this, Shen Yu smiled and took out the jade bottle containing the origin pills. Mother, take one of these pills daily. In 3 days, you will be able to solidify your roots. During these 3 days, I will have Linger teach you the basics of cultivation. Will this delay Linger? Shen Lin asked with concern. No worries, it won't take much time. Then I will follow your arrangements, you wear. Returning to the central courtyard, Shen Yu informed Li Linger about teaching Shen Lin the basics of cultivation, and she readily agreed. Time flew by, and 2 days passed swiftly. During these days, the county's officials were out and about collecting silver from the common folk. Shen Yu had also heard some news. The collection was based on headcount regardless of age or gender at 5 taels of silver per person. Moreover, it had to be paid within 3 days, or the amount would double. At once, the entire Yunmu County was filled with cries of distress. That afternoon, Eru, who had not shown up at the residence for 2 days, returned. Second young master, I have gathered all the information. Speak in detail. Shen Yu instructed. Next, Eru recounted all he had learned about Lu Wu. Lu Wu had served as the head of Qingmu Farm for over a decade. Apart from receiving a monthly salary of 15 taels from the Shen family, he also rented 50 acres of land at a rate of 20 rent. Of course, he did not need to farm the land himself. It was cultivated by tenants who sought to please him. If Lu Wu was displeased, he could reduce the amount of land rented to the tenants. Thus, some tenants who wanted to rent more land would bribe Lu Wu, sending him silver and gifts. Each year, Lu Wu could extort several hundred to 1,000 taels of silver from those tenants. Additionally, Lu Wu would purchase various daily necessities from the county at inflated prices to sell to the tenants, netting him a profit of several hundred taels each year. However, all of the above were merely small gains. The real profit came from underreporting and reselling the Shen family's rent. The Shen family collected a rent rate of 40. It was not unusual for him to skim off 200 to 300 jin of grain per acre. Considering that Qingmu Farm had over 300 acres, even skimming off 200 jin per acre would amount to 6 million jin of grain in a year. In this world, grain production was high. Thus, grain was relatively inexpensive, with 1 tael of silver purchasing 300 to 500 jin. Calculating based on the cheapest rate of 1 tael for 500 jin of grain, Lu Wu could earn over 10,000 taels of silver in a year just from skimming and selling the Shen family's grain. Having served as the head for more than a decade, he had embezzled over 100,000 taels from the Shen family. The total assets of the Shen family barely exceeded 1 million taels. This means that Lu Wu had embezzled 1/10 of the Shen family's assets. After listening to Eris' report, Shen Yu was still somewhat shocked. He originally thought that Lu Wu could embezzle only 2 to 3,000 taels, but unexpectedly, he had embezzled over 100,000 taels. Clearly a major parasite. With this thought in mind, he couldn't help himself. He immediately called for the steward to bring a group of people to accompany him to Qingmu Farm. The distance of about 10 miles was quickly covered. Since Lu Wu had not been informed in advance, it was only when Shen Yu entered the estate that he received the news and hurried over to greet him. Lu Wu, you came at the right time. Gather everyone in the estate at the main drying ground. Oh, I have something to announce. Shen Yu instructed with his usual demeanor. Yes, second young master, I'll arrange for people to notify them right away. Lu Wu replied immediately. Half an hour later, nearly 4,000 people from Qingmu Farm had gathered at the main drying ground. This is our second young master, Shen. You should all pay your respects. Lu Wu loudly announced to the crowd, fully acting the sycophant. We pay our respects to the second young master, the crowd shouted in unison. Shen Yu waved his hand to signal for silence, and then said to Lu Wu, go and bring Tainyo and your 2 sons here as well. Okay, second young master. Soon Lu Wu brought Tainyo and his 2 sons over. Second young master, the kid, Lu Wu said respectfully. Today I gathered everyone because I have discovered a major parasite within our Qingmu Farm. Shen Yu declared loudly, his voice reaching the ears of everyone present. Then Lu Wu's expression changed dramatically, and he felt a sense of foreboding. Lu Wu, don't you have anything to say? Shen Yu turned and looked at Lu Wu with a teasing expression. Second young master, I don't understand your meaning. Don't understand. Shen Yu's expression turned cold as he mocked. The total assets of my Shen family barely exceed 1,000,000 taels, yet a mere estate head like you has embezzled over 100,000 taels from my family over the years. Truly impressive. It's over. Hearing Shen Yu's words, Lu Wu's face turned pale, his body weakened, and he nearly collapsed to the ground, but fortunately his 2 sons caught him. Father, are you okay? Lu Zhong called out anxiously. It's over, our Lu family is finished. Lu Wu's eyes were vacant, murmuring to himself. Lu Wu, don't you have anything you want to say? Shen Yu said coldly. Under Shen Yu's scolding, Lu Wu recovered somewhat. He looked at Shen Yu and said, Second young master, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I am willing to surrender all my assets, just asking for you to spare my 2 sons. You dream. Shen Yu sneered. Since your sons have enjoyed the money you embezzled, there is no reason to spare. Suddenly Lu Wu pushed away the support of his 2 sons and knelt on the ground, saying, Second young master, considering how I have served the Shen family for so many years, please spare my sons. Whatever you decide to do to me, I will not complain. Impossible. Shen Yu said coldly. Father, get up. We don't need to beg him. At this moment Lu Wei pulled Lu Wu up. No, you both kneel down with me and plead for mercy from the second young master. Lu Wu suddenly remembered something and wanted to pull his 2 sons down to kneel. But Lu Wei broke free from Lu Wu's hand, took out a dagger from his waist, and rushed at Shen Yu, shouting, You bastard, Shen Dai. Wretched spawn, stop. Lu Wu exclaimed in alarm. He had not even dared to resist, and had immediately confessed, knowing what it meant to be in the Meridian Realm and how strong it truly was. In front of Shen Yu, a powerful figure in the Meridian Realm, he had no chance of resistance at all. But what he never expected was that his son would dare to attack Shen Yu. It could only be said that his son had grown up in the estate and lacked experience, and fear not understanding the gap between the body refinement realm and the Meridian Realm. As the dagger was about to pierce Shen Yu's heart, a look of pride and ferocity appeared on Lu Wei's face. As the dagger was about to pierce Shen Yu's heart, a look of pride and ferocity appeared on Lu Wei's face. Once he killed this damned second young master of the Shen family, the 3 of them would be safe. Then they could simply take the wealth and leave. But at that moment a hand appeared out of nowhere and pinched the dagger with 2. Lu Wei's expression froze, and he instinctively tried to pull the dagger back, but it didn't budge. Let go. Lu Wei shouted angrily and kicked Shen Yu with all his might. Bang! Shen Yu slapped him away, sending Lu Wei flying. He crashed heavily more than 10 meters away, his neck twisting, and he was no longer breathing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 kill points. Indeed, with a single slap, Shen Yu had killed Lu Wei. My son. Lu Wu staggered to Lu Wei's corpse, checked for his breath, and was engulfed in grief and despair. Brother. Lu Zhong rushed up right after discovering that Lu Wei was dead, and a look of sorrow appeared on his face. Shen Yu will fight you to the death. Then Lu Zhong's face turned fierce, and he rose, swinging his fist at Shen Yu. No! Bang! Lu Zhong was also sent flying by Shen Yu, landing on the ground and losing his breath. Boss! Lu Wu shouted hoarsely. Shut up. Shen Yu, however, showed no sympathy. He raised his hand and shot out a sword energy that pierced Lu Wu's head. Steward, Shen Yu said solemnly, send someone to summon the other 6 estate heads. Since Lu Wu had embezzled so much from the Shen family, could the other estate heads have also embezzled? Then let's resolve this once and for all today. Yes, second young master. Immediately the steward dispatched 6 people to notify the other 6 estate heads to come. Tainyo accompany the steward and take the remaining people to search Lu Wu's house. We must find the money he embezzled from my Shen family. Shen Yu continued to command. After Shen Yu and the steward left with people, Shen Yu sat down at the table to drink tea while the thousands of tenants stood there in silence, not daring to make a sound. After all, in their eyes, Lu Wu was already a formidable figure. But such a person was easily killed by the second young master in front of them. How could they not be afraid? Time slowly passed. After searching Lu Wu's house, the steward came to report. Second young master, we found 80,000 taels in silver notes, 50,000 taels in cash, and 3,000 taels in gold from Liu's house. Additionally, we discovered 5 shop deeds in the city and over 500 acres of land deeds. So much. Shen Yu was surprised again, as all of it added up to more than 200,000 taels. It seemed Lu Wu had embezzled even more than he had imagined. All right, pack these things up and then hand them over to my mother, Shen Yu said. 200,000 taels is not a small sum, but Shen Yu did not take it seriously. At this moment, the other 6 estate heads arrived. When they saw the corpses of Lu Wu and his 2 sons, their faces changed drastically. But they still braced themselves to pay their respects to Shen Yu. Shen Yu's gaze swept over the 6 village heads. Do you know why Lu Wu and his 2 sons died? Shen Yu slowly said. In the more than 10 years Lu Wu served as the village head, he embezzled over 200,000 taels of silver from my family, so they died. How much have you embezzled? Upon hearing this, fear appeared on the faces of the 6 village heads. Previously, Shen Feng was generous and benevolent, and he had trusted them, never checking their accounts. Seeing that Shen Feng never checked their accounts, they developed a greedy heart. At first they embezzled not much, but gradually realizing that Shen Feng had never suspected them, their boldness grew larger. Shen Yu continued. If you have embezzled, honestly hand over the stolen money, and I can spare your lives. If you cling to false hopes, and I find out, you will meet the same fate as Lu Wu and his sons. Second young master, I was wrong. I am willing to hand over all my possessions, only hoping that you spare my life and my family's. The big village head who stood alongside Lu Wu could no longer bear the pressure brought by Shen Yu and knelt down to plead for mercy. Good. Shen Yu nodded. I keep my word, and I will spare your life and your families. Then Shen Yu's gaze fell on the other 5 small village heads. What about you? Are you all innocent? Under Shen Yu's gaze, 2 more people knelt down to plead for mercy. As for the other 3 small village heads, although their faces were pale, they had no intention of admitting their guilt. With a thought, Shen Yu activated his insight eye and scanned the 3 of them. Immediately, Shen Yu smiled. The loyalty of these 3 was extremely low. One had 5 points, another 3 points, and the last one had 10 points. It was clear that these 3 had something to hide. Tainyo, butler, take people to retrieve their family assets. Yes. The 2 accepted the order and took the 3 village heads away. Then they said to the 3, they'll give you another chance. If you have embezzled, confess honestly. If you cling to false hopes, once I find out, none of your family will survive. Second young master, I'm wronged. I have been honest in serving the Shen family and have never embezzled a single tael of silver. Very well, then let's go to your home. Afterwards, Shen Yu had the tenants of the big open field disperse, allowing the stubborn small village head to lead the way to his home. After more than a moment, Shen Yu arrived at the small village head's home. Relatively speaking, his residence was quite shabby. It was just a few dilapidated tile houses. The furnishings in the house were also very ordinary. Even one of the table legs was broken and propped up with bricks. Second young master, this is my home. You can search freely. The small village head said with a face full of grievances, but with a hint of smugness in his eyes. Shen Yu smiled. If I wronged you, I will personally apologize and give you 500 taels of silver as compensation. As he spoke, Shen Yu's divine sense spread out, enveloping the entire house and searching inch by inch. Aside from discovering a few hundred taels of silver, he found nothing. Then his divine sense began to penetrate several meters underground, still finding nothing. Could it be that I really misunderstood him? Shen Yu thought to himself. However, he still believed in his suspicions. He didn't believe that the other party could resist the temptation after knowing that Lu Wu was profiting heavily. If he truly had loyalty towards the Shen family, why didn't he report Lu Wu and the others? So it was simply that the other party was being cautious, hiding all the embezzled silver. Suddenly, Shen Yu recalled that there was a fish pond in front of the other party's house. So he walked out of the yard and released his divine sense to search the bottom of the fish pond. Then a smile appeared on his lips as he asked the servants beside him, which of you can swim? Reporting to the second young master, I can. I can too. For servants, all claimed they could swim. Shen Yu said, there are things in this pond, you all go down to fish them out, and I will point out the direction. Yes, second young master. The 4 replied in unison, quickly stripping off their clothes and jumping into the fish pond. Seeing this scene, the small village head's face suddenly turned pale. Why is your face so pale? Shen Yu teased him. Are you afraid my men will fish something out from the pond? I've recently caught a cold, so my face is pale. The other party still insisted. Haha, still being stubborn now. I almost want to call you stubborn brother. Shen Yu said with a smile. Then Shen Yu picked up a few stones and threw them into the fish pond, indicating the direction for the 4 who went down. With Shen Yu's guidance, the four quickly fished up several boxes from the pond. After bringing them ashore, Shen Yu signaled to open them, and when the cowhide paper was peeled back, it revealed a pile of shining silver. Upon tallying, there were a total of 16,000 taels. Are you still being stubborn? Shen Yu looked at the stubborn small village head with amusement. At this moment, the stubborn brother was no longer stubborn. He knelt down and cried, "Second young master, I was wrong. These silver indeed belonged to me. I was scared, so I didn't touch a single tael. I beg you to spare my life and my family's." Seeing this scene, the other two small village heads' legs trembled slightly. "I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it." Shen Yu gently shook his head, shooting out a sword chi that killed the stubborn small village head. "Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 kill points." "Well, better than nothing," Shen Yu thought to himself. "Second young master, should we deal with his family?" a servant asked. "Forget it." Shen Yu shook his head. His family didn't spend the silver he embezzled, or let them leave the village with their assets. After that, Shen Yu signaled for the servants to load the silver onto the cart and let one of the small village heads lead the way to his small farm. Soon Shen Yu arrived at another farm. He also found no stolen silver in this small village head's house. Searching around his home with divine sense yielded nothing. Thus he wandered around the village and learned that this small village head, over 50 years old, had built a grave for himself a few years ago. Shen Yu's heart stirred. Arriving at the grave, he scanned it and indeed discovered a large amount of gold and silver hidden inside. When converted to silver, it was over 20,000 taels. Shen Yu had someone bring the other party to the grave, causing the other party to directly collapse to his knees. Shen Yu showed no mercy, eliminating the other party while his family was driven out of the farm. "What about you? Will you confess?" "If you confess, I will only kill you, not your family," Shen Yu said. "Second young master, I truly didn't embezzle, and besides, I have no family." This small village head, over 30 years old, said. "All right then, let's take a look." Shen Yu arrived at the last small village head's home. The other party was a single man, and his home appeared quite messy. Scanning with divine sense, no excess. Thus Shen Yu wandered around the village again and learned that there were rumors that this small village head was having an affair with the widow Liu in the village. After confirming the address of widow Liu's home, Shen Yu went there, and sure enough, he discovered hidden gold and silver in the basement of widow Liu's house after scanning with divine sense. After ordering people to bring out the gold and silver, it was tallied to be over 13,000 taels. Shen Yu couldn't be bothered to say more. He directly killed the other party and drove widow Liu and her two sons out of the village. Shen Yu returned to the Qingmu farm once more. The butler and Tai Nyo had already returned from their search. The butler reported, "Second young master, we found valuables worth 153 taels, 210 taels, and 180 taels from the homes of Song Dachuan Zhou Changhe and Wang Yujiang respectively." Song Dachuan is one of the two major farm heads alongside Lu Wu. He has not been in charge as long as Lu Wu, thus his greed is not as extensive. However, when calculating by average years, this fellow is even more ruthless than Lu Wu, given that he has only been a farm head for 6 years. As for the other two minor farm heads, the profits from their farms are limited, yet their greed is no less. "Second young master, how should we deal with these three treacherous individuals?" The butler glared angrily at the three kneeling on the ground. The butler is among the oldest and most senior of the Shen family. He has been with Shen Feng since he established the Shen family in Yimu County. To him, Shen Feng treats them, the servants, far better than servants from other noble families. In such circumstances, to embezzle the family's silver is simply heartless. "I previously promised that as long as they confess willingly, I would spare their lives and those of their families." Butler, take people and expel them along with their families from the farm, Shen Yu said calmly. "Yes, second young master." The butler nodded, then coldly remarked to the three, "Second young master is kind-hearted. You three scoundrels are fortunate indeed. By the way, now that all 7 farms are without a head butler, have each farm head recommend 3 individuals, and I will choose one to serve as the new head." Shen Yu pondered for a moment and then ordered. By recommending 3 individuals, he would select the most loyal one to take the position of farm head. After giving these instructions, Shen Yu returned to the county town with the silver. Upon returning to the Shen family, he first reported to Shen Lin. When she learned that the farm heads had embezzled so much silver from the family, Shen Lin was stunned for quite a while. Finally, all her emotions transformed into a sigh. Truly, people's hearts have changed. She felt it was unfair for her deceased husband, being generous and benevolent, had raised a group of parasites. Naturally, Shen Yu would not criticize Shen Feng's management methods. He merely spoke softly to comfort Shen Lin, assuring her that he had reclaimed all the embezzled silver and the 7 farm heads had received their due punishment. Meanwhile, the Qian sect was convening a high-level meeting. This meeting was initiated by the sect leader Dongfang Sheng, and his proposal received the agreement of 9 peak masters and the majority of over 10 elder members. Subsequently, he assigned tasks to each peak, requiring that within 3 months each peak must recruit one of his outer disciples as an exception. Originally, the Qian sect only opened its doors every 20 years and only accepted youths under the age, but this time there were far fewer restrictions on accepting disciples. The age limit was extended to 20 years old, and the bone quality requirement was lowered to medium grade. It must be noted that previously only those with superior bone quality could enter the Qian sect. After the conclusion of the high-level meeting, the head of Zizhu Peak Changshan Yuan gathered the 12 true disciples. Then addressing the 12 true disciples, she said, "Today, I have gathered you all to announce some news. The sect will make an exception to recruit a batch of outer disciples. Each peak must recruit 100 within 3 months. As long as their bone quality reaches medium grade, and they are not older than 20, they can be accepted. Also, our Zizhu Peak's recruitment region is limited to Yinshui Prefecture. Why do we need to recruit so many outer disciples?" True disciple Linghu and was taken aback. This is a unanimous decision of the sect's upper management. You just need to follow orders and don't think about anything else. Changshan Yuan frowned slightly. Yes. Linghu bowed his head and stepped back. All right, you all discuss the recruitment rules. Just ensure enough people are recruited within 3 months. After Changshan Yuan left, the atmosphere brightened. Junior brother, you are always the smartest. Why don't you come up with some recruitment rules? A girl in purple said to a boy in white. Yes, junior brother's mind is always sharp. Quickly draft a set of rules. The girl in red immediately echoed. Following that, everyone chimed in. This subtly isolated Linghu, and who was the eldest senior brother. As the youngest disciple, Xiao Lin glanced at Linghu, and who stood a short distance away, subtly revealing some disappointment. However, he felt great satisfaction inside, and smiled, saying, "Brothers and sisters, I happen to come from Yinshui Prefecture, and have some understanding of it. As far as I know, Yinshui Prefecture governs 20 counties. Among us, senior brother has the strongest abilities and the highest cultivation level, so he should take on more responsibility. He can be in charge of recruiting disciples from 9 counties, while each of us can handle 1 county. What do you all think?" "I think junior brother's proposal is good. Senior brother is capable managing several counties, should be no problem. I support it." "Me too." Before Linghu could even agree, it was decided that he would be responsible for recruiting disciples from the 9 counties. Then Xiao Lin looked at Linghu and took out a map of Yinshui Prefecture. "Senior brother, your task is the heaviest. Why don't you choose first from these 20 counties?" Linghu felt stifled and wanted to explode, but he realized that even if he did, these junior brothers and sisters would target him in unison, likely causing trouble for the master, who would not side with him. After all, this had happened more than once or twice. Thus, he could only helplessly nod, tracing his finger over the 9 adjacent counties on the map. He'll be in charge of these 9 counties. Since senior brother has chosen, let's choose 2. Xiao Lin took back the map and said to the group of senior brothers and sisters. In the end, Xiao Lin chose Yunmu County. The next morning, Yunmu County. County Magistrate Qin Zhao and County Lieutenant Zhou Qua, along with City Guard Lieutenant Shang Wanhao, accompanied the envoy Han Mu out of the city. "Everyone please hold on, and I will take my leave first," Han Mu said to the 3 before riding away with 2 latest-stage Pulse Realm bodyguards. This scene was precisely witnessed by the Yuan Dan puppet. Shen Yu also saw this scene through the Yuan Dan puppet's perspective. A cold smile curved at the corners of his mouth. That dog is finally leaving Yunmu County. This time Han Mu made quite a fortune from Yunmu County. Firstly, the top 10 powers provided him with 5. Secondly, the merchants and landlords of Yunmu County contributed half their wealth, totaling over 4 million taels. Additionally, the common people of Yunmu County paid a tax of 5 taels per person, accumulating over 10 million taels in taxes. After all, Yunmu County has a population of over 2 million. Therefore, Han Mu brought away over 20 million taels of silver this time. At Shen Yu's signal, the Yuan Dan puppet stealthily followed. He did not intend to take action on the road, but waited until Han Mu reached Yinshui Prefecture to strike. That night, "Linger, I have to go out for a while," Shen Yu said to Linger. "All right, my husband, but you must..." Shen Yu nodded, then walked out of the room. His figure soared into the air, heading towards the Yinshui mansion. Han Mu and his companions had left in the morning. Moreover, they were riding demon horses, moving at incredible speeds. Therefore, they should have already arrived at Yinshui mansion by this time. Shen Yu traveled in a straight line, greatly shortening the distance to Yinshui mansion. Even so, he flew for 2 hours before sensing the existence of the Yuan Dan puppet. In other words, he was now less than 200 miles away from Yinshui mansion. Half an hour later, Shen Yu finally arrived at Yinshui mansion. Looking down at the massive city sprawling across the land, he couldn't help but marvel at its grandeur and size, truly befitting a fantastical world. The entire Yinshui mansion was surrounded by walls over 200 meters high and more than 100 meters thick. The city guards stationed on the walls were far stronger than those in Yunmu County. Retracting his gaze, Shen Yu continued flying towards the city. After flying a distance, he noticed the city walls, which did not surprise him. According to the information he had gathered, Yinshui mansion was divided into inner and outer cities. The outer city was inhabited by ordinary people, while the inner city was home to officials, aristocratic families, or wealthy merchants. Moreover, for the sake of living conditions, the population of the inner city was limited. Therefore, the housing prices in the inner city were exorbitantly high. Ordinary people would never be able to afford even a small courtyard there, even after a lifetime of hard work. Even if they could afford it, they would not have the qualification to buy. Returning to the main topic, Shen Yu found a secluded spot to land in the inner city. Through the Yuan Dan puppet's perspective, he noticed that even though it was already past midnight, Han Mu was still awake. Instead, he was indulging in pleasures at a high-end brothel within the inner city. Having earned over 20 million taels of silver in Yunmu County, he naturally had to spend it lavishly, which was why he couldn't help but come to Yinshui Mansion. As time slowly passed, Shen Yu braved the night wind for over an hour before Han Mu, satisfied, returned to his room with two beautiful courtesans. Originally, Shen Yu planned to simply kill Han Mu and take the silver notes. However, after being made to endure the night wind for over an hour, he felt that he could not let him die too easily. Soon Shen Yu arrived near the high-end brothel and retracted the Yuan Dan puppet. He released his divine sense, probing into the room where Han Mu was staying. At that moment, Han Mu was preparing to bathe under the service of two courtesans. Just then, Shen Yu's divine sense infiltrated his sea of consciousness and struck his soul with a punch. With a muffled groan, Han Mu fell unconscious on the spot. Upon seeing this, the two courtesans were startled. At that moment, both courtesans also blacked out and fell. Afterward, Shen Yu transformed into a middle-aged man using the faceless mask and directly approached Han Mu's room, pushing the door open. As for his two body refinement realm guards, Han Mu had given them some silver notes to entertain themselves. After all, in Han Mu's view, this was the inner city of Yinshui Mansion, extremely safe. Moreover, as a 5th-level Qi realm powerhouse, he was even less afraid of being ambushed. Looking at the three people lying on the ground, Shen Yu originally intended to deal with Han Mu within the brothel. But after thinking about it, he simply pushed open the window, grabbed Han Mu, and soared into the sky, directly flying out of Yinshui Mansion. As long as no one discovered Han Mu's death, most would likely assume he fled with the money. Before long, Shen Yu landed in a desolate wilderness 100 miles away from Yinshui Mansion with the unconscious Han Mu. Reaching out, he removed the storage ring from Han Yu's finger. Upon inspection, there were over 10 million silver notes, as well as several million taels of silver and hundreds of thousands of taels of gold inside. Altogether, they were worth 21 million taels of silver. Shen Yu naturally accepted these riches without hesitation, storing them in his own storage ring. Additionally, he found a black long spear within Han Yu's storage ring. This long spear was not an ordinary weapon, but a treasure weapon one level higher than spiritual weapons. The classification of weapons includes ordinary weapons, mortal weapons, spiritual weapons, treasure weapons, and divine weapons. However, strangely, while Shen Yu had drawn numerous divine weapons, he had never drawn a single treasure weapon. Of course, since he could draw divine weapons, he naturally did not desire treasure weapons. After storing the treasure long spear in his storage ring, Shen Yu woke Han Mu up. Upon waking, Han Mu saw Shen Yu standing in front of him and the surroundings he was in. He recalled that he seemed to have been ambushed and fainted, causing him to feel a sudden shock. However, upon seeing Shen Yu's face, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "You are Shen Yu. Why am I here?" "Of course it was I who brought you here," Shen Yu replied with a smile. "Impossible, you are just a body refinement realm cultivator. How could you ambush me?" Han Mu still did not believe it and warily scanned the surroundings for any other presence. "Don't look anymore," Shen Yu said. "Go to hell." Suddenly, Han Mu let out a furious shout and struck towards Shen Yu. Puff! Puff! Two beams of sword light flashed by. Then Han Mu screamed in agony as he fell to the ground, for there were blood holes in both his knees. Enduring the pain, Han Mu shouted, "Shen Yu, what do you want? I am the Emperor's envoy. Killing me is undoubtedly treason. Who would know that I killed you?" Shen Yu scoffed, raising his hand to unleash a sword chi that pierced Han Mu's. Then he was horrified to discover that the true essence in his chi was leaking at an alarming rate, and within a few seconds, there was not a drop left. "You are so vicious, you actually ruined my cultivation." Han Mu glared at Shen Yu with resentment. Puff! Puff! Shen Yu shot out two more beams of sword chi, directly piercing Han Mu's arms. Instantly, Han Mu let out two more screams. "Forget it, I'll send you on your way." Shen Yu realized that torturing Han Mu did not bring him any pleasure. So he decided not to continue torturing him, but instead to kill him directly. "Don't, Shen Yu!" Han Mu shouted in terror. "Can you spare me? I can give you silver. Just let me go, and I'll give you all my silver, and I promise not to disclose this matter." Shen Yu sneered, raising his hand to unleash a sword chi that pierced Han Mu's head. "Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 slaughter points." Looking at Han Mu's corpse, Shen Yu raised his hand to create a pit several meters deep, kicked his body into it, and buried it with earth. The next morning, Han Mu's two body refinement guards arrived outside his room and knocked on the door, calling out, "Lord Han, we should set off." However, after calling several times, there was no response from inside. The two exchanged glances, guessing whether Han Mu had overexerted himself last night and had not yet woken up. "Should we wait?" one suggested. After all this time, Han Mu had made a fortune in Yumu County and had shared 500,000 taels with each of them. They had become obedient to Han Mu. After waiting for another half hour, the guards knocked on the door again. After several unanswered knocks, they suddenly felt something was wrong and pushed the door open. They discovered that apart from the two unconscious courtesans in the room, Han Mu was nowhere to be found. Quick, revive them. Ask where Lord Han has gone. And after discovering Lord Han Yu's disappearance, the two guards panicked. And they then fetched cold water and splashed it onto the faces of the two courtesans. The two courtesans gradually regained consciousness. And speak. Where has Lord Han gone? Guard Tang Jia, seeing them stir awake, demanded impatiently, his voice laced with menace. As ordinary women, the courtesans trembled uncontrollably under Tang Jia's fierce tone, utterly unable to utter a word. Brother Tang, you frightened them senseless. Let me handle this. Nsu Hao said to Tang Jia, gesturing for him to step aside so he could take over the questioning. He softened his voice as much as possible. Ladies, may we ask, where did Lord Han, who was with you last night? One of the courtesans, visibly tense, replied, we truly do not know. Last night my sister and I had intended to assist Lord Han with his bath, but suddenly he collapsed unconscious, startling us terribly. We were about to call for help when, just like that, we too lost consciousness. And, before you blacked out, did you see anyone, or sense anything unusual? Su Hao pressed further. And the two women shook their heads in unison. And he patiently questioned them again, but drew no useful leads. Brother Tang, could it be that Lord Han was abducted? It's possible. Tang Jia nodded gravely, then erupted in fury. Who dares lay hands on His Majesty's imperial envoy? Enough speculation. Nsu Hao sighed deeply. We must immediately seek aid from the local magistracy to locate Lord Han. Should we fail, if we return to Yendu empty-handed, we face dismissal at best and imprisonment at worst. You're right. Tang Jia's face paled. The magistracy won't suffice. Let's go straight to the Demon Suppression Bureau. Both men were elite soldiers of the Imperial Palace Guard, His Majesty's personal troops. The Demon Suppression Bureau answered solely to the Emperor. NAS Palace Guards, their authority carried weight. The Bureau would certainly honor their request. Thus, Su Hao remained at the Pleasure House, while Tang Jia rushed to the Demon Suppression Bureau for reinforcements. Before long, Deputy Commander Zheng Tong arrived in person, accompanied by a contingent of Bureau officers. They first escorted the two courtesans for interrogation, then searched the chamber thoroughly for clues. Within moments, the Bureau officers combed every corner of the room, yet found nothing of value. With no alternative, they interrogated every staff member of Tianxiang Pavilion, still drawing blanks. The courtesans too yielded no new information. Commander Zheng, any findings? Both Tang Jia and Su Hao asked anxiously. I regret to report, no useful leads, Zheng Tong replied, shaking his head. However, I have two hypotheses. First, Lord Han was abducted. Second, he left of his own accord. Impossible. Didn't the courtesans say Lord Han fainted first? Su Hao objected. Was Lord Han a cultivator? Zheng Tong asked, his gaze inscrutable. Indeed, he has attained the Qi Si realm. Tang Jia confirmed. Faking unconsciousness before two ordinary women is effortless for a Qi Si realm cultivator. He could then easily subdue them, fabricating the illusion of abduction. What? Tang Jia and Su Hao fell silent, stunned. And after all, Lord Han had amassed over 20 million taels of silver in Yunmu County. Fleeing with such wealth was hardly implausible. Yet now that Lord Han had vanished, what were they to do? Lord Han dared flee because he hailed from nowhere near Yendu and had no family or dependents here. But they, born into generations-old palace guard families, had entire households to protect. Should they desert their posts, their kin would face annihilation, every last soul executed. Commander Zheng, do you believe you can recover Lord Han? Tang Jia asked, hope flickering in his voice. Zheng Tong spread his hands helplessly. He's been gone for several hours already. A Qi Si realm cultivator moving at full speed could cover hundreds of li by now. If he took the main road, tracking him remains feasible. But if he vanished into deep mountains or ancient forest, where would we even begin? Moreover, we cannot determine which direction he fled, making pursuit exponentially harder. Still, I'll dispatch men to the city garrison to inquire whether any unusual activity was observed last night. Yet, don't set your hopes high. The odds are slim. Then we entrust this to you, Commander Zheng. Not at all. We serve His Majesty together, Zheng Tong replied modestly. Shall you accompany me back to the Bureau to await news? Or, let us try the prefectural yamen instead. Perhaps they can assist. Tang Jia suggested. Very well. Then let us part ways here. After Zheng Tong departed with his men, Su Hao turned to Tang Jia. Brother Tang, what now? What else can... Tang Jia retorted testily. His Majesty assigned 1 million taels in tax collection. Did Lord Han not give each of us 500,000 taels? To keep our posts, we must retrieve that full sum and deliver it ourselves. Damn that dog Lord Han. He handed us 50,000 apiece, clearly planning this betrayal from the start. Precisely. He siphoned millions and fled, leaving us to pay the price. That's no man. That's a beast. Tang Jia exploded in rage. In Yunmu County at the Shen residence, Shen Yu reclined once more in his customary posture. And suddenly, he sensed something. With a sweep of his divine sense, he detected his younger sister Shen Xiaoyu's breakthrough to the 6th tier of body forging. And moments later, Shen Xiaoyu bounded in beaming, "Second brother, I've reached the 6th tier of body forging." "Excellent." And Shen Yu ruffled her hair gently. "My little sister is truly extraordinary. You've already caught up to senior sister Ling." In hearing this, Li Ling, deep in cultivation, felt a sudden tightening in her chest. She was nearly 8 years older than Shen Xiaoyu. And now 6-year-old Xiaoyu had reached the 6th tier. Li Linger knew she must break through swiftly lest she be overtaken and humiliated. Perhaps spurred by that very fear of falling behind, Li Linger felt urgency ignite within her. In that very evening, after intensified practice, her cultivation surged, breaking through to the 7th tier of body forging. Shen Yu, observing her triumph, offered warm encouragement, filling Li Linger with quiet joy. In the next morning, both younger sisters and their 2 personal maids likewise advanced to the 4th tier of body forging. Shen Yu felt genuine satisfaction. The investment in cultivation resources had borne fruit. And by afternoon, heir who burst in breathlessly, Young master, I've just learned. Qiyuan sect envoys have arrived. They're recruiting disciples right here in our county." "Recruiting disciples?" Shen Yu blinked in surprise. "Are you certain? Qiyuan sect opens its gates only once every 20 years and never sends envoys abroad for recruitment." The Qiyuan sect stood aloof and proud. And to become its disciple, one had to travel to its mountain gate during the opening ceremony and pass its rigorous trials. "Young master, it's true. They bear the Qiyuan sect banner unmistakably, and the county magistrate, city garrison commandant, and county marshal themselves went to greet them." Heir who hurriedly clarified. "And then continue investigating. Find out what lies behind this sudden visit." Shen Yu instructed. "And yes, young master. I'll leave at once." Not long after the departure of the 2 tigers, Shen Yu received the news of Zhong Yuanking's arrival. After a few days' absence, Zhong Yuanking's cultivation had improved by another level, reaching the 4th stage of meridian opening. "Congratulations to the Zhong family sister again," Shen Yu said with a smile. "Thank you." Zhong Yuanqing replied with a light laugh. "By the way, this is a piece of jewelry carved from the heartwood essence for you." Shen Yu took out a set of jewelry and handed it to Zhong Yuanqing. "Thank you, second brother Shen. I won't be polite." Zhong Yuanqing solemnly accepted the set of jewelry. Suddenly, Zhong Yuanqing's expression turned serious. "I wonder if second brother Shen has heard about the arrival of the people from the Qiyin sect in our Yunmu County." Shen Yu nodded. "I have heard a little." "Did Zhong family sister come because of this matter?" "Of course I remember." "Could there be a connection between the 2? Shen Yu asked. Zhong Yuanqing replied. "Indeed, the Qiyin sect's recruitment of disciples this time is different from the past. Not only have the conditions been relaxed, but the number of recruits is also far greater than before." "What does the Qiyin sect want to do?" Shen Yu asked thoughtfully. Zhong Yuanqing explained. "In the past, the Qiyin sect followed an elite route. In the entire Liuli Dao aside from the court, the Qiyin sect was the most powerful force, thus possessing a large number of shops and lands under its name. During normal times, no one would dare to target the Qiyin sect. But what if chaos reigns? Would those rebellious forces show respect to the Qiyin sect? They probably wouldn't. After all, they dare to rebel even against the court. Why would they give face to the Qiyin sect?" Shen Yu replied. "That's exactly the reason." Zhong Yuanqing continued. "The Qiyin sect wants to protect its assets, and it will definitely need a large number of hands. This is why they are recruiting a large number of outer disciples at this time. These outer disciples are admitted with relaxed conditions. Even if they die, the Qiyin sect won't feel sorry. Without these people, the ones sacrificing would likely be the elite disciples. So the Qiyin sect is merely recruiting people to use as cannon fodder." Shen Yu said. "It should be so." Zhong Yuanqing nodded. The 2 chatted for a while longer. Zhong Yuanqing then visited the Shen family's matriarch before leaving the Shen residence. At this time, the 2 tigers returned. Excitedly, he said, "Second young master, I've found out that the Qiyin sect is indeed here to recruit disciples, and the announcement has been posted all over the city. As long as one is under 20 years old, they can go to the county office for a root bone test. Once the root bone reaches the medium grade, they can become a disciple of the Qiyin sect." "Okay, I understand," Shen Yu said calmly, then took out a jade vial and tossed it to the 2 tigers. "Inside are 3 pills. Take one each day, and once you finish them, you will be able to condense your cultivation route." "Thank you, second young master." The 2 tigers were nearly moved to tears upon hearing about the pill's effects. The second young master had taken him and Tai Nyo as personal attendants. Only he had no cultivation route. Therefore, he felt very lost and inferior. He feared that one day the second young master would no longer need him and would kick him aside, so he always worked hard to complete the tasks assigned by Shen Yu. He tried his best to demonstrate his value. Originally, he thought that he would never have hope of cultivation in this life. Unexpectedly, the second young master granted him pills that could help him condense his root bone. Second young master, you are like my rebirth parents. From now on, if you say a word, I would willingly die without. The next moment, the two tigers knelt on the ground and spoke to Shen Yu. All right, get up. Also, don't let this matter leak out. After 3 days, when you condense your root bone, go to the Qingmu farm and practice with Tainyo. After sending off the two tigers, Shen Yu pondered where to find a batch of killing points to improve his cultivation, as his cultivation had been stagnant for several days. Meanwhile, at the Wang family, Wang Xinchang's maid excitedly said to her, Miss, I found out that the Qi Yin sect is recruiting disciples in our county, and your age and root bone meet the Qi Yin sect's recruitment standards. Really? You're not lying to me. Wang Xinchang exclaimed joyfully. She was an ambitious woman, and when her elder brother, who was the family head, forced her to marry Shen Yu as a concubine, she was unwilling. However, the Wang family wanted to curry favor with the Shen family, and the best way was through marriage. Among the many legitimate daughters, only she and Shen Yu were of similar ages. Thus, under her family's persuasion, she reluctantly agreed. Originally, she had resigned herself to her fate, waiting a few days to marry into the Shen family as a concubine for Shen Yu. She never expected that the Qi Yin sect would come to Yunmu to recruit disciples at this time. Suddenly, she felt that her opportunity had arrived. The maid quickly said, Miss, how could I dare to lie to you? Besides, this matter has spread throughout the city, and many people have already gone to the county office for root bone testing. No, I must go to the county office for testing. Wang Xinchang suddenly stood up, her expression eager. But miss, in a few days you will be marrying into the Shen family. If you want to go to the Qi Yin sect, the Shen family might not agree. The maid said with concern. Huh? Wang Xinchang scoffed. As long as I become a disciple of the Qi Yin sect, what does a mere meridian opening family matter? Does the Shen family dare to oppose the Qi Yin sect? You make a good point, miss. But should we tell the eldest young master about this? The maid asked. No need to tell him. I know my elder brother well. As soon as I become a disciple of the Qi Yin sect, his attitude will change immediately. Wang Xinchang sneered. Then she asked the maid to help her cover for her. She secretly climbed over the wall and headed straight to the county office. Upon reaching the county office, she found a long line already formed outside. Seeing this, Wang Xinchang couldn't help but feel anxious. Suddenly, she had an idea. She walked to the front of the line and took out a silver ingot. Whoever lets me take their place, this silver will belong to them. Miss, you can take my spot. A young man immediately spoke up. Thank you, Wang Xinchang said, happily handing the silver to him as she took his place. The others in front of her felt regretful, thinking they could have had that 5 taels of silver. After a quarter of an hour, it was finally Wang Xinchang's turn to be tested. After registering her name and age, a female disciple from the Qi Yin sect came to check her bone structure. Through checking the bone structure, one can determine a person's age, mainly to prevent false reporting. Bone age is accurate. We can now test the root bone. After checking the bone structure, the female disciple from the Qi Yin sect nodded to another female disciple. Then the latter took out a crystal stone and instructed Wang Xinchang to drop a drop of blood on it. Wang Xinchang decisively took out a dagger, cut her finger, and dropped a drop of blood on the crystal stone. Immediately, the crystal stone emitted a nearly 3-inch red glow. The Qi Yin sect woman said with some delight, medium-grade root bone, but close to high-grade. If you have the opportunity to consume pills that enhance root bones or rare materials in the future, you are likely to advance to high-grade root bone. Congratulations, Wang Xinchang, you have been accepted by our Qi Yin sect. Here's a token for you. In some time, we will notify you to report to the county office, and you will return with us to the Qi Yin sect. Wang Xinchang excitedly accepted the token, then asked, May I ask what your name is, senior sister? My name is Zhang Yuetian. Wang, senior sister, we will have opportunities to get closer. I still have things to attend to. The other woman said amiably. Okay, senior sister Zhang, I won't disturb you. Wang Xinchang lightly left the county office, heading back to the Wang family. Now that she is a disciple of the Qi Yin sect, she has to confront her elder brother and then go to the Shen family to withdraw from the marriage. The more she thought about it, the more excited Wang Xinchang became, causing her to quicken her steps. Soon she returned to the Wang family. The doorman, upon seeing Wang Xinchang return from outside, felt a wave of confusion within. When did the 5th miss go out? How did I not notice? However, Wang Xinchang was well known for her willful and headstrong nature throughout the Wang family. Thus the doorman dared not say anything, fearing to incur the 5th miss displeasure, which might even lead to a beating. Elder brother, I have good news to share with you. With a loud bang, Wang Xinchang, having learned that Wang Yuan was in the study, pushed the door open without knocking and barged in. She then saw a beautiful maid sitting on Wang Yuan's lap. Upon noticing the sudden intrusion of Wang Xinchang, the maid immediately jumped down from Wang Yuan's lap and bowed, greeting. I have met the 5th miss. Wang Yuan frowned. 5th sister, how could you barge in without even knocking? This is too lacking in decorum. He then waved his hand at the beautiful maid who hurriedly left the study. You're so fiery and impatient. Speak, what brings you here? Wang Yuan asked. Elder brother, I am now a disciple of the Qian sect. Wang Xinchang said proudly. What? Wang Yuan was taken aback, standing up from his chair, staring at Wang Xinchang in shock. When did this happen? Just now. Wang Xinchang explained. I heard that the Qian sect is recruiting disciples, so I secretly went to the county office for an assessment, and I passed, and was accepted by the Qian sect. Why didn't you discuss this with me first? Wang Yuan said, feeling a headache coming on. In a few days you are to marry into the Shen family. What will happen to your engagement with Shen Yu if you join the Qian sect? What else can be done? Of course we can break off the engagement. Wang Xinchang said, as if it were the most obvious thing. No way, I disagree. Wang Yuan said decisively. Although he had some dissatisfaction with Shen Yu's attitude, the Wang family still needed the support of the Shen family in the future. Why do you disagree? I am now a high-ranking disciple of the Qian sect. The status between me and Shen Yu is no longer a match, not to mention that I would be marrying in as a concubine. Therefore this marriage must be annulled. Wang Xinchang spoke with a particularly firm tone. Fifth sister, listen to me. Wang Yuan deliberated. The engagement with Shen Yu was initiated by our Wang family. If you suddenly call it off, not only will it draw public criticism, but it will also greatly harm the reputation of our Wang family. Furthermore, the Qian sect is powerful and well-respected. Even if you join the Qian sect, you will at most be just an outer disciple. Moreover, this time the Qian sect is recruiting disciples in our Yunmu County, and they have lowered the admission criteria. I estimate that the number of outer disciples recruited will definitely not be small. Therefore, your worth as an outer disciple will be greatly diminished. Moreover, the Qian sect is not a charity. Do you really think that just because you join the Qian sect, they will bestow upon you profound cultivation techniques and endless resources? You still have to fight and compete for it. According to the information collected by our Wang family, over generations the Qian sect does not provide many cultivation resources to outer disciples. Now that the Qian sect has taken in so many outer disciples at once, the resources that will reach you will be even fewer. Ultimately, you will still need the support of the family to stand out. If we offend the Shen family, now they will definitely suppress our Wang family with all their might out of anger. Our Wang family does not have a strong expert to stand guard. Can we withstand the suppression from the Shen family? They dare. I am now a disciple of the Qian sect. Aren't they afraid of the Qian sect? Wang Xinchang said angrily. Wang Yuan sneered. Fifth sister, you are still too naive. As the saying goes, the heavens are high and the emperor is far away. The Qian sect is far away in Liuli Road, and you are merely an outer disciple. Do you think the Qian sect will send experts to support you just for one outer disciple? If every outer disciple's family encountered trouble and needed the Qian sect's experts to intervene, then the experts would have nothing to do but wait every day to help outer disciples. Seeing Wang Xinchang's expression darkening, Wang Yuan continued, Fifth sister, it's not that I as your brother want to belittle you, but your aptitude is only of medium quality. Even if you join the Qian sect, unless you have good luck to reach the Tongmai realm, if luck is not on your side, you will merely fade into obscurity among the masses. Therefore, no matter what, you cannot break off this marriage. No way, I want to break off the engagement. I want to go to the Qian sect. Wang Xinchang said stubbornly. Seeing Wang Xinchang's obstinate demeanor, Wang Yuan felt even more troubled. Suddenly a thought occurred to him, and he said, It's not that I won't let you go to the Qian sect. We can be a bit more tactful, first discussing with the Shen family to postpone the wedding. Once you have achieved success in your cultivation at the Qian sect, we can break off the engagement. We can even take the opportunity to ask the Shen family for some money or resources. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's suggestion, Wang Xinchang was also intrigued. Then, elder brother, when shall we go to the Shen family? Don't rush. Wang Yuan said. I will first send someone to inquire about the identities of the disciples coming from the Qian sect, this time to Yunmu City. If the identities are high, we can take the opportunity to befriend them and then invite them to accompany us to the Shen family to postpone your marriage with Shen Yu. With someone from the Qian sect backing us, things will be much more stable. Then hurry and send someone to inquire. Wang Xinchang urged impatiently. Meanwhile, at the Shen family, Shen Yu was called to the back courtyard by Shen Lin. Mother, why did you call me here? My child, do you think your mother must have something to say to you whenever I call you? Shen Lin teased. Of course not. Shen Yu replied with a smile. However, there is indeed something for which I called you here. Shen Lin shifted the conversation. Upon hearing this, Shen Yu was a bit at a loss for words, wondering when Shen Lin had also started to tease. Shen Lin continued, In a few days you are to marry the girl from the Wang family. I called you here this time to remind you to prepare for welcoming her. Understood, mother, I will get someone to prepare right away. Shen Yu nodded. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Shen family was bustling with activity again, as their second young master was about to take another concubine. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Shen Yun building, Wang Yuan was waiting for the guests to arrive. In these 2 days, he had learned that this time the one leading the team to Yunmu County was actually a true disciple of the Qian sect. As far as he knew, the disciples of the Qian sect were divided into 4 ranks: outer disciples, inner disciples, elite disciples, and true disciples. True disciples were already the highest rank among the disciples. Moreover, those accepted as true disciples either had exceptional aptitude or possessed extraordinary talents in specific areas. Therefore, upon receiving this news, Wang Yuan immediately arranged for a generous gift to be sent. This gift included a spirit herb, a piece of spiritual jade, and 100,000 taels of silver. The spirit herb and spiritual jade were treasured items that the Wang family had collected over many years. However, in order to curry favor with this true disciple, Wang Yuan did not hold back. After sending out this generous gift, it indeed caught the attention of the true disciple. Then he took the opportunity to extend an invitation. The true disciple agreed. Time passed, and in a quarter of an hour, Wang Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened as he saw a handsome young man in black attire with an extraordinary demeanor walking towards Shengyun building. Even though he had never seen the person in person, he had inquired about the appearance of this person through the county office. He immediately confirmed that this person should be the true disciple Xiao Lin whom he had invited. Thus he hurriedly stepped forward, bowing politely. "I am Wang Yuan. Are you the true disciple Xiao Lin from the Qian sect?"